way for them to maybe reinvent themselves or to deal with the fact that people are adjusting to them. So maybe this is going to be a good practice for FaZe to see where things are right now. Kind of a litmus test in a competitive environment. Big definitely a pretty dangerous prospect though. I have to say, we were talking a lot about Xantares' integration. I feel like it's kind of past due that we need to see God Xantares again. So that's one thing I'm going to be focusing on, like the positions he's playing, how he's going to be utilized in today's match against FaZe.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how he shapes up on the CT side of Mirage, because the way that he was so effective for Space Soldiers on that map was that he did something that really no other riflers do in the professional scene at the moment, is that he played window nearly every round. And he would just dominate that position because his aim is so precise that whereas normally you would want an op from that position because they can get a kill so quickly, he was able to do it with a rifle and then sometimes re-peek faster than an op normally would, or just continue that burst into a second kill. And if Big are able to set him up, that would be a stellar prospect for their chances in this game to close it out 2-0. Okay, well, I thought he was frozen, but... yeah.
No,
he just really likes the analysis. He's just digging it. He's digging it all.
No, I'm just smiling, man. You guys make me smile. It's been a couple of weeks since I've been at work, so actually about a week.
Nice.
Welcome back.
Who's your man to watch?
Yeah.
Of
this match?
Yeah.
I think if it's not Searson, I'm looking at Tabson for the big side, because Tabson's obviously nuts.
Top 5
I
in
think
the
he brings
world.
a lot to the table. Yeah, he definitely brings a lot to the table for the big clan. So I don't know if you guys agree.
I agree.
No,
He just really likes the
I'm a Tabson
analysis.
fan, though, because he's pretty amazing in terms of just overall gameplay.
Yeah, Eric brought up his idea that Tabson is a top 5 player in the world. Would you or would you not agree? You're on the spot, Stunna.
Oh, me. Well, I never really know if you guys are talking directly at me.
Yeah,
Top
it's hard.
player in the world.
Top 5. Top 5
I would
is DeBear's claim. The DeBear's claim.
Top five. I would say maybe up there somewhere. I don't know about top 5. You know how Eric, he's got some little wild ideas.
You know.
But anyway, that's why I love Eric, and moreover, that's why I love watching Captain play the game of Counter-Strike. It's because he seems to be at the right place at the right time with the right answers more times than not, and I think that goes in the way of him and Big Clan overall if they're able to capitalize on it.
So Trace, have you in the downtime, have you picked up any new hobbies? I see you've been knitting. You're on a nice little bit of knitwear there.
Yeah, man, I kind of
Wait, is that knitted? I can't even tell
quilted
from
that myself. Oh, the one that I'm sitting on currently. Yeah, it's just a little something I put together. But overall, no, just a little bit of underwater basket weaving.
I was thinking
white
that.
Russians here and there.
That fits your personality.
Nothing. Yeah, underwater basket weaving. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. No, but do you guys have anything that's barn burning? Anything that's going to blow our minds in terms of hobbies?
I'm just gaming, man.
I've been solving
gaming.
16 by 16 Rubik's Cubes in my free time. So
Okay.
it's just, something to keep the mind active.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's great.
That's
That's
16
fantastic.
foot by 16 foot Rubik's cubes, because then I'm impressed.
Yeah, then it's just
Are
a
we
three.
talking
It's a 16 foot by 16 foot, but it's only a 3 by 3
Oh,
Oh,
in terms
interesting.
of blocks.
Well, that's-
There you go.
so
It
it's
happens.
just
but still, you have to push an entire thing up, or how does that work?
it keeps me in shape since all the gyms are closed. So
That global situation. How y'all's families in there doing? I know that's a little broach of a topic here on the desk, but I'm just curious. How's everybody holding up? Everybody holding good?
well, we're in my
'Cause I
mom's
feel like
basement
this
right
is
now. That's
Yeah.
where we're at. Mom,
Well,
get the hot pockets. Oh, that's a brand name. Get the Monster Energy drinks. Yeah, get the
There we
Monster.
go.
yeah, there we go.
There
Yeah.
we go.
What have they been treating you guys with for catering over there? BTS always does an extra large over there when it comes to catering. It's also lit.
We're not.
You know what I'm saying?
We're not hungry. We're not
Yeah.
hungry over here.
Yeah.
The bellies are full, so that's good. They got some good stuff over here. You should be over here. Why don't you just hop on a plane, come right here?
That's
Yeah,
a good point.
there was a time for that, Eric, but then no. I think
down.
I'll just stay here. I'm gonna stay put, quarantining myself
There you go.
as you're supposed to.
Yes, you should.
But
That's responsible of you.
yeah. I'm not gonna say I left the house yesterday,
But you never know, right? If you see pictures of me,
but I didn't say
it's
that.
fake. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. You didn't say anything. Allegedly.
It's fake news. It's tremendous. Yeah, too much. Not enough.
We're
Sorry.
going there.
I want
No,
more.
we definitely already been there. You guys, I don't understand. So you're up working at roughly 7 a.m. every day. Is that about right?
Actually, much earlier than that,
6.
Trace.
Well, no, we start.
Yeah.
We start at 6. We start at 6 a.m.
Our call
That's
time
just-
is a few, 30 minutes before that. 5
a.m.?
Yeah, 5.
So I've kind of caught you like right in the middle. Is
Right in
that-
the middle.
Yeah.
So you get to sleep in a little bit, enjoy your morning. Have
Well, I
some
also feel like I
pancakes.
get the best version of all three of you. You know, you're awake now. You're not.
somewhat awake.
World.
It's I'm
Plus you got
up
enough-
there.
Enough monster energy there in the middle. Anyway, I think we get to jump in the game here sooner rather than later, fellas. Who you got your money on? We've kind of identified players, but now I kind of want to say, like, where are we putting it in terms of the game itself?
I don't bet.
Listen,
Nice. Theoretically,
Wow.
if you did bet,
Just
allegedly.
Just skins, actually. Just skins.
I'm gonna go with FaZe in this one. Honestly, though, I feel like this will be pretty close. I think it's a hard match to call. Of all the matches we've had, this to me is like the hardest to call. What about you, Trace? Where you at?
oh my
you
god,
got?
I don't know, man, because Big can do so many things online.
Yeah,
that
that's
I
true.
hope transfer, right? Like, they are absolutely disgusting. And also, what is this cage right here? This is not what I ordered when I did the renovations of this place. This is ridiculous.
Well, they got your lighting
Actually,
preferences down.
It's so I'm in the moving process, and I've got
What are the strange things about Alabama? I'd like you to elaborate.
They got
Well,
some
I-
old traditions.
I've got an interesting one. I've got an interesting one. Okay, while we have this technical pause, yesterday I was riding around looking at different houses, properties, and whatnot, and I happened to notice that very close to where I'm staying, somebody has mowed into the grass their presidential candidate that they want to support plus 2020.
Wait.
So they've mowed that in the grass in massive letters, and
Wow.
it's kind of like,
Must have been weird to see
How-
Tulsi Gabbard 2020 in the grass.
dude, I was surprised they fit that all in 1 acre, man. It was shocking, to be honest. But
I don't blame him though.
anyway, so yeah, that was up there on the strange things, but albeit the country is the country, right? Like, we're way out here. So
Don't want to see the crop circle version of that now. That would be interesting.
They didn't bring
Yeah,
that back. Crop circles. It's been a while since I've
Do
seen
it
those.
bigger.
it
better.
really has been a while, like, since we had a crop circle, hadn't it? Eric, you fancied the deep dark webs and deep within YouTube late at night. So
I just know-
anything we need to know about aliens?
I just have to tell you that space is real. So if you guys think that the Earth is
case
flat
you-
and space is fake, you're wrong. I'm just saying it's a scientific proven fact. I'm not saying the moon landings are real. I'm not going to go there. All right, that's a whole other topic. But space is a real thing, and the Earth is round,
Yep.
or spherical, whatever you want
And
to say.
also, Kanye West 2020, y'all.
But yeah, that's right.
That's what
he
was-
announced it, right? He announced it like 8 years ago.
Did he
to
really?
everybody. Yeah, he said
Oh,
that
yeah, 8
Kanye
years
West like
ago, yeah,
2020, like 2012, I think.
But you said that space is real, and there's proof. But is it too much of a stretch to say also conclusively that we made it to the moon?
I think there's a lot of evidence supporting going to the moon. Listen, and I trust the scientists, but there's also a lot of compelling evidence against it. I'm not
Eric.
going to say one or the other. I think
I feel like you live on the moon, man. Like, I feel like you
He's trying
are
to
a
protect
lunar
his own.
dude.
I
if you
want
know what
to
I'm saying. Either way,
believe.
big B hit here, ladies and gentlemen. Mulder and Scully not in the building. Big Clan in the B-bomb site. We're going to see them take it with force. Of course, just running around, running rampant at this point with the bomb plant 5 alive on both sides. That's created quite the problem here for FaZe.
Yeah, there's first blood from Brokey, and they will be defending market pretty effectively here, but Xantares is not going to let it rest. He's going to keep pressing the issue, and he'll have some success. The bomb is ticking away, and there are problems here now for FaZe on this retake, but they do have the numbers advantage, and there we go. The numbers advantage will prevail. Just down to Tizian now. He's got 4 players to play against. Oh, there we go. Tizian's making it look doable there, jumping out the window, but Rain is going to execute him. Ooh, that was close.
that was really close.
Close.
It's a simple B take from Big, just exploding right in their face and plant the bomb. Why not?
Indeed.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. Either way, I mean, they get the bomb planet, so that's a little bit of solace. And otherwise, look at that purchasing power. Do you guys just love the economy system, or is this like day 19 if you guys are ranting about it? We should try something else.
We actually haven't talked too much about it. We talked a little bit about the economy, but we're not beating the dead horse.
It's like they will get a round of they will get a round of UBI.
Okay, there you go. But
well, the Earth is not flat as per Eric Stromberg or Stromboli, whatever you want to call him.
Call me anything you want. Trace the third.
Yep. Yep, something like that.
Something like
Mid-control firmly in the hands of Big Clan, holding on to it, and it's going to be Tizian that's pushed up in the B apartments. He's found himself a little bit of real estate and a little bit of room to work with should Big want to flex back and go towards those B halls. But right now, it seems like a little bit of a waiting game on both sides. Nobody wants to have that first casualty.
Yeah, just trying to play it safe. And there's not much utility remaining for Big at this point as well, so it's going to start getting a little bit awkward here as they're looking to go for this B split, but they've got to get their way through this quickly. The top con smoke is still there, but the spray's coming through. That's kind of painful, but it seems like they've managed to circumvent that issue, and they are now into the B bomb site, but Bimus is still sitting at the back by Van. The defensive smoke and the flash will delay them a lot. That's going to help out FaZe in getting the rotation into this B site in time. Bimus still alive. What a problem this guy is on the site at the moment. Market is smoked off, and the bomb will be planted, but Bimus, he's still sitting on the Van. He's finally going to reveal himself. Keto will take him down, so it's looking better for Big now.
Just Brokey and Rain remain. They are both approaching for market at this point. Keto has a great position at bench to try to stop them as they come out. They'll be playing off of Keto's contact. Keto actually just swings out wide, though, and takes down Rain. It's Brokey that remains in the 1v2 situation. Moving onto the bomb site now. He will be challenged by Xantarez. Who will play contact first? Brokey swings around the corner, takes down Xantarez, and now it's just down to a 1v1. But with no smoke and no real hope, Brokey is off of that site, and Big are able to even up the scoreline 1-1.
No smoke, no real hope.
no
I
joke.
don't have any rhymes for that one. No joke. Something about the Pope. I don't know. It gets a little muddy when you start
The
going
moon's a
there.
hoax.
Oh my god.
The moon's made out of
That's the,
cheese.
Now, DDK, I know that you have a mixtape or two out there somewhere. Where can we
Somewhere.
find it?
It's all private. I'm gonna, you have to pick a strategic timing to drop all the bombs, Trace. You pick a strategic moment.
Listen, I'm American. I know that all too well.
Ugh. Ugh.
What's that? What are these noises, Eric?
Sometimes you just gotta make noises. You gotta go with
Well,
it.
speaking of
you
noises,
thinking about
there's a lot of
science
noise
again?
towards this. Pause, gentlemen, look at all the Counter-Strike action about to unfold on the B-bomb site.
Yeah, the B bomb site has been basically the focus of this this game entirely so far. The rest of the map's been untouched, and maybe for good reason. It's working out once again for Big. All these B hits. Although, as I say that, maybe I spoke too soon.
But then maybe you spoke too soon again.
BMAS, once again, alive on the bomb site, untouched by Big, and he's able to capitalize from his position, taking down Tabson. This has become such an awkward position for Big on the site now. Just scurrying around default is Surson. He's managed to keep himself alive for a long time, but BMAS learned from his mistake in the previous round where he smoked himself off of Van, but then gave his life up for free and lost the round because of it. This time around, plays behind the smoke, waits for it to dissipate, waits for his teammates to get involved, and FaZe are able to capitalize because of that.
Yeah, superb lurk by BMAS. I mean, without it, FaZe probably loses the round outright just because of the positioning and bomb plant.
Question for Trace: Can you see us? Or like, what are you seeing right now on your
I'm
feed?
watching the game, as is everybody else on the entire planet. So I don't know what you guys are watching, but if it's not the game, it's wrong.
I'm just curious. I'm just curious.
No, I actually just have the game open, and that's
it.
I can't see you guys.
Oh, okay.
We could be all flipping the monitor off right now, and
I can see you right
yeah,
now.
we
I
can
can
see
see
you.
everything about your face. And
Wait,
everything.
I look right at you guys, right?
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
looking at me right now. Yeah. But the viewers are
I'm
lost.
gonna take a selfie with you. Oh no, I'm not ready yet.
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
I'm trying to pose. My bad. Anyway, so there's this game. It's called Counter-Strike. It's been around for a long time.
21
a
years.
real long time.
Long time.
21 years. Some even counted it 21 years. Zywoo, also born on the day it was released. Coincidence? I think not. Anyway, back to FaZe versus Big. And finally, a little bit of contest here for what is mid-control. Nico fighting from the window. He's not alone. Cold Zero there in the upper ladder room. And now with the peek, Nico does find the shot that he needs on Searson.
Oh!
Stops him in his tracks. Tizian thought he was going to pull a fast one. That's just not the case, is it?
No, you can't trick Nico, not like that. And it looks like the big clan are rapidly diminishing in player numbers as they try to take some form of agency towards this A-bomb site, and they're kind of stuck right now. One player in Palace, one player towards jungle, and Rain is now a distant memory. Keto dealing with him, and that was pretty close as well. Keto making a run for this one, but Xantares is now back in action in the 1 versus 3. 20 seconds to go. I don't know that he's got much in the way of opportunity here as he tries to find a frag, but they are not giving it to him. They're just forcing the clock to run low, and Xantares has no way to win this now. He'll have to chase.
Oh, I love how FaZe are playing this. They're almost baiting him to just save the gun, and he'll do just that, but it's just a KYLLER. And at times you would just rather be on the same level with your teammates in terms of economy. So it's a hero KYLLER for Xantares in this round. Big will have to try to find some way to play around that, and that's such a difficult prospect, along with the fact that he doesn't even actually have a helmet.
No helmets. You gotta have a helmet.
Gotta
That's all I got with that. I'm not going anywhere with that. But I want to say
Okay, Eric.
Another crazy conspiracy theory coming out.
I want to say, though, I like how FaZe is playing their CT side a little bit. There's a lot of off angles and lurking. And maybe the reason that
a lot of helmets.
A lot of helmets, too. You gotta have helmets. But maybe one of the reasons why is because Big is known as probably more of a methodical team. They've always been kind of methodical under Gabi and all that. And I'm curious if, playing these off angles kind of counters it just a little bit, because a lot of times maybe Big would be tossing nades or utility, trying to get info, push back, methodical ways of taking choke points. And you just
I got a helmet on right now for you, Eric.
Oh, nice. I see it, yes.
There
you
he does.
You put your GoPro right on the top. Right there.
Yeah, it's just right here.
Yeah, that's what they do, man. GoPro.
It's like a rhinoceros. Yeah. That's actually not what that's for. But what this is for is the Architect to clean up the A bomb site. 2 kills there, taking out Thompson and Tizian. And with a third on to Searson, he's finally taken out of action. That's created a big problem. However, Xantares on the flank, and he is about to give Brokey the surprise of a lifetime. Barring a 180 flip right here, right now, could be a knife. Nope. Just going to grab the op, and they're going to go to the plant. Peeking off catwalk, Xantares follows it up with another kill. It's just Bemis, 1v2. And he's got nothing to do, nowhere to go. All the time in the world, but he ain't going to win the round. I can tell you that right now.
Nice. I think there's a quad kill as well from Xantares.
Three or
it's a
four.
triple. Yeah, he's looking good. And that's what you want to see. So, yeah, it was a 4K. Beautiful stuff here. And this timing is just so unreal. It's just feeding Xantares, feeding the beast. He will grow stronger and stronger as time goes on, I'm sure. And this has been very back and forth, these rounds between these two teams so far. Now the money sucks for FaZe, and they're back on a save. Got Deagle and P250s, but this is a pretty heavy save here. They don't really have much at all to work with. So Big might be able to start taking control of this one. We saw a lot of B play so far from them, and now they've moved more towards mid control in general. So I'm wondering, when that super fast A contact is going to happen, because it feels like that's one of the things you kind of set up later on if you play in this fashion. But at this point, it's just about methodically cleaning up these ecoing players, and it seems like FaZe can't really find a way to get the damage that they're looking for.
No, they only have a couple USBs now, and I think that's a single P250 on Rain, maybe even a P2K actually. So there's not too much hope for FaZe in the remainder of this round to accomplish much. Maybe Nico will find a timing through this smoke, but already gone are the rest of Big Clan.
So here's what I mean by methodical. It's a save round for FaZe, but even so, Big is tossing smokes, Molotovs in the window, flashing, and just dotting their I's and crossing their T's. And
crossing their T's, dotting their I's.
Yeah, there you go. And lowercase J's. That's cool by Tasteless, not me, so don't hold it against me. It's kind of telling sometimes. If you know a team's pretty methodical, it's almost a tell. because it can be a little transparent or predictable. So what Big might have to do throughout this whole series is be able to mix it up, where sometimes maybe they're a little more explosive, sometimes they're more contact and lurky as a team. I think that can really well balance out their entire game plan of being the brains. The brains of Trace.
You got to have
Hello.
variety. Variety is the spice of life, as my mother always said.
Oh, that's a nice little quote.
Well, I hate to tell you this, but it's actually Tony Sachery's, and it's a seasoning that you can get on Amazon.com. That is the spice of life.
You are the man, the host. You know everything.
I'm just a dude in a small little TV in a room next to 3 dudes that are also on another smaller TV somewhere around the world. Just think about the TVception that's going on around here.
I didn't take a break after that one. That's
Even that, I've even stuck the Bears. That's when I know the rabbit hole is too deep. We all need to get out immediately. Searson does have him posted up within the V halls. He's going to have the big scope trained on it. AWP in hand. It's going to be Bemis that's playing on top of the van. He's going to get a rude awakening should they come through that smoke, or at least just let it fade. It's going to set up quite the problem. Too many people close. They do have a player on catwalk that can kind of traverse and help, but as it stands, that B project is kind of dissipated. It looks like they've backed away, maybe changing their direction here for the side of Big. Utilizing a lot of utility in the connector.
Yeah, that said, FaZe don't really have utility left at all. They've got a single smoke and a single flash, and that's it on the entire team. And that kind of sucks. And just, we talked about it, like the B focus from Big is actually kind of insane. There's not many teams that spend like this many rounds focusing on B. We haven't really seen almost any action towards A at all so far. It's all been about the mid and B, and they all make their way forwards. And it seems like FaZe have anticipation. They've got 3 players ready to receive this push, and time's beginning to run low. And there we go. Utility will follow as Big move in. Xantares with the opening, but KYLLER from the van position. Maybe we'll get even a little cheeky jump, but he'll get taken down. And there we go.
That was a really good base head up in the B bomb site.
Yeah.
Who was, I think it was Bemis, who was the first contact and bait him right into KYLLER, who's kind of dancing around that Molotov at the van. And as soon as, I think Bemis died a little too early, but it didn't matter because KYLLER just cleaned up.
So I kind of want to do this real quick, if you guys don't mind, and you know, feel free to jump on it, whoever wants to grab it. This is kind of a conditioning here that we're seeing from Big right now. They're repeatedly hitting this B bomb site. They're repeatedly showing the presence over on B. Actually looks like a tech pause going to be coming in any second, but that's not the official ruling. I am not an official. Anyway, what I'm saying is let's talk a little bit about the conditioning of the B site and how that all works in the big picture, the mind games of CSGO.
Yeah, you want to answer that right now?
It's a good strategy for a lot of teams. If you just show the same kind of hand repeatedly, then it generally will draw out some kind of adaptation from the opposition if they can't deal with it. That being said, if FaZe can deal with it without making any kind of move that looked more similarly like a default setup, unless I'm mistaken, then it shouldn't actually affect how FaZe plays in the future. If Big were running over FaZe at this point, I think the conditioning would be very effective, but yeah, it's not working quite according to plan. I respect the game plan from Big though. Regardless, it shows that they probably have some feeling that the B side is weak for whatever reason against FaZe. I don't know how you can challenge KYLLER repeatedly and think that'll always work, but you know, there's a thought process behind it.
And another thing too is that in that previous round, we did see that the FaZe were actually just playing like 3 on A, 2 on B. Like it did look, as you were saying, like pretty much a standard reaction, and then they got the information where they needed to, and they were able to rotate that third player over to B when it was needed later on. So it seems like they are kind of circumventing that conditioning as you're suggesting, as insofar as how it's playing out in the match so far. But and here again, we just see a super basic setup again from FaZe, the usual stuff, 3A, 2B, not really putting too much into mid just yet. So far, it doesn't seem like the B conditioning is doing too much to hurt FaZe. But k1to is lurking this Palace position. This is one of the things that you wouldn't expect. That's a great maneuver.
That's hilarious to you, huh, Trace? That kills us funny.
It's pretty funny. I'm just thinking about it. It's like, man, y'all y'all hanging out over there on ARM. Y'all really gonna let me die to that guy in Palace, huh? All right, then. Yeah, got something for y'all ass. Anyway, Bemis, 1v3, and of course, all the way on the other side of the map, we're gonna see the bomb plant coming in for big in a round that is all but done. Bemis not even looking even in the general direction of A at this point.
Doesn't
Don't even
want
think it's
to.
on the cards.
Doesn't want to. He's tired of it. Always rotating to A. He probably has some kind of just traumatized from it.
Yeah, God, I'm so used to them being over here. I don't know what to do with my hands.
It'd be funny if Bemis were just toxic. Like, come on, Nico, dude, get it together. Jesus, man.
You got that big contract? Come on.
He's been playing really smart so far, I have to say. Like, I've been really enjoying the fact that he's thinking more about what his actual job is, as opposed to just thinking, I must get kills. And we're seeing a lot of, like, we've seen a lot of great defensive delay smokes where he's just buying time for himself and he's trying to calculate when he's trying to calculate when is the best moment to actually make the push from those positions. And so I'm liking that from him. As a younger player, you know, we tend to see them be happier to take fights a bit too early and not have patience or as much discipline, which usually comes with experience, ultimately. So it's been kind of fun to watch how he's been playing that B site.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, that's basically what. Yeah, that's basically what. That's essentially what we were all going for. Searson and Tapson know what they're doing as well as they find two early on in the round. Creates a deficit, man down advantage for FaZe Clan.
And it looks like
Clan
they're
is usually phased up.
Oof, that's actually quite a bit of damage. That's going to even the situation up. KYLLER could be quite deadly with this Deagle. We've seen so many highlights from him. Oh, just before. I mean, it's Santaris with that right eye swing. Looks like KYLLER has stood no chance against that. But BMAS, there's definitely an opportunity if he's able to get a frag on one of the healthy players with the element of surprise. Never mind.
Uh-oh.
Never mind.
See you later, guys.
Without the element of surprise, it's kind of done. And he knows that. He's going to go back to his little hole in B.
Just hanging around, having a good time.
Dude,
Same
how much?
weapon again. Padding the stats.
How much does it suck to be the guy that's like always having to like be that B dedicated player and like you just have to rotate into impossible situations you can't win.
Just ask KYLLER, get like 2-3 exit kills, you know, half the time, and it'll look good. You know, negotiation and contract. Look at my plus minus.
Well, then that's Eric Stromberg. Opinions do not directly reflect all of us.
I'm saying what you guys are thinking.
Himself.
I'm saying what you guys are thinking.
No.
That's exactly what I was thinking. BMAS's contract should be bigger than Cole. Just clear.
He has more frags, you know. It's true.
I don't see any arguing points after that.
Am I wrong? I'm just saying, am I wrong?
But are you right?
It's another debate that we don't have time to get into.
No, we don't. You're absolutely right. The Bears, 10 rounds deep. Now, we get to see this one in all its glory. Pretty close game, all things considered.
The moon is real. I did not disagree that the moon is not real.
Debatable.
All I'm saying
Debatable.
is,
It's not debatable.
have you ever been to the moon, Eric?
I have not. Well,
So,
not physically.
Not
yes, but mentally.
spiritually, I'm there once a year.
Searson takes down Beavis, and of course the UFO circling over Mirage now as they look down on the FaZe Clan, who they've elected to push the A site. Now again, this isn't a round that they've got a lot to show for in terms of monetary value. That's going to be a big kill for Nico. He's got a pretty much a heads-up indication. Hey guys, get over your feet, fast, run, sprint.
Oh no!
He's on Nico with 2 USB headshots. Can he go for 3? Not really, but damn, did he make it look convincing there for a second?
He sure did. That actually looked pretty nice. If he had any other gun, he probably gets that extra kill. And the bomb will go down, but it kind of sucks for Big that they've lost quite a bit of money here. Oh, Santaris, that's what he does. He's the headhunter, the executioner. And
okay, so in your
6-4.
guys' mind, we talked a little about like conditioning. Now, obviously, I kind of want to circle back to the idea of how long is enough time for a player on a lineup. I've heard, 3 months. I've heard 6 months. What do you guys think about that for a new player entering what would already be an established team?
Depends on how many games they play. Because if it's like a bunch of tournaments, then you have to take into effect, well, do they have time to rehash anything for the new player? Or you just got to stick them in Like, okay, you're taking over this guy's spot, do your best kind of ordeal, which never usually could be the strength of other people, you know?
Yeah. A lot of I think a lot of learning on the job experience goes on right there, especially when you find yourself playing a spot that you're not used to. So
I think
good luck to those guys.
I think 6 months is a good indicator. Like if
Yeah.
you see a lot of improvement, then you can keep going. But if it's 6 months and it's really stagnant, or really they haven't, or the team hasn't changed their game and they're not winning, then I think maybe it's ran its course.
So what you're saying is Sonny joined Ints and Alexi. Okay.
Oh,
Anyway,
yeah.
moving forward, we will.
We will be moving forward. It's okay.
Yeah. 3v3, 50
life.
seconds left. The bomb's rotating back to A, which is currently being cleared by Xantares. He doesn't have that. He doesn't really know what's up at CT. You can assume there's at least one CT around that position. But he has. They can work off those smokes to at least get a bomb plant. There goes the swing. That left eye swing still works out for Xantares, and that's problematic. Oh, he drops the flashbang as well to try to prevent any follow-up. And he's going to stay alive here. This is great work from Xantares. He's doing such great work here. It's just cold in the 1v3, and as he presses forward, he will find this difficult. And there's the trade in good time from Tabson, and that's 7-4. Big. They're really pulling away now.
KYLLER almost had a 1-on-3 situation. I mean, he headshot Tabson at the end. If he had an AK, that could have been 2 quick kills for KYLLER, and that would have been a little spicy round. But that's why you want to come from B, have those nice highlight reels of 1-on-X. Life is on the line. You have to win these rounds. If you win 1 in 10, that's great. Well, it's not great, but
Didn't KYLLER do that one time?
you know, he's done it a couple times. You know,
They
3,
kind of
4.
like put him in the game or something like that.
Yeah, you know, it's nice to have those.
Yeah. I want to go back to the point.
Hey, Dan. Oh, yeah, no, go ahead.
Dan's not here.
Yeah, Dan. Don't worry about it. Yeah. So,
And you guys fired him already? Jesus Christ.
yeah, he was just not working out for us. We think this trio is a little bit better. So I want to go back to the how long for a player thing briefly while Dan is gone and you can't ask him any more questions. And just so that I think 6 months is actually, maybe I'm being harsh, but I think that's a little too long for some teams, and the amount of investment and time. Half a year to just kind of see, like, is this player fitting for us? I think it's reasonable to actually judge performance after just a couple of months, because let's say you practice like a normal team 5 days a week, roughly 5 scrims a day, and that should be, you want to probably 20 scrims on a map before you really make any kind of assumptions about it. As Big go for this anti-eco, it looks like they'll clean this up pretty well. But so if you do that, it should take you about 120 scrims to recognize your strengths and weaknesses, and that takes about a month to get that many scrims in. So anything really longer than that, unless you're just traveling constantly with a new player and you don't get that time to lay it all down, really just a couple months is all it should really take to judge how the fit is. I think 20 scrims is like more than enough to really understand.
On one map.
Well, I think, too, it also
Yeah,
depends a
per
little bit
map,
on the
per map.
pedigree of the player, right?
Yeah.
If you think about what players come into the team and what he's shown in the past, can he adapt to a new lineup? There's a whole discussion to be had there. Meanwhile, Big stealing away the map thus far. They're going to get to hold on to their weapons. We're going to see some weapons on the side of FaZe Clan. So 8-4, Berlin International Gaming. They're doing it real big down here at Summit RMR.
So we see the AWP pulled up by FaZe Clan, I believe. Is that the first time they've had an AWP? It seems like I haven't seen an AWP from FaZe. Maybe one round they had an AWP, and it was gone.
I think they did when Xantares flanked
Yeah.
and he picked up the op to kill the others.
That's what I'm thinking about. That's the only round that I remember FaZe having an AWP, so maybe this will help them. But Keto is going to try to get some quick picks from the Palace. Does spot a person in the connector. Rain, though, taking out Xantares, who's been a big part of big success in this T side. And look at that. A little sunshine for Team FaZe Clan.
Yeah, Baroki taking a nice little initiative there towards connector to find that kill as the smoke was fading at the bottom of it. Usually you want to leave the connector by that point, but somehow reading it out that that Big wouldn't trade his position out. That's a risk, and he's been taking more of those, and he's actually been pretty smart about them. I have liked Brokey's mindset in a lot of this, but at the same time, Tizian taking a big liberty here at the B bomb site, taking all of that space away from FaZe. There is actually no one left from FaZe to contest this site. However, the double underpass flank is coming in just a moment here. Keto is aware of it, and he may have to just try to get that bomb. Actually, he just takes the fight right to Brokey. Thankfully for FaZe, though, Nico is there to trade it all out, leaving just Tizian, the initial player on this B site, to try to clutch it out, but with just 2 points of health left, does not look too likely. coldzera able to finish him off, and FaZe are able to pick up their 5th.
Yeah, and that's pretty crucial. I feel like Big were really starting to run away with things, and now we're in a spot where FaZe get at least a chance to actually recover here and actually finish with a decent scoreline. And this is a really solid T-half so far from Big as well. So it means that FaZe are going to have a lot of success when they move into that next half. So for their sake, they need to pick up another couple rounds. There has to fall by, obviously, for them. And Big looking to put a lot of pressure towards this A bomb site. They've got one quick lurk up in mid towards connector into Absent. We'll have to see exactly whether or not he's going to be able to find much here. There's 2 players close A ramp, so that could actually this effectively the CTs live and die by that A ramp setup. And it needs to deliver here, and it's going to be tough. They're going to start to fall back because of the nades that are coming in. This is looking very difficult for FaZe here. We'll have to see if they can hold on. The nades have fallen. But it's a fake. They're going to run back. They've actually pulled the rotation. And Tabson sneaking in towards the window in jungle. This is kind of crazy, actually. Tabson could really, really crush things for the rotation of FaZe.
Yeah, but because that vent wasn't popped, because that window wasn't popped, now that he's popped it, he's going to try to get over into the B site. Little did he know, coldzera was within earshot. Now is the time for the hit. Big plan. Trying to work their way into B, and so far the trades, well, they haven't necessarily gone their way. They're going to try to get the bomb planted, and they do just that. 2 on 3. Zonteres, nope, I take it all back. Searson with AWP, 1 on 2. Sets himself up for success, gets himself a shot as well. 1 on 1, looks to defend this planted bomb, but he's not going to be expecting a Brokey in the window. Little Brokey gets it done. 8 to 6, as numbers do elude me the further in the south I go.
Numbers aren't real. That's what Eric's always telling me in the break.
No, that's a lie, there. That is a lie.
But let's think about it, though, because numbers are man-made. So,
true.
come on, Eric.
You're right.
You got a little something there in your pocket.
I meant in the English language, yeah, they're real, but towards other space and aliens, it's not called numbers.
What do they call
I'm sure the word itself may not be numbers, but the concept of counting objects is surely persists.
That's a very closed-minded thing to say. Okay.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Having real epistemological issues right now at Summit.
Yeah. Well, tactical timeouts are perfect for a little bit of a, Mulder and Scully discussion. But I think if you look at it,
yes,
there are a lot of people that just assume that aliens would look like us, which I think is super arrogant. I think that's beyond arrogant to think that an alien life form is going to look like a human being.
Like, what if they're mist?
In any shape.
It could be a mist.
What if they are?
Yeah.
I mean, might not even be perceivable in the dimensions that we can perceive.
Like, what if they're already here?
We have no idea.
Controlling our government from behind, behind the scenes. And they're reptiles.
Oh, the reptile theory.
There it is. Of course, the reptile people now looking to take control of middle. It would seem that they're not alone. Nico plays up close in the smoke. Just had to make himself known. He can't find a kill out of all that. He had pretty good positioning. Ultimately, Keto and Nico. And the lizard people.
Jeez.
I'm more a fan of the crab people one.
Yeah, the crab people, huh?
Oh.
Taste like crab, talk like people.
There's a theory that we came from the sea.
Well, I think that one's got to be pretty true, right?
The crab people.
Crab people?
Not the crab people. Like we came from the sea.
It's a theory. It's no proof, but we have a strong understanding that it's very possible.
For a guy from Alabama, you seem like you're not really favoring the creationism theory.
Let me tell you a little thing or two about Alabama.
Oh, here we
We're not
go.
all the
Cousins
same.
is just a word.
Jesus Christ. Anyways. No. But B is just a bomb site, and it's one the big one to put their claws into. If we look at the last round of the half, Eric Stromboli now can't seem to wrap his head around what Searson just did to KYLLER, and neither can I. 1-on-3, 29 HP, and with little under 20 seconds left on the clock, Searson's got his work cut out for him. This would have to be a miraculous play, and with a shoulder peak, that is going to be that 8-7 at the half.
Yeah, and we'll be continuing this after a quick break.
Yeah.
And we're back.
Trace, are you back?
Hello?
Hello.
There you go. Welcome back,
Hello?
Trace.
Hello.
How you doing?
Welcome back to all of you. I appreciate you having me here.
I appreciate
Even if only
you.
in digital TV form. Actually, is that even digital? Is it like a...
It's analog.
It looks CRT.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's impressive they got you on a CRT.
It is. It's impressive they have a CRT.
Just-
Moreover, it's impressive the push here from Keto getting all this information in the all.
That's pretty impressive.
Prius also impressive with the observing. Shouts out to him.
Princess Peach outfit.
All right. Well,
Personally, the Princess Peach outfit for DJ was not the best.
Oh!
Wasn't the worst, but Searson coming alive in the nighttime. Big kills there for him. Keto grabbing a fourth just leaves KYLLER absolutely nowhere to go. Santeri's getting the last kill of the round. A pistol going the way of Big. You gotta love that one, DeBears.
I do love it. I love the off-angling over there by that jungle area. He's just hiding in a corner, let his teammates bait, let them be the point of contact, and he just scoops right up and gets the easy kills. I mean, those kills weren't that easy. Let's be real here, but
those were
You
tough.
just said it. You said they were easy.
yeah, you're right. They were easy kills because they weren't even looking at them or expecting it.
You heard it here. DeBears thinks he can do everything Searson does. It's all easy.
Everything is easy. Look at that. I can hold
Watch
that
out,
angle.
Searson.
I can hold this angle.
Stromboli.
Eric's one of those guys that just thinks if you put your mind to it, you can do anything.
I am one of those guys.
Literally everything. Absolutely.
Literally everything. It's possible. If I was
All right.
obsessed with wanting to slam dunk, I could probably slam dunk in like 5 years.
Yeah, it's easy once you train for 5 years. Yeah.
But I put my mind to
Eric,
it.
why don't you bend the spoon for me real quick with your mind?
I don't have that power yet.
It's easy though.
I didn't say it was easy. I said you could do it. I didn't say it
is
was
easy.
Oh yeah. don't see you do it.
Yeah, there is no spoon anyway, so.
That's true.
Nonetheless, Big Clan making it look smooth.
Mind
out
equal
here.
blown.
Yeah, so, hey, Dan, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, Dan, so I don't want to say this is kind of like some sort of weird dream I've had or something like that, but one time I heard you say something about a major and a team winning it. Could you, like, repeat that line just for the old time's sake?
Which?
Cloud9.
Oh, I see
Boston
what we're
Major.
doing here.
Yeah.
Actually, I already did a jab at FaZe earlier before you came on, right before you came on.
Not at FaZe, not at FaZe. I wanted to hear you recreate the line because I know you probably went back and watched it, right? Like that's a
The
pretty
problem is
significant
that my
moment in anybody's
memory's
career.
really bad, so I don't really
California will
remember
do
what
that
I
to you,
even
huh,
said.
Dan?
That is so very true.
It's the sun. A lot of
So true,
UV lights around here, you know? Goes right
Yeah,
straight
absolutely.
to the brain.
Can I comment on Bemis's
Anyway.
AK? Why were you putting iBuy-Power hollows on a Safari mesh?
Well, those
AK?
things are like $2,000 a piece or something.
Yeah,
so-
why on this AK?
Wait,
I don't know.
How about this? Why are people
It's
paying
tactical.
Why are people paying $2,000 for a sticker in game? That's the real problem.
That's true.
I see no problem.
That's a huge problem.
I see nothing wrong with it at all.
They get their
Well,
brains checked.
it's like the split is working. It is working. And in fact, everyone's seen their shots on the side of FaZe. This wasn't that complicated of a round as well. This is one of the simple ones. We're going to just trade up on the B split, put the relevant smokes down. Big didn't really have... They were just trying to receive the play, and they were unable to defend correctly. I do wonder if FaZe are going to be able to replicate Big's strength on the first half, because Big had a pretty solid T side, and it's not easy to do, especially if you're playing against a team as good as as how good Big are right now.
Like, I wonder how many people are malding in Twitch chat that we don't talk about the game every breath out of our mouth. Do you guys get that feedback a lot or no? Because it happens every summit, every single time.
But then they will comment how bad I'm at commentating once they hear it. So I don't know. Like,
Yeah,
who's
but
winning
then-
Makes
here?
you feel like you're in a catch-22.
Still winning.
Who's winning here? You guys would rather hear us a little banter than me play-by-play. I'm just telling you right now.
Rather hear another conspiracy.
Lizard people of Ghost. I would love to hear one more conspiracy. What else you got up your sleeve, Eric?
Let me think about that.
Maui,
for a
you got
second.
one?
Let me see
Yeah,
if I can
the
pull it
Earth
up.
is a living organism.
It's not a theory. It's a
Interesting.
fact.
It's a fact.
Mother Earth. Have
Prove
you
it.
heard of that?
It's been proven when scientists drilled deep into the Earth, it screamed at them.
Oh,
No, that's from a Sir Arthur Conan Doyle novel. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
is that philosophy?
Big
I
brain
actually
out
didn't know.
here.
I didn't actually know he
Galaxy
wrote
brain
anything
even.
other than Sherlock Holmes. That's pretty. I thought that's what he did.
Yeah. Or maybe not novel. Maybe some.
I didn't even know
essay
who that
or
was, to
something.
be honest.
Well, free content
wow.
for all the viewers out there. Nobody really can complain. Beggars can't be choosers. Tizian, though, choosing where he wants his fights, and he does just that at the top of middle.
Oh,
Now,
Oh,
he throws an
whoa.
AK back.
Whoa,
He looks like
what
he
are you
wants to
doing?
grab another gun.
What are you
And
doing?
prematurely, Cold Zero was there to respond. And that timing, well, it just couldn't have gone any worse there, I think. Cool idea, though, nonetheless.
That seems so. He must be such a nice guy. Like he's like thinking so much about. Man, you don't have an AK. I have this AK right now. I mean, do I need it? I just don't know. I'll be fine with a USP in this extremely forward position where I just killed 2 enemies. so I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah, it almost felt like also the FaZe player baited him to do it because that AK was deeper on the ramp, and then that FaZe player shot it up.
He
He shot
did.
it up, so he's like, oh, he's gonna try something with this. He's gonna try to run up and get it. Like it was baiting a pistol player to run up and try to just die. You know. Get
I
that
think
trade.
he's got to be the nicest guy in
Yeah,
Counter-Strike.
yeah,
I think
I-
he just
I
proved it
got
there.
that. Yeah.
That literally makes no logical sense. I feel
That's the conspiracy theory.
decision making.
Well, logical and sense, not something known to add up around here on the sofa. But of course.
Who did he drop it to? Maybe that guy peer pressured him.
He's
It's like, give me that AK.
Drop me that gun, man. Drop me the gun now. Anyway, check out the situation for FaZe. They don't exactly know. Check out the situation for FaZe, though. It's not a pretty one. Their armory isn't exactly the strongest it could possibly be. Of course, a save round will warrant that.
I'm sure they're speaking German too, not English, right?
For big.
Well, Zon Torres. I think that's like one of the
learning
learning
German.
curves of that team.
He was learning German.
Yeah,
I think
but-
it was a big thing.
Then
Yeah, I think they're
almost
speaking
surely.
German.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that
And
line has to be
that's
in
a big
German.
game.
That you said before, it has to be in German.
Alf gets Junga.
There we go.
Searson, holy smokes. Literally through the smoke, headshot on the Nico. And you do love to see that. He rings out from the A site. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan stomped. And stopped. And stomped.
Yeah. Big found a pretty good footing.
The FaZe lurk. Where are they at next?
Wow, whack-a-mole.
Oh.
Oh.
That was far
See
away.
ya.
Nice shot.
Even better. That's some one-upmanship right there.
Still not looking too good for FaZe, though, all things considered. They have to win these duels very quickly, given that there's only 25 seconds left. They've chosen their point of attack. It will be up connector. Big waiting to swing off of Catwalk to try to support these players on A. This should be just a good pinch from FaZe, all things considered, unless BMAS pulls off something out of maybe a Sir Arthur Conan Doyle novel. Dang, his name's a mouthful at times. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
He is the writer of Sherlock Holmes. For those of you who don't know, because that's probably the thing he's most
Sir
famous for.
Arthur.
Yeah, and then his theory about the Earth being an organism is his
Oh,
second.
oh,
most
I
no,
didn't
I'm just
know
kidding.
about-
I'm just
okay,
kidding. I
that's
don't
what
think
I
it
was
is.
gonna say.
I don't think it's his second most favorite. Or yeah.
But I can't believe, Maui, you kind of just you neglected to say his entire name, which is Sir Arthur Ignatius Conan Doyle, and I don't even know what the rest of that stuff is. That looks like some Brit stuff.
Does
going
he really?
on there.
Is
But
it really
anyway,
longer than that? I didn't actually know.
It's Ignatius is apparently his middle name.
Oh.
He's got two middle names. Anyway, point being, my name's complicated, but this guy's got me beat, and that's impressive.
Sounds a little stuck up, to be honest, with that name.
Maybe it wasn't his choice.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, he might not have created that for himself.
Maybe. I don't know.
No, but Tizian definitely created a problem for himself when he decided to push the B apps. He gets himself into a little bit of hot water, and Big are going to follow. Here comes the hit onto the B site for FaZe Clan Zantares. Left to dump utility and some rounds out of FAMAS, taking down Rain, and ultimately setting himself up for a fight with Colzera that he eventually does lose. That's Keto and Searson left alive in 2v4.
It's going to be safe. Unless FaZe 1 by 1 runs into Keto, and he gets just 4 headshot kills, like we saw in the previous series.
Speaking of keto, have you guys been gaining weight during COVID?
Well,
Actually, no.
I started gaining weight when
I've been
I
gaining.
started doing this.
I've been getting fat, but I've been actually losing weight because I'm losing muscle.
Yeah, that's depressing.
It's not the right way to lose weight. That's for sure. I'd rather gain weight with it being more muscle, less fat.
Depends how many pizzas I eat in a week. I got to hit that 2 or 3 threshold. You start to feel it in your hips.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Can't touch your toes. can't touch your toes anymore. You gotta be able to stretch out every day. It's a key thing when you get
I
this.
feel like it obstructs my vision too, huh? Or like when you get like that. It's unfortunate, but-
sometimes it just depends where you're looking.
If you're looking for the moon, you're still fine.
Yeah, looking up is great. Down, on the other hand,
Yeah,
I might
much to be
miss some info.
desired.
See, pro tip: Sir Arthur Ignatius Conan Doyle, Knight of the Order of St. John, Deputy Lieutenant. That's what that means. Thank you so much, BTS. I had no idea what that, like all the acronyms
What
at
a
the end were.
baller he was.
that is a crazy
What a name.
ass name.
Yeah.
Sir, please sign your name on the dotted line. Shit, the whole thing? For really?
I do actually recommend as well people read the Sherlock Holmes stories that he wrote, because there's a lot of short stories, because he would originally post them in newspapers.
Yeah.
Then would get compiled into books, and a lot of them are absolutely awesome to read. So even now it holds up pretty well.
What's your favorite?
Yeah, but Dan, why do we need to read his books when we have Eric with all the conspiracy theories?
Yeah.
We have all of the mysteries solved.
I need
in
a Twitter
Eric's brain.
thread. I need the DeBears conspiracy theory Twitter thread. Just keep it coming.
Don't do that, dude. The internet's forever.
I need to get paid for that.
Luckily,
kind of
no one
stuff,
will hear this.
This is information that's I gathered through decades. Okay, I can't just give it away for free.
Well, they're giving away this B bomb site to hit for free, that's for sure. Bemis and Rain are going to answer to an AWP
wow.
of Searson, and he's not done. Grab himself a third and a fourth, make it maybe 5, but no, Zontaris said no ace for you, sir.
That was
They will continue to truck along. 13-9, Big firmly in control.
it's a rough take in B. I don't even remember if they even tossed any smokes. Maybe they did and just waited too long.
I don't think the smokes were relevant to where
I mean,
the players were. I think
if there's a smoke right here, you can't do all this, right?
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
the only smoke was at market window, I think, from FaZe, and
It's just hard. It's
Yeah.
it's so hard to just contact B against professional teams
Oh,
that
yeah.
are just holding angles. It's like they see a pixel and you're dead. Like, okay, that's one down. Now we got to swing out. Oh, there's another crossfire. That's 2 people dead just trying to find information at that point. And it's hard. And then the snowball's not in your favor.
It's lit.
Snowball is not in FaZe's favor. It's a sunny day.
Speaking of snowballing, Eric, tell us some stories. Here we go. Seriously with the AWP. And this is just pretty much a standard round for the side of Big Clan. Nico, not much to show with the Glock in his hand, nowhere to go. Pretty much just formality at this point. So, Eric, bestow some wisdom and knowledge upon us.
Let's see. What's nowadays? What's controversial? I'm trying to think of something controversial here.
Okay.
Something. I'm gonna.
Exactly what
What's-
we needed, but sure, yeah.
Thanks, Trace.
Trying to peel my brain here. It's like an onion. You know, there's layers I got to get to, and
So,
the juicy
like-
part's really deep. You know.
Yeah,
Do you
but
know there's some
Shrek
people
is an
that,
onion,
that
you
actually
know?
like drill into their brain to alleviate pressure?
I've heard of that.
Like a lobotomy?
They just do it to themselves. I forget what it's called. That was like a weird, complicated name.
They're trying to unlock
Wait,
their third
Was
hemisphere.
this in the 1800s or
No,
nowadays?
this is now. There's very
Okay.
smart people that do this now. They believe that
No,
like
they're not.
as you get older, your brain enlarges and you get less space in your skull, which like decreases blood flow to certain regions of the brain. So you drill into it to relieve pressure. That's
Where did
the
they get
theory.
this idea that your brain gets bigger?
But
I don't know, man.
I know where that idea comes from. When you pop flash for a teammate, that's how your brain gets bigger.
Oh,
So
there
line
you
up
go.
out
That's
there,
true.
viewers. Okay, keep that in mind.
Well played.
Hiroki takes down Keto, and we do have our situation.
Okay, well, FaZe with the pause right now seems if Big will react, and it seems to be the case. Looking for info. Oh, Rain can't quite punish that. He'll punish Tizian though, but Tabson's there with the trade. But that still works out really well for FaZe, and now they're going to start to regroup and look to hit this B bomb site, and it's going to be difficult for Big to hold on. They've only got one player in position to defend for this. I think it's Searson, actually. Oh, no, it's Xantares. Okay, so maybe that's enough then. Xantares will take down the first player. They seem confused as to where Xantares is. 1v1s for days for him as he is managing to hold things down for a significant period of time. Out comes the pistol, but he's done enough. Tabson's in place now to try and finish the round for Big. And it looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. Dink on the cold zero. But Searson's got the ult.
Oh, that was close. He's ready.
Good stuff. 15-9. Big. They are looking strong.
Yeah, let's just really put some serious spin on this one, Maui. Let's look at it from this perspective. We've got Mirage here, and it looks like Big want to walk away with it. So we go into Nuke. What do you forecast happens over there?
That's usually a second phase ban for FaZe. I think their perma is Vertigo, and they have something like a 47% win rate on Nuke. It's their lowest win rate map of maps that they do play. So I don't think it's gonna bode too well for them. Big have I want to say 75% win rate or something on Nuke, if I'm not mistaken. So they should be more well drilled. This should probably be a clean 2-0 affair for them. Maybe FaZe Clan can put up some great individual effort, but maybe this game's not over just yet.
Nico, he's doing some serious damage with that Deagle. Okay, Keto. Well, Keto's down. Tabson's down. Oh dear.
Dan's down.
Xantares.
Tizian's not quite down.
Xantares is alive, so there's hope.
You're not down, Trace.
I'm down to Clown, which is exactly what just happened in this round. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
Oh, that nade
Big
might leave a
nades,
frown.
Tizian. Yeah, that might give them just enough room to run. They're going to go for this, it looks like. They want to get close to the problem, which is the bomb being planted on the A bomb site. Tizian gets a spray down with the M4 and an eco. That starts to create a little bit of an opening, but the time is really slipping away. Look at this nonsense. So a run boost. He's dropped the smoke on it, taps the bomb, backs away from it. Looks for him. Holy smokes, can you believe what you've just seen? That was a hero play. Doesn't come to fruition for Big, but damn, did it look cool, Eric.
It looked cool, and Tizian, I liked everything up to the point where they saw the bomb behind that bomb site box, and he decides to go to the left, exposing himself like to 2-3 different angles. Like right here. There's probably not a good reason to him to swing that wide until they figure out where the people are at. You know, it's a 2-on-2.
Yeah, the second player.
Yeah, so it's really should have maybe played a little safer because the bomb was in the same spot. They smoked off the bomb. If he taps the bomb after FaZe hearing that smoke, they have to peek. They have to peek.
Yeah, I think the angle that he swings with, though, is supposed to cover ramp from a wider angle and also be able to trade off a palace swing, too.
Yeah.
So it's strong in that sense. It's just unfortunate that there was a player in jungle, which actually logically shouldn't even be where the final T's are. Because it's Planet Triple.
Point. Yeah. Just a
Yeah,
FaZe
this
mistake.
could be the final round of the map here, actually. So we look at Akito, finds another with AWP. He's been instrumental in this round. To his name, that'll be the last one in this game, at least. 2v2, Nico on 12 HP.
Nico dead.
He's got nowhere to go. Nico's dead, actually. He's done for. Brokey. 1v2 to save the lifeline here of FaZe Clan. Now, he does have the bomb. He's going to escape into this beast site, and I think, I just have a hunch that Tizian might be onto something here as he just sprints, knife out through the B apartments. That bomb plant, that's surely going to signify the rotation big.
Brokey going through the apartments, and that's a headshot. He wants to reposition, perhaps, although maybe not. He does have a strong post-plant position to play the bomb timer, and Sursen's making all the noise there, so Brokey knows where he is, but his position's also known at this point. What is his move? Brokey's actually going to make his way forwards, and Sursen has the crosshair placement all ready to go, and that's going to be the frag around the map. In fact, Big taking a lead, and we will be moving into Nuke. 16-10, and I have to say, I think the whole game they looked just a step ahead.
Yeah, for the most part, and it's really entertaining to watch Big play a team like FaZe Clan, because you know FaZe Clan is shooting back. You know that they can't just walk over them. But players like Sursen, Xantares at certain times, the way that they're able to multi-frag off of pretty much raw gunplay is so impressive. They're at a level right now with Big where tactically they are a step ahead of FaZe, it looked like. And in terms of firepower as well, they have a few individuals. I don't even think Tabson had to step up in a huge way this game.
Well, he was bottom like a lot of the match in terms of just score-wise.
Yeah, and yet they can still hold their own, individually speaking.
Yeah. It looked really good. Yeah. Big looked really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll hang up as well after a quick break.
will not have a Bean Boozle.
Prius is peer pressuring us.
I know, peer pressure me over here. Hey, it'd be good, man. It'll taste great. No.
Wait, DJ Cunts. Prius.
He's
That's his name.
It is. I don't know.
Kuntz.
I think he walked away. He's maybe at his observer PC over there getting an Uncrustable. I don't know
He might be able to hear you,
Yeah,
but
he-
he can't defend himself against you right now.
I just want to say the Uncrustable thing was spot on. I was going to suggest or kind of guess the same thing. The dude's got an affinity for the Uncrustables, and rightfully so. They're pretty damn good.
He
But
should
either
get
way,
a
everybody,
he should get a
welcome back
personal
to Summit.
sponsorship.
Yeah.
I would like a personal sponsorship by Uncrustables.
I actually recently
Hello?
got into them
Uncrustables,
and then
Uncrustables.
realized how dangerous it is, and then I was like, okay,
They're
I've
delicious.
consumed 2 boxes of these, and now I will have to come off the Uncrustable diet. It's like that GoMad diet. Do you guys familiar with that one?
Yes. Yeah.
Gallon of milk.
Yeah.
A day.
The gonad diet.
GoMad.
Gonads. Yes.
That can't be
Yes.
real.
Dan
That can't
has
be
been-
real,
It's
really.
real, dude. It's
Who
real.
would drink a gallon of milk a day?
Bodybuilders.
Exactly.
Yeah. Weightlifters.
Why not eat like beans or
Dudes
something? or
that want to
peanuts?
grow taller than their genetics probably should let
I
them.
bet you they have such messed up, like just gut bacteria and all that
Just
shit. Like
Everything just messed up.
a
Well-
gallon of milk. I can't. Do it.
It's tough. Usually it's like one of those eating challenges that you can just do at home. Just like the first time you ever try to have I think it's a gallon of milk in 2 hours. Like no one's supposed to be able to do that.
You can't. I don't think you physically can. You,
Of whole milk, by the way.
your body just
Oh.
rejects it.
But
Your
what
body
about
just rejects
chocolate
it.
milk, guys?
Oh yeah,
I
that's
don't
so
know-
much easier.
I don't know if
Chocolate
that's been
milk's so
done,
legit.
but you know.
I like
yeah.
strawberry milk personally.
Strawberry.
I really like strawberry milk.
I like chocolate almond milk.
You know,
That stuff. Yeah,
They have
it's very
banana
low
milk, too.
calories.
That's pretty legit.
They have what?
How do you
What
how do
race?
you
Banana
how do you milk a
Banana
banana?
milk. Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. Yeah. Banana ain't got titties.
All right then, welcome back everybody. The RMR truly underway here as we dive into what is FaZe versus Big here in this best of 3. Now we look at this game. We thought, okay, there might have been a fighting chance here, but little did you know, Litty Titty is the word of the day.
It's a great word.
Where the boobies on the oats? How the oats got milk?
There you go.
I feel you. I felt that when you made that noise right there. I felt that in my soul. And honestly, I too want to run as far away from this as possible. Let's talk about what to expect going forward in this series. Obviously, with Mirage done, we see Big. We see that they're here to play today, and moreover, Searson showing up at the AWP in a multitude of ways.
Flickety flick.
Yeah. We'll be headed to Nuke after this, though. Good showing from Big, all things considered. FaZe made it competitive at times, and Big with an interesting first half game plan. I think that's one of the key parts of this game that probably stood out to me in just the fact that Big, as Trace was mentioning, we're conditioning them a lot to expect B hit after B hit, and it's kind of what Big kept throwing at them for a while, but then they switched it up at the end of that first half and started to run away with it at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like both teams were kind of playing. I mean, I felt like Big did walk into the game with a more of a fleshed out idea as to how they wanted to play things out. But I think what carried them over the edge was actually the individual level, which actually surprised me because I was like, oh, their game plan's actually not really working that well per se, but it kind of evened out. With how FaZe were responding, but then it's just the clutches, and so that's the thing, right? Because I felt like you want to look at FaZe and be like, well, like you look at Fnatic, you always feel like, oh, one of the edges they're going to have is the clutch power, but we actually saw Big, legitimately across pretty much all the players having really good moments in the clutch decision making spots. So yeah, that actually makes me feel heavily that Big are massively favored, and the betting odds don't
1.6.
reflect that much.
Yeah, not that much.
Favored, but
honestly, sorry, I know there's a little bit of a distance between us, and I'm only right here, guys. But I just want to say, I feel like we see this more often than not when you look at, say, the betting odds, for example, or you look at like maybe even a Twitch poll. They're always going to have some sort of lineage tied to the name, or they're going to tie themselves to a name brand there. So I don't think you can necessarily go off those all the time, because it would be like people that support the Yankees throughout the late 2000s, you know?
That's true.
Yeah, that's a great reference that I'm sure everyone is
Everybody.
really on top of.
Right off the top. But nonetheless, FaZe Clan are still in this. They still have a chance at this best of 3. Again, a best of 3 here for the EU group of D, round of 1. And guys, I really like to think that there's going to be a much stronger fight on Nuke. I really like to think that these youngsters are doing their part. But what about the old guys of FaZe Clan?
I don't think FaZe has shown too much promise on Nuke lately that can have me believing in their capabilities here. This is a map that KYLLER didn't even play for years of his career as well.
I just made myself black and white. I felt like this was kind of cool. So.
It's a sterner look, yeah. But then this hat on top just kind of kills the vibe a little bit. But,
yeah, it really does throw off the coloration of what's on the monitor. But yeah, so Nuke. What do we know about Nuke other than they don't have 2 vents still, Eric?
Well, it's a big timing map. You have to be able to know your outside smokes and be able to work outside or ramp when you can to open up the map for the most part, because if teams are having pretty good rotations on their CT, it's very hard to make them miss if they're looking at the choke point where you'd be coming through, because there's a lot of small little choke points on this map. So I want to see a lot of lurking, a lot of baiting rotation, fakes, pump fakes. Let's go.
double fakes.
Double fakes.
All right, well, we are into the pistol, big on that T side. Single flashbang remaining on Tizian, and Kito's going to make his way down secret, be the first man in. He had a great game on Mirage, and that's really promising to see from Mr. Kito. And we'll have Tabson there with him as well. So they have yet to see any resistance, and FaZe might be able to deduce what's going on, especially with the sound of the vent, and now they're running, but they are a little bit late to a rotation here. So this is could be kind of tough, but the fact that there's no smoke to block off one of the choke points towards ramp, that might help FaZe out a lot.
Yeah, they'll have an opportunity right here. BMAS looking down back silo, but it'll be Nico to strike first. Pushed on forward is Xantarez, though, and he's able to take down one of the players towards that U-Haul. And now Big are in a 4v3 advantage. FaZe very late on the rotation here. Have little to work with as well. There should be a kit on one of the players' bodies here, and so they'll be able to recover that. So that alleviates some of the pressure regarding time here, but still the positions are so strong for the Big side, and with this bomb ticking down, it gets harder every single second. The pressure is still on. Rain's able to find a kill on Keto, and now Surson, playing from Decon, does get taken down as well. It's just Xantarez left here. The bomb has been tapped. He has to open this door. He's holding them. Oh, he actually gets the diffuser, and that should be it for the round. Big steal one off the back of some crisp shots from Xantarez. Can expect nothing less from this player.
Absolutely clutch from Xantarez. Oh my, that's going to be so disappointing for FaZe. And especially being on that CT side, man, just starting off with a bad economy sucks. However, they are going to go for the force buy, and I mean, it's FaZe Clan. You know, their force buys are always going to be quite scary. We'll see what protocols and strategies Big have to deal with the force buy rounds. They're definitely a team that has a lot of a very well fleshed out playbook for all scenarios. And we'll see what the options look like. So, oh, okay.
Got stuck in the door.
Oh yeah, that's really awkward.
Stubbed his toe.
Door stuck.
And that's gotta hurt. A little headshot on the Brocky. Long range MP9. Doesn't seem fair. And MP9, or not MP9, Mac 10. My brain's lacking to work right now.
Well, Eric, you're not the only one, as I've just knocked over this entire microphone contraption of mine, so please do bear with me for just 1 second.
Don't worry.
Pause. Yeah.
All right, here. KYLLER is trying to find some info. I'm pretty sure FaZe has a pretty good idea that they're around the ladder area. But it's up to KYLLER 1 on 4. Deagle. We've seen it once. Can we see it again?
Door stuck.
No. No, we don't.
Cold has had that same Deagle for 5 years now. That same Deagle blaze with the Doom sticker on it.
Well,
a lot of highlights with that one.
Yeah, why change it?
If it works, why?
I think he added the sticker at some point, but the Deagle itself has been around.
Yeah, all right. Great.
Yeah, the Deagle Blaze got so popular after that Happy ace
Yeah.
on Inferno from like 2015, whenever it was.
Yeah, that was that's a classic. That's an all-time play.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Big just has really good choke points and cross fires where you saw right there at the ramp, FaZe was looking at one person towards radio, and then you had good old Saracen just offingly. Why not? Good free kills. Don't look at me. Look at my teammate.
Question, Dan, for
Yeah.
that happy play, for example, that was Semler casting it.
Yeah.
And I don't want to try to have too much bias. Like, you can't say Bardoff or you're casting for highlight plays. What are some of your favorite, maybe, casted moments?
Cloud9, I've done it! Somebody had to do it.
Yeah, I think to be honest, it's probably always the top one's always going to be the Cold Zero one at MLG Columbus, and it's just like so many reasons. I think it's partly because we're doing like it's like a cool moment because we had been doing like a lot of tri-casting with Threat in the Faceit seasons, and we actually managed to pull him on for that broadcast, and he was actually sitting next to me and James during that. Also, we were in the middle of the audience with the casting setup. It was like and it was the first North American major, so and the audience was extremely hyped. The desk was really, really awesome. Like, it was just like everything about that event was super sick. So, and then that moment, that storyline, and just the importance and gravity of that round,
Yeah.
and how that changed the complexion completely of that
That series.
of that series was, and at the stage of the tournament. I think just all of those things were just, everything was amazing. So
That event
has to do it.
was pretty incredible experience.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. Columbus was truly one of a kind, and
Yeah.
people will always tell you like, "Oh, this event, that event," and Columbus will be one it's gonna withstand the test of time, no
Yeah.
doubt in my mind.
And it's crazy because Boston was so sick as well. So it's crazy
like
that
the
Boston
storyline
second
of
that.
Boston is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Like, how you get to that end of the whole story is just crazy.
Yeah.
But anyway, the story is starting to come to an end here for FaZe Clan once again, isn't it, Dan?
Yes. Yeah, they're on the struggle bus right now. They're on the struggle bus, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can find a recovery here. Big are doing quite a good job at just adjusting their pacing, and FaZe going to lose one more player. Brokey's down now as well, and ooh, Nico. Maybe there's some life in FaZe in this round after all, but Tizian's creeping around, still just looking to find a timing on someone as he looks to pressure Decon. And if he waits for his teammates, he can create a distraction by opening that door. He can try to play it silent. There's lots of different ways he can play this position. But right now, Big are looking to swing on through to that lower bomb site. It's another great pick. Man, Big are just getting all the picks along the way.
Oh, that's so
wow.
smart from Tizian. People have been throwing that spam out for a while now, and what a better time to use it than that.
Yeah, he's right there in the spam spot. That's what you want to happen. And Big is just tearing apart FaZe right now, and it all started with the pick on Rain. I think they tossed a Molotov on top of the hut, and I don't know what they spammed exactly, but it's pretty apparent that that sucks. It's pretty apparent that Molotov and spam is designed specifically for what Rain was doing that round. But we didn't see it on the screen, but I just saw the Molotov up top, and then he died in a wall. So I'm assuming he was outside the hut. You know, if you get modded on the hut, you might hop down.
Yeah, and they just pre-fired it.
Pre-fired, yeah. It was
Stuff.
nice.
Yeah, Big showing a nice level of prep here already, up 4-0. Looking to extend that lead to a 5-0 start. And they should be able to do it here. Not too much to work with on the side of FaZe. Oh, that's a good nade, though.
Just need two more.
So Trace, what's your favorite moment out of all of the kind of broadcasts you've done over the years? What's your favorite sort of moment, setting, scenario thing that happens you were a part of?
There was that weird time where that guy ran in front of me in Cologne. That was pretty strange. Also, there's that whole like Black Monster thing Duncan did when we were at the Epicenter. That one seems to keep surfacing for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why PewDiePie had to watch it twice, but I guess why not? Anyway, Nico, watching out for Zonterra's head. You know, honestly, Dan, if I think about the most memorable moment, or rather wish I didn't have a memory of, it'd have to be that first Face It land where the fire alarms just kept going off inside of the venue.
Yeah.
Oh my God. It was in Italy. It was in Milan.
Oh no, yeah, it was Milan Games Week, and there was a missing child or something, and they were playing this like fire alarm that you couldn't hear anything unless you covered your ears. Like it actually felt like your eardrums were gonna burst. It was really crazy.
Oh.
Once upon a time, though, Dan, we were young, and now Tizian, he's going to have to show his youth right here.
Oh.
Tizian finds himself with a lineup inside of the site, and what would have been the round. They're going to get this defuse now for FaZe Clan. All in all, it works out at the end of the day.
That was one of those hard-to-lose rounds from Big.
Yeah.
That was...
This was an eco.
Yeah, that was just a half buy pretty much for FaZe, yeah.
And Nico ends up getting an AK, and he had 3 kills. So don't give Nico an AK. That's the general rule of thumb.
Yep, that is the story.
You never want to give him that gun when you're on the other team. Just
Yeah. You don't want to give him anything. You can't give Nico anything because he's one of those players. Well, I mean, he was considered one of the best players in the world for many years now. And so he's, I mean...
Does he make your top 5?
I mean, you know, he's like 4.5, you know.
4.5.
And what's Tapson?
4.5 out of 5. It's not bad.
Tapson's a hard 5.
Hard 5.
Maybe. You know,
Wait, are we doing a top 5 or just like are we doing rating with?
It sounds like you're judging him on his looks there. He's a hard 5.
you know, he's sometimes a little streaky. That's the thing with Tapson is sometimes a little too streaky. But when he's on,
He's a hard 5.
He's
When he's on, hard 5.
That's a new team name there for you, Eric.
Hard
5. Not United 5. We're not United any longer. We're just hard AF. Anyway, Nico backs himself out of what could have been a disaster there outside, and we're still going to have 10 players alive in the server. 15 HP on Nico, though, as he retreats, and this is secret conceded. Big Clan have found some room to run down here in the lower site.
Brokey looking to see what he can find outside. Very passive position, but it's a smart way to play it. Especially, you know, you want to be playing a lot of the time on the CT side to have better rotations or the best rotations, as opposed to trying to find picks necessarily too aggressively early rounds. You can,
but look at the timer, Dan. Like, just look at it. You got 30 seconds, and the bomb hasn't even found its way, or really we haven't seen a decisive look from the side of Big as to where they want to go. Brokey repositions himself to the AWP. He's going to find the shot that is ultimately going to spell doom for Big Clan. They're going to try to salvage this bomb, and they might just do it if Tabson can get out, and he does on 36, but there's simply no time. He'd have to book it, and it doesn't even matter what pair of tennis shoes he's wearing. He's not going to be fast enough. Bemis thwarting all efforts here to get this bomb planted, so this is going to be a round for FaZe Clan.
oh man, so that's 2 rounds in a row where you feel like Big sort of sealed their own fate to a certain extent. So that's pretty rough to be on the receiving end of that.
It's timeout. You should call a timeout right there. Because as you said,
that's true.
1 round they should have won. It was Nico. And in the second round, they're kind of just sitting around literally until 30 seconds left before even making a move.
I think they called it. I think they called the timeout.
There we go. See, they're tuning into the stream. They know what we're saying.
Coach.
That's why we need the lifeline.
Well,
Call us up.
hold on
Call
now,
us
Eric.
up.
That's an interesting idea. I actually kind of like that. I don't know how that would go. Like, okay, so let's just say, like, Yanko, he needs to, you know, he wants to give us a call. Hey, man, what are you guys seeing on the desk over there? We just basically, so aliens and flat Earth and shit.
The moon landing.
The moon, the lunar landings.
The moon is landing.
You have to wash your hands 2 times a day.
Or more.
Is that a conspiracy all of a
What?
sudden?
What?
Just washing your hands?
No, you have to do it. It's no conspiracy.
But no more than 2 times.
I never
and
said
no less
no
than
more.
2 times.
No, I never said more or less. I should say at least 2 times.
Okay.
So it's
I
less
think that's
You did
fair.
say,
Yeah.
I think that's a fair
well.
amount. More than 2.
There we go.
let us know how much, or excuse me, how often do you wash your hands? Now, that's going to be a way for Twitch chat to spam their favorite numbers, I think.
Press 1 in chat if you think you should only wash your hand once a day.
And press 2
Anyone
if
that
you
types 1
take
should
medical advice from any of us.
Yeah.
Disclaimer. We're not medical profession.
I think that was fairly obvious. I don't think that requires.
Listen, there's a lot of obvious stuff in
weirdly
this
enough-
world, like space. But you know what? I'm not telling people how to live their lives.
Can DJ hear us right now? I imagine he's over there observing, right? So
I'm looking at the chat. There's a lot of just random numbers coming out.
yeah, a lot of 69s, a lot of 420s. Just
420, 69,
really.
Oh,
Anyway,
was that the spam?
he dropped dropped into it. That's actually so unlucky. It wasn't even a Molotov or anything to move Rain. It was just, I'm just gonna drop into that position and get spammed. Very unfortunate. Oh, look at that. Sonika's dropping that molly because he's anticipating the timing of the close smoke getting thrown, I think.
But they lied. Big lie to him.
But yes, the smokes will get tossed at the same time, and so that play's been thwarted. And Kito's actually playing in front of the smokes here, so if there was a CT trying to push into the smoke or play around it, he can punish it. And Lurk, Rain, this is a great info play, and he sees the barrel of the gun here. Beautiful stuff. FaZe are reacting very well to what Big is doing right now, and they are reaping the rewards, although they're in squeaky. Okay, the smoke comes down, so the T's cannot make their way through main to punish that. Instead, they reroute their efforts towards the lockers, and the trays continue. There's 30 seconds to go now. There's only 2 left here for Big, but again, they're running around the map here, haphazardly falling into these traps that have been laid across the map by FaZe. And there's only, I mean, now it's over. There's no way for Searson to do anything. He's going to have to fall back and save this one. And yeah, Big, again, it feels like they kind of sealed their own fate there. And FaZe, to their credit, played it super well on top of that.
Yeah, this one felt like one of the first rounds where FaZe, it was a little bit one-dimensional, the entire hit from Big, but at the same time, FaZe actually coming up with a good response, whereas the other rounds just felt a little bit more questionable for what is Big actually doing in them.
Yeah.
And more so mistakes. It's unfortunate that the time FaZe finally shapes up is off of the back of those 2 other victories, because Big's money now is looking rather grim.
Yeah,
absolutely, yeah.
And what FaZe did that round was pretty good in terms of what to do if a team takes outside. Sometimes it's a pretty good move to take lobby or squeaky door, so it allows some room for your upper people to not having to look, heaven and mini and whatnot. So you take over lobby. You try to get some kills or not, and you know that, hey, they're all outside instead of maybe, or if it's a fake or something, you get that info early, and it allowed FaZe to rotate in certain spots where they didn't have to worry about upper too much, you know what I'm saying? So it's a good protocol.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? It's a good protocol to push lobby if there's heavy outside.
Yeah.
Yo, it's J to the ROC, you know what I'm saying? Sorry, Trailer Park Boys fans out there. J-Rock.
I know.
Anyways,
J-Rock.
You remind me a little bit of J-Rock. I'm not going to
Do
go
I?
into
Yeah.
example.
I don't know if I have the hair for it.
Rain. Raindrop, drop top. Who will flip-flop out into this bomb site through the squeaky door that looks like Big Clan want to find their way through here? Not Amigo in sight, but a smoke is. And that's going to obstruct the vision, at least, if they already even opened the door, if they already even tried to make an effort towards this upper site, even towards the vent. That smoke is going to stop them.
Ooh, don't stop. Did the music stops?
This is good positioning from FaZe here to defend this hit. Nade from Rain should do a bit of damage.
He didn't do any damage.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't do more.
Yeah.
But Rain has a lot of work still here at the top of hut. That nade doesn't help him too much, but he is able to take down one. Keto as well, and his teammate coldzera and Brokey chime in with kills of their own, which just leaves Tabson. Finds one and only one. Brokey quick to take his life.
Pretty decent though to get 2 kills out of the save. So
67 again. Are you sure this is random?
Any
Do it again. Do it again. Let's see if it hits it again.
Run the meter again.
Run it back.
Wait a minute. This is the 100. This is the high one. I want the medium. I want the medium one again.
I think it should be 75% just for this task in particular.
It is random. There we go. Oh. What about 3/4? Let's do 3/4. Is it still 60?
That's pretty
where
good.
Are you, okay, can you guys give me like a catch up here? Where are these numbers coming from?
You don't worry about that, Trace. You just sit there, look pretty,
okay.
okay? Just sit there, enjoy the show.
I can do that.
Call. Let us worry about the numbers and
Smile and wave, Trace.
space
Smile
and
and
all that
wave.
stuff. You know, we can't see you. Only us can. So
Yeah, I know. I can see the game. I can see the stream. I know that no one can see me, but that's fine. NA casters not mauling after the results of that poll. I can assure you that everything is in order. 4-4. Now FaZe Clan looking to put a fight on the board after losing Mirage. Second map of the series being nuked where we find ourselves now. Dust 2 should we need it. So far, so good. Weapons firmly in the hands of everyone along the server.
All right. Once again, Big going for some control outside. There's some mollies to mess with the smokes, and it's not going to do too much in that sense. I don't think there's...
Is there a gap?
I don't know that there's really much of a gap here.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't really do much about that one.
They found the lob to where the Molotov doesn't affect the smoke now?
They threw that their own Molotov to get that close smoke where it was, or else it would have bounced more. It was by design. By Big's design.
Oh, I thought it was...
Yeah, that was another molly, but I guess that was...
The other molly was the back red molly.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Try to stop them from crossing.
So clear out the red box molly kind of thing.
Oh, well, Big have made their way down Secrets, so it looks like they're very committed here. Oh, Nico's not the guy you want to be playing against on the stairs where he has that headshot position. He'll rotate pretty damn quickly, actually. Likely able to delay even further with that reposition. I really like that from Nico. Not taking the fight. He's giving his teammates more time to work with. There's some flashes into the upper side to just create more confusion. They're trying to fake or like delay the CT's rotation by really suggesting that it's actually going to be an upper push. But here we go, Nico with that AK-47 is absolutely ravaging this push so far, holding it down. No challenge whatsoever for Mr. Nico, and it looks like Big once again have sort of run out of gas.
Yeah, it's hard to fake in the upper bomb site with 20 seconds left if you don't get any kills, or if the CTs don't spot anyone. You know what I'm saying? Because you saw Xantara's trying to, FB and mini, maybe to slow down rotations, maybe to bait a rotation, but it's 20 seconds left in the round. It's not going to fool anybody. So
yeah.
Nope.
I can kind of get with that if what they're doing is, they actually rotated out of, like they were actually going to go through main or had more players in lobby or something, or had a way to go up the vents and switch the site or something like that. But yeah, it seemed a little bit ambitious.
You got to do that just in the round where you hand the opponents a thought that something might happen. They could fall back, they could rotate.
So this time I think it's just a one down Secret.
Oh.
And the rest going through ramp, and so definitely mixing things up here. 1-for-1 ensues. And Big, do they want to keep the pace on here? They can't. They have a lot of time to work with. Nico on the other end of this. Oh, that could be huge. It's decent.
And CSGO grenades, of course! Nico landing a headshot with ZK. That goes a long way in the defense of this bomb. 3 players alive for Big, and Nico's run has come to an end. Smokes can go down there towards the decon door, and so is the bomb. Now with plenty of time on the clock. You can tell Big went back to the drawing board a little bit and said, all right, guys, we're taking way too much damn time to get into the bomb site to make our minds up. Where do you want to eat? Or I'll pull this caller over right now.
I want pizza.
Retake of the site. Brokey and Rain versus Onteras and Keto. Now, with the bomb planted, it's starting to tick away ever so much faster. Rain has found an avenue of approach there from the side of ramp. Drops a flash, and what was an excellent play. Brokey with a deagle. Does what he has to do, and it's Keto left to defend the planted bomb. Can't seem to do it. Rain sniffs him out, and that's going to be another round for the FaZe Clan. 6-4.
That was such a nice flash to enable the decon player.
Yeah, and I don't think that it even really completely blinded him, but it was still just enough to, like,
make him
attention,
turn,
right?
Made him turn at least.
Yeah.
Flinch.
Yeah.
Flinched him.
Messes up his crosshair placement a little bit. That's all it takes sometimes.
It's unfortunate for Keto
Open the
to
door.
not look at the person that was at ramp first, and then the diffuser. Usually in those situations, yeah, you want to kill the diffuser, but you just tap the bomb. You know where he's at.
Yeah.
The other guy you need to be worried about first. I mean, hindsight's 20/20, so
Of course.
cardinal rule.
Or as Yanko likes to say, everyone's a general after the war.
Oh,
Monday night quarterbacks.
Wow.
is that what it's from?
What?
What?
Like
Monday night quarterbacks.
or Monday. What is it? Monday quarterbacks or what's the phrase?
Monday night quarterback.
No, what is it? What's the phrase?
What are you guys talking about?
Monday. It's like the phrase where you're basically criticizing the QB and everything, the day after? I forgot.
Oh, backseat drivers.
Well, I mean, that's the same in the same vein. Yes.
Same concept. Yeah. Well, Big, I guess in that notion decided, hey, you know what? We'll just plant. How about that?
Let's rush up and
Told
plant.
Zera from the lobby. They did get the bomb plant, and they do have 2 AKs here. Try to defend it. Keto peeks off in the lobby. He's going to get chipped away and eventually taken down by Coldzera, who's traded out. Zontera is on the case. 1-on-3. They've tapped the bomb. This is going to be a full defuse in another round for FaZe Clan. This one is the Dunzo. Finito, 7 on the board to Big's 4.
I guess one of the questions in this matchup as well is how good would we expect FaZe's T side to be, because that's really where things can get very tricky. So I feel like if Big are getting 5 or 6 rounds, that might be more than enough. Assuming that FaZe are going to have struggle on the T side.
Yeah, I think that can be assumed.
Armchair quarterback.
It's a Monday morning quarterback. I just looked it up actually.
Oh, knowledge.
But
Somebody had to look. That was killing me, man.
it's just
Anyway.
I just said Monday night. I misspoke. Monday night.
Somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
Oh, fast play though from
There we
Xantarez, able to find a single entry, but it's quickly traded with a couple frags from the FaZe side. But it's just Coldzera now here on this site alone. Can he find a way to defend it? BMass will assist him from heaven, and he might be able to find a kill as he's up here as well. He swings out wide, but Tabson's there to greet him, and it's just Coldzera at the opposite vent. They know that he was here earlier, that this is his general position on top of that. So Big will hightail it towards ramp, and it looks like Big have a great opportunity to find a 5th, but Coldzera is making a case for himself in this round here, taking down Tizian, audibly dropping through the vent, and now he'll make his way at the control side. Pulls out a flash, tries to clear out the angle here. Big have a great crossfire between the two at ramp and on the site itself now. And Coldzera with his other util will try to flash out the window. Still trying to make his way on the bomb site, has to ascertain where these players are, and Surson will take him down. Good response there from Big in not challenging the beast.
Nice.
Oh, Coldzera, bye-bye!
The man, the myth, the beast.
Yeah, Dan, can we just start crowbarring like everybody's one-liners in there, or what?
Are you
Make a
kidding
game
me?
out of it. Godlike.
Wait, who's that one?
Wait, Quake sounds. Okay.
No.
Monster
No,
kill.
no, Ender says godlike sometimes.
Oh.
We can
That's
definitely
Unreal
do that.
Tournament.
Monster kill.
Holy
God damn it.
shit.
What's
There we go.
going on here?
That's a quick
What's
one.
going on?
Well, I'll tell you what's not happening so far. Control of the ramp for him. They're going to pressure it, though. Tizian with a kill in the rain. That's going to help the war effort. But will it help them win the battle? Keto and Tapson have already started to make headway towards this ramp area. And with one side smoked off, rather, they have sort of funneled what is Big Clan's hit.
Ooh.
You're going to force them to go through the left side rather than through the smoke, which is certain death. Things start to slow down a little bit here. Lobby back on the cards for Big. They've realized that, hey, you know what? Last time we went down there, there's this guy Nico, and he's kind of like everywhere. So perhaps we'll go and try something different. It looks like upper is the game plan.
Wow, that sounds like what they would say. That's pretty good.
Yeah, man, that's what they say.
Oh, that's spam.
Oh, that's spam.
Oh.
The blood on the wall
Yep.
gives it away.
Tapson taking down Coldzera, and the bomb will be planted. Big. Well, show up in a big way. They show a lot of presence on ramp. They look like they want to commit to it. One smoke, and then they just back off. They give it up, and they fall back and take upper with relative ease.
So I think one nice adjustment, I guess the round's over, they're saving, but one nice adjustment that Big is doing is, instead of waiting so long to take the first choke point, they're starting to take the first choke point a little faster, because FaZe seems to be rotating passively in a lot of their setups. And so, obviously, waiting so long to take a point, FaZe aren't biting on these slow fakes or these slow takes.
Yeah, and at this point again, we were talking about sort of, where do we expect FaZe to be out on the T side. I say we were talking about it. I pretty much just made a statement by myself about it. But regardless, Big are
inclusive
definitely
dialogue.
definitely doing a good job in picking up those rounds on the T side. And things are starting to, I think, look a little bit scary for FaZe. I really feel like they need to get the rest of the remaining rounds. Brokey has the AWP, the Asimov AWP. Oh, Nico. It's a trade though, but that's a rifle down. That's actually pretty good for the team that has a weapon disadvantage. Get those early kills. Oh, goal, Zero. That was so promising, but he gets absolutely nothing from it. So there you go.
It's tragic. BMS playing right around the smoke though. Should be able to find something. Does take down Tapson, who ran through that smoke without much of a flash or a trade potential. And now BMAS is able to back off into Mini. Tizian, though, has read this positioning out and should be able to take him down. Okay, well, Keto will just find him instead. And now Tizian, hearing where the final member of FaZe is, will be able to find that. 7-7, and Big tie things up here.
And it's not looking great for FaZe then, especially in terms of the fact that, you know, Big are getting more and more confident, I feel, in all of these positions. What do you want to see from FaZe this round?
I want to see a lobby pinch. Just straight up.
Straight up?
Well, as soon as Big makes a move, maybe they toss the smokes outside, just go straight lobby pinch again. I like that. I like doing that. Even though it could be a ruse, though. Big could be faking it. So I don't know.
I do like the options of, like, if you're able to do that and actually or do it another way and win control of Squeaky and so on. If you're kind of unclear as to what they're doing, they've done those outside smokes, it tells you so much, and you open yourselves up to having a fast rotation through ramp if they're going lower, or you can obviously put people in vent as well, so you get loads of options from it for retake. So I do like the notion of lobby.
Yeah, some kind of response would be nice for them. it just feels like they, well, yeah. I mean, yes, but I mean, they oftentimes just play so passively and are always the one that Big is allowed to dictate the pace of a lot of these rounds. And through the smoke, Keto finds Nico here, and maybe that lobby crunch could come now, but would it be too little, too late? Brokey dropping down to find Keto there. Can he find more, though, is the question. What a peek.
That's a nice peek.
That is so good from Tizian. And Xanthras, okay. A little comical from Rain as he drops down. But the positions of FaZe are recognized now. And Big will control just about everything else.
Yeah, speaking of Rain, 1-on-4. Quite the work he's got cut out for himself here. And, well, I don't want to say that this is a big round for Big to win, but it's also a big round for Big to lose. Here we go. Rain's going to head towards Decon with 100 HP. Does have a Molotov, no kit on hand. He's going to find the first player hiding in the back of sight and taps it. Takes him out with ease. Not even a fight, not even a struggle, not even a bullet fired back. Taps the bomb, but it's not going to be enough. Tizian is going to be on the response and winning out the half. Well, it's Big Clan, 8-7. That does bring us to halftime, and what I think is actually a little bit of a time for a break. We'll be right back with the second half.
And we are back. Big clan. Looking to close things out in 2 maps. Joined by Stunna here. The remote guest.
He likes to make noises.
Yeah. Because we can't look at him.
Maybe contribute.
You can just make weird noises.
They're ad-libs, okay?
Nice.
They're ad-libs, DDK. All right? I know you know about writing freestyles and rhymes, so one-tapping Zontaris, he knows more about that than I do, that's for sure.
No, he doesn't.
No, yeah, I was kidding. I take it all back. Zontaris does what he can, but it's not enough. The bomb's going to get planted here for FaZe in the lower site. Keto trying to fight for his life with a CZ. Not optimal, it would seem. 1v2, Searson and Tabson. They need to get this bomb defused, but Rain is posted up in the control room. He's already got a kill to his name in this round, but 13 HP left to hold on to it with.
Oh.
It just might be a little bit too far of a pass. The door doesn't necessarily fly open like he thought, but he's going to continue to play Ring Around the Rosie, and the bomb defuse should be coming in. There's a round for that of Big Clan. So albeit they do get a bomb plant, FaZe can lean on that, but 9 on the board for Big in a map that they've already won the first one. Looking to run away with the second. Welcome back to Beyond the Summit, y'all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a round that FaZe definitely wanted. This T-side was never going to be easy for them, and it would have been just nice to start off on the right foot. Rain.
What about an upper rush right now? Swing it all back in their favor?
You know what?
It's coming.
If there were any time to do it, this would be it. See if FaZe got the exec in him.
Upper rush is so
Oh,
hard.
yeah, Dan? I'll rush. I'll rush upper right now.
You won't.
Let's do it.
Be scared.
You won't. No balls.
They're afraid of a little bit of fire, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, Molotov.
They fear the fire.
You can't be scared.
There we
Here
go.
it is, Tizian. From the back of the site, Dan. Unbelievable scenes.
In the B
It's not really
apartments.
It's not really that unbelievable, I guess, all things considered. Nico, Colzera, Bemis. This could be a little bit unbelievable if you're a FaZe Clan fan. They probably get a bomb plan out of this.
Hopefully.
That could be nice.
But Tapson has other plans. And that is to get the bomb in the control window. And then close the door.
Yeah, just shut that door.
Close the door.
Get back. Get back.
You don't know me like that, Eric. Anyway.
I feel like that was a Limp Bizkit song we're just trying to sing right there.
No. No, I think that was Ludacris.
Ludicrous.
Get back. Y'all know me like that.
But there's also Limp Bizkit. I think he did something similar. I wouldn't know.
Well, there can only be one Fred Durst, and that is, of course, Eric Stromberg's cousin. I don't know if he ever told you guys that. So tell us, is it... Yeah, it's really cool. He never talks about it. I don't know why. Eric, what is it like being Fred Durst's cousin, and how come you don't wear the baseball cap backwards, too?
I got a oddly shaped head for some reason with the hair and cap. It just... I look really weird. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. It's just...
What would you say was the turning point for you wearing a hat? I mean, if we're talking to other people out there that really want to wear a hat, but they don't really want to commit to it at the same time, they kind of found themselves at crossroads like you. What was the deciding factor in never wearing a hat?
I looked in the mirror and I was just like, nah, it's not going to work. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's not going to work.
That's straightforward.
So it's our own self-judgment. You know, I'm trying to save you guys from the pain of looking at me, you know.
I think you look great, Eric. You just keep doing what you're doing, man.
Appreciate
Now,
it.
moreover, what's going to look great here for Tapson is when they all line up in his crosshair in about seconds. See you later. With a 4K of his own, Cold's there with another deal kill. That's not going to be enough. FaZe Clan do ring out in the first shot. They do land a miraculous shot.
Oh, he's
there
blocking
even.
him. Oh, he couldn't get the gun.
That was so epic. Just like what? That's like what a way to answer this. Like boost, peak. Nico's he thinks he's owned it, and then Zontaris comes around the corner and he just deletes the entire team.
The lawnmower man right there, just mowing down the opposing team.
Smashing backspace.
Call him the gardener.
The lawnmower man. Now, I know some of you know how to use Photoshop, so what does that guy look like is what I want to know. The lawnmower man.
A man with a
Now, right up
lawnmower.
there next to the hard 5.
There's not much else you can take away from that other than he has a lawnmower.
Have you seen the movie The Lawnmower
Probably
Man?
some nice forearms, honestly.
It's an old school movie.
Whoa, that's cool nade.
Okay.
Did that do anything?
Yeah,
useful?
it got rained to something.
Yeah, it hits people on top of Twinkie.
Yeah.
I call that Twinkie. I don't know what you guys call it.
I call it
Red Rock,
Silo?
actually, Eric, I think
Red-
it's
Red
formerly
Rock?
known as.
Yeah, that's old.
It's
Oh!
formerly known as Red Rock. The lineup is there. Searson doesn't hit the shot, but he does take down Brokey. And that will help things considerably for Big.
Oh my god. That was painful. That was really painful for FaZe.
Yeah, I feel like Searson kind of overstayed his welcome out there too a little bit.
Yeah, he just hung out.
He's feeling it. He just wanted to kill everyone.
Didn't see the, all the signs, like just walk
Man.
away.
Wow. Nice play.
It'd be amazing if Tizian was the one that threw that initial HE as well. I don't think he was, but... Oh!
It's a nice little shot. Colin.
But there's 40 seconds. If we take stock of the situation, it's looking rather grim for FaZe. They've got to find a bomb plant. They can't really make noise because their only benefit to them right now is the fact that Big don't know where the remainder of FaZe is. So you have to walk everywhere, and that's why you don't want to make noise. Very well done.
That's why you don't want to play in a spot like that in a 2-on-2 situation with 30 seconds left.
Oh. Uh-oh. Where do you go with the bomb now?
Oh, is he going to challenge it?
Hit his feet.
You're donezo. It's over, Cole.
Oh, man.
Last bullet. That's scary.
Oh.
Yeah, that was a little too close for comfort, but Big are able to pull it out, which leaves them just 4 rounds from picking up this series. A hard day in the office, fellas.
You know.
For you or FaZe?
A little bit of both. More so FaZe.
What's wrong with your office?
Nothing. Except I'm on this little TV right next to you. You can look at me if you want. I'll look right back.
I actually... Wow, we're really close right now.
I could see your eyes.
I just did that to you, too.
He's lying.
Anyways, moving swiftly along, it's going to be back to the pistols in the drawing board for FaZe. 1 AK there on Cold. I guess he got his share in the last round. Brokey down to 16 HP. Taps and, tucked in close to this Vince. He's got himself a pretty sweet spot. What round should be completely that in the way of Big. It's very easy for Big right here. And it is. Searson. Easy for Searson.
But Nico is looking to get the bomb down. He's got a deagle, and he's mad. He's angry. Oh, it's too many people. It's literally 3 people facing him at once.
He's angrier.
I really wish that in that spot there would have been a way he could get like 1v1s.
Yeah.
I wanted to see the clutch from Nico. I wanted to see a Nico moment.
Yeah, you were framing it as such.
He needs one.
He's angry, but also he's sad at the same time because he lost. So
I wanted to pop off.
how do we feel about Bemis here within the FaZe clan itself, and what he's kind of shown that he can provide to this team? And I'm not saying in terms of he's new to the team, this, that, and the other, but maybe just him overall as a player.
Well, for this series alone, I don't know. It seems like he hasn't been really doing too much of an impact, but same with all of FaZe. They seem a little cold. But I'd have to watch more matches, to be honest, with him and really get my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think his score is anything that really reflects on him as a player, considering
like
the positions he's been given. It seems like he's been given a lot of like supportive positions. So, FaZe on out of it just yet. Yeah. Rain opening things up. Nico.
Oh.
Also, and there you go. There's Bemis. There's Bemis.
Okay.
He's taking all the heads. And
well.
Searson, that's a new AWPing technique he's working on.
He got that noodle on.
We call that one the Around the World AWP scope. Really just do a big circle around the target area.
Look at Bemis.
And eventually Searson does fall. FaZe clan. Fearson, yeah.
Fearson, that's cool.
Fearson.
It's
Fearson.
it's almost unfortunate to see that a lot of FaZe's T-side success always relies on picks, like a majority of the time. I would like to just see more executed kind of setups or positioning power kind of moves that they can do. It's always picks. A lot of it's always picks.
You want to see more non-picks?
I want to see more
Set plays.
set plays. I mean, I know it's not always best to do set plays, but it's good to see it mixed up once in a while,
I mean, it's kind of why G2
Makes you
are
feel
looking
older.
good.
Yeah.
We'll go into that in a moment. Lots of angry FaZe players making their way through to the upper bomb site with the great success. They're up against a limited arsenal in the hands of Big. Big can't really do too much to deny this round.
That's kind of like a set play.
It's close enough. We'll take it.
Yeah, we'll take it.
But this is the thing that, for me, like if you looked at when we were casting G2 the other day, and we're looking at G2's form, and you look at G2 and they have this perfect flow between the spots when they need to set piece and then spots when they play more default, and even the individual moments slot very nicely into the overall structure of how the team's playing together. Like they're responding to one another very well. They're all making the individual moments happen through the structure of how they're playing the game as a team. So it's that's why it was so beautiful to watch, because it's like you're seeing everything at once all the time with them. I can't wait to watch some more.
You know, weirdly enough, too, I mean, just to expand on that a little bit further, is the idea of having to take a bigger picture look, which is something that Nico, for example, has had to do since he's kind of taken the reins of this team, since he's found himself as one of the OGs of the lineup and really, you know, put himself in that position. And of the 17 kills he has in this game thus far, 8 of those were winning opening duels. So if that doesn't paint a picture in what was the second round for FaZe Clan in this half, I'm not entirely sure what does.
Right.
It's a good fact.
Yeah.
It's a good statistic.
It's a true
Off the top
fact.
of my head, guys.
It's
a true fact.
I know you've
Not
been
fake
keeping
news,
track.
It's real. Well, I've been counting, and you know, I'm starting to run out of fingers, so I'm like, I need to say this soon. So, you know, 8 out of 10. Excuse me, 8 out of 8, whatever numbers.
8 to 2 on opening duels.
8 to 2 equals 10, etc.
It do be like that.
So
Dot.
it do be like that. ... Nico. They're gonna go ahead and do a little swapperoo there with the weapons. Put the AWP into Brokey's hands. And they're gonna posture themselves outside. Nico looking like he's kind of lining up the troops. All right, guys, get in formation.
Oh, what?
We're gonna get pushed by Searson together.
Well, that ruins that
Not
plan.
again.
That
Okay.
ruins that plan.
I saw a Vox sticker on there as well. That's pretty epic.
Respect.
Yeah. The Vox.
Pro
MNO.
tip: there are 5 fingers on the human hand. Thank you so much for the pro tip. Do appreciate that. Sometimes, often lose
Wait.
sight.
Are thumbs considered a finger?
Yeah.
What's a thumb?
A finger.
Are pinkies considered fingers?
Well, fingers and thumbs. Then how can we? I don't know.
Yeah, but when you put your finger and your thumb in the shape of an L on your forehead, like
It's part of the hand.
And the years start running. And they don't start.
I
stop.
mean, they really do. They
don't
start
stop running.
They don't stop. Something.
Have a drumstick.
Hey,
and your
now.
heart stops ticking.
That's from the prank call, I think, right?
Oh my God!
That's-
I almost just said like. I think that oh my God, what is that song? I haven't heard that in so
No,
long.
I
It's an old
I know how it goes, but I
on a
don't.
drumstick and your brain starts kicking.
Yeah,
Oh my
you
God, I can
shouldn't.
blend
You
them together
shouldn't
now.
probably say the whole thing.
Actually, I don't even know the rest of the songs.
No, I'm not saying that.
I'll say it off stream if you really need to
Okay,
know.
fine. I'll
I-
wait
I-
till
Oh,
off
I
stream.
need to know. I know it. That's just
Yeah.
oh
Yeah.
well.
Laying a trap.
Anyway, 13-9, Big Clan in control. It seems 9 for FaZe, and this is the second map of the series. Yikes! I think is what the FaZe fans around the world are saying. Not
Yoicks.
exactly the hot trot that they wanted to start off with.
Or not again.
Not this. Not like this.
It looks like they might come out with a set play here.
I like
you
to
go.
see.
Running with the flashbangs. Tissian's still alive on the side at the back, but not for long as Nico takes him down, and that really doesn't leave too much left for Big. So it was all over in a flash.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, your face is so smiling. Just wondering.
Yeah.
You guys get that? I got it.
Yeah, you kind of ruined the moment, but thanks, man.
Way to go.
I enhanced the moment, not ruined. Enhanced.
Haha, you made a pun, sir.
That's a joke. That was a joke. We can all laugh together now. We're all aware of it.
Well,
Good stuff.
ha-ha's exchanged, but for FaZe Clan, they go up to double digits. All the lulls in chat, the Keck W's put aside. Things are starting to heat up. And I do mean that Big Clan are just 2 rounds away from ending the entire series. So get a nice laugh at that, studio dudes.
Well,
Thank you for the support. I appreciate it.
with that said, the money is kind of atrocious for Big, so there's definitely a path. There's a road to a comeback for FaZe to force it to a third map. They just have to find a way to win this next round, and then Big won't have any money. And that is assuming that they go for a force buy here, drop a gun, but they're actually going to go for a save so they can buy it for the next round. That's
smart.
also another, yeah, that's definitely smart. You want to go into the round with everything. But yeah, FaZe still in a good position. It's that Taurus, that flash catches him desperately bad, and it's going to be a favorable trade for FaZe Clan. 2 players down for Big at only the cost of 1. That's what I call a bargain.
Not bad, but Tizian.
See you later, BMS.
Yeah, just a Deagle is able to take down BMAS. Oh, this USP might be able to connect. That would be the bomb down. Can he find the kill? Still playing around the angle, but the rest of FaZe Clan will join hands with Brokey.
Don't peek. Don't peek!
And try to find this kill on a Surson. Man, this duel is extended, and Rain will finally conclude it. Now, Keto here, already positioned towards lower, will be challenged, and he's able to find a headshot on Brokey, finish the job that Surson started, but the double peek comes out. Rain is able to find that kill on Keto. Tizian, though, taking down coldzera, and Big with a huge chance to steal a round right here. Not investing all too much in it, and it's going to be up to Rain to try to stop a disaster. Tizian, though, plays around the smoke so well. Oh, he pulls out the Molotov, and Rain is forced out of the angle. Tizian able to close it out. Big stealing a round away from FaZe off of some great positioning from their pistol players.
That sucks. That sucks if you're FaZe.
Yeah.
They get the 2 kills on the rifle so early on in the round, and then the Deagles and USPs do the rest.
That's so unfortunate. Like that now, now the chances for FaZe getting back in this have plummeted just so enormously.
And just right there too, right? Like off the back of what, 2 rounds successfully?
Yeah.
So well,
yeah.
That's unfortunate.
What can you say about that one, Dad?
This is a Bardolph attempt.
Sucks. It sucks.
I felt it.
Absolutely rubbish.
Listen,
They
man,
can't
I
be
don't know
doing
that I've ever.
Done. They can't be doing
I
this.
don't know that I've ever shared a microphone or at least a commentary booth with definitely not you, Maui, but definitely I don't think either with Dan.
Really?
So this is a first.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever been on the same time.
Yeah, that's true. You're usually hosting.
Yeah, or pretending to do something like that. Anyway,
The host with
Big
the most.
Clan.
Oh,
what?
the quick switch.
Oh!
And then the re-peek, that's very ambitious.
Yeah. And maybe that's one of those situations you're like, you're on round 15. Hey, this is it. We're going to get this round regardless. And then this is how you end up at OG. So nonetheless,
No
Absent
way.
trying to clean up some of the mess. Drops and tries to get an AK. That's going to be a blunder. As Mr. Greer would say, at least.
What is Santero's doing right now? Dude, forward. You got to kill and the bomb. He's like, I'm just going to hold forward. Let's go.
Another 1v1, like another incredibly important 1v1. Tizian has little idea, I imagine, where Nico is, but they must have seen the bomb, so he can have a decent guesstimation as to what Nico's doing. And now obviously the bomb will be planted, and Nico's got to take a good post-plant position. It's pretty difficult for him also to know precisely where Tizian's going to be arriving from, so got to pick a wise position. I don't know if the glass is smashed in control. That's okay. Well, the door's wide open. Nico didn't close the door.
Yeah, why go through the window? You can just go through the door, Dan.
Yeah.
Anyway, Tizian is going to drop a smoke on the bomb. Now Nico knows exactly where it is. It's going to be a fatal smoke at that. Nico doesn't even have to worry about Tizian getting his weapon back out. 11 on the board for FaZe. And now we look over at the money situation again for Big Clan Maui. This ain't feeling too damn good now, is it?
No. Big will be forced to save here. Would expect maybe a couple of pistols to be busted out. But, you know, Big, they've won these kinds of rounds before. So nothing's out of the question when you're playing against FaZe Clan, it seems. Just how these rounds can turn on its head. It just seems like Big can really show up in the most unlikely of ways. We'll see if they do that here. They have a few nades to work with. I was expecting some kind of outer nade stack, but it's just one that's thrown thus far. Nico takes a little bit of chip damage, and Surson is playing right in the smoke next to him. This is such a crazy way that Big may be able to find their first pick, and he gets
it. It works.
Wow.
Well then.
I'm going to do that move.
Oh, got out.
Close.
You probably end up with that move too.
I guess Nico not closing the door that last round in the clutch must have just been a mind game. But I didn't see if the decon door was closed or not either, so I don't know. It's like, it's got to be mind games, right?
You want to know what I would have done? If you're curious. Since
Oh, please do.
since Tizian had a smoke and a flash, I would have smoked the bomb right away and tossed an FB and just hop in the smoke and tap the bomb. One, I'll probably force the T to kind of maybe come out and spam the smoke, and that you can kind of play around the smoke or continue defusing depending on the situation. But
Yeah.
at least that hands you the option where now instead of you trying to find where the person's at, he's going to give away his spot because he has to respect the smoke flash defuse. But that's just
Now, Eric, is when you say FB, is that some sort of like boomer term that you kind of sanctioned,
flashbang.
or?
It's because I have a speech
Okay, yeah, I just
impediment and
wanted
it's
to make sure
hard to
everyone-
say flashbang sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
just not really what I was going for there, but all right, I
okay.
love it.
It's okay. No, I don't take offense. I'm enjoying this. I promise.
FB now,
It's good
nowhere in
stuff.
sight.
I don't really hear other people say FB, but it's kind of cool.
It makes sense.
It's
I get it.
Yeah, it makes total sense. It's an HE FB.
Okay, boomer.
All right.
FB here,
Not you.
FB here. Because
I'm
it's fast to
Mr.
say FB
Trumbull.
here, FB here. I need an FB over this wall. Or a flash. You can say flash. Whatever.
It
You know
sounds
what?
way more tactical too.
Yeah, it does.
It's tactical.
I need 2 FBs right in the
Tactical.
spot.
All right, Zentaris with that Deagle is looking to try to defend the ramp position. Is he going to stay up here? It looks like he wants to fight. It's very awkward though, like where he is right now, but he does manage to get 1 kill out of it, but it's not really going to be enough, unfortunately. Looks like, ooh, what does it look like? It's hard to say right now because Kito's picked up an AK! And he's found another one.
No!
And another one. That
What?
is outrageous stuff from Kito. Oh, he's got to be the man of the match. If he's going to close things down like this, it's just one left. It's Nico around the corner.
Oh!
And Kito's absolutely ruined them.
That hurts.
That is
The stinger.
such a crazy way to end it. We said it was possible at the beginning of the round that against FaZe, I mean, sometimes it just feels like Big can find holes in some way or another off of the back of individual play, and they did just that there.
Found all the holes. That's crazy. That is insane.
It is something. That does round out the series too. Big 2-0 over FaZe Clan at the CS Summit 6. Retro, I've been told. Anyway, guys, so overall, let's look at the big picture here. No pun intended. Big, they do find success, they do find the footing, and moreover, they find the victory. So what exactly, if you're FaZe Clan, do you take away from these 2 maps?
So we'll get back to that
Screw
question
that.
right after a break.
After a break. Welcome.
And we're back to recap what just happened. Unthinkable scenes on Nuke. Not really, actually. I think it went.
We expected it a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. Just a little bit.
It was a little closer than Mirage, which is exactly how Trace prefaced it. But still, Big come out on top.
Hey guys, I'm Trace. I'm the little man in the TV down here. I'm reporting live from the the space station. I've been out here for several days, and I can say that gravity has just struck FaZe Clan in the biggest of ways. In fact, bringing them back down to earth after they get 2-0'd in this series. Welcome back to the CS Summit 6. This is an RMR
event.
Gravity is real.
It's an RMR event. Yes, it's points are on the line here to make the major, and Big is looking like they're making a case for themselves to do just that.
I'll cut them off. But it's okay. It's highlights. We got to focus. Got to focus on why FaZe. How can we make him better? How can we make him a little better to win?
Well, let's look at this in a big picture then, because obviously if you're thinking about FaZe and what they can do to be better, is this a weak looking FaZe? Is this a better looking Big? Where are we standing on this? Like when we're sitting on the seesaw here, fellas.
Maybe better looking Big, to be honest. They're looking pretty good for the most part.
Yeah, I think FaZe's level was pretty decent. I just think that we saw a lot of individual performances in particular from Big that I wasn't necessarily I wasn't expecting to see Keto, for example, having such a crazy series. He made such a difference in so many different rounds. And again, it's like I feel like FaZe had a lot of cool moments and a lot of good plays and everything. But Big they just were a lot sharper across the entire roster in pretty much every category. And it's funny because, as we were talking about before, we could pretty clearly see that Big had a fleshed out game plan, but it's not like the game plan wasn't really working, I think, as they intended, but they still managed to clutch out important situations.
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest difference today is that the skill actually seemed pretty even. Maybe it was definitely slightly in Big's favor since they ended up winning and had a couple more clutches here and there. But it's not like FaZe were slouching on the individual level. They got most of the kills that they were supposed to, even some of the players overperforming in certain circumstances. BMAS, for example, looked pretty sharp for me today as well. And Big it felt like they knew what their win conditions were in a lot of the rounds. They knew how they were going to get themselves involved and how they wanted to play their hand.
Yeah, definitely. I think there was a lot of moments where we also saw Searson, who's on screen now, have a really consistent performances with the AWP, which that is super important. And he's definitely been a player that's quite impressive to me. And this Big team has seen a lot of different looks, and I'm very much enjoying the current complexion of it, especially because Antares seems way more comfortable than I've seen him in previous iterations. He actually looks like his former self a lot more now.
Yeah, I think that's kind of to go with the time. He's been on the team for a bit, and at first it's a little shaky, maybe. Or actually, at first he actually did really good, and then he kind of fell off a little bit. So maybe he's just a lot more, as you said, a lot more comfortable. And he looked like he was just almost running around and doing what, as you said, he's just doing his thing and he's headshotting people. And I mean, can't take away too much from FaZe. I mean, they did all right. They did all right, right? But I mean, everyone who sees that team, they expect them to win. Winning tournaments or even being a contender for tournaments, which isn't always the case.
Well, let's take a quick situational report here of the brackets. We see day number 4 now of the CS Summit 6. You can see how these brackets are panning out. Now, I know that there's a lot of matches going on, specifically right now. There's even another match going on, not in this group, so to say, but it's Heretics and OG. And that one's in a third map. So when we look at Group C, though, Heroic Nip in the upper bracket. Now, that one, does it really pack a punch, Dan?
Thanks for that throw, Trace. That's a pretty mean in that position. You could have chosen anyone here.
Let's be realistic because Nip have shown up, right? We get it.
For sure. And Heroic as well, I think that they've shown a lot of promise. Today against ENCE, they actually looked pretty shaky. And I think it was largely because Cadian wasn't having his best day, and he has a pretty fundamentally important role on the team in a lot of the plays that they make. But overall, I think Heroic is playing really well. NIP definitely having a pretty good time as well. I didn't see the match they played against versus Existence, so I don't know about their precise form right this second. But I think that I still even actually might edge Heroic in that one. I don't know where you guys stand with Heroic and NIP.
I think with NIP, I like the potential. I think they have a lot of talent and skill, and they kind of remind me of that eager kid that's just always so hyped to do everything. Like, I want to run here, go here, I'm going to go here. But sometimes you see them kind of trip over their feet on their T sides a little bit, and they tend to fall apart. So maybe with a little more experience, they'll be able to close that kind of maybe mistakes or game in the future.
Yeah.
I think Heroic is overall stronger.
We'll look at the other.
But you look at a team like NIP. I mean, we can flip the brackets around. Sorry, Maui, but I'm just looking at a team like NIP, and it's still a team.
Sorry.
That has they have 2-1 in a Strauss, albeit one of their weaker iterations. You know, they beat your Vitalities. It's not even a far cry to say that beating Ints is fun anymore, but it happens, right? NIP can definitely hang with the best of them. Of course, when we look at the other group here of D, and I do mean D, we see that Big have laid it on the table. They get it to move forward in this bracket, and that sends FaZe down to the lower.
That's a scary lower bracket already. Whoever loses between Heretics and OG, I'm sure they're not going to be thrilled to see FaZe Clan or Big, actually, for that matter, in the lower bracket. This was probably one of the top heavier groups in terms of FaZe and Big being in it. And for Heretics and OG, I think they're both a little bit lucky, actually, that they didn't have to face off against FaZe or Big in that opening match. So I think I haven't seen what the third map is or what's actually transpiring there. I would have favored OG going into that series just by a hair, because Heretics haven't really performed too much lately. But from the BO3 we just saw between Big and FaZe Clan, I really like the looks that Big are giving us in terms of individual skill, along with some kind of game plan. Maybe would love to see a slightly deeper adaptation in the middle of halves, where it feels like they kind of, like Dan said, and what we've been talking about on Mirage, they were really geared up to go towards B at the beginning of some of those of that half. But it didn't always work.
Spoiler for you, Maui.
Yeah.
Spoiler for you, it's Mirage is the third map, and right now the Heretics are losing 4-1. Shout out HLTV.org for that intel. But yeah, they got all the way to the third map, right?
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool.
That's great. It's cool.
That's fantastic.
That's it.
Lovely.
That's
Cheers,
all I want to
Grace.
say. I'll just
Thanks for
follow up
being
and-
our correspondence down on the...
Here, see ya.
All right. Well,
He's
I
gone.
think we'll get to the card reading then.
Yeah, let's do it. Hey,
All
Dan,
right.
you like my chair?
All right. Let me make sure I get the right one.
It's
here.
a relic of the distant past.
Card A.
Card A.
Card
It
A.
really is.
All right. Here, I'll hold it in front of Trace, because he's usually the one that reads these things, but he can't see through the screen, sadly enough, so I got to do it. Big shout out to our sponsors, Monster Energy, for keeping us energized. We've actually been drinking quite a bit of Monster here on this cast. The Dragon
It's
Tea
lit
in
over
particular,
here.
not to
It's
sell
real
out,
lit.
but to sell out, actually. But Monster Energy for keeping us energized, Betway for making things more exciting, the matches more exciting, that is, and XPG, our premium laptop sponsor. We got a XPG laptop right here. Kind of hard to see, but it's there. It is there. We have one.
It's just past the duck. You can't miss it. It's really right there. You really can't miss the duck either. It's right there in the middle of the floor. So, what do you guys have planned for the rest of the day? I guess Counter-Strike for you, or what?
Gaming.
Sleep.
Gaming.
Gaming.
I'll be gaming.
Mike
Trace,
let
I'm
me
not used to getting up at 3:30 in the morning.
Well, of course, I'm ahead of time too, right? I'm like
That's true.
I'm 2 hours ahead of you guys.
You're in the future.
Already, it's been pretty ideal. Wouldn't you say, Maui?
I was just looking at you. I just be staring.
Yeah, man. It's kinda cool.
Nah, she looks amazing.
Yeah, this did turn out really well. I'm kind of
Yeah.
glad the way they did it. Overall,
It's
though,
cute.
Big Clan coming out, they kind of stomp on FaZe here, and they make it look not easy. There's a little bit of a fight. Nico was not going to go down without a fight today. This is a player that is Nico. We don't even have to introduce this guy. We don't need to talk about his stats. He doesn't need to be reintroduced to anyone overall. So, guys, I don't even really know where we're supposed to go from here.
Well,
As the host, I feel like I need to fill the void of air with my voice.
I was going to ask you a question, Trace. You know, being up there in the space station, doing all the important things,
okay.
are you going to be able to grace us with your presence further this
Well, that
week?
depends, Dan. That depends. Only if you ask nicely and if Eric sanctions it. And if BTS wants me back, of course.
Well,
Eric, what's the say? Are you going to sanction it?
After a lot of thought, I think he should be on. Yeah, I think he should be on.
Well, we'll see what happens, but I think that's pretty much the end of the run there for us, right? So
I think for today.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
The Europe ends. It's over. It's nighttime.
All right, shall I do the honors?
Go for it.
Yeah, dude.
All right,
please.
well, of course, there's a lot more Counter-Strike action here to come on the stream. We'll be switching over to the European region after this break, so just stay tuned, look out for those matches. And, of course, you can check the B stream for the conclusion of the OG and Heretics match, which is going on currently, as Trace alluded to. We will be back tomorrow for more European action, but for now, that's all from myself, the Bears,
touch
Mario
my
Snake, and Trace. Catch you guys later.
I'll touch it if I want to touch it.
Whoa.
Hit it! That's what I'm talking about. Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys. What you talking about?
All you men with the suits and ties, just sitting in the crowd smoking big cigars. I hope you're ready for what's coming now. I'm the one on the lady that will bring it down.
Welcome back to North America.
What a timing to eat a Starburst.
I was going to say, day 4. It is day 4. Jesus. I was going to say it's going to be day 3, but it felt like day 3.
Yeah, time is flying.
It's day 3 for me.
It is day 3 for you, actually. Oh, we have...
Eric, please.
Eric has something to tell us. He's conceived.
Jason's not happy about this.
These things make me nervous.
Why do we get more and more? I wonder
really
what's
scare
going
me.
on in Europe, like when we're not live, because I feel like they get more and more props on that side by the TV.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I've realized, we're not a very prop-oriented broadcast. We don't really engage in the prop humor.
We've done our best with the belly beans or jelly beans or whatever they're called.
Yeah,
Bean
that's
boozled.
true. I wouldn't call that prop, though, I'd call that
Misery.
Fear factor.
Misery.
Fear factor. Yeah. But yeah, we have day 4, day 3 for Jason. We're about to kick off North America. We just finished Europe, but let's take a look at the bracket. Yesterday, on the main broadcast, we had Liquid versus MIBR, and then we also had Chaos taking on 100 Thieves.
Oh, you nailed it. I thought you were going to slip up at
Dude,
the end there.
same.
I thought you were going to stumble. I was like, it's been a whole 24 hours.
Yeah. No, I got it. And here we see the groups. Group A. What do we think about the game yesterday? I feel like Liquid just really showed up quick. I was going to say quick 2-0, but MIBR definitely a little bit
fight.
Yeah, they definitely showed up some fight. From day 1, I feel like MIBR was struggling a little bit, even versus Chaos. And they ended up winning a game, but I mean, Liquid was a whole other beast, I'd say.
Listen, MIBR showed this day off for them is going to be so nice. They've been playing a lot of Counter-Strike lately, if you go back to like even Blast, and their Counter-Strike has been full of controversy. So to just be able to take a day off and just chill. Taco tweeted out that he was like, turning off the phone, turning off Twitter, and he was just going to hang out. That's a much-needed day of rest, a well-deserved day of rest for those guys as well. But the first game of the day is going to be EG Fury. That's going to be fun. We'll go to Group B as well. This was our group of death, the really painful group. This is the one that everyone's going to be, we're kind of waiting to see where these teams are at. We saw 100 Thieves take out Chaos last night with relative ease. Scores made it look much closer than I think the games actually felt to us. And we'll be looking, obviously, towards the other matchup in that bracket. Cloud9 and Geng, teams in North America that I think are in pretty similar positions. I'm actually really excited for that game. That's going to be cool.
Yeah, I don't think that actually. If you look at both of these series today, I'm mostly excited about EG Fury. I think that's going to be
that one's obviously like the marquee matchup.
Yeah, exactly.
Marquee matchup.
But as you pointed out as well, the 100 Thieves versus Chaos. Yeah, it was a little bit close, but I feel like 100 Thieves. We talked about yesterday the consistency as well of I feel like you don't really get 100 Thieves doesn't really get upset all too much, and it's going to be exciting to see where Cloud9 and Geng kind of stand. And then we spoke a little bit about I'm a Pet as well on that new side for 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
With the demo review and stuff. But yeah.
We try the EU brackets now. I believe that's what we got going on. So we'll get updated. We're gonna refresh our minds of what's happened over here. So they already had the first stage of their bracket play out. G2 beating Fnatic, Godsent beating Mouse Sports. 2 O's, that must be nice. So G2 and Godsent going to play in the upper bracket, Fnatic, Mouse Sports in the lower bracket, moving on to Group B. You'll see there's way more teams over in Europe. I think they have, 3 or 4 groups?
4 groups, yeah.
Vitality over Fates 2-0. They're going to be playing North, who beat Movistar Riders 2-1. Fate and Movistar will be playing in that lower bracket in a deciding matchup to knock somebody out of the event. That's always fun. And then we've got Group C coming up next. ENCE and Heroic, 2-1 in the favor of Heroic. So ENCE is going to play Existence, who lost to NIP. And Heroic versus Snip is a nice little upper bracket matchup we have going on. And now for Group D.
The last group here. Now, we just witnessed Big this morning beating out FaZe Clan 2-0. That was a match that, a lot probably expected FaZe to come out on top of. And OG versus Heretics is still live right now, tied up 1-1. I wonder how deep into map 3 that one is, but sure you can get updated on that. And FaZe Clan, we see them in the lower bracket, and Big, they're already moving forward into the upper bracket, and Big have had a lot of success in these online tournaments thus far in 2020.
Well, I had mentioned as well, yesterday when we just got the same group, so I thought...
Sorry to interrupt you. OG beat Heretics.
Oh, okay.
They just finished that third map.
So
16-3 on the third map, so very anticlimactic.
Okay, so it's going to be Big versus OG in that upper bracket. But yeah, I talked about yesterday. I actually think, first of all, I think Big is really exciting to watch. I feel like they bring in they're very much teamwork oriented, a lot of the heavy utility and stuff like that. We don't have to necessarily talk about the online portion. Like, it might look different, like if we do go back to like playing offline versus by like a team of like FaZe. But I think that Big is a good counter to how FaZe likes to play. FaZe is very much like in your face, just X1, X1 flash and stuff like that. But because Gobby and because of Big and all of that, I feel like they're just very prepared for stuff like that. Whereas I feel like they struggle a little bit more versus the unorthodox approaches like a Fnatic and similar mindset, maybe even a Fury that we're going to be seeing here today.
I smell that barbecue.
Also you mentioned the whole thing with the props for Europe and stuff like that.
Okay.
They also have I saw that they got the Stunna joining in as a guest one as well. We just get chickens here, man.
Chickens are pretty cool, though.
Just get a bunch of chickens and we get the smell of barbecue. I guess we got that going for us.
It smells freaking delicious, though.
Yeah, this little homeboy's brother.
Yeah,
getting grilled out there.
We can also point out this is it's day 4, but this is EG's and Furia's first showing here at BTS. They haven't played so far.
But
they
they've
were
been
both
playing each other quite a bit here in the last few weeks. So it's just kind of like a rematch. A rematch I'm sure a lot of players will want to see.
I feel like this is like such a cool group just for the fact that because of all the online events we've had going on, we've had to like go back to splitting up competitions by region. Like, these are the top 4 teams that's in the North American region for like every single competition. EG, Liquid, MIBR, and Furia. So it's just like we just get to skip right ahead to the top of the bracket. Fortunately, it does mean that we're going to lose a very, very talented, very skilled team in this group eventually as we move on deeper into the tournament.
Definitely so. And Furia, you mentioned the top 4 teams in NA, but Furia have kind of stamped their feet down. They've claimed it. They've claimed that #1 spot.
Are they the best Brazilian team?
Oh, absolutely.
Wait, you're making the #1 in all of North American region?
Oh, for sure.
Ooh, okay.
I think they've definitely made that
meatball.
statement. I think they've definitely made that statement here in the last few weeks. They've come out on top, beating EG and Furia multiple times. Now, EG last time around in Blast, I believe they did come out on top and beat Furia.
Yeah. And then they beat, they won the whole thing. So
yeah.
Interesting. I don't know. That team's going to get really good as Zeus has more time with the EG squad. So I'm really excited to see this game today, especially with how well, you're right, Fury has been playing.
Did he get announced before Pet got announced for 100 Thieves? He did, right? So Zeus has been in the squad for a little bit longer, like maybe 2 months?
Officially, at least.
Officially, at least, for maybe, like 2 months? So
something like that.
Yeah, so definitely still some time. And you really pointed out yesterday as well, but you can definitely see the turnaround that EG has made, like really struggling at the beginning of the year, not really, getting the results that they wanted. They had some showings here and there, but not very consistent. And then give 2 months with Zeus. For me, I haven't watched. I heard of EG one Blast, but here's the thing here as well. This is the slot for the majors and stuff like that. It's going to be exciting to see. You pointed out like the top 4 in this group as well. It's a group of death. Can they beat Furia? And then you have to remember as well. If they beat Furia here, they have to go on and play Liquid.
Which, again, would be an awesome matchup. I'm fine with Liquid playing EG or Furia. That's going to be sick.
I think this group is just so fun overall.
Now, what if we get Furia versus MIBR in an elimination game?
A part of me kind of wishes. I'm low-key, part of me wishes Furia loses this series just so that we could see them knocking out MIBR, or vice versa, MIBR knocking out Furia. But that would be spicy. With all the recent drama.
Yes. And that was the fun part at Blast, was like we all wanted that matchup later on in the tournament after the controversy. So we might get it here at BTS.
Hopefully.
That'd be quite a gift. A nice little gift.
Not hopefully, for Furia's sake, right? It would be nice for them to just keep winning and make it through all the way
they'd
to
like to
upper
avoid
bracket.
that lower bracket altogether.
Yeah, but for the drama's sake and storyline's sake, you know, that would be sick.
We love our drama.
Do you have one of the things we did yesterday? We can point that out today as well. Since we will be here for basically 2 whole weeks, we're looking for stuff to do. We're looking for fun stuff that we can do on the broadcast.
You're going that route already.
Yeah. Well, I'm pointing it out before we start the show because obviously when the game goes live, we can't talk about that because we have to pay attention and stay focused.
We have I have the tweet that has all the questions. We could tackle one of those early on if you'd like to.
No, it doesn't have to be the questions, right? I feel these those are great.
Games.
I'm saying because we were talking about the props and stuff like that. Maybe there are some other easy stuff we could do outside of questions.
Okay.
We just
tasks.
We're gonna have we're gonna do a taste testing party.
Challenges
later on at some point
with the
monster. Yeah.
Nice. I like that.
Maybe next time they tell us to read the monster card, we'll just say no. Taste test time.
Taste test time instead. Here we see DeVito. It's going to be exciting. I actually, on day 2, I talked about Nuke a little bit in terms of how rotations work, and one of the examples I used was actually EG in terms of how they run their setup on that CT side. We actually saw a little bit of it. It's actually a very... When we talk about Nuke itself, like CT side, you have a lot of things you can do with the map. I guess the most common one is, you play outside, the Opera can be up in heaven, you go for spots and stuff like that. EG plays a lot of defensive setups. EG plays a lot of people always you always have one in underpass right off the bat. The Opera tends to be a lot in heaven most of the rounds. You have one guy in mini, and then you have one guy squeak, and you just have one guy holding B1. So they're just very compact. You're going to see very fast rotations. Fury is a team as well that's just very exciting to watch on this Nuke map because they're very aggressive. They utilize squeaky a lot.
Is there a map they're not aggressive on?
No, I guess you do have a point in that, but the reason why I say that is because like EG for this map, and I love the fact that EG picked this map, is because it's one of those few maps where you can actually be okay with playing defensive 15 rounds in a row and not have to take a lot of map control because of the way that the map is made, because the vent is just there, because the way you can be an underpass right away. So if you're EG here, you don't actually have to go aggression versus aggression. You can actually go, hey, Furia, you can do whatever you guys want. We know you have some insane rounds. It's just straight out expo flashes. There's a famous round that Fury has that they boost up and squeak and stuff like that, and just go for a pick and then just explode in and stuff like that. That's something EG definitely has to be prepared for. But I think, as we point out again and again, and because of this group, this is top 4 material in most of these tournaments. They played each other
so many times.
So many times, right? So in most cases, when we talk about matchups like this, it just really comes down to like, how the teams feel during the day, like, is it their time to shine? Have they come up with like maybe some counters and whatnot? And overall, I'm just very excited for the series. I think I'm just Nuke is the first good map to kick it off.
Yeah, and I have to agree with you. I think it's a really nice pick coming out of EG as well, just because it's also a punish pick. Furia, it's their lowest win rate out of all the maps that they do play, but also it's a nice read pick. I mean, Robin just mentioned all the shenanigans that Furia do towards that door. It's always art. You never know whether he's made it down the vents, whether he's lurking through the smokes out the door. So EG, I think they're going to have a nice answer for Art and his shenanigans towards that door.
You'd hope so. I mean, that's a player that a lot of people are having trouble containing now.
Yeah, it's always hard to contain him.
Yeah, and what a cool, like, the fact that he has very rarely do you see players that with his style get so many props.
Yeah.
But it's like statistically visible the kind of impact that he has, which is not so much the case usually with most entry fraggers and those people who just like going in first and always being the one getting stuck into the action. But the fact that he's able to make it, very publicly visible that he's still a beast, despite the fact that his kill death ratio is never super great.
Yeah.
Like he still has all the damage, he's still getting all the open. Like this is sick.
Yeah. No, and again, it's one, and it's especially just to do it again and again and again. Like it's. I mean, I'm so surprised. Like I think we talk about players like that a lot. We mentioned even players like Taco, and obviously if you like even look at opening percentage of like who goes more aggressive, obviously Taco we think is an aggressive player. So is Freiburg, but then Art is a whole other beast. This is a guy that literally goes first all the time.
Yeah.
He's in your face within the first 20 seconds. And I just love the way that they've actually made it work with the rest of the team, because it's kind of the way that Fnatic has it, where you kind of expect JW to do shenanigans. If he dies, we're okay with it. We can manage with us 4 itself and just have a very like tight-knit group within the 4 and have him do the rounds that he so desperately wants to do, right?
Yeah.
It's going to pay off eventually, or it's going to pay off most of the time. And if it doesn't, obviously your team's not going to win, and then you have to look into it.
And it pays off so hugely. We were talking to Elige from Team Liquid at DreamHack Masters and asking about Art and things, and his response was, well, we know that he knows that we know, but he knows that we know. So it just makes everything so tense. And that's the great thing about it. Whether Art gets a kill or not, his presence alone will draw the defenders 9 times out of 10 because these players are all aware. And we always talk about when an underdog team comes out, the consistency is always the hardest for these teams to achieve, because your opponents are going to start studying you. They're going to start studying your tendencies and what your reactions are and how you're gaining so much space and ground. And usually that counter comes, but countering Art, it doesn't always bode success because his other teammates work so well around all the space that he's gained. So certainly this formula that Fury has been working on for the past year and a half, it's coming to fruition right here before our eyes.
Some exciting stuff.
Yeah.
What was the second map? What did Furia pick? I got so focused on Nuke
no,
there,
Nuke.
so I was just like,
I did
Wait,
too.
no, Nuke
No,
is the
if you
first
pick
map.
Nuke,
It's
yeah.
Vertigo.
oh, if you're Epic Vertigo, oh, here we go. We get it back. Yeah.
Oh, they're on point. Vertigo.
Yeah. Thank you, production. It's no throwing you under the bus today.
Fury is a solid Vertigo team as well.
Yeah.
Like that's they're not bad at all on that map.
No, absolutely, and it's one of the maps we talk about. Like when we talk about aggression, Vertigo is a really good example of that. I mean, I think we do see a little swap in the meta right now. Of we saw that like heavily. We talked about day one, I think, with the retakes, with the NIP kind of style and stuff like that. I think that currently we just have. When they first made that change in mid, I think a lot of people were focused on like, oh, we can do a lot of B splits. We can do like, we can push B towards a little bit more now. But I think more and more people are leaning back towards that, A ramp kind of execute. You can kind of use that as an example of like B side on Inferno. And in most cases on all around the map is making sure that you kind of waste the utility on the CT side. So once you do that, it's a very easy A execute there, and it's very hard to kind of retake. You kind of need the nades for that.
Yeah, most of the action on Vertigo still seems to take place in that ramp, and it's just going deeper now. It's like more of a progressive battle.
Well, you have exactly, because people have just learned, right? Like even if you go aggressive initially, and again I'll use Inferno as an example on Banana, like you can take it initially, but for T's they can just wait 30 seconds and say, okay, well let's just take it back. And what have you done on the CT side? You've wasted 2 smokes, you wasted potentially like 3 or 4 flashbangs, and it's honestly just a waste. So like exactly what Jason was saying, now you have to even push even further, so you close off that whole sideway, and then you can keep re-smoking it. And if you do that, okay, so yeah, you kind of force the people to go B or mid. But if you don't do that and you fall back, yeah, for T-Stand, like I said, you wait 30 to 40 seconds, you just take over A for free, and then you have a full-blown execute, and CTs are probably forced to save, or they have to fight on the bomb side because they're not going to be able to retake it. Yeah, that was a lot of talking. Holy crap! I need I need a glass of water.
Man, it's a long day.
Yeah,
you don't have to do it all at once. We haven't even gotten to Vertigo yet.
That was a good breakdown of Vertigo, though, man. Coach 50 out here, schooling and lessons for free.
Listen, man, I can stop talking if you want, man.
No, I'm just, I just want to make sure when we get to Vertigo, you're not, out of ideas.
No, I mean, I said it.
You're gonna have to recap that entire thing all over again. I'm glad you just did a test run.
We're just gonna.
Sounded great.
We're just gonna recap. We're just gonna cut to break, and then we'll just play that instead.
Yeah,
and then
just record that.
Gonna be live.
Twitch clip that. We'll just tell you when to play it back.
What do you want to talk about then, Jason?
Yeah.
If you don't want to talk about Counter-Strike.
Shoot some ideas
I didn't say
here.
I didn't want to talk about Counter-Strike. Now you're just putting words in my mouth. Let's get a question going.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Well, we don't have anyone in the server, let's not blow our load on Counter-Strike and then have to go back to it later on when we're already empty,
I mean, you're right.
Give me a second. I'm not quite prepared for this. Here we go. Let's... This is a cool one. Which countries would you guys want to visit to host future events in CSGO? It may... it can be a country that we've already been to or a new unexplored area.
I gotta say Korea. There's just never any CSGO tourneys there. I'm watching StarCraft League happen, Overwatch, and I'm just like, why is there never CSGO?
I wonder if it could... I know they don't have like a huge CSGO player base there, although I know China's been blowing up. But I feel like you could probably still pull off a tournament there.
Yeah.
I feel like you could probably get an audience, and Korea's just baller.
It's the esports hub of the world, right?
Absolutely. I mean, when you guys had more Asian events than we did in the beginning of CSGO, for example, in 1.6.
Oh yeah.
In Source,
well,
I've never been to Asia for esports.
What was that event called? They used to do. My brother went to one of them. I forget. WSVG.
Yeah, WESG or something.
And it was like
WESG.
Yeah, WESG.
Yeah, because WSVG was the CPL.
Oh, it was a
replacement.
CPL too.
Yeah, so it's WESG.
Yeah, it was like they did. I think it was something like 2 months in Korea where they did like an entire season, and then the playoffs were played in like across 2 weeks in China or something like that.
Sick.
But they loved it. I mean, Korea they put them up in a bunch of compounds with a bunch of houses in a neighborhood, and they actually did their league matches were like at a local mall. They would bus them all out to the mall and they would play it, and for like spectators would just stop while they were shopping and everything. I've never been to Korea for esports. I just went there and did vacation back in November for like 10 days. Korea's like, it's so cool.
I've been there once for vacation as well, and I would love to go back just for esports itself. Like you're saying, even Asia in general, like, yeah, China is blowing up a little bit, but like we really haven't had a lot on that side. And we kind of see that as well even when you look at the best teams.
Yeah.
I am a little bit excited because, like, for example, a team like Tyloo, I mean, I feel like they're always a little bit competitive. They can always cause the upsets at these in these tournaments. And on top of that, it's 5 arts in these teams, so it makes it even more fun,
Yeah, it's Yeah, it's a shame they never got actually to a level Ty Lue. I feel like it would have been so awesome to see Ty Lue spend 1 year as a top 10 team, consistently going deep in events, because then you never know if that could inspire more Chinese teams or more Asian teams to pop up and follow their lead.
Well, here's the thing you
even
mentioned.
MVP too.
I was just gonna say MVP because you mentioned the whole thing of Korea CS isn't that big in Korea, but you had at least MVP there, and obviously it's a very
I've
known.
only seen. I know they've been there, but I've only seen it. We've only seen it one event. They went to a Starliner, and that was it.
Didn't Rambo used to coach that team too?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a while ago.
And then I think one of the other famous Swedish players,
DSN is coaching one other team. I
think their
who
best
is.
player just retired to Valorant too. Zeta.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Classic.
Yeah. Well, he joined Ty Lue for a little bit too.
That's the real issue of Asian Counter-Strike is Valorant's just going to take that whole region over. That's just their style. Okay, Korea's a good shout. Robin, you got a country you want to go to?
I mean, I just want to go to countries I haven't been before, right? So, even the major in Brazil, for example, I was super excited about that one.
You ever been to Brazil?
No.
Okay.
The ESL event that happened last year. I think. Have you guys been back twice?
3 times.
Oh, 3. Yeah, I haven't
we've done
been.
2 Sao Paulos and a Belo Horizonte, and then I went to Sao Paulo again for the MIBR launch party.
Okay. Yeah, no, I haven't been. I this major, for example, I thought that was going to be absolutely unreal.
Yeah. Brazil's cool as hell. The Sao Paulo's fun. I didn't know this going there. They have the largest, I think, Japanese population outside of Japan. So you go there and you get this crazy ass Brazilian Japanese fusion food. They have so many sushi restaurants as well. It's always been fun. I have the luxury of, obviously, since we have the MIBR guys that we know so well. It's I don't know if it'd be an easy country if you didn't have a guide of some sort. But those guys have always hooked us up and helped out. So
the food is delicious.
Yeah.
Those hot dogs we had with the
those were not good.
You scraped off the potatoes.
Yeah.
But it was delicious. It was amazing.
How about Argentina then?
Okay. I don't know anything about Argentina. Sounds fun.
Hey, they have nice steaks there too, I heard.
Do they? Okay.
Yeah. They're actually known for their beef, right?
Yeah. So why not?
Yeah.
Let's go there.
I say my vote would be, there's the obvious one where it's just let's go anywhere that's an island. So remember when they did what was the counter pit event? Where was that at? And it was in Croatia, Split. It was on there was a beach resort in Split. I didn't get to go to that, but all the other guys were sending me pictures of their beach resort, and I hated all of them. But anywhere with the beach would be fun. I've seen the other events Hearthstone. I think has done an event in Hawaii. I think also Hearthstone has done some sweet events. They did the one where they took over a castle in Romania.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm why don't we take over
right?
a castle? Has nothing to do with Counter-Strike, but it's a castle. That's cool as hell.
Do you remember a few years ago they tried to make that the cruise, the esports cruise, the
I
tournament?
remember
Those are always so destined to fail. Those things are
But listen,
garbage.
why can't we make it work?
That
right?
idea was kind of sick. I wish it happened.
I don't think they necessarily thought about.
Nobody needs to be going on cruise ships anymore. Let's not go down that route.
No, that is true. That is true. And just for the people that's wondering, the reason why we're not kicking off yet is because Steam's down. We're waiting for that to come back up.
Bastards.
Usually it's not down for very long, so we're just talking some smack. You got another question for us, Jason?
No, I was just going to continue on the other one. I really like Eastern Europe. If we did an event in Belgrade. Belgrade's one of the most fun cities I've been to.
In the beginning
I got to go with Yanko, so he hooked it up. I think it'd be a very difficult city if you didn't know somebody.
We had a lot more events in Eastern Europe in the beginning of CSGO.
Yeah.
We were all over Europe in the beginning. It was actually so fun. We had even tournaments and poker tournaments and stuff like that.
Yeah.
No, I agree. There's obviously a lot of countries everywhere you can visit or run tournaments in, but there's a lot of options.
Canada hasn't had a good Counter-Strike tournament in some time.
Oh yeah, there was
Canada,
Montreal for a little bit, and then it kind of
DreamHack
stopped.
did the Montreal events, but I think
there was even an IEM in Montreal, right?
Toronto, I think.
Toronto.
Yeah,
okay.
IEM Toronto, but I don't think they had Counter-Strike there. I think that was StarCraft.
Yeah.
I think that was 2011. I want to say.
I just remember the Rage Kid with the keyboard in a WoW tournament.
ESWC had an event in Canada too, right?
Oh yeah, that didn't go well, but that was ESWC also. So there's plenty.
That was in 2015.
Plenty of issues going on there.
Oh yeah.
There was no AC in that entire
That's
building.
a shame.
in the middle of summer.
That was the one where I actually remember Robin and Fifi casting a game, and that's maybe the first time in my life I saw your soul just leave your body. You were just so done with all the technical breaks, sweating bullets on camera.
It was a shame too, because I actually loved the city. It was my first time there, and it was so nice.
Cool.
Yeah, it was. Well, it was in Montreal. That one.
It was in Montreal.
Yeah. And it was my first time. It was super nice.
Oh. Yeah, that was in Montreal.
You're talking about. I know which one.
Jane came out to that one with us
Okay.
too.
He wasn't there for that.
I
He
wasn't there
was-
for that.
You were there.
No, it was me. Summer.
That's a
casting
different.
only.
That's a different Montreal event.
Do you guys hear my stomach
No.
rumbling? I'm so hungry.
I don't think that makes.
It's been
the
so
microphone
loud.
picks up. That she asked me right before we went live. We're like, "Hey, do you think I can just eat when the food comes?"
A girl's gotta eat, dude.
You work at esports.
A
You're allowed
girl's
to
gotta
eat.
eat.
Yeah, yeah,
Come
yeah.
on.
No, we eat during the breaks.
This
That's
is
how it works.
this is the classic caster and analyst issue. Is the food always comes right before
Right,
you have to
yeah.
go live, right? When
Yeah,
you
and then you smell it.
The whole time. The whole time. And
see DJ
everyone's
out there
eating in front of
rummaging
you.
in the buffet
Yeah.
line.
Oh,
What's up,
boy.
Beach?
Yeah, look at him. He's so happy also. Oh man.
Should we do the monster taste test right now? Is it too early?
It's too early. Let's too early. Let's let that one sit. For
Have
a
you
bit.
heard how much I've had? Like, I'm talking so much already. Imagine if you give
With
me a
some
bunch of
monsters on
monster.
you?
I'm already energized. You know
Yeah,
what I
you
mean?
already got it going.
Yeah. Let's wait like after the first series because I feel like this one will
Yeah, I
definitely
need
take.
a pick me up for the
Yeah,
second
I
game.
think so
Alright,
for
alright.
sure.
Absolutely. I have a dark-
But I do think give us another question, Jason. We have no idea how long the Steam problems will exist. If
I was going to get some production value to this segment. We were going to call it something. We have the whiteboard over there. I was going to bring it over. I was going to write the question down, but we've had no time to prepare the any of the assets that we have here. Favorite poolside beverage to sip?
I mean, I really like pina coladas and stuff.
You would be a peanut
Yeah.
butter fan.
You can't have too many of them, but like as soon as the vacation hits, like down the pool, nice little pina colada,
Do you like pina coladas?
And obviously, I also am a big fan of beer.
I was just going to say a beer.
Nice
Just a
cold
Coors
brewski.
Light.
Okay.
A Coors Light.
Yep. Silver bullet.
Curse.
Just a Coors
That's that
Light.
Oklahoma/Texan background
Yep.
coming out in you.
Little mixture of both thrown in there.
I take the. It's a nice drink. Obviously, for the summer days, Moscow mules are very nice and nice, crisp and refreshing.
Do you have the
mint
cups?
julep?
Did you
I
buy
do have
the
cups.
cups?
I have the cups.
I
the
totally
the
see you
copper
buying
mugs.
those cups.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
So
yeah.
that is one drink where if you make it in a copper mug, it tastes delicious. But if you make it in not a copper mug, it is absolute dark.
I've heard
Why?
that. I've heard
And
of
I
a
actually,
chemical
if
or
I
like
ever,
something.
I
yeah.
rarely order them these days. But if I do order them at a restaurant, I always make sure they have the copper mug before
It's
I
just
order.
a
them.
Dude,
placebo, right?
here's the
No.
thing. Here's a fun fact as well. He says
not.
that he rarely orders them these days, but he used to because I remember every time you go out,
I just
he
kept getting
always
frustrated.
asks. Yeah, he always asks, "Hey, what do you serve these in?
I'm
Not
a-
copper. I'm not having
A
it."
little bit bougie.
Yeah.
Is that
No,
how you
thank
gauge whether it's a decent bar or not? Whether they have those copper
No, those
mugs?
copper mugs are like actually expensive though. So
Oh.
I don't necessarily judge. And the reason why most restaurants and bars
I don't necessarily judge them, but just a little bit.
I mean, not for that. I judge them plenty on other things. But the reason why most bars and restaurants don't actually have the copper mugs, if they don't, is because people steal them.
oh.
Because they are expensive. So people will just take the drink and throw it in a purse or something like that, and it's not cool. I also enjoy the mint julep. It's a beautiful beverage.
What was?
I've never even heard of it.
Mojitos aren't bad either, but I'm not much of a rum person. Mint julep is like whiskey on
fancy
crushed ice.
mojito?
Yeah, pretty much, but it's with whiskey. It's good things. Either way, we've just had word that we are allowed to throw to a break, so we don't have to be discussing so much.
I love it.
Hustle.
We did our best.
It's so funny.
Throw to
Yeah,
Bro, I
he
heard
comes
it- I heard
there
it in my
and
ear
literally
as well.
as soon as he types it, throw to break, and he got to run over there and just throw to break.
He did show me a little dirty look. I heard it in my ear like 2 minutes ago,
Yeah,
but I was
yeah.
like, I want to keep going on about the beverages and alcohol. But yeah, we can throw it a break. We're gonna get some food. We're gonna get a snack. It looks like Steam is coming back up
Yeah,
slowly
they're about
but
to show the
surely.
server.
So it's probably gonna be a very quick break, but don't hold me to that. And we'll see you guys soon back at Summit 6. to CS Summit 6. We have just discovered that things have gone live. We did not warn. We were not realizing it was going live. So here we are. Pissed around between Furia and EG, and all of a sudden, already a 3-on-4. But I'm not playing it just yet. My colleagues Potter and KYLLER will be joining me shortly. Yuri gets banged out in the face, and there's another spin, and it's all on Vinny, and he has nothing to do. Well, I hope everyone's day is going nice if you're here on the stream. Hope everyone's happy, comfortable, in a good mood. Look at Vinny. Just chilling, walking away, saving his armor. He's looking for that free upgrade, that $350 upgrade to head armor. Bomb's going to blow up any second now. And EG's got a big lead. Nice Brazilian behind them as well. Zeus playing against his countrymen in this game. That's going to be fun. Expect to buy out of the Furia side of things. Some Deagles, some Scouts, some upgraded pistols. There's Yuri, snap buying the Deagle armor. KYLLER now, ladies and gentlemen, sitting down. He's getting his microphone on. He's taking his time. He's no urgency shown whatsoever. just leaving me here to dry. It's just,
you know,
he's like,
I just love it because he goes, "We're going live soon, guys."
Then we walk back in, and the pistol round's live.
Yeah. I really have to use the bathroom.
Yep.
All right, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. I see we have the first pistol round going the way of EG here, starting on the T side on Nuke.
Who you got in this matchup? We didn't even get to do predictions. We did all of our pregame way earlier.
I mean, if we're just looking for drama and excitement, then I guess we want EG to win here, so we get...
Who do you believe is going to win?
Oh, man, it's so tough. So here's the thing. I kind of want Fury to win because I would love to see that matchup between them and Liquid. But I think actually EG will win.
Okay.
So that's my prediction.
All right, I'm glad we got there.
So my heart
eventually.
says Furia, my brain says EG.
You took your sweet time getting to the prediction, much like getting to the couch. Potter?
Oh, the other person is getting thrown under the bus.
That's a nice
now.
transition as well. I'm glad you've been able to lazily find your way over here.
I'm here. Did you want my prediction,
Yeah,
Jason?
who you got winning this?
I got Furia winning this.
Okay. We got one Furia, one EG.
This.
That's interesting.
How about the host? That never gets to...
Damn it.
Jason, make the call.
I'm taking EG as well.
All right.
Okay.
Wait, Robin, you said EG?
I said EG,
Okay.
yeah. I said my heart says Furia, my head says EG. That was a good little... I was going to say anti-eco, but obviously we know that Furia bought a little bit. Some armor, some scouts. So this one should be a relatively easy one if you're EG. Still obviously very important in terms of just saving economy for the SMG there on, and obviously I'm still as blind as I was yesterday, but I think it's on Ethan. Definitely want to be going for some extra kills here. Some more money in the bank.
Do we need to scoot our chairs closer?
I need like,
binoculars?
I have contacts on, but I probably need glasses at the same time, I feel like.
You need to get on that LASIK height.
Yeah, we talked about that. I'm a little bit freaked out, honestly.
It's not that bad. It's just a laser beam to the cornea.
Ooh, nice.
That's,
yeah, I know.
I don't know about that one.
All right, pretty stable anti-eco here. Henny gets one on ramp, but I think that's going to be it. Do you have these? That's a little bit low, but I don't think his router is going to be able to get anything from this. Never say never, but it's going to be a 3-0 for EG at the start here. We're going to be seeing the first weapon round next round. We'll see even here, I talked about a little bit how EG likes to play the CT side on this map. Obviously, it's Furia starting on the CT side here. They play a little bit more aggressive, as you could imagine.
Oh, right into a double op setup for this defense. Art has one. We saw him, I mean, while you just talk about aggressive, I've seen him so many times get aggressive with his AWP towards the red box outside. He likes to get real frisky.
Yeah, and I think, as you mentioned, like the double op setup, I think it's because of the spawn base that we'll see here. You're probably going to see someone towards T-Red or even an aggressive peek from the ramp side. Maybe even both. Who knows, since it's a double op setup. It's a very quick round there from EG, though. An inner bomb side rush.
What?
I feel like these never work in the beginning. I always say it's a bonus round, though, but I feel like more and more nowadays you kind of expect that first round aggression on the CT side. So you waste a lot of nades early to kind of prevent that rush, and that's exactly what happens. I mean, it's just a meat grinder when EG just runs out of Squeaky there.
But also, I mean, Art.
He had a blind shot coming through the smoke.
Yeah, and I mean, he just ran through. He was blind prior to running through that smoke. But he knew his pathing. He knew exactly where to place his crosshair. He's done it so many times.
What a psychopath.
But here we go. Like I said, the bonus round for previous one. This is where you're probably going to see a regular default. Let's see if we can get the EG guys up and running on.
Yeah, we should say that's a horrible start to the T side with the gun rounds from EG.
I'm not a fan of rounds like that in general. I love this from Art. We mentioned it and we'll mention it again. This like T-red kind of aggressive play that we'll see from Art quite often, I'd say. In double op setup, Henny just stationed on the ramp side as well. This is a very, I was going to say, very dominant hold so far. Misses that shot.
Yeah, he got destroyed, actually, by Stanislav. That's a cool little drive-by. Plenty of utility, but again, that Art in position with the AWP and Vinny as well. Flashbang as he opens the door. It didn't fully work. Ethan's got a double. That's a great find. They've pulled it right back, and now with an op, they're in a bit of a tough space, although Nade is going to... I take it all back. They're good.
Wow.
They're hanging out.
Things got dicey there. I mean, Henny's shot, it looked like it just barely clipped, but it didn't even hit anyone, just right between two Ts, just pressing W, gaining that space on him. But once again, really fancy moves from Furia, and I like that flash out the door with his teammate to come trade right behind him, but...
Didn't
Ethan.
trade.
Yeah, he did it.
Well,
You know, Ethan had a nice spray down.
No, absolutely. And I was going to say, I mean, you could argue as well the same thing of like, you could just wait for him to plant. It's a 4-on-2 situation.
Yeah.
But I like that Furia is just fighting for this now instead of like, don't let EG just fall back and kind of rotate and stuff. Like, put the pressure on them. Just showcase, well, we're not scared of you. We like to play aggressive. Sure, just having two members alive. I mean, it's a little bit sloppy, but it's a round win nonetheless. It's an equal round again from EG. Making their way lower here.
Henny under a lot of pressure, but the backup came. So only he's lost, but they do recover that AWP.
And they've actually, I mean, what, the first gun round that Furia won was 5 players alive, then it was just 2 players alive, now it's 4 players alive. So that's actually, I mean, it's not bad to help start growing your economy early on. Good stuff from Furia. These ops go into work already. Both Brazilian teams have a pretty formidable double op setup. Art and Henny, and then KNG and Fallen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks to be like the Brazilian meta with the double ops.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have some European teams that plays it too, but when we compare, like, for example, the
American
Liquid...
teams don't even have ops.
No, exactly. I was going to say, when you compare that, for example, to a team like Liquid, they don't even have a full-time offer. They have a lot of flexibility in theirs, though. But, again, we see in the inner bomb site play here, I feel like EG has, like, some sort of an idea with these kind of rounds they have.
Oh my Christ.
But this is basically where we see, and we
He's
talk
using
about...
it like a shotgun.
Yeah. It's literally just a shotgun, just pushing through that hut. And you know, you noticed he had a teammate, a rifler, right next to him in case things got a little too dicey that he was in some trouble. He had that backup right at his toes.
I wonder how we're going to start seeing T-sides change and adapt on this map, because I'm starting to notice that way more teams on their CT side are willing to push into hut like right off the bat. And even if they don't push all the way into lobby, they'll grab like an angle to peer towards the radio room entrance. So I don't know. I think a lot of that is the point of taking advantage of the fact that most teams leave, what, 1, maybe 2 players to watch while they mess with outside. So I think there's going to be a lot that has to change on T-sides with him coming up pretty quick.
That's a juicy grenade from Yuri. But EG, they're not making any noise crossing through these smokes.
We'll see here, though. They already have a member down here, Vinny.
Nice flash.
Low by here from the EG side. Not a lot of nades. They have to keep those smokes as well because they need it for upper. So that's why you didn't see them actually waste a smoke on the molly. And Art just down in vents with an op as well. this is exactly what you want from Fury there. And, you know, if EG, that's some frustration there. Just don't have that smoke to cover. And obviously, you end up wasting it now. You could have just used it at the end there.
They got slipped by that Molotov as well, which was really painful. Either way, this round, like, all they're going to get out of it is damage. Cirque with that AWP, it's like, go get us some kills. Go chip away at this economy.
Yeah, but I like this round from EG in the sense of, like, you do the smoke wall and you kind of go down. When we look at the Furia setup with the double up setup here, like, you kind of know where they're going to be at, right? Like, if Art is obviously going to be outside or inner, and then we have that positioning on the ramp side as well. It's something that as well you want to point out of, you know, just because you have an up and ramp doesn't mean it's just completely locked in. If anything, the rotation is going to be pretty slow there. So if you do a good job with the flashes, you can actually go down here and do a pretty good job if you just do the smoke wall and you can just, like, kind of drop off a guy there too. So
Speaking of those two smoke walls, well, Cirque might make things interesting, so I might have to hold that thought. But Stanislaw gets taken out. Yeah.
I don't think he heard that player drop.
Okay, but to the point of those two smoke walls, I mean, we saw Art in those forward position. We talked about it before at that T-Red. It actually ends up helping him out to escape route towards that secret. And so now we're seeing a lot more teams throwing a delayed smoke, but the ones that are closer to the connector, that kind of bluffs whether you're going through a connector pop or a secret stairs pop. So it's going to be interesting if EG keep throwing that smoke wall down and kind of giving Art the line of sight and the duel that he wants, or if there's going to be some sort of an adjustment with those smokes.
I mean, at this point, I think if you're EG, you just start nading or molotoving or flashing that red angle that he was at earlier. Just pretty much every single time you want to take it, because you just never know. He's there again.
He's spotted.
That's a wide peek. He had a chance to get the shot, and then who knows what happens after that. Yuri, that's a sick headshot. Cirque has him trapped in, but he missed an opportunity, and that is crazy amounts of pressure.
Good trades coming out of Cirque there. And once again, Art, he had a buddy this time in Yuri, and nice hold from Yuri. It would have looked a lot better if Art was able to get that kill, but this was once again a nice answer coming out of EG, and Breeze with that kill makes things a lot easier, and just that wide race car peak swing onto Henny makes it even more tough.
That could have gone a lot worse, actually, because, like, as Jason said there, you know, you kind of know that Art is going to be around this area. They spot it, but no nades are being thrown, and they don't even clear this area first. So Yuri with 2 nice kills here. So we do get the trades from Ethan here on Vinny, and then Yuri goes down. But it could have been definitely a little bit sloppy. It's a round win for sure. And I like the fact that they actually found an answer here. You know, otherwise Art would have just continued to do it every single round. Now maybe we might see a little bit more of a, I was gonna say, less aggressive, but obviously still aggressive when we're talking about Furia.
Obviously still aggressive.
And especially because that round still looked good for Furia. It was just one missed shot from Art, but Yuri...
This is what you were talking about, Christina. Obviously, I think this is Art smoke maybe, but exactly like you're saying, because they utilize that smoke so well nowadays, of just, it's like an extra wall for the CTs to, like, just move around.
Yeah.
And exactly like you're saying, you kind of see that wall a little bit more now towards the mini area instead. So the offer don't...
Oh, what a shot from Ethan.
Snap.
Art thought.
Yeah, he was...
He thought.
He got... This is a national position from Vinny, but that's an even better shot. Breeze and Ethan, 2 of the most skilled players on EG, coming alive with some nice shots here. Yuri's going to make his way, but these AWPs are having such an impact on both sides. Cirque now getting a follow-up kill onto Yuri. 45 seconds for a 2-on-4 in the favor of EG. 2 players on low HP, though. They do have a standing downstairs. It's all about crossing. I didn't even notice we have Gaben up on the monitor.
Oh, yeah, we do. I was just going to point out, Cirque is such an important player now for EG. He has all the nades. He also has the smoke for lower. It's pretty important that he stays alive.
20 seconds.
That's a big
noise
kill
being
for
made
Furia to get to, but if you pay attention to where Furia is, you know, they have lobby controls, looking to be a save, you know, 4-on-2 situations, bombs about to go down, and no nades on their end, except for, I think it's a flash.
I think KYLLER has money to drop. Art and Vinny, a little over 1,000, it looks like. Actually, I can't even see Art. That's what, 3K? 31?
Oh, how's it going, Mr. LASIK man?
I know, it's not gone well. It's horrifying, actually.
Well, they recover Art's AWP, so that definitely helps.
Time to request a 70-inch TV. Oh, I also noticed. I actually didn't. We kept on yesterday. I kept on saying when it comes to the economy and stuff like that, we kept on seeing just the 3 nades from a lot of the players, and it's because it doesn't. I don't think the UI shows double the flashbang, so it's something to note. in some cases when we do see like a lot of money and we just see the 3 nades on one of the sides, they probably have the 2 flashbangs. And that's also important for me to know. I talk a lot about utility and stuff like that, so...
Expected from a coach?
Expected. Maybe.
How's it been? What's it been like coaching?
It's been...
Versus playing. Is it more stressful, less stressful?
It's a little bit of both. I think that, you know, even when you're sitting... I'm trying to use the example, even when you're sitting here, like, you know, on an analyst desk or even, like, casting at the same time, one thing that I think people just have a really hard time understanding is the information, the amount of information that gets just lost because a player doesn't say something. The amount of information that just like people don't seem to be like valuable, for example, that might make you lose a round.
Right.
You know, like for example, we'll use an example on, let's say, Dust 2 on long. Let's say that, you know, our player there is not calling out what nades are being used, right? And then all of a sudden, you know, Richard is supposed to make a call. I'll be like, hey, let's go A. They don't have any nades, but we have like no information. Like a lot of that stuff get lost in transactions. It's the same thing when we look at like map control. And that's been a little bit frustrating as a coach because obviously you see all 5 players and you kind of see a lot of gaps in the sense like, why didn't you call that? Why didn't you do that? But it's also very rewarding to see when things actually do start clicking a little bit to kind of see that work of, oh, I've actually got like these 5 players to like work together in like a little bit better. So I can definitely see even probably for Janko as well when he made that transition over, you know, from being on the desk to being a coach.
Yeah, well, I mean, desk to coach is definitely more stressful. It's
Now, you were in-game leading at first, and now you're not. But I know Threat recently, he's been trying to transition by not calling out those things. But when you notice that something's getting lost, are you having to control your urge to
I try not
in?
to call as much as I can. Like, for example, obviously, if it's an official game, I try and call and stuff like that. But if it's practice, and let's say, for example, I see that someone, like, fails to say something, I might just be like, hey, let's, like, you know, talk about nades. Let's talk about this. Like, what's going on? So I put that still in their hands. Because I know that once we go offline and stuff like that, the more you help these guys out, I'm not just talking about my players, but you make them lazy in some sense. You kind of make them like, oh, like someone else is just going to call this for me. You're not going to get those kind of advantages when you're offline event. Because then I'm not allowed to talk. I'm not allowed to talk when we call a timeout, right? And the same thing when my players die, you know, like they have to, you know, when you die, someone has to take over. There's a comms from Magic, for example, from Australis, and you notice the same thing, how much he takes up the pace of calling when he actually ends up dying. And that's just overall just very important of, you know, and I think that's been like the biggest thing as well, working on, you know, when you talk about coaching and stuff in general, just like making sure that everyone is talking and calling and like working well together. But I think it's different. I think you have a lot of different like coaching styles as well. You know, when we talked about, for example, an I'm a pet versus like a Zeus, like I'm a pet is someone that doesn't have a lot of in-game experience. Obviously hasn't been a pro himself, but he's watched a lot of CS and he's obviously very knowledgeable in that sense. So he has a lot. I think he has a lot to come with when it comes to strategical approaches and stuff like that. Whereas a player like Zeus, I think, has a lot to come with when it comes to like reading the opponents, like the mentality of the opponents. You know, like sticking rounds together for them to make sense. So like they kind of tie them together. Of like it's not very obvious of where, you know, your players are going or whatnot. I've talked about this now for 2 rounds. I've noticed last round was a weapon round. This is a bit of a save. Looking like a 7-5 scoreline on the EG side, their T side as well. So this is a very nice side so far.
Yeah, EG have been doing a fantastic job not giving Furia the type of duels that they're looking for. I mean, you see him multiple times spreading out, pausing things down, not letting Yuri get double kills, and Art thrive within those pushed forward positions. So EG, this slow approach and just bait and switching, it's working out phenomenally for them.
And I actually thought they were going to be in a lot of trouble when that double op got rolling on Furia. Like, I was watching it, and I was like, wow, I don't know how they're going to be able to bust through this and take that out of their hands, and they've done it just well.
One of the things for me when Furia first got into the scene and started beating these teams as well, one of the things I said was, you know, and I feel like a lot of people agreed of, like, give them some time for people to kind of adapt and, like, learn from how they like to play. And we kind of, my worry here with Furia is that now obviously they've reinvented themselves a little bit, but they've kept the same aggression. And I think it's one of those playstyles of, I think it takes a lot of work to get it, like a lot of commitment and work to get it to actually work within the server. And like EG's playing right now, this is like very much a counter, like we're saying. You don't see a lot of nades being thrown. You see a lot of just like holding angles and stuff like that, expecting Fury to come and push. And Fury just has to, like, you know, we talk about the change of pace, of calling a timeout, of saying, hey, We've been very aggressive now, start of this half. We have to like kind of calm it down a little bit. Let's play a little bit defensive. Let's see what EG actually has to come with on their T side, and let them come to us. Let them search for the opening. Let them actually do and execute. Because that's what happened in the beginning of the round. We saw EG just start rushing, right? And Fury had a really great response to that the last few rounds. And obviously Eco's rounds involved in that too. I feel like they have lost the entry a little bit. They have been a little bit too aggressive. So nice change of pace here.
Ooh, Art waiting for his moment to be aggressive. Sees nothing so far. Of course, he's going to hop into that smoke while scoped in. He is a madman, quite literally. And this is going to be tough to find. He's got a player at red box at the moment. There's just no way he can check all that now. They've got to hear those footsteps in towards Mini. But this is going to be a ramp hit, and Henny steps into it when he sees the nade.
All these rotations that EG were able to manipulate.
Yeah, they did such a great job.
Yeah, now they just get to pick them off one by one. But Art, he finds himself in a awkward position. That smoke is certainly going to make things more tough, and I think he's just thinking about saving at this point.
Yeah, this is Fury. I've never even been able to get into this round whatsoever. That was really cool from EG. The play outside as well from Stanislaw was the thing of beauty. If he's going to get aggressive, just don't show yourself. Let your teammates make it. And that lurk is so powerful when an aggressive player has to like recover from his overextension, and there's just really nothing you can actually do.
And you saw the swap of focus there from EG as well. I had mentioned it. You know, when you have in the beginning of the half, you put a lot of focus outside of it, even in the inner bomb site, and you leave ramp a little bit by himself. You see there, rotation just doesn't exist, right? So if EG gets that entry, you get a very quick rush downstairs. And Art, we talked about timing. Art was actually lower, but he went aggressive through the smokers and he ended up being in mini instead. So now you have no one lower to begin with as well. So I think EG is doing a really good job with Furious rotations here. I think they're playing it very smart, very cool, calm and collected as well. 2 more rounds of the half. We do have money still on the Furia side, but I think they definitely need these two. We know that they're a good T-sided team, but 10 rounds on the T side is definitely a stretch.
I'd be sick if they get there, though. It'd make that second half, you know, a little bit more of a breeze. This time, much faster pace. Smoke wall is up. They have 1 AWP and 1 rifle to worry about, upgraded pistols. And now they slow it down. And look how passive Breeze is. He's like, yeah, you guys can have lobby. I'm just going to shoot you the Mac.
What a call coming out of EG. You know, we saw them try to go fast upper. It didn't find too much success, but this time around, it's just W down to Secret. And Art, you know, we saw him here defending multiple times, but because there's just been that lurk, that bluff of that outside pressure, he's left it completely open.
I can't believe Art is that aggressive with his AWP.
But this is...
it's so funny just watching him.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely insane. He's
that's
a madman,
psychotic
right?
with it scoped in the whole time.
But this is also very common in the sense of like how T's position themselves. If you do 4 outside, the most important thing for the lobby player is just staying alive. Like, just don't just die. Yeah. It's a lurk position, right? So like you see there, like it's a lot of information from Furia, but because EG is doing such a good job on outside at the same time, and Breeze doesn't die in there, like they're not getting anything done. Yeah, they have the map control, but they've lost the control of the map that they needed, right? They didn't make the read on time. Once they're in lobby here, where else could they be? Well, they obviously have to be outside, right? Yeah. This is where you have to gamble. Are we going lower and we're just going to gamble lower? Or do we think they're going to go under heaven? You can also set that up, right? Because then you can set up one guy in hot, you hold up heaven, and it's like lobby setup instead. But we don't see that from Furia. We see aggression, but we kind of don't see the adaptation of like using the information to your advantage. And I think EG is really using that to their favor now. We have the last round on our hands. Again, I talk about the adaptation. I would love to see the same thing from Furia. Just have a default setup, like a defensive setup. You can have the Opera up in heaven. You can have one guy in ramp. Just have one guy as well. The Opera on heaven is usually the ramp rotates. Have 2 guys inner and there's 1 guy lower. It doesn't have to peak. Just be very compact play. Work on the trades and the rotations. And see if EG can do something with that, but we'll see. That's my opinion. Obviously, Furia is definitely going to have something else in mind, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
It's the double ops once again. Art, here we are, finally in some light, yeah, in the very last round of this first half. And Yuri, he's found a lot of success here, but this time he's alone. He doesn't have Art to get that contact first, and He's backing out.
Yeah, it's. I mean, the only thing holding EG back from turning that corner is the respect and fear of what the defense was looking like outside early on. Else Yuri would have gone down. It's a two-man advantage for Furia, and there's no access anywhere for EG at the moment. That's a good win for Ethan. He can drop down, but they likely see that. Instead, just going to smoke it off. And again, does Vinny want to get aggressive through that smoke?
I think this is a good call this time around. You have the man advantage. It's 4-on-3. You know they're outside, but that's not a lot of like in terms of
You
map
can just
control.
turtle up, right? It should
Exactly
be so
right.
easy
Yeah,
to just turtle
like,
into the bomb
it's the same
sites.
thing. I always say the same thing about ramp. Like ramp is map control, but it's pretty much of a waste, right? Because you don't get anything from it. It's not like you can plant the bomb, for example. It's just one way of the map, but because this map is so compact and like the rotations are there, it doesn't matter. You can kind of give that to the T. Same thing with the outside. And I love the fact that Fury doesn't really overextend here. They get the entries, they fall back, they turtle up. Let EG come to you. And it's a 9-6.
This is a lot to ask for Stanislaw, but he does avoid that line of sight from Henny, smartly so. He's got the intel from his teammate that just went down, but he's going to avoid that altogether.
I admire that you guys are actually talking about this round as if there's a chance.
No, I'm
Stanislaw
not.
can win.
I
it's
think there's
over.
a chance.
10 seconds left.
There's 8 seconds
He
on the
does
clock.
that
There's no
back.
chance.
There's not anymore. I thought it was just clever that he did that. I thought he was going to go for the kill at least after, but he
It's
starts
all
going
good.
hut.
It's
Why'd he go
all
hut?
Good. Nobody knows. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll hopefully have an answer for you. See you soon.
Welcome back, ladies
Third
and
time's the charm.
gentlemen.
Yeah.
Third time's the charm. It's the second piss round, map number 1.
I hope
Furia
you
on the
enjoyed
T side.
our Pikachu barbecue. Well, I guess we know what we're having for lunch tomorrow.
Yeah. It's Hawaiian barbecue.
Overnight slow roast.
Oh.
Yeah, it's in there. It's
Just,
broiling over
meat
there
just
already.
melts in your mouth.
Oh,
Yep.
it's going to be a nice little round, baby, from Tariq. He gets the first one, doesn't get the second. Kiss Rod trades. Nicely done. They're going down vents. There's 2 set of nades on the Furia side, so they used all of it except for the one smoke.
Ooh,
but
Ethan,
they make it down.
Ethan hasn't rotated. You want to talk about communication going on. There seems to be none of it.
Well, I say that, but you look at the rotation. This is going to be a very quick retake from EG. No nades, but it's going to be 4 members.
Oh,
it's all
dear
about the
Lord.
trades here. Yep, we're going to see the red carpet come in.
What
It's
is...
Breeze. He's still got the kit, but he's so low on HP. He's just hit 2 nice shots, so he's feeling good. He's sticking it. Oh, Yuri calls it though. Pros don't fake, Jason.
Well, you also don't fake when you have 8 HP. You just say, please don't peek me.
That was wild though. Every player, all 10
know.
players just were willing to just go in there, get involved, look for one taps.
It was so funny when you talk about even retakes, right? Because you look at Furia, they have no nades left to use all of it. So what that means is, if EG were to have nades for this retake, let's say the smoke up short and stuff like that, Furia is in a disadvantage. So they make the decision, hey, we have to fight for this bomb and we have to trade well. EG had the same approach, which is why it just looked like a straight slaughter, right? They're like, hey, we also have no nades, we have to trade. So basically a 4-on-4 on that bomb site, just a full-on brawl. Fury gets the better of it.
I mean, Art hit 2 1-taps towards Ramprom on that. Like, if he doesn't get those, I want to see that Breeze sequence from his POV, because I don't know how he would have gotten that second kill. He was already low on HP, got the first headshot on Art, and then transitioned away to Henny. That was cool. 2-round lead for the Evil Geniuses.
Oof, a bit of a blunder there for Ethan, but that's a nice trade. There's trades just going off all across the map right now.
It's turned into a very brawly, scrappy game pretty early on, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think when Cirque got picked off early there, they just, EG wanted to feel like they needed to do something, especially with the investment that they put into this round. But Furia, they were completely ready for it. And Yuri, that shot onto Cirque outside. It was a bit of a spray, but it was such a beautiful spray. I like it when Yuri looks like he's feeling good. He's feeling himself.
It's going to be a nice, quick, easy round, I think, from Furia. Full save on the EG. We have 4 HGs, though. Maybe 4 outside. Pretty common, and that's basically where they're running towards. We'll see if they just throw... Yeah, they throw them right off the bat instead of waiting for nades. So it's going to be, I call it a thin air. It's a 5 guys outside rush.
Get it. Get it. Oh, dear. I was hoping that Yuri would just go in a little sequence there.
That reload.
Yeah, he had never saw the other players coming either.
Sabotaging himself.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That's a cool AK skin.
Cirque has the same combo I have.
I don't like the purple on purple, I'm not going to lie.
Okay.
I will say, though, maybe I don't like the purple on purple. I do like that you're trying to match the colors, right? I think you can do like a full set with red. I think you could do a full set with purple. I think there's a full set of rusty coat as well. You could do a lot of things with the skins, Jason.
I know, I'm just saying, you know, mix up the colors.
Get wild with it.
Yeah.
A little bit freaky.
Purple and orange is always cool.
I mean, you can have like one color on the C side, one color on the T side.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I've never even.
Ooh,
I've never picked up glove skins. I just have the standard, that old standard.
When the first ever skin update came out, yeah, I went a little bit overboard. But after that, I got like,
well, yeah, because you were like the marketing team for the.
Yeah.
You got to see all that shit. You hit the button.
I did hit the button. I also, it was pretty funny because before that, like, so we got an understanding of how it worked. We got to open up the cases, and we didn't need the keys, right? Obviously, we didn't
that must be nice.
We didn't
That
get to
must
keep
be
the
nice.
skins. It was just like the way it worked, so we could see. And I think actually Fabric opened up a knife, like after a while of doing that. But I said this. I was just like, I don't want to open up the stuff because I'm not going to be able to keep it. I'd rather spend the money then because I'm going to be upset if I open up the knife. And then I just got a bunch of shit, and then I stopped. My best weapon I've ever opened up is the Fire Serpent.
Oh, Furia doing what they did on pistol, but Stanislaw, he spotted him.
Oh, that's
timing the
that's a bomb. Ooh, that's so depressing if you're Fury at the moment. And oh, what a shot! K Serato had no health, and that opens everything. I can't believe how much of a slaughter this is.
I think that's the fault as well, because you had mentioned like the bomb gets dropped, but I think EG starts panicking there, because I think the call is made, hey, a bomb, come. But instead, you know, like Furia, they're taking it pretty quiet, like pretty calm there. They're just holding the sights a little bit. They have to kind of regroup when this happens, right? So I think it's a little bit smart. Like, don't overcomplicate things. I'll be like, hey, bomb sound, that's fine. What nades do we have? Like, where are we at? Like, what can we do to retake it, right?
It's pretty amazing that only one person is even close to the bomb from Fury, though. Like, look how spread out this team was when that hit went in. Like, 2 players were at the upper side of the map while the bomb was down lower behind vents.
Well,
but
you know
I wonder
that
if
timing.
That call was made late, right? I'm just gonna go down because we're not taking inner or something.
Yeah, well, I mean, the timing, as soon as that bomb went down, all the Furia guys were already
pushing
spacing. Yeah, they just wanted to get up close so that they can catch off the rotators. And, you know, it ended up paying off for them because they can now collect the bomb later slowly at their own accord on their terms. And Breeze, he's got to save. But take a look at EG's money. It's not that bad. They were actually able to save 2 AKs in the last round when they full saved. So they've got some cushion to work with going into the next round.
Some cushion.
A lot of cushion. Cirque's rich.
Rich.
Baller.
Well, I mean, another opera that's very good with aggression as well. I'd like to see Cirque kind of fight back with that same sort of style that Art had to a degree. Art's what, got 20 kills? 20 and 11?
Yeah.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Here we go. Nades to blow open the door. Pretty standard stuff. Mimicking an upper hit. Oh, Cirque just missed the opportunity. No damage through the vent. And oh dear. Furia is going to force Tarek. Oh, I can't. Art's here so quick.
And they're hitting ramp now. Tarek.
He can't go anywhere.
Yeah, he's got to
trapped.
select a target. He doesn't know which way. And Art, that jumping AK headshot takes him out. He got crunched. Surrounded on all sides.
Well, that's got to be so frustrating too, because if you're Tarek, you're just like, come on, like, can I get some help? Like that's what scares me a little bit, because he would have had options as well. We talk about Nuke all the time, and I know Robin, you mentioned it. Like rotations are so important. So if Tarek's getting pinched like that, where's the rotation towards ramp room, right? Like the general, I mean, the most basic fundamental theory is someone from the upper bomb site can drop down vent, but if Art's already gotten down vent, that makes that dangerous. So instead, someone needs to rotate down the ladder to ramp room, and then Tarek can either go down below if he can beat Art there, or he stays in ramp room and they can actually fight that half of the attack. But Tarek just had no support and no options to do anything.
Exactly. You talk so much about rotation, and exactly your point. Mostly people do have that first guy like, oh, if they go down lower or whatever, if they go down lower from outside, this is the first that goes down vents to help, right? But exactly like you're saying, let's say, for example, the T's have blown up the door, the squeaky door, and they're holding the angle. That call should be made, so because now you can't rotate lower if you're CT, because you're stuck on that angle, so someone else has to do it, and that should obviously be talked about, right? You should always be sure that like this map is so important that rotations are on point, otherwise your seat side will be awful. It looks like a very compact and easy map, but because of the way that works, like, and obviously, like, speaking from experience, like I think Swedish teams in general, even Danish teams, have had such a good fundamental approach on this map for years and years and years, and I think it's because...
Used to be Swedes leading the way.
No, exactly, but I think it's because I think that people have not figured out on how the rotations work necessarily on this map, and I think it's just one of these maps where it just have to be pinpoint.
Well, I know the problem for a lot of American teams was for a long time, and obviously this has changed a little bit. American teams didn't even like playing this map, and so you're never going to learn if you're not playing it. It's gotten better over time, but mostly just with the top tier. So even those guys don't even have a chance to play against teams that know how to rotate. You know, when we're practicing, especially during this online phase. So some interesting little cultural phenomena there. Penny going to lead the way. This is fast as well. This is 20 seconds into the round, and he's already turned this corner. He hasn't stopped.
He's just going to keep going.
They're all doing this.
Tarek, he's in for a surprise. As soon as he turns around, he's heard the door open. But there are now two members of Furia at this point, and once again, Tarek is in a position where he's got to choose what target he wants to fight at. And
oh no.
Art.
Yep.
This is a play and a half. I love it. He can get a flank in. He's going to be able to meet people. Oh, they want to go up the vent.
There's just so many layers in Furia's approach right now.
Oh, EG's so screwed. They lost this round. There's not even in the upper bomb side. It's all free and clear. They've actually pushed in towards Loppy, which is the correct counterplay. Stanizal could put a stop to this maybe, but Art's going to provide cover.
Oh.
I think he spotted that as well.
Oh.
That's real filthy.
Man, what an approach from Furia.
Oh, no one's guarding the bomb, though. Okay. Sorry, please continue.
No. I was gonna say this is actually a little bit of a play from Furia here. It's an Ents round. Ents had a round where basically they had two guys go lower, put up a lot of noise, then go up vent, and it's like a B1 split. I think Furia has used that a little bit and remade it into their own. Art makes that round completely, coming under catwalk and just locks the rotation down. But exactly like what Jason said too, EG actually had a valid response to that round because they took lobby control when they realized, hey, Furia might be lower and they also have under catwalk. As I mentioned, like you want to have lobby control there. The only fault that EG had there was that they focused way too much on the ramp side instead of having like one guy in lobby, one guy in hut to hold the heavens control at least, and then you can have the 3 guys kind of rotate. But Furia, I mean, again, we talk about the rotations. What a round they actually do. Like, I think EG has no idea what actually happens in that round. They have lower, they have garage, they have under heaven. The only thing EG had, they essentially swapped sides. EG was T on that side, and they had no control.
It's a really nice call from Furia, considering the round before that is the one where they had just demolished Tarek, like put him in a really impossible situation. So you capitalize on an over-rotation from EG in this round, where previously they didn't get down below quick enough and with enough players to stop anything. This time they get down there super quick and with enough bodies, but that took it so that made the fake so strong. Stanislaw gonna go down as well. That you've got to just be straight caught off guard by the fact that Art doesn't even consider any danger in that drop down.
Oh, but sir, what a play!
Comms, KYLLER. Vinny does trade though. Oh man.
This is winnable. Tarek wins these all day.
Yeah, and Art, he's actually wrapping back around. He's definitely heard that drop. He's communicating it over to Vinny.
Tarek lost.
Now, Vinny, he's definitely, it looks like he's going to go ramp, or he's waiting for Art to wrap back around. But Tarek, the timing is so great for him. But it takes him too many bullets to actually take him out.
That's a bold jump grenade with 9 HP.
Oh, that's calculated. What? That's so calculated.
Well, oh, did he blow the AK back to him?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not bad. Style points, certainly, but you got to win the round to get those points added to your scoreline. Vinny is in a pretty rough angle for Tarek to clear, considering Dark is to the right.
Vinny's in a good spot here, though. If he actually timings this and goes through the door himself. Ooh.
Oh man, that's very unfortunate. If you look at EG's setup that round, they actually, if you look at the way that their setup is, and this is what I was talking about, the compact setup for EG, they have all 5 members here willing to fight for EG. Look at the rotations coming in, they're all willing to take the fight. The fact that Furia ends up winning this round, even though they're fighting as 5 EG players, is very, very impressive. And that just makes me think, for me, like, I don't think the EG is going to have a counter to this, knowing that Furia just seems to be trading and shooting harder right now. That was the perfect setup for EG2 that they could have done. Like, in most cases, the compact setup, the reason why you run those setups is because you're really strong on these inner bomb site rushes, and on top of that, one of the things you can be really strong at if you make the call is you can also fight outside, something that Vitality does a lot. As soon as they see someone, you get the one flash, and all of a sudden there's 3 or 4 CT players there just waiting to fight. Kind of the same setup EG is running, but Furia, because they're doing so much work with the rotations, because they're always having EG second guess themselves, even that one round there, even with 5 members alive, they're just doing such a good job with the trades. Very impressed so far.
Ooh! My man.
It's one
nice
of the
shot.
first few timeouts we've had as well. We did see a little swap. Cirque a little bit more aggressive this time around with the op.
They needed it.
Yep.
They needed someone to start stepping up to the plate. That stops the attack cold. Although Art's just going to walk. Oh dear, they've miscommunicated. That's way too easy. One in heaven comes out, drops to the floor. That was a lot of time for Art to adjust to that, but he wasn't able to get there. But still, there's just so much progress that's been made. And Breeze is a champ.
He's such a champ, man. Just flying out that raptor, getting in that position. Stanislaw kind of whiffs, but now Furia, they know he's in this vent.
Yeah, but you still need to handle Breeze in the bomb site, and he's been unmovable.
That now they're just going to hunt Vinny down. If he picks this corner, he's got 2 CTs just waiting to blast him. A jiggle here, a jiggle there. Where's the bomb down at? Oh, it's right there, upper. Yeah, it's a lot of work for Vinny to ahead of him, and Stanislaw's already waiting for him at his back.
That's unfortunate. Laid out.
It's a good dominant round though for EG, having 4 members alive.
Yeah, they needed to build up some economy for this.
Really nice response from Breeze.
Yeah, I mean, that was lucky too, because he was actually up in heaven, and
Well,
Art just didn't see him, and
yeah.
then he drops down. Like there was like a good 3 seconds where Breeze was just like a free kill.
Yeah.
But still, the bigger issue there, or maybe not issue, but the bigger thing that EG got away with is the fact that he was able to just walk into Mini and get a free kill on the player, not even looking on HUT. So I don't know if that's miscommunication between Cirque and the HUT player, but someone certainly thought that Mini was being watched.
we see that a lot. I feel like we've heard so many stories even about like a skadoodle, on the garage end of, getting the one and maybe not calling if they could be lower or if they could be upper. There's a lot of things going on there. When Cirque gets the first, he even clears up by minute there too and probably calls that there's no one there. But because as he's running back, you kind of do have that like mistiming of like just the whole thing of like not a player calling, they could come into mini is such a fault, right? Because as soon as you hear that, and if you're playing hot, you will at least start looking there a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're not just gonna assume that hey, they will never be able to come in there. As soon as you say that hey, they could do this, then you at least put the mindset that first watch it back a little bit. There was another timeout. I think that was actually from the Furia end. It's a nice dominant round from EG last round, having 4 members alive. They really need it for economy. But 13-10. So lobby standard from Furia. Hasn't really been doing a lot outside. This is pretty common. We talk about setups, 4 guys inner, but this is definitely Furia I was talking about. That's the whole thing of what Furia likes to do. This is just so notorious Furia. He walks out with a smoke, clears both angles. Art, you're insane, man. You're absolutely fucking insane. I can't believe, again, you do that.
Just entering with that AWP.
That is insane. I don't want to take anything away from that, but let's also say it's insane that no one from EG reacted at all to that shot.
But it was just so fast too, and his timing was perfect.
Missed the first. Well, they had a guy holding that, right? But because Art gets the first one, and the thing is, normally when you get that kill, you're not expecting the T's, and especially with an op, to keep running out there and clear the next corner.
Yeah, but we've been talking about this tendency from Art for like a month. More than a month now that he's doing this kind of stuff. Like, certainly you have to go into a game against Furia and say, if they get a kill, Art's coming at me.
There's only so many
Art's
things.
coming
Come
at
on.
me.
Illich even said that he knew. I mean, of course these players are aware that it's going to happen, but that's the beauty of it. But also the ugliness of it is that you know it's going to happen, but...
But the reason why I say that is because even if you look at the angle, I'm not sure who was actually up there in the
there was one in
rooftop.
Rafters and there was one in the bomb site itself.
So I think it was Breeze and Ethan.
So the second kill here's the thing for me, what Art does is so insane. Because he does give a fuck about the site.
Okay.
He clears a little bit.
Yeah.
Look at the
But after he gets
swing?
the first kill, there's 3 seconds. That's a lifetime in Counter-Strike to at least have that site player peek from the other end to trade off the Rafter kill.
No,
right?
I agree with that. Oh, absolutely.
Like,
yeah.
Somebody.
Somebody.
Like, come on now.
Please.
React! React!
Oh, man.
Oh, my.
Again.
Same spot as well that Cirque got picked off by Yuri a few rounds ago.
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't spot him. Art was given a bit of a jiggle there by Stan, but he didn't spot him. It's not going to affect too much into the round. Ethan's already rotated down lower. And Tarek with the AWP now. Towards that ramp area. Oh, the spam war. Henny coming out on top of it.
This is crumbling for EG. This defense is looking very disorganized. 2 players down. Breeze looking for that lurk, and he's found it. Good awareness. The bomb will, well, maybe not quite yet. 3 players downstairs. No defenses here. Furia's kind of hit the pause button for the moment. They don't have a lot of utility either. Ethan, it's all down to timing. That is a nice win for Yuri. And now he can watch for the vent drop.
Man, the movements from Furia in this round were
saving?
so fast.
I think they're saving
they
here.
are.
I think it's a smart call to make. I mean, we have one Breeze that's low as it is, and also no nades. We picked up some on Tarek though, but it's a flash and an HE. I think it's the right call to make here. You still have 5 rounds to work with, and on top of that, we had mentioned the whole thing with economy. They had 4 guys alive coming into this round, so obviously the round was definitely winnable. But for next round, there's going to be some money on EG's side, but nowhere near where they want it to be. Saving the op is definitely important. And here we go. It's the first map. Furia has 5 rounds to map point. They've been playing this.
How many do you think
very
it's
well.
going to take them?
I don't know. I don't think it's going to take him very long. I normally when you see rounds like this, though, this is like the scrappy round where you kind of see like them wanting to try and get it over with. You kind of the assumption is that EG might not have a lot of money with like, oh, they might be buying rifles. That means they shouldn't have a lot of utility. But if we look at the EG buy here, it's actually a really good one. It's like the best one they could really hope for. So if they want to make a comeback, this is a really good buy to make that happen. The start, Stanislaw, like we said, the start here, that's exactly what they needed.
Yeah, and I mean, there's only so many times. It's
I
good
said
to see
the
them put a
fast
stop
scrappy
to
round.
that.
Yeah, I mean, it's all it's like I don't know why because it happened even with my team, but it's like a mentality thing of like, oh, we have the match point. Let's just like the first round when you get the match or map point like this is always a fast one, and I don't know why. It's just a mentality, right? It's just
Really?
like, yeah. You see here, same thing, right? Like Furia just wants to get it over with.
Yeah.
They kind of do something unorthodox, but how often do you kind of see this work, right? Of like because you
In
kind of
this game, I've seen it. Like Art's been
no,
able
I'm
to.
saying for map points, as
Yeah.
in 15. I'm not saying for round number 8.
Okay.
I'm saying just when you do hit that magic number of 15,
Yeah.
the next round after that tends to be a very fast one. And especially if you know that EG has like a sloppy buy or whatever. Now, obviously, we
I
know
like
they
it.
don't.
I appreciate it. I like seeing if you can just end the game on a knockout.
It
or
happens.
an
Listen,
uppercut.
man.
It's like
Pay
when you
attention
play.
to every game
It's
we
like when you
watch.
Keep it
played
spicy.
when you played Mortal
Oh.
Kombat as a kid and you had your opponent at low HP. You always went for the uppercut to finish him off. You wanted that like cinematic look to
the
the
head to go off.
This round all of a sudden got interesting.
Yeah.
EG was in full control, but even Yuri, he almost got that double kill.
I mean, the nice thing about this for Furia is there's just so many win conditions in terms of grinding economy away, in terms of just obviously straight up killing strategy. Nice win for Ethan, tucking himself into the corner. 4 more chances for Furia.
The money's still good. I just think EG needs one more round after this to put Fury on a save, so we'll see. As I mentioned, there was another fast round for Furia. I mean, we're not expecting anything else, but this tends to be the round. That's why I was going to say 16-11 or 16-12, just because I feel like that round is always tends to be like just a wash. Looks to be an outside or a lobby default with Yuri taking up a lot of space outside here. Art goes down again. Stanislaw. These are 2 great rounds from him, actually.
Finally, an answer for Art and his shenanigans. EG coming out on top of the trades a couple rounds in a row now.
Yeah, and it's a fast round again. A 5-on-3 now. And it's only been 40 seconds this round so far. KYLLER gets a nice little kill there again with the Squeaky. I feel like Fury and Squeaky, they kind of go hand in hand.
And KYLLER, another nice headshot. It's funny how this team is like, oh,
jeez.
Good find. Okay, hold the thought. 1 versus 2. This time Yuri's got plenty of time. He's got plenty of health, and he has the bomb against a UMP and an AWP on Cirque.
And the difference here, obviously, we have Yuri on full HP, so
I don't know if I like that play. Obviously trying to keep Cirque frozen with the utility to the upper bomb site, but this is a long time to rotate away. And now when he gets to the lower bomb site, he's got no idea where anyone is, and he's got no utility to keep himself safe. And he's going to go down.
May have overthought that one.
Yeah, I thought first the Molotov and the smoke at the upper bomb site would be like go back to door and see if anyone tries to push close to the bomb site, like trying to bait out the reaction. He obviously could have used the smoke to also just kind of walk behind it, cross into the site.
I think here's the thing on this map. The one guy you always want to try and find is obviously the main rotate. And Tarek seems to be the guy that's lower all the time. And I think one of the main worry here is that where is Tarek? Because we haven't seen him really all half. He could have been the one that came up from vents, for example, and be one on that split. Or he could have been at least on the other side of vents. So
Tarek
I think
is the main ramp player, though.
Is he there right now?
Yeah. Yeah, he's the Deddy ramp player. We even saw him bringing out the AWP too, and
It goes down. It's just like, it's all about rotate. Ooh, hold the thought. They're going to hit this. Cirque missed opportunity. Tarek's there to keep spacing. Traded immediately, and Cirque's got to back off. I think it comes down to rotation, right? Because Tarek could be doing those things, but he needs someone to rotate to ramp to take up that position or to do something to help him be a little bit more dynamic.
Right, exactly. And as we talked about rotations before, like Tarek is also one of the guys that could be the guy that goes lower if Cirque is under heaven. Then Cirque would take over the ramp duties and Tarek would go lower.
I can't believe he almost got that kill. What a little rat.
The timing sometimes unreal.
It's a bit of a dangerous round here from Fury. Bomb is down 4-on-4 though. Not a lot of nades. I was going to say, Art really needs this kill here if they're going to want to make it happen.
Cirque just ruined his day.
If I'm Stanislaw, I'm so tilted right there. I'm so tilted.
No, Cirque just ran down the stairs and then ran back, but gave away the fact that someone was coming. They still might retake this. Utility is out, Molotov towards Dark. The Serrano just so good in a perfect position. Not the follow-up. Yuri, another 1 versus 2, but now they're tapping the bomb and they're defusing. He's got to go right now.
Wow.
That's an incredible shot. That's an incredible retake and win from EG.
Stanislaw is less tilted now. He's like, okay, you know what? It's
you can
fine.
laugh it off a little bit at this point.
Yeah.
Another attack.
You always have that guy in like matchmaking games when you're on like some big flank and you're walking, and then this little silver 2 dork just comes full sprinting behind you. You're like, man, I just spent 10 seconds taking my time, and here you
Clearing
are, ruined the day.
Yep.
Yeah. It's weird. You're a little bit. If you're EG here, you're a little bit lucky too that we don't get that first kill there onto Ethan.
Yeah.
Makes it a 1-on-1. There was at least like 6 shots on the side.
Still could have been like a really tough 1-on-1 to win when you consider Cirque with the AWP could have just tapped the bomb, and that's a pretty. You obviously, if you're going to try and stop that bomb plant, want to come out on that right side of the U-Haul. Stage right. Nope, maybe stage left. Don't mind me.
It's okay, Jason. You've lost yourself, you've lost me, and we've lost the community.
That seems harsh.
We're losing everything out here. Holy shit.
Things have really escalated quickly.
Oh man, and you know what else has been lost? Potentially
Sanity?
this round from Furia. They're already down 5-3. It's been
It was 15-10, right?
Yeah, 15-10. They have 5 rounds to work with, and we talk about economy as well. This was a timeout from Furia. It's a low buy, or not a low buy, but it's like a partial buy, so there's still going to be a pretty good buy from Furia for next round.
How are their ops so good at just picking off a player top hut? That's so ridiculous.
Yeah, every single time. And
Furia wishes their defenders play top hut. They want them there.
Yeah.
Oh,
no!
You hate to see it. Breeze might be able to recover here. Oh, and Vinny takes him out. Both members of Furia are low, though, and this close range versus Vinny, this might be beneficial for Tarek.
This is the bomb.
Yup. There's one, and now it's a 1 versus 1.
Man, there've been so many close rounds now, these.
They're
Last
such
2
high,
rounds.
tense,
Yeah.
stressful situations. Oh, Tarek. Every decision he made there was the right one.
Big Daddy Tarek.
Yep. And he recovers the AWP, so that's huge for EG, not just because of that, but I mean, Furia's money, they're not going to be able to buy everything they want this round.
Stanislaw's gotten
Well, they had a partial buy last round, right?
2 really awkward situations in these
It was
last
a
3
funky
rounds.
buy.
Yeah, there
Yeah.
just won't be an op, I guess. And no rifle on K-Serrano, actually. Just
Sorry, this
Deagle.
is where they thrive. One last chance. It all started with that fast opening round at that point, as Robin pointed out, and now we're here.
Told you, man, it's a curse.
It's a curse strategy. Uppercut attempt. It's a nice damage done to Yuri. I mean, they get downstairs quick again. Not a lot of nades or utility to actually take this bomb site. Big kill from Art. He's remaining outside. So Tarek again with the UMP, and he hasn't committed to the site. So how are you going to get close to put this UMP to work? Through the flames you go. Oh my dear lord.
That adjustment from Art, this is huge. 2 versus 5. I don't know how Tarek is still on an ump because he ended up winning that round.
I know. Give the man a rifle.
Yeah.
Give him something as a congratulations. That's it. They get picked apart in the final round, 16-14. Bloody hell.
Yeah, as you said, give the man a rifle. But he was a teammate. He ended up dropping a weapon, I think. Instead, he dropped the op and then got an SMG in return. Got full nades instead. But yeah, that was a very close series. 16-14 in favor of Furia on EG's map pick. But let's talk more about it. We're going to cut to a quick break and we'll be right back. We're back. The chicken's there. Pikachu's no longer with us.
Yeah, you lit him on
I always
fire.
say that.
Started
Pikachu.
That Pikachu BBQ.
You know, the way that I said it first, I feel like that's a Swedish way of saying it.
How?
Sue,
How
what
did you
was
say it again?
Pikachu.
Pikachu.
Instead of
yeah.
Pikachu.
Can
You're
do-
saying it how he says it. Isn't that how Pikachu says it? Pikachu.
I don't know.
Yeah, I guess so. But I mean, I guess that would technically be Pokemon language, wouldn't it?
Yeah, what's your
Yeah.
point?
But,
Just-
you
so
know.
You're speaking Pikachu. Congratulations.
What's wrong with that?
You can speak a third language.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We're back. We're back.
Kind of back. We're not really back.
We're
got it
trying to
back.
be back.
We just
We're
we
trying.
we just finished map 1 between Furia and EG. This was EG's map pick, I think. The way that I think this tournament works, even in here, I think it might be coin flip for seed. nonetheless, but it was EG's map pick, so seeding-wise, we're going to be seeing Furia's pick next. This is going to be exciting for me. I love Vertigo. Even when it first came out, and overall, I think I'm just a fan of new maps. Like Cobblestone was obviously shit when it came out. Did you see the clip today of
Overpass from 2014?
Overpass came out, and
Yeah.
honestly, listen,
filthy.
man, it was tough times back then.
Yeah.
That map changed
That
every 2
map
weeks.
needed a lot of changes.
Yeah, no, and it was insane. Like very much the way that Vertigo works now. Like there's a change every 2 weeks. Oh, let's play on the old platform or whatever.
I'm starting to appreciate Vertigo more and more now. I absolutely despised it when it first started.
Look, I hated the map always, but I loved it whenever I saw a team capitalize on an opportunity for an advantage going into the vetoes, right? And so I loved seeing when a team was trying
Bold
to say,
enough.
yeah, bold enough to pick it and say, we've prepared on it. We know you're going to suck on it. So, yeah, I mean, let's party on it. So I loved seeing that aspect of it, and that's exactly Furia's style. We always talk about how, this team is a really hard-working team, and they've been embracing Vertigo since day one. I mean, way back in DreamHack Tours last year, summer 2019, they busted it out. So they've been really embracing it, I think.
Embracing.
Yeah. Furia's got to be the reason you kind of like it now. Surely. One of the reasons.
No, I think I actually don't think I'm starting to like it more, not so much because of the map itself, although I do like the changes to the A bomb site, or the B bomb site.
The A and B, well, both got changed.
Yeah, but I know I like the. Yeah, we'll talk about that later.
The left bomb side or the right bomb side?
Left bomb side.
Okay, so that's A.
I honestly, God, I always get that confused.
I got you, man. I got
get
you.
it
Don't
so
worry about
confused. But I think I'm liking it more and more because of the way teams are playing it now. Now that it's started to get figured out and teams are starting to put some time into it on both sides of the map. It was so boring when each bomb site was just 4 smokes, toss it in, let's go get the plant, and spam battle, nade battle, and we're just gonna roll the dice. Now that we've gone away from that a little bit more, I think it's a lot more fun to watch.
Yeah, and I like the
especially
way
as a caster, that was a nightmare. Having to cast a game where none of the players knew anything. So as a commentator, you don't know who's going to get the next kill.
Listen,
there's just 5
you can
smokes
tell
out.
you don't even know where the bomb sites are.
There's that too. There's that too.
No, but you're
a whole lot of issues.
You're 100% right, and I think that this map is still very new in the sense of they still make changes on this map. And one of the things that I think that people haven't really figured out yet, and you had mentioned too, there's been a lot of let's just go A, whether or not that be fast in the round or late in the round.
Yeah.
A seems to be 80% of the round, and I think that people still have yet to kind of figure out the rotations and kind of how to utilize mid a little bit more of even if it's a lurk kind of mid or if it's a split or whatever, you still see mid is being used maybe only when you take B for a small little lurk and whatever, but most cases you're saying, it all comes down to wasting nades on CT side and then just going for the execute and getting the bomb down on A, and then it goes a little bit flat. Now thankfully we have Furia to cast, and I don't think it's going to be flat. I don't think we're going to see
go crazy on
a
this
bunch
map.
of boring shit, right? But yeah, I mean, we start talking about Vertigo right off the bat. We were actually just going to close off because it was supposed to be post-game for Nuke.
Yeah, we did a very bad job.
Yeah,
of
we
that.
did. And
In fact, we didn't even address it a single time.
No, exactly, we didn't. But I was going to ask, actually, in terms of it was a very close scoreline on 16-14. We had both picked EG to win. Do we think that EG can claw it back here for a third map, or do we think that Fury is looking so good now that we can get a quick 2-0?
I think we're going to get 2-0. I think Fury's going to take it. I've shifted
This
a little
will be
bit.
a 2-0, Robin.
Well, if it's going to be a quick 2-0...
I've seen Furia play Vertigo.
The last time they played, though, EG did make it close. It was 14-16. They did lose that one. But actually, EG, even though their win rate on Vertigo sucks, they did beat Furia before.
Okay.
It's just been a little bit. And, you spoke about those changes, Robin. The biggest changes are going to be towards the mid-B area, actually. And Furia, I think they've figured it out. They're putting a lot of pressure towards that mid. They've got some nice set pieces towards the B as well. So.
Okay, but the players are joining, and I think we're doing another set of breaks. But before we do that,
Robin, you're not going to have time to go to a break. I just want you to know that
listen,
right now. There's
man,
10 players
there's
in that
always
server.
time for a break. All right? Before the break, we have a giveaway. I'm sure people have heard about it before, but be sure to enter the CS Summit 6 giveaway by clicking on the banner down below. On the Twitch banner, there's going to be some giveaways. I think you can even type in chat as well for some more information. Prices include a complete set of XPG peripherals, I can't even say that word, CSGO skins, monster swag, and limited edition CS Summit merch. And there you go. It's on the screen. There's some really cool ones. We talk about the t-shirts and stuff, especially the ones that Summit do. There's some merch as well. We're going to do that card later. But they always, every Summit, they always do like a new design, some new designs. My favorite this time around is the cookie jar one. On
Cookie
the
jar
face.
was nice.
So
The double
good.
boost for the tees
So
is
good.
super cool. Jason likes the retro stuff. You can see them in the middle of that screen.
I'm an old guy.
Listen, I don't know if we're doing it or not, but I'm going to try it anyway. I think we're actually going live into the servers. I was gonna kick it off, but here we go. That's beautiful. We haven't seen Vertigo so
That's
far, I think.
absolutely gorgeous.
That's super
That's
nice,
a skyline.
actually.
That's what I want to have in an apartment.
Can I get that as a screensaver or something? Like
Yeah.
a wallpaper? Like
Penthouse suite.
Actually, that's a good shout out for BTS as well. Give us some wallpapers, BTS. This is some fancy shit you got going on with the graphics. Let's make those into some proper wallpapers.
Yeah, more work.
More work for you guys. More work for us. We are live with Vertigo. Fury are starting on the T side. We have 3 sets of nades here walking over towards the B bomb site, and it's going to be Cirque holding that by himself.
He's gonna have a very bad time. No teammates. Molotov's out. Here we go. Shots raining in. He's burning out in the open. That's a well-planned and well-executed strategy from Furia.
Indeed it is. And on top of that, even for the afterplant as well, there's still a bunch of nades on Furious, and I think this is going to be a very difficult retake rather, from EG. There's still a smoke and a flashbang on Stanislaw. I think waiting for rotations to come in. We're going to wait for the smoke, and here we see the boom. Oh man, gets the trade. It's a full-on brawl here on the B-bomb sites. A lot of trades happening. Still a 3-on-2 situation in favor of Furia. Make it a 2-on-1 now. Bomb sticking down is a Tariq. Can he do it? I think it's going to be a little bit too late for him. Yeah, excellent hold from Furia. Nice little execute as well initially, knowing as well for us, Cirque was the only one holding that B bomb site for EG, and with nades as well on Furious, and gets the bomb down, and then even nades for afterplant, and good trades.
Really good trades, and he even gets a Molotov kill there with on the pistol round of things as EG are trying to retake. So a really nice, well thought out and perfectly executed set piece from Furia right off the bat. But EG once again, they force right back into this. So Furia, if they're not in the clear quite yet, things can still get pretty dicey on these second round buys, as we've seen all week long.
Yeah, no, exactly, and especially we look at EG's buy, and it's a nice buy in terms of a force buy, but they don't have a lot of flashbangs, and on this map, it's a lot of information play. I love this from Breeze, like this, the B choke point kind of is like something that when, especially on this map nowadays, you either go B in the beginning or you just wait, have them waste a bunch of nades. It's pretty relatively easy to take over after you see here again, Vinny, as I talked about, like the wall banks and such. No point in just like going overly aggressive. Stick together here. And as I said, because of no flashbangs, they're kind of forced to go aggressive here on the EG side. This is what I was referring to as well, the aggression on the CT side. When we talk about utility and stuff, usually you just go and you fight towards this ramp side. But nowadays, you see a little bit more aggression on the CT side where they want that whole area because they know that ramp doesn't actually give them anything. They waste a lot of nades early and they're forced to fall back eventually anyway. This is going to be a very close round, actually. I'm just babbling here. While I do that, EG is actually doing a really good job here on the rotates and stuff. A little bit sloppy play from Furia. It's a 2-on-1 now in favor of EG. KYLLER does get the bomb up though and actually equalizes. It's going to be a 1-on-1 now. Rotates back to B.
Oh, and KYLLER taking out Breeze's flank, that's a huge blessing for Furious side. Now KYLLER, he's going to be able to get the bomb down, and retaking just becomes so much more difficult for Tariq with just a CZ. Hopefully he's able to pick up a weapon, but he may even just opt to save.
No, he's definitely going for this. Even though, because this map as well, like rotations-wise, if he had just started running right off the bat, he would hit that bomb stop by like 7 seconds. A lot of time left to be worked with, even if it doesn't have a kit here. Still going to be pretty speedy, but did he didn't spot him there. There we go. Now he spots him. So now time's at the window. It doesn't really matter. Now it's all about hitting the shots. And he's not going. Yeah, super close. Nice round there from EG. It's obviously a full buy round from them. Important for Fury as well. Even though they just had the one member alive, we always know the second buy round or the second round there is like super dangerous. This is the kind of like the bonus round that you see nowadays from the T side. This is where you kind of want the Furia side to, yeah, they can lose to one player and stuff like that, but this should be a very dominant round. You tend to see, just one member maybe die, even all 5 alive. This is where you kind of start building that back on the T side. Or this
Yeah.
is where you want to start building the bank on the T side.
Hopefully Fury are able to have a breather, but I see 4 HE grenades on the EG side of things. We'll see if they're able to Kobe anyone here.
Kobe.
0 damage. That's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes, though.
Not always great.
Art, he's certainly gonna try to farm things up, but Henny, he's in a good spot now. He's hearing a lot of movement though, and they know now B's clear.
He's thirsty.
Yep.
He's gonna get this.
Wait, what was the noise Robin made? Go ahead, Jason.
No. Listen, that's a Robin, and also potentially a DeBear's noise. Nice sequence from Yuri. Right back at Henny. That flank didn't. They went away from him. They were scared.
Unlucky. Unlucky for Henny. He wanted that money. But this is gonna be a strong buy coming in for EG. You missed it, Jason. EG had a
saw the
really
end.
close,
Yes.
really close second round.
Yeah, that close but no cigar, as they
Yeah.
say. Close only counts in horseshoes. Close only counts in hand grenades.
What else?
I got nothing else.
You don't have a third?
I wish I did now that I've actually gotten to this point.
Oh.
Ooh, that's a quick little jump up. Missed shot. I like that Circus going for
Yeah.
this. That's a nice one as well. And now they know there's one clear. That's bold, though. He's just ignoring the entirety of middle. And meanwhile, oh, the bomb is actually dropped right there as well.
Right
was
at
that,
his feet.
Was that the guy who came up
Yeah,
second that
that
he
was-
flicked over to?
I think that was Art.
That's a really unfortunate position to lose the bomb. That sucks. And they've already seen Henny get to this position.
And the crazy thing about this round is just 1 or 2 things could have absolutely changed the outcome of this round for Furia, but nice answer from EG. It's like you said, Cirque, he didn't back down. He went for more after he killed that first initial pusher, which was Art. Once he took him out, he got that confidence. And now Henny, at this point, I mean, if he gets a kill, he's going to be happy with just the money. But Cirque's got such a deep angle on him here.
The big thing is if he can, obviously take money away. Now the M4 in hand. I don't know. It almost looks like he half wants to save this.
Yeah, but...
Finding a new angle for a fight. Could have had it. Nice shot from Cirque. Nice round from Cirque.
Yeah, what a huge round. And you saw that second kill that he whiffed on Cirque. He had no idea that he would come back up and re-peek him. In no world would he imagine that Cirque was just going to hop back up and challenge in that instance. So definitely the boldest play to make. And
Taste of his own medicine.
Cirque makes it work, yeah, for sure.
All right. Round number 5. Good lead for Furia so far. Oh, Molotov in. That means Art, as if he needed more motivation to move forward. Oh my
boy.
lord. What a perfect timing. And
He'll take that.
Yeah.
He'll take that all day.
Oh, that's got to be so frustrating. There's 4 players there.
Poor Stanislav, but Yuri, he's lurking through the smoke too. He wants some more. What a nice spam from Ethan. I think that was just a sound cue.
Might have been the smoke fading because it
Yeah?
looked like Yuri wanted to get the hell out real quick. That timing might have been everything. That timing certainly was everything. Okay, Serrato going to step up to the plate. That's, again, the bomb going through mid for this boost box is relatively dangerous.
The reason why this is happening is because this map is kind of played out a little bit more like a Mirage nowadays. When you look at, for example, this face setup on Mirage,
Okay.
right, where they go A-ramp a lot because they know that a lot of people utilize the connector area a lot.
Okay.
It's very much the same thing on Vertigo here, where because the mid is so open and because the mid from T side and mid to C side is so fast, one of the new adaptations you tend to make on the CT side is
Push
if
towards
they-
the stairs.
Exactly. You take stairs control instead, you leave them with mid, and you still have the sides, so you come with the retake from CT spawn, and you have the A ramp.
Okay.
And they're stuck on the bomb site. And you will see teams more and more do it that way, because the reason, the change of the B bomb site right now is it's very open. So if T's have mid, you're just dead on the bomb site. You're forced to push somewhere.
Yeah.
So obviously you can either push just CT spawn, but then you're stuck. You have no control, or you do it the way I'll use face. The face one again, you know, the face mentality on the Mirage there of just taking A ramp control instead. Very much the same thing here.
Cirque has been heating up. heating up on this map. A lot of impactful kills so far, but Vinny's able to recover that AK at least.
Yeah, and we talk about the adaptation on this map. We saw last round EG goes 4 members on the A bombs are very aggressive. Here's the thing, and one of the things we talk about on this map when it comes to like the win situation on this map is getting the bomb down on A with a little bit more nades of like for the retake space or for after plants. What EG is doing right now is like basically setting up themselves up of like showing Furia, hey, if you want to take A ramp, you have to spend a lot of utility to do so. And for EG, for next setup, you even see the utility they have right now. They're in a perfect spot right now to potentially do an A retake with this kind of setup. Same thing we'll see next round and stuff. And it's all about like having the T's kind of second guess themselves and kind of have the T's like wasting nades or not wasting nades, reading the game well of getting to that point of like, oh, our CT is wasting a lot of nades. They're not going to be able to retake the bomb site. This is great. Like let's go for that. Our CT is not wasting a lot of nades. Then we have to do the same thing. You know, we have to also limit our nade usage, so we also have a good execute coming in. Slow round into B here, 25 seconds left.
Why is everyone jumping so much? That's a wild swing from Breeze. Cirque looking for the follow-up kill. He's starting to heat up in this series. He's starting to heat up on this map as well. He's looking good early on in these first 6 rounds or so. 10 kills and 3 deaths.
Definitely beautiful. Those hops, they may look silly, but you know, Furia were doing their damnedest to make those shots as difficult as possible for Cirque. Going uphill on the stairs though, that tends to make it a little more challenging to B-hop properly. But Cirque, man, he'll take those peaks all day long. That's just another DM sesh for him.
Limited buy here with the full buy from Furia. So we look at nades, there's not going to be a lot. Trades have to be in order, or aggressive play has to be in order. We see Art here, same spot as before that he got the trade from. Very common for T's to try. Oh, wow, okay, they've just swapped positions. This is insane, actually. I wonder if they spotted him. This is a perfect spot for Art. They don't know. They have no idea. Oh, my God.
Oh, boy.
This is crazy, but I mean, the longer this goes on without him
I don't
finding
know if
anything...
I don't know if I like this. I would have really preferred him to just go through ramp, but I think he was worried that maybe they spotted him a little bit.
They can meet back up at B.
Well, if he gets this kill, it's going to cause the rotations, but he needs that kill, and he's got it. That's a good find. And yeah, they can go all the way back. Oh, gun out, Art. No. Tarek is going to rotate into position. Oh, that's risky.
Ooh, Tarek. Some bold moves from him. I like the effort. That was A++ for effort, but man, the timing was not on his side.
I know.
Maybe 1.5 seconds too late on that play.
I know it's a meme, but he was thinking content at that point.
No, I understand it. He's trying to get the one up on the maps, but look, if it worked, we would have been bowing down to his boldness.
Well, because the mid box now, the way that you kind of take B from mid, that right by that wall there where he just jumped past, it's a very common spot for T's nowadays to hold like that jump or the boost spot and also see the spawn at the same time. So it might have been content.
Might have been.
Might have also been for the round win. Maybe both.
Hey, two birds, one stone, right?
The man can do both.
2 birds,
it's
one
Tarek
stone.
after all.
Yeah.
To be fair, he had 1 stone and he got 0 birds in that play. Let's all make sure we're on the same page.
Debbie Downer over here.
Listen,
relax.
Some of us are, some people say Debbie Downer, some people say realist.
Uh-huh.
Timeout. We're not sure from which one, but this is a great buy from both of these teams. We have the op back up on Cirque. We see more and more on the T side as well. We see, notice Furia. This map is not very nice for a T side opper. There's not a lot of like wiggle room with it. It's like an Inferno, you can play with it if you want, but because there's a lot of close quarters duels and a lot of like aggression through smokes and stuff like that, people do tend to lean a little bit more and more with the 5 AKs.
I love the way that this A ramp fight has developed. I remember a theory like when it first got released, and obviously there's been a lot of changes that have allowed this kind of aggression, but when it first came out and everyone thought that A ramp aggression just wasn't working with the way it was planned, now it's starting to be effective. That's a fun battle to watch. It's a really scrappy one.
Yeah, and exactly like there's so many ways you can kind of do it. But even in this game, we kind of see the mind games going on with both of these teams. Right now, we see EG not going aggressive. They're wasting a lot of nades, but now we see that retake setup that I talked about. Now, the downside, and I guess the positive side at the same time is, you know, EG actually doesn't have a lot of nades for it. They have enough nades to potentially do a retake here with the man that they have. But as for Furia, this is, I always say this, like, this should be 100% of a round loss for Furia. Like, EG really has to mess up here in order for them to lose this round. Because Furia has no nades left for this retake. They get the bomb down.
Peace.
But because the way the map is situated, it's a very hard hold.
Cirque, man, he's having a game.
He's really having a good game. And, man, EG's response at that A ramp, it's been phenomenal. They are not letting Art
Yeah, I was going to
do
say...
his usual shenanigans.
When I think of Furia on this map, I think of them just being like that A-ramp fight with how scrappy and chaotic it gets. I just think of Furia, like, most of the time that I've watched them play Vertigo, I see them winning that A-ramp fight.
Yeah, exactly.
So EG's doing a pretty good job overall. There's still a lot of Counter-Strike left to be played in the half. 7 more rounds, so we'll see how that progresses. But at least the early return so far is that EG's been able to put a stop to it.
Talk about scrappiness. This buy once again coming out of Furia. It's pretty scrappy. 2 SMGs, 4 rifles, 3 rifles, one of them being a Galil. And Yuri, he's going to try to take over Art's duties, and this time he's successful. And okay, there it is.
Well,
round done.
They started off well. It hasn't continued into this round. Stanislav going to try and pick up the pieces, but I think he missed that opportunity to kill the planter, and that should be the fallback signal. Teammate's not even close.
Yeah, and that's a change of pace from Furia. Opt to go, like, they've been obviously going towards that A ramp quite a bit, but this was a very fast round, and on top the focus wasn't at the hut area, or what do you call that here in the NA?
Which
the
one?
right side
the
area,
scaffolding. Short A. Short A.
Oh, okay. Before the focus had been short A for Furia, here we see just a focus on ramp of like, okay, let's just try and kill the Opper. Art does a really good job. I actually think that Art might have done the same short A play as he's always done. Insane shenanigans, but overall, I think the change of pace really caught EG off guard there. We might see a little bit of a change in terms of adaptation for EG for this round, a little bit more aggression maybe towards the A ramp of like kind of countering that. This is where it kind of gets fun on this map because it's very straightforward in some sense, but because of that, you have a lot of stuff where it's just a lot of mental stuff. It's a lot of mindset for the opponents that you're playing. Even if you're EG here now, are you going to go aggressive? Are you not going to go aggressive? Are you going to hold the nades for retake? There's a lot of options here. No opto. Scrappy buy. SMG at the farmers.
No opto.
No opto. On the T side as well, as I had mentioned, you know, it looks like Furia is just opting not to pick up the op even on that T side, even though they have the money or even have the drop. So
it's a nice little kill from Yuri. Stanislav's been playing around the edge of that smoke quite a bit on this ramp. Ooh, I like this boost. Not going to spot anything with it.
They usually spam this, and there it is. Ethan holding his ground. He's stuck because Tarek is so heavy.
That's such a sick little tactic.
Man, yeah.
That worked so well.
I was saying, I said it day one, I think, when Pro League was happening and right before, and all these teams were playing Pro League, Furia was in Europe at that time, and we were obviously in Flashpoint. We got to experience the new Furia firsthand. Like, the amount of stuff that they had, like, new stuff, oh my god. Like, they had some triple boosts at overpass and stuff like you've never even seen before. They had some insane executes and stuff like that. And it was coming in. I'm not sure which tournament they were coming into, but I was saying, like, Furia's back, man. Like, they're so hard to play against. Even the way the mentality of these players as well, like, they just never give up. We talk about, like, a lot of the mentality of aggressive players. Just the whole thing of, you know, for a lot of the mental thing, especially if you're a young player, if you're aggressive, it doesn't work the first few rounds, so you're not getting kills, you tend to stop, you tend to be passive, you tend to start baiting. But that's not the case with Furia. It's like literally again and again, and I love that because at the end of the day, this is your winning, like, scenario. This is how you play to win, and you can't get away from that. And, you know, we see that from Fury as well. And I just love that about that team.
Yeah, it's cool seeing them when they gain an advantage. It's like they keep pressing it to see how much they can gain from that one advantage. Like when they get that kill on Stanislaw, and then he just keeps marching up, scaffolding, short A, and it's just like, I'm just going to keep moving forward until someone stops me, you know, and then you just kind of see what you can get.
And even the backup there, even the walling, just that, like a small thing like that, sure, the damage isn't the biggest thing here. It's just the whole thing of, like, you kind of keep EG, of, like, you kind of not expecting that if you EG. Another aggressive round here, it's a save. 2 weapons save from EG, but it's an aggressive artist here every single round, and he's like a CT player at this point. I can't believe that EG just hasn't, like, figured this out yet. Like, hold that just angle on the other side instead. You don't have to play aggressive every single round. But it's another aggressive round, a lot of trading happening. Art doing his usual stuff. Yeah, he goes down, but like now we see, look at the map. Furia has all of mid, and they're making their way towards B, and EG, they're gonna have to reply to this.
Furia's layers in these rounds are so great to watch on this vertigo. I mean, you could see all the pressure they're putting towards A, but it doesn't matter. Every round they've had Henny poking and prodding towards mid, waiting for the rotations to be manipulated. And he's found the timing. We've seen it time and time again. Him walking out this mid, securing that B bomb site, and cutting off those rotations. And from that point, it's a checkmate. At this point, EG, they can't even get to the bomb site.
And that's why this map is so interesting, right? We talked about the mid in terms of like timing, right? Like mid is not used for a lot of the rounds in terms of like, hey, let's go mid and like go somewhere else. Mid is used a lot about like cutting down rotation, of like trying to get a flank, because the rotations kind of like overpass. Like if your T and one of your members gets a kill onto mid or even on the B, it's a very quick rotate of call like, hey, let's just leave A and go B. For EG here, I would love for them to like even call a timeout or even talk about now. Please give me a retake setup 1 round, because right now you're fighting for that A ramp control, and you're losing, and you're giving Furia what they want, and you know what Art is doing every single round here now. Just try and change the pace a little bit. They're wasting a lot of nades taking this A ramp control. Just play defensive 1 round. You can go mid round aggression if you want. You just don't have to do it in the beginning of the round that you've been doing. Cirque has a great spawn again here with an off. Again, yeah, you can go aggressive, but I don't need you guys to overcommit here. Yeah, you might win the round and whatever, but there's more ways of playing this side.
Well, let's find out. It's actually Furia who go defensive.
If Fury doesn't go down there, I love this play from Fury in the sense.
Look at Art. What a little rat. He's just... They have the success. They had the early kill on the other side of the map, except they lose this one. And Art just continues. Another kill as he presses towards CT spawn.
And this is another great round for Furia. I mean, I think they're just doing this so well, right? Like the mind games that's coming in on their and on the EG side. So much focus in the beginning of this half on that A bomb side. It's a 2-on-2 situation. You know, I'm not going to count EG out just yet. It's a nice little flashbang too. This is, I was going to say this is doable. It's definitely doable. They managed to retake. And one thing that I will note here about this retake is, look at the amount of nades that EG has left. Look at the flashbang that comes in. If Furia, they have good positioning, but because EG has so many good flashbangs, they've even gone through the flashbangs. This is a great little retake.
I can't believe that flashbang works so well.
Yeah.
I thought that was going to go short. I didn't think that was even going to catch him. Well done. 5-7. Still, that's a pretty costly win. And one thing it doesn't solve for EG is that they didn't actually stop Fury in any way, right? They won the retake. Like that still was Art finding such a massive gap in the defense.
Really nice calling from the...
Oh, that's beautiful.
That is beautiful.
You can tell we're so old, man. I'm going to have to take a photo of this one.
This is the boomer TV. Holy moly.
This is fantastic.
That's actually... They've clutched it.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm actually ashamed of what we have to look at right now.
Dude, you don't have to be ashamed, man. Just be prideful that we're dead in a few years. We've done our part in this world, Jason. Another round, another entry for Art. He's doing the same shenanigans in mid here, you know, the adaptation I was talking about. There's been a lot of focus on A, and Fury the last 2 rounds has been the focus towards B and mid. And we'll see here, we talk about, again, I talk about the adaptation, but Fury has been such a good job with this. Not even a timeout being called, so for EG, you know, they're having a hard time adapting here. Both of these rounds, as Jason pointed out, the problem has been they haven't been able to hold the bomb sites. Like here we see, like last round, EG wins on the retake. Here, Fury is just very aggressive in their face again. They get a lot more, even a lot more trading done now, and you know, bomb down with a 3-on-1 situation. This is a flat-out save for Tarek. Another lovely round from Furia. Impressive. We
Yeah.
talk about the good, like, the Vertigo teams. Now, we don't have these teams in the same group, but I would love to see a Furia versus 100 Thieves on this map. I love the same approach. 100 Thieves has a little bit of a different approach on this map compared to a Furia. They
Okay.
actually utilize B a little bit more. They utilize the mid a little bit more. They have really cool executes on the B bomb side. A lot of, like, expo runs on there as well.
I feel like both bomb sites feel like B bomb sites to me on this map. Do you ever get that sense when you play a map of Counter-Strike? Like, you can just
you
feel
wanna
which
know
one's
why?
A and which one's B,
Well-
but both sites here feel like B bomb sites.
The reason why you say that, I think, is because in most cases you can see, because this map could be played on retake on both. You can have the anchor spots, you can have the operator just playing defensive on A, and like you have 3 guys in midgers for fast rotates. So I can kind of see why you say that. It is a little bit weird of an inverse layout. I think this is why people have also had a hard time with this map, is because this is not the norm of a CS map.
Yeah.
You know, they've like thrown this out the window and be like, hey, we want like very like close quarters. Let's utilize some other weapons maybe, and like kind of see if we can get a cool map going.
Ooh. Nice 2 kills from Cirque. Vinny's going to go down. This one's easy. This one's nice for EG. They get to hold on to everything.
And here for, if you're Yuri, looking at the rounds and looking at EG's money, the most important thing here for Yuri is obviously trying to get as many kills as possible.
He ain't even going to get 1, bro.
He's going to get to 2.
2?
Yep.
Potter, you want to get in on this action?
3.
Oh, wow.
Okay, well,
oh, wow. Okay.
she's on a loss.
going to win the round. Huh?
I think Yuri is low-key
He's-
the best Furia player.
He's getting 0 kills this round.
Nope. I'm calling 3. He's got 45 seconds. He's in the position that he wants. He chose to be here, Jason.
No, okay, yeah. We'll see how that works out for him.
1v5. Look, he's reading him. He's sniffing him out. Boom. There's 1. Yup.
Just 2 more to go. 25 seconds on the clock.
Yes. Go A. Yes.
There's only 1 player there. He would lose if he went to A.
Well, he needs bomb first and foremost as well.
Well, he's not, guys. Okay.
I'm not saying he's going to win. I said he's going to get 2 kills. That's exactly what I said.
If he gets 3, I'm going to cry.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
No!
Yeah, see, thank you so much.
There you
Breeze.
go,
Come on, man.
Robin. Thank Christ. Couldn't handle that. Can't let Potter win those. Cirque's got 16 kills and 8 deaths.
Can we
Yes, sir.
put up the scoreboard, please?
Wait, why do you need the scoreboard? Look
No,
at
well, I wanted to see the round winner because I was saying like Fury has had a
Okay.
very dominant kind of first showing here, but we see here, yeah, look at the trades, but we see the counter here from EG winning
Look
the
at how
last
many
2
rounds
out of the
they
3
couldn't even
rounds.
fight for. That's
Yeah.
so mental.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, that's got to be so frustrating.
Yeah, so we'll see
I mean,
here.
I'm not gonna lie. For the amount of times they've had to like save and just lost rounds based off bomb site takes, EG has a pretty good scoreline.
No, I
all
agree. That's
things
why I wanted to
considered.
see it as well, because I do feel like they clawed their way back, but they had a really good mid round, and then Fury obviously good going with the counter. But last 2 rounds, we've seen again. Last round, it looks like Fury is leaning more towards that B bomb site. I would have loved to see here again, like the adaptation of like you can start off with B here. You kind of know. Look at the nades on the EG side as well. This would be a perfect round to kind of fall back and go towards A, knowing that they're not going to have a lot of nades for the retake. As I say that, I love it, Furia. You're in my ear. Or in my head, I don't know, but you're doing
You're in
exactly
their
what I've
ear.
asked. Maybe I'm cheating. We'll see here. That's okay. He
Oh,
gets
that's
the
a
leg
good
shot
start.
too. Yeah, and this is a very dangerous position for EG, because now we talk about, like I said, with the retakes and stuff like that, they don't have a lot of nades. I love this play from Ethan. This is really what you have to do. Even this as well, like going aggressive. You know you're not going to be able to hold this, and even for the retake for afterplant, you have to go aggressive. Ask for flash here, or even send the one-way smoke. This is a perfect play from EG. Even if it doesn't work out, I feel like this is the best case for them. And then the rotates coming. Okay. This is great. Yeah, textbook, Jason. I'm so happy
You're
right
so
now.
happy and
I'm
excited
so
you
happy,
can't
yeah,
even
because
speak.
because when I talk about it and it actually happens at the same time, I just I get warm inside. Maybe even a small little hard on. But let's see. We're gonna swap the sides after this break.
Small
Let's
little
find out if
hard-on, he says.
Fear win this 2-0. Or it's gonna go to a third map.
And we're back, baby. We're live. We've had some technical difficulties in the studio. Robin has spilled apple juice all over the place. And here we go. Fast into the pistol round. Yuri goes down. Good shot from Tarek. Once again, a pistol round. I am left all alone. Colleagues have abandoned me. And Stanislaw is going to open things up quite nicely. Triple kill in the round for him.
Oh, I got so excited that I had an accident here.
You can actually go to the bathroom. I'm okay. I can handle this.
Listen, man, let me cast this round.
Okay. It's already over. This is the time. This is the time.
Next round after this will be bingo. Oh man, my sock is so wet.
Oh my.
There's so much apple juice on that sock. It's unbelievable. Oh, but it's an EG pistol. I feel like they've won both of the pistols on this map so far. Aggressive round, a little bit of thin air from Furia up in the middle. Ars, we heard a little squeal there. Ah! Gets the Zeus kill.
This is ambitious.
I want to know what sound that is for the Zeus.
What do you mean?
Is that like a...
He gets electrocuted, so obviously...
Is that an electrocuted voice?
It's a pain, yeah.
Okay.
I love that Tarek gave K-Throw out of the stair down
Have
there.
you not seen... obviously, this is like... You know, but have you not seen some of the videos when they get tasered or like, you know, the challenges all get tased?
Yeah, I have. I've never really heard that squeal, though.
Oh, dude, there's a squeal.
Okay. Do you still need to pee?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You just don't want to leave, huh?
No, listen, this is so exciting to me. This is the first weapon round as well. I think this is definitely
Have
the
you
one.
heard the story of players who, or have you heard about the tactic of not going to the bathroom before you play a match?
Yeah,
it
because
keeps you focused, it keeps you on edge.
It's the same thing. If you really have to like a bad shit, you just hold on that. Like, that's
Nice.
really going to get you going.
We've really escalated that quickly. Oh, well. Back to the Counter-Strike.
It's a very fast round here from EG. A little bit of a B setup here. Bombs going down. That's a nice molly. Yeah, he's going to have the force to get off of that. So that's really nice from Furia because that causes the rotation to come in. It's a 3-on-1 now with bomb going down, but this is going to be a very difficult round for Zerk to win. Oh, gets the first one, but he's completely stuck. Falls down to his death. Goodbye, Zerk. And that's the first weapon round of the CT side for Furia.
Man, those Molotovs coming out for Furia's side.
And look at those purple gloves, man. Damn.
That's a long way to fall down.
It does add some cinematics to it.
Did you see that clip of Forrest this morning when he was streaming on
I
Vertigo
did.
and he lagged out?
I did.
Yeah,
And
it's
it's just
actually
like
pretty funny.
It warps all the way there.
Forrest cracks me up.
Forrest is
He's a funny guy.
yeah, he's great. Super nice. Funny guy. He doesn't rage.
He doesn't? That's good.
He's also a great listener. Like he's one of those like I think that like a player like Forrest is just honestly a one of a kind. If you can tell us something too of just the fact like he might make the mistake like once more, but he doesn't make it twice. He talks well, calms well.
Everything. He's the whole package.
Yeah, he's honest the whole package.
He's a gentleman.
Looks good, has a nice beard.
Yeah.
Obviously taken now with a child, but never say never. Bomb down again from EG, and that's going to be another save from Furia. Yuri.
Okay, they're making it close. We talked about this as if it was going to be a Furia 2-0. And I'm pleasantly happy that they've made this happen. All right. Well, we'll see what Furia's got left in the tank. What's the third map, Potter? Do you remember?
I don't. Let me
Okay.
check.
Didn't mean to throw you under the bus there. Just wondering. And Bai is not going to be... And last map is Inferno, Christine.
Inferno.
Had word from above.
Picked by Furia.
Best third map in the business.
It was between Train and Inferno. But, you know, we got quite a few rounds in this one. And EG, they're making this one look pretty good so far. I mean, Breeze was just popping off since he's changed over to the T side. with some nice entries. But Furia, their CT side so far, I've liked their mollies. I've liked their retakes.
Dude, the utility usage they had at the B bomb site for that retake 3-on-2 was so sick. The
Yeah.
Molotovs were perfect. Like they threw 3 of them, and they all actually did exactly what they were designed for, forcing players into the open. That's an awkward sequence of dueling. If Art can add one more, that'd be such a sick find. I thought he was going to get it. I'm not going to lie.
He definitely looked postured for it, but
The aim punch.
yeah, that's what feels bad for Tarek. You hate to see it, getting USP down at a headshot angle, but
They were hard targets to hit. They were staying mobile.
yeah,
Bob and
little
weave.
jiggles. EG's slowing things down a lot.
They're nervous.
Yeah, they don't want to run into
A stack. They're going to
any
run
more
into
of
one.
these.
They're getting there. M4 on Yuri. CZ pistols on the other 2. This is a chance for Furia. And the M4 looks like it's going to be perhaps the first person to spot it, hiding at the moment. There's so much utility. The question for EG is if they really want to move in silently. Now certainly they've been spotted. They should be using their utility. There's a smoke into the bomb site. Everyone's going to go down. Man, actually, they even swung into the site, and and they didn't see the 2 players,
Yeah.
the USPs along the wall.
Yeah, that was Stanislaw. He definitely didn't react, but I mean, I like the fact that he's still committed to his pathing and allowed his teammates to clean up behind him.
Do you think he didn't see it, or do you think he just ignored it and was like,
I
I'm
think,
focused on this
I think
one?
in this instance, he actually didn't see it, but generally, even if he did see it, maybe he would have still made that play anyway. But we'll say he saw it and made that play.
I like that.
Yeah, optimal stand. Dang, Henny. That's the start that Furia have been needing. But, oh, Art. He gets answered to by Tarek, and now EG, once again, they're in a pretty good spot right now. Furia haven't been as willing as EG were to just ride or die, fight for this A ramp.
I think we're gonna see it eventually. I think there's like so many ways of doing that. We had the op there this time around on the Furia side. Maybe he wants to try and, you know, survive. We don't have to necessarily lose demand there for Art, but Yuri was also there. But the problem here that I see as well, we go back to the whole thing of nades. And he's a pretty good spot here. I love this little approach because it's like a semi-aggressive setup from Furia, knowing as well if EG were to do a full execute on A here, like if they fall back behind the smokes, they're not going to have enough nades to kind of go away from that. So this is a pretty mid-round aggression setup of like even if you go A ramp, they can still push this. And also it's a good setup if they do go that A short control area for EG, you have 2 members to kind of trade, and it actually really works out pretty well here for Furia.
This is good so far. They know exactly where this final player is. Cert couldn't get a kill. So the money's going to grow for the Furia side. And if you are EG, you got another buy, maybe even 2 buys in the bank. Ethan has a ton of money. Ethan and Cert both are over 9K. So they're living the dream at the moment. Not fully. They're still just 1 round ahead.
Getting closer and closer. I like the, I don't know if I like it, but I appreciate the fact that Vinny just went into the molly to take down and get a kill for himself. That put him at double digits. So, you know, sometimes you need that.
That's really uncomfortable. That's even more uncomfortable.
Christine, you had mentioned the round prior that Furia hasn't really been fighting for this spot. Art just goes, he goes super aggressive.
Ambitious.
Through the smoke. Also, I was talking about a very aggressive play here, and then holding the sides as well. I think KYLLER gets that kill onto the B bomb site there. So nice hold initially here from Furia. It's a 4-on-4.
I think the big benefit is if Henny is still peering down that A ramp, he'll have a lot of information. There's 2 players on this side of the map, actually close to 3. One is just rotating back, and like I said, because Henny has that deep angle, they can stack over towards this bomb site. They have the read. KYLLER peeks out. He had just looked away. That's the bomb as well. Good trade from Cirque, and a better opening kill from Tarek. Now it's all Yuri. Has to dodge Tarek for the moment. Spam into the smoke. And this would be a phenomenal win to have if you are Tarek. Gonna back away, 38 seconds on the clock. Might be able to rotate around. content.
25 seconds.
He has a smoke to work with as well here.
Yeah.
But it's a really good position for Furia. I mean, you don't even have to peek here. As soon as he plants the bomb, this one you should see the reaction. Go together here. Very difficult round for Tarek, but we should see Mr. Content. Can he? Ooh. Gets the first. But Henny, nice little flick there. Another round for Furia,
like
but both
vulture.
of these rounds have been very close here. So for EG's end, you're still very happy with this in terms of like you're not letting Furia really grow their economy. Yeah, the rounds were pretty close and they're winning those rounds, but all it takes is the one round here from EG, and you're just forcing Furia on a really uncomfortable positioning. Especially when we look at the scoreline, it's 11-11. You know, the closer these rounds kind of go, the more risky it is for EG to kind of be, or for Furia rather, to kind of land on these like really poor double eco kind of rounds.
Also, Art, he's been shut down multiple times towards that A, but as soon as, if he finds his groove towards that area, or the timings rather, because you know he's just going to keep pushing. He's just going to keep pushing, whether it's A or mid. Yeah, he's just going to keep testing it. So one of these rounds, he's surely, if we follow the pattern, going to find the timings. So that round should be more favored in Furia. So hopefully, for Furia's sake, that round comes sooner rather than later.
It's a timeout called by Furia as well. So I think they, I mean, just what you mentioned, Robin, with them being pretty much out of money and on the verge of being broken, that's a timeout just to make sure everyone's on the same page.
Yep.
This is a very critical round at 11-11 with your entire economy on the line. So it makes sense to just take a deep breath and chat about it.
And we talk about the whole thing of like change of pace and even like a game of chess essentially, right? And Christine, you mentioned it with Art. Like Art has been very aggressive on this A bomb side, and it's for good reason. If we look at it at the end of it, like you also don't want to like, we don't want to be narrow-minded of like thinking just round after round like, oh, he died. He's also setting up a mindset for EG saying, hey, just be always mindful of Art being very aggressive on the A bomb site, you know, like short control or whatever. Here we're gonna see Art start flipping here now. We're gonna see Art go a little bit more aggressive towards mid. We're gonna see Art go a little bit aggressive towards B, right? And it's all that kind of mind plays of, you know, like you gotta look at the whole grand scheme of the half rather than like one round at a time. And I think that Furious is doing exactly that. So we'll see. There was a timeout, an extended one. I think we had a tech and attack, but we're back.
Oh.
Misses that, and this is supposed to be a pretty fast A take from EG, and just because that missed flashbang, it's actually going to allow EG or Furia to go a little bit more aggressive here. Not going to be initially flashed, but it doesn't really matter. He's just flashed himself, but still gets the kill onto, again, we talked about it. It's Art again.
Listen, sometimes when you make it's just not going to pan out at
exactly,
times.
and that's the thing about like a playstyle like this, right? Like when it works, it's going to look absolutely insane, and when it doesn't, it's going to look like this. And I mentioned this whole thing with
shit happens when you party naked.
Yes, and here's the thing for Fury as well, and it's very much the same as Fnatic, right? You are kind of expecting Art to die, or you're expecting JW to die, and here's the thing: you want to have a good plan for what you're doing with the 4 remaining players. If Art gets kills and stuff, fantastic. But what can we do to kind of ease up the load that he's doing when he's playing so aggressively?
Oh, I think this has got to be a save now for Furia.
It should be. Not a lot of nades here. You have an AWP and you have Yuri with a lot of, like, very low HP. So, slow and steady for EG.
The bummer about a save like this is they don't really have a whole lot of money to buy behind these 3 weapons. Although you imagine Henny could actually drop one over if he wants to not pick up any nades. So they could actually have a pretty decent arsenal for defense in the next round.
Right, and this is nightmare scenario for Furia because we mentioned it last round. Henny survived by himself, 1 member alive.
Yeah.
They're forced to fall back and save here. Even if they want to go for the retake, they know next round we're not getting a lot of money. Like you said, it's going to be a scrappy even for the 2 remaining K-Strada and Art. Art, I mean, he's probably just going to buy an SMG and do the same thing anyway. But definitely, I mean, it's a very important round for Fury to save. Again, really nice, calm, collected round from EG as well. And the money is growing on their end. Not as much as you'd think.
Not as much as you'd like.
Yeah, it's still, but they can still buy 1 more round. So for Furia, they need to string some more rounds together here to try and take control of this economy. Mid-take this time. This will be a pretty fast one. Torek and Stan making their way.
Ooh, here we go. Turning the corner. Furia ready for it. Oh, but it's an SMG. Is that Art as well? There goes the smoke. That's going to give Stanislaw an angle. Yuri's got to back off. Molotov to make sure they can't wrap behind, but look at this pinch. This is such a coolly executed strategy. This needs to be a kill for Art, but it's not going to happen. That second kill in mid might have been everything.
Yep.
What a great hit for EG.
That's a great little read as well from EG. I talked about before, like what happens when you get stuck on that bomb site. EG does a really good job. They have B ramp control and they also have mids. Where can Furia really stand? Well, obviously they're standing on the bomb site, but what happens? You just get completely stuck. One flashbang, you're just dead. Great round from EG, and it's a change of pace that really matters, right? Because for Furia, they don't even have time to react of like, hey, let's go down A or B ramp for this round. There's no time for that. It's literally just get stuck on the bomb site right off the bat. It's a very quick round. And for EG, now I'm actually changing my mind a little bit. It actually looks like EG is like running away with this on this half.
Well, yeah, I mean, they've got such good economic control that there's nothing to really slow them down for the time being. Even this round is going to be tough if you're Fury to even be motivated to buy anything at all. Even any kind of a half buy might just be wasted money. Good kills from Cirque. But I mean, a lot of that hit is the power of the confusion from the mid attack and from the attack up the stairs towards that B bomb site, and the Furia defense just never made a decision on which one to defend.
Yeah, Stanisla's been having a really good time calling on this side of things, changing the pace, finding the pace, and punishing Art time and time again. And the reactions off picking off Art, it's been key every single time. It's been the right decision from the EG side.
Yeah, and another one we talk about economy. I mean, this is a very uphill battle for Furia. Not only do you have to string a lot of CT rounds together, but you also have to do it with T's buying every single round basically from here on out, with bomb down here going down also. Oh man, for Henny, maybe get a kill here, but probably not going to be likely here. 14-11. We'll see if Furia can start to get some answers here. Again, I go back to how Furia's T-side happened when I talk about EG with the adaptation. Same thing for Furia here. It's a Furia attack. We'll see what they're going to want to talk about. Again, I mentioned we haven't seen a retake from both of these teams yet.
Last chance saloon.
Yeah, last chance definitely. And again, with these buys as well, not a lot of economy. And it kind of forces you as well. It sucks in some sense, because obviously you want to buy here, but you also know that, hey, like, this is going to be a scrappy buy. We're not going to have full set of nades. And what happens is, because Furia has been playing aggressive the whole half, they have to keep up the trend because they don't have enough nades to do otherwise.
But this time around, at least Art has a rifle. We've seen him on MP9 so many times.
Yeah.
Every time he's trying to do those plays. So he's already on the back foot a little bit in those instances. So this time around with that A4, hopefully it gives him the edge that he's looking for.
It's weird to see him so shut down in this second half, considering when you look at his scoreline, he's 22-22.
Yeah.
He was so...
All those kills came. Yeah.
Nuts.
So early on.
Here again, I said it. Another fast round for Furia. They don't have a lot of nades. They wasted already like half of what they had here. We need to get some kills here. Good job by Art. This is definitely the start they need. They can fall back here 5-on-4. I would love another mid-round aggression here come in. Henny is a good spot. Let's see some flashbangs. Let's take over the ramp control here. Help this guy out.
Oh dear, that's awkward. That should have been a kill. He'll be frustrated. The boost over. Art gets 2 more kills. That's wild.
That boost paying huge dividends, and Henny, we've seen this crossfire work so well, but Henny doesn't even, yeah, that's a nice spam, you know?
I didn't even see his leg.
I don't think he either. I think he just shot, you know? Game intuition, tingling away.
Spidey sense.
Yeah.
All right. So Furia does it. Stand their ground.
Oh.
That's a really sick adjustment. He'll be able to get a plant. This actually could get interesting. Oh, he's not going for it yet.
They have money. He wants more. The Furia have to be so sloppy to even give Stanislaw a chance here.
Yeah, but I mean, it's over now. Coming in from behind, not even a plant. 2 rounds back is Furia. First map, remember, was 16-14 in the favor of Furia.
And that was EG's pick.
29-12
this is Furia's
Cirque.
pick.
And it was pretty much the same setup for Furia, but the difference here is that Art actually gets the entry, and then Henny, obviously, if you look at the setup, it's Art and Yuri pushing that short A control and Henny just holding the ramp. And as I pointed out, they were kind of forced to go aggressive there. Now, thankfully, they fell back and they kind of like regrouped a little bit, which is great. Again, we see what is the answer here from Furia. They have a lot more nades this time around. This is actually a pretty nice early on setup for Furia. We just have Henny taking the shot, throwing some nades, but you're forcing Tease to waste a lot of nades. And as we talked about, and as I would have loved to see again and again, is the A retake kind of positioning, or at least like some mid-round aggression. And we see that with Fury here. You don't have to take the fight early. Have Tease waste a bunch of nades here, and now this is when you make a move. This is when you pounce. They're not going to be expecting it. 2 kills.
Oh man, if they grab hold of this right at the end, money's starting to really dwindle on EG. They could use this plant. That would be actually super important. Cirque, close up, won't see the head of Henny. Good peek from K Serato. This is massive.
Wow.
4 players survive, so the defense is going to be just fine. There's no plant, and I think EG like kind of has to buy here. Yeah, because Cirque can drop a gun over. Tarek, Sanazon, Ethan will buy themselves. Breeze will get a drop. But, I mean, if they lose this, they really are out of money.
Yeah, now we're going to see a double op setup coming out of Furia, I believe for the first time in this half. I mean, Furia have been on the back foot economically the whole time around, so this should change the dynamic just a little bit. I don't think it's going to change much, though. Art's still going to do his normal Art things.
Yeah. Yeah, he will. I don't know, but at least he's like cooled down, you know? At least they've been able to put a stop to it this half. Which is crazy to think it's still a grind, despite the fact that you're shutting down one of the main strengths, one of the main win conditions of this team. That's gotta be tough. 14-13 as Furia make a comeback.
And Art, this time around, he's going
Sounded like he
straight
did
to
something,
B.
did something useful today, Robin.
Yeah, I mean, listen. It just so happens that we've just noticed that every time I come back here, the more blind I just so happens to become. And this time it was a problem, but there's a reason why I keep coming back to this event. Super helpful, guys. I love the BTS events.
Oh,
we're going to be getting some zoomed-in kind of UI versions for us here so I can see. So I have to gamble on what I'm actually seeing. So thank you so much for that.
Oh, my dear God. Surely not.
Jeez.
I can't believe he almost had that. I also can't believe he didn't have any support with it up at that angle. Why is there not a second player?
Originally he had a second player there with him, but because he got the stairs for free, I think they just wanted to over-rotate towards this A.
Yeah, they just had to fall back.
Yeah.
Well, there are 2 players here. That AWP on Henny is way, way back at the bomb site.
And this is the little bit worrisome part for me, right? And we're getting to that point now that I was talking about. Now, the issue here is that EG has a lot of nades. They have Maul as well. That's going to force Henny back. And there's smokes down on the ground. And we look at it now. We have 1 smoke, 1 flashbang, 1 HE left on Furia. Now we just have the 1 smoke, 1 flashbang. Bomb down. This should be a save for Furia. You should go for the tie here instead. You don't have enough nades to retake this. This is the winning situation. This happens a lot in Europe. And the reason why I had mentioned, for example, a team like Big. Big does their CT side so perfectly in the sense of like being so fluid with what they want to do and always having the T's second guess themselves of like when they are doing the retake for T's in this position. If you look at the actual afterplant here, T's have no nades left. This is the dream scenario you want to be in the CT. Now the difference is that Fury had no nades left, so now you ended up losing the round. It's kind of that straightforward in some sense. Obviously it takes a little bit more into it, but that's the gist of it. And EG does a good job with the plant there. 15-13. 2 saved weapons from Furia here. But a nice little round again. Looking at the money on the Furia side, it's not great. Vinny's gonna be forced on an SMG.
I'm telling my oppers to go win us this round if I'm Furia.
Well, there's double oppers, so you definitely have to go for entries here, right? Like, just go ham with it. We have 2 aggressive oppers. Henny can definitely also play aggressive. We've seen it on A ramp. Art, obviously, let's not talk about him. We know he's going to be in T-spawn for in 5 seconds, so... He has a good spawn towards B as well, so we're probably going to see the drop with the flashbang as well.
I don't know. He did it last round, right? He like got picked off of those stairs, went for a 1-for-1. I don't know if we'll see it be too crazy of aggression. I'd like to see an op in mid. Just get that deep angle towards mid of the map and just control that.
I hope that we see that from Henny and Art, actually, because of this positioning. And also, you can do a little bit of trick. We talk about the small things. Let's say Henry were to go mid here and takes a shot, even though he doesn't see anyone. It might force the EG guys to be a little bit sloppy and be like, hey, let's go towards B and take a peek.
Oof.
Well,
He went for the drop play.
He did go back to the aggression.
Yeah.
He went for the drop.
You know, this time, though, he had help from K Serato, but he also gets traded out. I mean, he does some damage before he gets taken out, but at this point, this is definitely not enough. Yuri's getting burned alive.
I think he was hoping that Molotov wasn't actually going to spread to him. He, like, glanced at it. I didn't think it was going to spread to him.
I think that was a fair risk to go for him, too.
That position would have been so strong. Regardless, 3-on-4. And
Vinny.
Yeah, it's all on him. He's got all the pressure, all the utility thrown his way. Needs 1 kill and to survive, but he won't even get that. This is going to be a round. This is going to be a map for EG. We're going to 3. We're going to Inferno, baby.
We're going to Inferno. The perfect third map in a series.
Now here's the thing for me. Don't get me wrong. Like I think EG played this map really well. I think that their T side as well was like a lot of like cool stuff, a lot of change of pace and stuff like that. I will say though, I actually do think that Furia needs a little bit more work on the CT side of the map. I actually think the T side was good, but just the fact that they seem to only have this one like kind of gear on this map, where you know with the current meta and stuff like that, you need to be able to like kind of slow it down a little bit and have some mid-round aggressions to have some retakes at the same time. Because if you keep doing the same aggression for T side, they're holding defensively. They're not wasting a lot of nades to do it early and just like throwing some some X-Bronze in between. Definitely, I mean, this is a good showing from EG. I do think Fury definitely needs some work on that CT side. We are going to a third map. Let's talk more about it after the break.
Hit it! That's what I'm talking about. Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
All you men with suits and ties, just sitting in the crowd smoking big cigars. I hope you're ready for what's coming now. I'm the one on the lady that will bring it down.
We're back. Jason did what I did to Jason before, that I left him by himself. I love it.
Paybacks, bitch.
Paybacks, B. Everyone's used in their bathrooms, taking a bathroom break. So is Furia, so is EG. We have a third map on our hands. We just saw Vertigo. What I thought was going to be a quick 2-0 then for Furia. I mean, I think they had a great nuke showing. Vertigo, actually, what I would say, they had a good first T side, and then I talked a lot about the CT side of. I feel like they did not adapt very well. I think that when you start off that half by being so aggressive, and then you don't get your economy in order to play defensive, what happens is that you're just forced to play aggressive throughout.
Yeah, you just don't have the tools to like go deep into the playbook.
Exactly right, and especially with the scrappy buys of like, hey, listen, certain maps are very important that you'd rather double save in order for you to get full utility than to keep buying, even if you're like missing. Oh, I'm only missing, you know, a flash and an HE. That's a lot in this landscape nowadays. A lot of people are like, I talk a lot about utility for good reason, because when you look at the maps and we look at the comms that's going on in the map, everyone talks about utility. We go where there's no utility. They're so easy to go in, right? You know for a fact, even if you're playing Liquid, you know if they see me, they will shoot my head off. But I know for a fact that if I throw a flash on Twist, he has to at least turn around. And it gives me at least 1 second to give me a chance to at least start shooting at him before he kills me. So,
well, this was, I mean, overall, this is just a pretty, I guess, I don't want to say surprising, because we knew there was an element of possibility that EG took this one. Christine highlighted some of their matches on this had been, you know, very close recently between these two teams on Vertigo. But still, Furia, very good Vertigo team. I think the key to it for EG, in my mind, was how many times they were able to neutralize Art's aggression towards the A ramp when he was on the CT side. He did not have nearly as much impact as he would have liked. And most of his aggressive plays, when he did have aggressive plays, it was usually a 1-for-1 trade. Not able to get multi-kills out of it.
And as soon as Art found a little bit of success, that's when you saw the switch happening from EG. They started fast-paced hitting those mid-B splits that we saw Furia have so much success with. So, I mean, definitely a really, really solid game plan coming out of EG.
Yeah, I really liked it. I really liked what I saw. Cirque had a great game as well, we should say. I think, did he hit 30 kills? I know like at one point he was up at like 28 or so.
Maybe, but yeah, you mentioned Cirque, and it's actually, we can talk about even on him on the nuke side there as well. Like, I actually do think he woke up a little bit at the end of nuke as well with the op, and then we see that he kind of picks it up over to Vertigo as well. You know, kind of equalize the scoreline, you know, 1-1. Yeah, I think, and one of the things I would love to say as well, you know, when we look at EG's approach and we talk about the map itself, you know, when EG finds out that Furia is no longer playing aggressive on the A ramp and stuff like that, one of the things they did good was that they still utilized and they wasted nades to ensure that, for example, there wouldn't be a Furia player behind the sandbags. There wouldn't be a Furia player, for example, boosted at the same time. You know, kind of what we see, the same tendency for them. So I think overall, I think EG definitely had a good understanding on how Furia likes to play this map.
Yeah.
Jason was definitely like on point of like, if we look at the opening kills from Art on the nuke side and then look at opening kills for Art on Vertigo on that side.
They managed him much better.
Yeah, I think he probably gets like 1 or 2 entries there on that Vertigo seat side. Other than that, he dies. So really good job by EG. 1-1.
Cirque did hit 31 kills.
Did he?
Yep.
Cirque hit 31 kills.
Nice.
Anything else to close off that?
No, I think we were pretty comprehensive there in our coverage.
Thank you. What do you want to do now?
I don't know. I didn't. Are we waiting for the next map?
You can do whatever you want.
Okay. Well, I don't like that you put it all on me. There's a lot of responsibility to make a decision.
Make a decision.
Here. I know.
So
I'm not the captain of this
Here
broadcast.
are the options. Take a question. Cut to a break. Use a card. Eat a bean boozle.
Let's take a ooh, hello. Let's take a question.
Okay.
Yeah, let me find these real quick. Take a question because we can do another card before the next series.
Have you noticed, Christine, by the way, that these chairs are so big that both of us are using half of a chair?
I love it.
I've been sitting like this the whole time. And it's funny, too, because I can tell whoever has been sitting in this chair, like, for how long they've had it, it's a dent here. No one sits on this side.
No one's on that side.
It goes up
you
here.
automatically cave into there.
Here's a massive cave-in. I'm just like, I'm falling asleep on this side. This side is weird. All right.
But I like it. You said you prefer that chair, though.
I do.
I like sinking in. It's cozy.
The throne. What you got for us?
I like this question. This is an interesting question. Which two teams at their peaks would you want to see against each other? I can kick this one off because I already have an idea of what I want to go with. I don't know if this is the angle you guys are thinking of. I would love to see 2015 Fnatic take on like 2018 Astralis.
I was really much leaning
That
towards like
would
something
be
similar as well.
A really, really fun series. If for no other reason that Astralis core, like back when they were doing like, you know, TSM, Team Question Mark, you know, whatever was around those times, when Fnatic was at their best, the Astralis core was always like the team that could find a way, would always get demolished by them. Fnatic was always able to take them out despite how good they were.
Yep.
So, I mean, now we pretty much universally consider that 2018 Astralis to be the best team of all time, and even the lineup that stretched into 2019. But also, Fnatic was just one of those teams that had so much bullshit, they were able to just win everything.
No, actually, you know, when you mention that lineup, I actually want to say the same one for the same reason. And on top of that, I still love the Fnatic Astralis matchup to this day because, you know, Astralis is very much on that utility teamwork side of things. And the reason why it's always been fun to see Fnatic play them is because Fnatic just throws everything out the window. The playbook is out the window.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Astralis is great on answering to an execute. You know, Fnatic, they don't have that shit. You know, they go in. JW, you get a kill, you go in. Like, very much like Furia. That's why I completely agree. I think that matchup would be so fun to watch in this landscape. But we are live with the third map. EG starting on the CT side means that they won the knife. Furia on that T side on Inferno. We know that T side on Inferno, though, is not a bad thing. Even some people opt to start on that side sometimes.
Do you guys opt to start on it?
Yeah, if it's the first map, I don't mind starting T side on Inferno.
Interesting. Okay. Well, 0-0.
KYLLER still has some nades. Looks like this will be an A lean, but man, it's already a 3 versus 5.
Yeah, and this setup should be so strong. One pit, one graveyard. Ethan can pop up on contact, even though that smoke gives him some space. Oh! He was so good at that shot.
Yeah.
Another flashbang coming in. Plenty of time to reload as well, and they're just getting whittled down. And Ethan, nearly impossible to clean out of that situation. That is the most annoying fight at this A-bomb site.
That was so strong, and Furious flashbang, it didn't catch a single player on Evil Geniuses, so Furia, they end up looking pretty silly on their execute there.
Yeah, I mean, it helps that they only had 3 players. So
yeah.
There's not a whole lot they were gonna be able to get done. Art's gonna buy a Mac 10 in this
Of course
round.
he is.
Yeah, why not? He's the only one though.
You know what? They got some bangers to help him get a kill here. He's gonna hold down W. He's going, Jason. He's not gonna stop.
Yeah, well, he's gonna get killed for free.
Night.
Oh, that nade comes in hot.
Oh man. The enthusiasm was there.
Yeah, the energy was there.
The energy was there. You know, he got into it. You saw the movement, the hopes and dreams, but EG were always going to be ready for that kind of play, and he gets shut down before it starts. But rinse and repeat. Mac 10 again because he was broke, but the rest of his team, this is a scrappy buy. A very scrappy one with a lot of utility to follow suit, though. Robin loves these buys. To sacrifice your weapon power for that utility.
Ooh, this is a great mid push.
This is a nice answer.
Yeah, what a start to the round. EG just banging people out down mid. Smoke is going to down a top T ramp, and Art is left all alone with this Mac 10 again. His teammates on the other side in alt mid, and Yuri, he's almost like scared of where anyone's going to be. Now in a 1 versus 3, they've spotted him out, and that's a good kill. This is doable for Yuri, if for no other reason that he has the bomb right in front of him that he's picked up.
Yeah, and a minute and 20 on the clock.
Yeah,
because it happened so damn fast.
EG's making the read. They've made the jump already to this side of the map. And I think if you're these 2 players in EG, you kind of remain a little bit aggressive.
Oh, how patient is Yuri? Uh-oh. That was definitely an opportunity.
Oh, surely not.
Oh no! My.
Ooh!
He makes the one play that EG do not consider.
It's because it's insane.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, not only because he's low. Of course, EG don't know that he's low, but that's how out of the ordinary this play is. It shouldn't be done. You gotta respect the smoke, but man.
I don't even know. I don't even know if I can say you got to respect the smoke in a 2-on-1 like that. Like, he just puts that smoke down and walks through it himself.
Yeah.
Like, there's the strength of that is that there's almost no logic to it, but it works out. That's a sick nade, though.
Do it again.
That nade just works so well. Cirque, they're close up on him. He's going to turn the corner, M4 in hand. Before the smoke blooms, and Santa's even more damage.
So much damage.
Breeze should have a field day in this position. It should be just fine once dropping over to Pit, though. He's found that as well. And Breeze, he's got his mop out. He's cleaning up.
Oh, boy. There was an instance where Vinny was just kind of staring at Breeze there for a sec. But yeah, that juicy grenade right from the get-go just made this quite the cleanup of a round. Man, and now Furia are broke.
Indeed, they are. And on the EG side, there's like a little bit of a conversation as well. You know, starting on the T side, you get the first round as well. Like, what is the conversation here? It's a triple nade, probably going towards the B bomb site. 5 nades. All right. We were going overboard here if you're Furia, but I think that they wanted to go for that banana control with the triple nade early here, and then 2 more nades in that choke point. It's probably going to see. Yep, they do say the 2 nades. We see 2 more rains in here now. It's a nice little. You're not necessarily expecting all too much, and especially what we saw, I didn't even get the 1 kill, but it's a nifty little eco. You know, when we talk about the whole thing of like, yeah, it's an eco, but you can always afford a P250. If you don't do that, you can always afford an HE and do something together with it, especially on a map like Inferno.
EG has started this map out so good. Outside of the hiccup of losing that 1 versus 2, everything has looked great for them.
And you see the rain in.
I love that little jiggle peek to make sure they're staring full force at the flashbang and then the commitment. That's harsh. Yeah. Good coordination from Furia. Or EG, sorry. bad coordination.
Well, it was good coordination from Furia too, because they all 8 and 8s.
Yeah. They've done that actually a lot.
So technically, hey, how about this then? They were at least, together.
Who's observing? Is this DJ or is it Heather?
It's DJ.
It's DJ. DJ, can you bring up the scoreboard and give us the advanced statistics and see some of that nade damage early on?
Ooh, look at that already. Round number 5, and we're already sitting at
that's frisky.
4,800, like over 1,000. So basically, it's damn
over 1,000.
Yeah, all together on CT side on EG. So over 1,000 utility damage across the board there. Did I not do my math right?
I don't think you did the math right.
Okay, well listen.
Let's take a look at it
again. Well, maybe close to 1,000. Listen, all right? Close to 800. That's still 8 kills on the EG side that they've gotten for free.
He's rounding up.
He's rounding up. That's
you have to round up.
Very forgiving roundup.
You have to round up, all right? But still, nonetheless, it's like at least 8+ free kills from EG from nades. All right, get off my back.
I felt like I kind of had to call you. I didn't want to. I could not let the viewers believe such EU math meter. That was quick. That's you throwing production under the bus for 3 days straight. You deserve that one. And I believe it.
19%, Robin.
Round that up to 50%, why don't you?
Listen, while you guys are making fun of me, Furia is on the bomb side, about to get the bomb, and it's a 4-on-3 situation. Tarek with a nice little kill, 4-on-2 now. Jason, take it away.
Not for long, baby. EG is going to come in hot with his retake. Bomb being planted. Double swing. Cirque with the op as well, and he's already got him down. Yuri in the open. He's got a double. No HP left. And now, there's no nades though. This op could do the work. They could spam this first diffuse, although that's a different angle than he's expecting. And I guess he thinks they're tapping it, they're faking it. There's the swing, Yuri with 1, and he'll keep the op in hand. Plenty of money for EG as well.
Definitely plenty of money. I saw the spin there. He stopped really quick. I believe that that throws you off the bomb now when you're trying to do the spin to win.
Does it take you off the bomb, or is it just a really slow? Yeah, I know that, but I haven't actually seen the mechanic myself.
I think it resets.
Stops the diffuse?
Yeah, it stops the diffuse now. So definitely catching himself there.
I'm happy with that anyway. Because,
yeah, it's a good update.
Yeah, the way that the hitbox is as it is overall. Like the fact that we see sometimes watching 180 and the bomb is not even close.
Yeah,
come on, man.
It feels bad when a Glock on the T side is just sat there trying to kill a spinning CT head. But here we are. Furia, they forced by around that plant, especially because only Tarek was the lone survivor. And Yuri with that saved op is able to take out Tarek. Now this is all of a sudden a 4 versus 4 with a little bit of utility on Furia's back. So this force buy, it might pay off for Furia.
Yeah, we'll see. Still have a long way to go. And EG splitting the defense 2 and 2 at each bomb site. And B is where we'll end up. Here we go, moving in. Cirque on defense. Pop flash. Ooh, this could be timed perfectly. They turn the corner. Ethan, again, going to get another blind kill. Traded immediately. And if they go around this corner, I don't know how he missed that. They jumped right over it. That's, Cirque probably feels cheated.
Definitely feels like he's gotten CSGO'd, if anything. EG did this boost, and they're able to catch off Furia last time around, but this time Vinny's totally ready for it. And Cirque, he's just trying to buy some time for his mate late rotating through CT spawn here. This retake's going to be so difficult.
I don't know if he spotted that. I don't know if that actually showed a shoulder. There's
Molly.
the Molotov. That'll likely force him to the open. Does go shallow. He's burning. He's gone. So now smoke out towards Banana. That's a good call. That's the off as well. But there's the player in the site. Nobody considered it while the smoke was blooming. A jump from Stanislaw, but a better trade from Yuri. Ready to pounce through the smoke, and Furia have their second round on the board.
Wow, and that was off the back of just a scrappy half buy. I mean, take a look at Furia's money here. They got money for days at the moment, and EG, they're on the verge.
Yeah, they're definitely on the verge. SMG on Breeze, one smoke. SMG on Tarek as well. We do have the op on Cirque though, but I mean 2 SMGs. We should be expecting some sort of aggressive play here from EG, at least trying to go for an entry. Having 2 SMGs on potential execute is not very fun. Stacking towards 3B early as well. When do we have Mr. Cirque? He's up in mid here, I think.
Yeah, he's got to do some work with his op in this round.
Yeah, especially you kind of saw as well, like on the 3B there, you kind of wanted the SMGs to go aggressive, and it kind of tried. Now here's the problem. Furia was so good with their nades on like a lot of mollies and stuff like that. So now we see the utility on EG's side.
Awful.
It's non-existent, right? And there's 2 SMGs. You know, this is a really good situation for Furia. Keep in mind, yeah, sure, nades are low on Furia, but they have enough smokes to cover things, and they just have 2 flashbangs to hit the site at least. This is definitely it's a very difficult spot if you're EG.
I mean, this is a gamble. If Ethan doesn't get like 2 to 3 kills,
Oof.
okay,
Yeah.
it's safe.
And that's it, exactly.
Yeah, I mean that's crazy
Yeah.
that they
That was just a contact walk in. No smokes.
EG left one player at the B bomb site when there were no nades to utilize whatsoever. So that that whole round was a gamble. Yeah,
they were forced to because they went aggressive on the banana early, but because they didn't get the payoff, they are forced to go on a gamble and fall back to A and just hope that hey, Furia's not going to leave B alone because we took it over. Because they know as well, even if they stack 3 towards B on that bomb site, because they have no nades, not even an expo flash, you're going to lose that round. You also don't know how much nades Furia have. If we talk about the mollies and stuff on the bomb site, that's the right play from EG, but it's also a very nice play from Furia, wasting nades early, making sure that EG doesn't get full banana control, and also doesn't get the payoff that they want. Great job. This sucks for when we talk about the economy overall and stuff like that. This is like very frustrating. We saw this, especially the old Astralis lineup. Actually, when Fetish was the in-game leader, he was notorious for saving.
Oh Jesus, you're going way back.
Yeah, I'm
Wow.
going
Did you jump in
way
the
back.
time machine?
Wow.
Way back. But here's the thing: you got to give credit to where credit's due, right? And now the economy is a little bit different. He had like maybe somewhat of a wrong approach back then, but the fact is, the whole thing of being cocky enough to ask for a save, you know, it's 4 members alive there from the EG side, or for you don't have to save if you don't want to. Like a lesser team, for example, might have gone for it. Boomer meter! Oh my God! Can't say anything
you're getting
anymore.
wrecked.
Yeah, I'm just like getting
I
wrecked.
told you, I warned you in the first day I was here. I was like, listen, man, it's early in these 2 weeks. Don't go wrecking production just yet.
I just not look behind. He's
Turn
like,
around and
there's
there's
the
a
guy
guy.
from production. He's like, great, fantastic.
You
He's like,
gotta wait till day like 13, 14 to pull off that kind of a trick.
listen, I love it, man. Have some fun with me. You know, have at it. That's what I'm here for.
Oh.
Ooh, Ethan Ethan that time can't convert, but Tarek comes in hot, and that's both the defenders.
Those flashes from EG, though, almost made things possible.
What did they... So they saved 4 weapons, right?
Yes.
And they came into this round with 4 weapons, and within... It's been a minute, but where did they waste their nades? Was it aggression onto Banana and then another aggression? Like, why do we sit in a situation where it's a full weapon round from EG, even if you have the SMGs, you're stuck in a situation where there's no late stuff within a minute of the half, and on top of that, you haven't really gotten anything done with it. So I'm not quite sure what actually happened there.
Oh, this takes some crisp aim to get more than 1 kill in that position. That first kill better be like a 3-bullet frag so you can transition over. And again, it's going to have to be a save. Furia, now with the economy advantage in these past few rounds, starting to abuse that B bomb site. I mean, as we've highlighted and Robin's pointed out, just abusing the fact that these nades are used so quickly in the round.
Yeah. And just like Vertigo, and which is obviously our map number 2, Inferno is just out of the maps. Like Inferno by far is notorious for, like, you know, what is the actual game plan here. I used on day 1. I actually used Orglas as an example. One of the things that happened at Flashpoint, and one of the things we learned pretty quickly is, you know, like when you look at the change of pace on this map, and if you compare NA versus Europe, the way that both of these sides are played now, especially on the CT side, Europe are actually leaning more away from Banana. They're not doing the Banana takes anymore. That's like a special round where they actually go 3 towards Banana, but they actually keep their nades more and more, and they stick 1 towards B, and they retake the bomb side instead, knowing that T's will waste so much nades taking Banana control, and also so many nades going for the actual execute. So we haven't seen that yet in NA. We tend to, I mean, this is a reoccurring theme though overall, in terms of like EU tends to be faster with a lot of things when it comes to adaptation or like new metas or whatever. Here I mentioned it again here, the thing is there was a full bar from EG within a minute. There's no nades left on the B bomb site. This is a wet dream if you're T, right? And EG really needs to take a pause, talk about it, and come up with a solution. Nice entry onto from Surecto onto Yuri.
Yeah, and Art, man, he spotted him too initially, or Henny did rather. He spotted his gun barrel, but shot at the tip of the gun barrel there. Wasn't able to connect. Dang. But EG with the scrappy buy, I mean, that's another wet dream, Robin. Opening pick when the rest of your teammates haven't fully invested into the round. Now Cirque already rotated all the way back over to B, being super mobile, looking for some more action.
And here's the thing for me as well. EG is in a mad advantage, but if we look at their buy, it's scrappy, right? It's just pistols. You still want to gamble here. Like the fact that you're 5-on-4, that's great. But the problem here is that you have no nades, you have no armor to fight for this. Even if you were to do a full execute here, and as I said, there are 3 towards B, there's 1 flashbang onto Breeze. That's it. I still think this is a losing situation for EG here. This is a great little entry from Cirque here. I think we still need 1 more of those. We have to make sure that if Furia doesn't hit the bomb site, that's the winning situation here from EG.
Well, I mean, now they have the information that this is not a commitment.
Yeah, now they're
Furia.
left, yeah.
The 1 kill, they're going to rotate all the way back, so these defenders, Breeze can get into position.
I'm not a fan of this at all if you're Furia, because you've lost map control, and the way that you're running up here, you don't know where anyone else, with low time, you're better off just hitting the B bomb site here in this point.
Yeah.
This is a very scrappy round. This happens a lot, and, you know, honestly, like, you can argue, like, oh, like, the reason why this happens is because they found out that the bomb or the op was at B. The problem is that you've left everyone in Furia was at B, so when you make that decision, you have no idea where EG is. Just 1 guy from EG is in boiler there, you lose the round, and it happens. I prefer then
just risk it all in the B hit.
Risk it all. Cirque gets a trade. You go. You trade it back. Instead, it doesn't happen, and you go, but you fall back into basically what EG really wanted to. And in my opinion, it was actually a very scrappy round from EG, knowing that they had the man advantage, no armor as well, not willing to take the gamble. Now it pays off, and obviously I can't complain too much, so I should be quiet now.
You just wrecked yourself.
Yeah, of course.
I thought you were doing a great job.
Listen, man, I'm Twitch chat and myself at the same time. I'm like a Smeagol. Oh, that's a great round. Shut up, fucking idiot.
Okay. We've got a...
It's day 4 here at BTS. We have, I think, 8 more days to go.
I know, this is way too early for you to lose your mind. Ethan at top banana behind the sandbags. Ooh, and there's the pot with nade coming in. Flashbang coming in. A push as well from Ethan, and they've got banana control. And this time, they keep plenty of nades.
Ooh, Cirque, man. We talked about him heating up. He's full on high hot right now.
I've seen. Ooh, that's a nice win. Better win for Cirque.
Is this an ace?
Yeah, he's only got 3. Stanislaw had 1. So, peeking out, should be able to find it. Molotov and oh, he was spotted as well. He continues the fight. Still an op in the bomb center. That's a sketchy position. And he can do this, and he almost found the closing. This is a 1-on-4, and EG have let it slip away. If Henny can pull this out, it's going to be heartbreak. Remember, Furia's already won a half buy as well. You add in 1 versus 4 into the equation, and that's so much. So many freebies given over to Furia. Henny just waiting inside of the bomb site. 1 wrapping up through lane. They're trying to coordinate. This smoke goes down for cover, but Ethan able to find an easy kill and save the day.
Oh, man, that was so close, though. If we look at even the HP on the EG side.
Yeah.
That's like 2 bullets on Ethan, and then Stan super low as well. Nicely done.
Yeah,
Gets
Henny,
the bomb down.
You could tell in his movement that he knew he fucked Stan up there. He knew. He wanted that duel.
Oh, he F'd them up real good there, yeah.
But he didn't. Stan didn't give him the fair duel that he was looking for, which good on him. Just baiting it out, buying time for Ethan.
That was nice.
7-4 here. If you're Furia, you really have to start stringing some rounds on the board. This map could be CT, could be T side, but I mean, this kind of side in the beginning here, you're really letting EG, you see the economy on EG side as well. There's still room for at least another buy here. So Furia have to at least win 2 rounds together. And with a little bit of a semi-low buy here, that's not what you really want, especially with the SMG and stuff like that. Let's go together with all the nades that we have. Let's try and catch them a little bit off guard, not one-on-one like this.
That's a bomb down as well. I like that Tarek relocated with the AWP. I get super nervous then off into spawn choke point because that always is going to get smoked off. So Ethan has got to buy his time, but there's a gap in that smoke. And Stanislaw only able to get the 1. Ethan still waiting patiently inside the site. 1 jumping over above him, but they don't check down. Vinny was looking towards spawn. Bomb plant going to be attempted. It's tapped, and Stan doesn't bite, but he swings wide. Brings K Serrato down. Again, a 1 versus 2, a clutchable situation, and K Serrato's looking for the next fight.
2 bullets in his gun, though.
That's all you need.
Yeah, just 2 enemies. 1 and 1. A bit ambitious, but at this time, the more time that goes by, the closer Breeze is able to get.
Oh, my lord. He was watching that the whole time. Just as he reloads and looks away, that'll be frustrating. Tap the bomb again. 32 seconds. There's the peak, and it's both of them. 8th round for EG. 12 kills for Stan, 12 kills for Ethan.
Yeah, EG have been looking good, man. Their responses here, they're just not backing down. They're not backing down. Of course, the small minor mistakes are getting to Furia, like that gap in the smoke at CT spawn. I mean, that's not what you want to see. That's not what you want to see, especially if it's not intentional. And that one definitely did not look like it was intentionally placed. So, I mean, that's just an easy death. So, definitely, if you're able to polish things up, maybe they'll have a better, easier time. But EG, regardless, their responses have been solid.
Oh, nice shot from Cirque. A lot of bodies. Almost went out of the sky, and he goes down. Stanislaw's here to pick up the pieces, but he pre-fires. Nobody was quite there yet. He gave up the angle. Molotov keeps him relatively safe. And Ethan's got a flank. 9-4 now.
Yeah, now we're in a position as well from EG side. They're going to be able to buy the last 2 rounds. So for Furia, they're going to make it 9-6. They have to win 2 full weapon rounds here.
And for those of you just joining in, maybe a little bit late, we talked about this before the game got started, before the series got started. The winner of this plays Team Liquid in the upper bracket, and the loser of this plays MIBR in the lower bracket. So 2 very cool matchups.
We're basically getting what we want here, what we talked about initially. And one of the things it's actually fun to note, if we look at the Furious buy, they have a lot of money here. They're opting for no op setup, right? So that means that it's going to be a lot of close distance, a lot of trading being done. It's a very fast run onto the B bomb side. Art again, obviously leading the way here. They basically get banana for free. EG are not contesting, and this is what you kind of want to see if you EG side, right? Like on the bomb side. Yeah, they whiff that molly. But here's the thing, at least. Fury are making their way to B. They have nades here to kind of fight for it. They're going for an aggressive play instead, a little bit off on the timing. They would have, if Furia would have executed there, EG would have had enough nades to kind of hold the after plan 2 or the retake, kind of. Instead, they're opting for mid-round aggression. Furia is ready for it here. This is the best, one of the best situations I think we've seen Furia in, especially now with a 4-on-2.
Oh, Cirque's got to get away. That smoke fades. He didn't have the timing on it. He wasn't there when it was put down. You asked a couple times in this half, Robin, how EG ran out of nades so quick. That was a little bit of pressure applied by Fury at like 1 minute and 30 seconds, and it forced out like 2 Molotovs, 2 flashbangs, and an HG. Like, they used everything.
No,
so
exactly.
quick.
They get super nervous, right? It's one of those things, and I can even use my team as an example of that. You kind of get into a bad mindset of like, you get so worried about B because you kind of know that, hey, we're not very strong in holding the bomb site, so we have to waste nades early instead of like talking about it. And exactly like that. If Fury would have called timeouts a little bit sooner and just like he just talked about it initially, what does EG do on their CT side? What happens in the beginning of the rounds? Are they wasting a lot of nades? And if that's the case, and especially I mentioned the European side of things with the adaptation, as soon as you realize as T, hey, CT are taking banana control, just wait, right? Just wait. It's easy nowadays to retake banana late, and on top of that, what happens is, if you don't fight in that situation, you don't give the CTs any room, they're going to sit there. They have banana control, and they think, oh, this is lovely. We have 4 towards A. It's 1 flashbang from T's to take over banana again, and CTs have no more nades to hold the plant or the execute once it comes. So you're in a winning situation there. And for Furia, they've been a little bit late on the adaptation on that, and that is why you see EG really running away with this half because of, we talk about communication. No time was being made from Furia. Gary really hasn't been doing a good job, I'd say, here on this T side of really talking about what's really going on this side. Same with the Furia players. I talked about communication. You need to talk about this as a player too. They're wasting a lot of nades early. We go again, a lot of regression early on in the banana bomb site. This is great initially. You can calm it down here a little bit. Look at the nades on both of these sides. CTs have nothing.
Your words per minute right there.
I know, I really have to speed it up a little bit. I hope that everyone's following. If you're an aspiring Counter-Strike pro, listen to me. I know what I'm talking about, even though I'm fucking annoying. Listen.
Oh, well, this is a lot of pressure put on Rap side. Furia have the entire strap book available to them. They have a mid to B split coming in. What X factor is this player, Cirque? If he can stop this, if he can get there quick enough, it's all about Ethan. You can see his position in Ruins is so smart because he knows he's got a teammate coming in for a fast flank that they're never going to expect. Ethan, all he's got to do is hold this part of the map and just watch that smoke. Oh, but he looks away. This is so dangerous. Cirque misses the chance. Mitch is on the flank, and another one. That is a disaster, and that makes it so tough for Ethan. Breeze is going to follow it up, and maybe he can save the day. Art is low, but the mistake has already been made. He's stuck in this position. There's 23 seconds, so time is going to be a factor. And even if Yuri gets the bomb, Art would blow it. Oh, wow. Stunning shot.
Oh, but I can't believe that.
A stunning couple of misses from a round that was looking very cool for EG. We're going to do a break, and then we will finish off the second half when we return. are back.
Last
Welcome
half.
to CS Summit 6. Yes, the last half of this series. It's been actually, I mean, this has been a super close series. What, 29 rounds in the first map, 30 rounds in the second map, and here we are to finish things off on Inferno. That's a fantastic job getting that kill. The unfortunate thing for EG is they're so spread across the map, they can't take advantage of the fact that Cirque just saw like 4 players at the B bomb site. Now they should push it up. I don't know if he saw all 4. He certainly saw at least 3, which means they need to pick up the pace, and they're doing just that. Bombs a straggler, so the defense is going to arrive.
A lot of utility on Stanislaus back though, so gonna be able to hold Furia back a little bit. Not for long. They're just pushing through before the bomb even goes down.
Oh, this is such a sick retake, especially because the bomb being planted obviously equalized things. KYLLER crouched in. I don't know if they saw this. Smoke is giving him a lot of cover. He can wrap all the way around. I don't know when that smoke went down. It's just clearing right now. This is so sick. He's going to get both. Oh, trigger discipline. It's beautiful. What a god tier movement.
That smoke, was that Stanislaus smoke?
I am not even sure.
I think it was.
I guess
I
it
think
had
it
to be.
was, yeah.
Maybe he panicked, or did he use
I
it?
think he panicked because Furia all of a sudden just started pushing through Mini as the bomb got there. They they hadn't planted yet, and he dropped it at his feet.
That could have been
You usually save that for the
weird.
third round, I guess. But yeah, I mean, man, KYLLER says thank you for the cover.
Oh, I don't know if it's like, I don't think that was intentional. When I say I think he panicked, I think they swung wide and he was just like so caught off guard that he probably just like chucked it anywhere he could.
Yeah. No, it was definitely a panic smoke.
Oh, that's brutal. Still, I mean, to make that play in the smoke, the timing of what it clears is perfect for him as well. That couldn't have gone worse.
Cirque very blind in that moment.
We do see the trade though, and very common. You get the bomb down on the T side. We see a buy here on the terrorist side. 1 Galil and 2 AKs. 2 Galils actually. He might have picked it up. If
Picked it up off of Cirque.
But that's still a very good buy considering we know obviously that Fury only had the 1 member alive, and I talk about it a lot in terms of like compared and buys, right? They're very identical at this point. So
is this again another 4-man stack at the V bomb site to start? I mean, they killed 1 at car, and there's still 3 players at B. They're just rotating back now, but this is going to give so much space over DG. And I'll tell you right now, 100%, Stanislaus and Zeus, if there's going to be like 3 to 4 people at B bomb site continuously, they're going to read that for sure.
Nice rotation though coming in from Furia. EG was a little bit late there. You're 100% right.
Well, this time at least, unlike this round, they didn't spot more than what, like 2 players, I think. Maybe 2 more. Maybe 3 total. It's a bit brutal.
That was a good bait and switch though from Furia's side of things between Henny and Vinny. Just double peeking through that arch. Good defense to be able to shut down that second round pesky buy round. Got 3 flashbangs and a smoke on the board here, and just Glocks.
Just Glocks.
Glocks. I mean, surely should be a farm round, but Henny, he's gonna have to respect it now. Definitely not a farm round for him. Let's see who else on Furia steps back up to the plate. It might be player under Boiler. Yeah, is
just
that Art?
USPs. I think under Boiler, that's Henny, I believe so. Well, back to the B-bomb site. Molotov top banana as the smoke's about to clear. Good transfer from Vinny. He knows once in the smoke, he turned from a flashbang, and he's got good help as well. They manage it quite nice. So, all tied up, 9-9.
And the positive thing here, we talk about bonus rounds and stuff like that. Fury actually doesn't have any SMGs, so like when we refer to that, it's actually not a bonus round. If anything, it's a full-on blown weapon round with an additional round on the side. Art with an op as well. He's the only one that's going to be low on money. But we'll see here what the approach is. It's going to be 9-9. First weapon round. EG got the bomb down on pistol, ended up buying on second. So this is round number 4. Both of these teams so far have been leaning towards that D-bomb side. We see the same thing again from Cirque. Gets the enter on Art here again. He was the offer. We see that. He gets it under 1. And the third! Oh my god, this run is already over. It's been 20 seconds.
And a free AWP to boot.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
We'll take that all day. That's a pretty sick little sequence of entering, and I mean, I guess you kind of have to say a little sloppy from Furia, just because if you have 3 players in top banana, one person gets all of those kills. That's someone somewhere didn't peak together.
Yeah, something went wrong there.
won't name any names.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
Yeah, that's actually designed to stop exactly that.
But this is what here's the thing for me, like the tees, even you just see the one player, but because the way that like the banana is like situated, that's why I feel like the Europeans have moved away more and more from like rounds like these, because like you lose the first man, even if you trade, it's a 4-on-4 trade and you don't have banana controls, it's pretty much a bust anyway. Instead of just like, hey, let him have B, you can do mid-round aggression, you can do the smoke and molly on the car and just flash out. Tees are forced to back out or take an aggressive angle, and then you actually have potential of trading. But I agree though with Jason. I think that, you know, when we look at the metas and stuff like that, and we look at, you know, a little bit outdated stuff, the whole thing with fighting banana, especially with just the 2, they had 3 this time around, but we see not a lot of nades are being thrown, and they're being thrown very far down. Not really expecting Cirque's aggressive play here. Yep.
Those
it's
KYLLER and Vinny.
Yep. Because it's Vinny that wants to take first and KYLLER trades, right? But it's the other way around instead.
I mean, in essence, it also doesn't even matter which way they peak, just as long as they're peaking together or someone's responding to it. That didn't happen. Great grinding battle in banana.
Yeah.
EG's just punishing these guys on top banana.
No, I completely agree. And we had 3 guys towards banana again. Now we saw a little bit less just early, but we saw Furia flashing a little bit more. But it still comes back to the same thing as I said, with the whole thing of, you know, the adaptation of like how Inferno works nowadays versus like how it worked even a month ago, and it's changed a lot with the change in the metas and stuff like that. I think the EG, maybe with Zeus and Stan there, have maybe looked into some demos, checked out maybe some matches from the European side, but they're definitely doing this very nicely. Again, you know, very dominant, quick rounds as well on the side of EG.
They are, and you even saw Art, man, he had a Molotov burning at his feet at that sandbag for so long. So once again, the 3 members at the top banana, it was very disconnected, discombobulated because of that molly. I think they were just panic mode at that point. Somebody eventually extinguished it, and then Art just went down right away.
What's the over-under on EG hitting the A bomb site in the next gun round? They've set it up now. They've proven they can take banana whenever they want it. It's all set up for a fake. It's all set up for a change of pace or a fake, either way.
No, here's the thing for me, and obviously we kind of see that they are leaning towards there. Like, there's 2 ways to do it, right? Like, keep hitting B until Furia hits a response to it, of like kind of figure out a way of doing it. Or there's a change of pace of like, hey, we kind of expect Furia to start hitting the B bombs, even a little bit more so. Let's take mid control, or let's take a default. My worry here for Furia is that they haven't found a way to answer to B yet. Yeah. And because of EG, and in most cases on Inferno, B is the winning situation. Like in most of the teams, in terms of percentage, I feel like there's not a single team I can mention that opts for A more than B, even when it comes to 60-40%. And a lot of teams are aware about that too. So,
dang, that's he got punished for having fun. Breeze, you're not allowed to have fun, man. What are you doing?
That's a good save from Ethan.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to get that wide angle. All right, well, now we get a march into the A bomb site. I think the interesting thing is going to be when EG decide to call it. I think if you call it after Furia shows they can stop B, then it loses a lot of its power. Nice stack here at the A bomb site, but it's not going to do anything meaningful. 12-9.
Exactly, and you're 100% right. Like when we talk about like the change of pace and we talk about leading the way, exactly like you're saying, this is Furia's response now. This round of like, hey, what have they doing? They haven't used the time. I talked about it before. I talked about a lot of we're online. Coaches are allowed to talk at all times. You won't see timeout used as frequently as you might see at an offline event. That doesn't mean that you won't see an answer. Exactly to Jason's point now, I would love to see an aggressive A play from EG here towards the A bomb site. Like, leave B alone here a little bit. We still see the same scenario here from Furia. 3 towards B again, fighting for that bomb site control. But EG, regular default now, chilling a little bit.
Ooh.
Yep. This is very so Furia. I'm gonna say it right off the bat. I actually think that EG is gonna run away with it just because I think Furia, their meta is way too outdated, and I say it like last month or whatever. it's very apparent the last few weeks what has happened with Inferno, and Furia is not ready for it. You see here how little nades EG use, even to take Banana, and how much they use for Furia's side. Ethan with a great position as well. The solo member at B, he gets the kill, and you kind of lose the round already.
Yeah, I think that was, that was the change of pace that we were kind of expecting, but I didn't expect it to be at the B bomb site. This time just in position, and you're waiting for Art to make the first move, and then you're countering that. So that's kind of like lowering that Furia defense into feeling like Banana was safe. And obviously, Cirque, the shot to the smoke is the cherry on top.
That is the cherry. But also Ethan, man, he was so ready for Art there. I felt like Art should have had the jump on him, but he definitely looked like he was prepared for those shenanigans.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty crazy. All right.
Oh, Tarek. Hunting. Everyone on EG's side is hunting him. I like this call from them. Breeze, he's going to get one for himself, but I think the red... Oh, that's a huge pick.
It is, for sure. You know, you're in the driving seats on the T side as well. You want to make sure that CTs keep their economy at bay, getting that one extra kill as well. Even with the full,
like it.
Yeah, even if the full money bonus there, 3.9k, 2.9k around, it doesn't really matter all too much getting that kill.
Blood in the water. EG's on the hunt.
Yeah.
They're ruthless in this game.
Trying to checkmate Furia here.
Yeah, this is crazy. It's about to be 14-9 unless Furia come up with the goods. Nope. Cirque's on point. No, he almost got a second. Oh, he's going to get a second.
Oh, man. Cirque, another one of his DM sessions. We've seen this a couple times across all 3 maps, actually. He's been... We keep saying he's been heating up, but I think he's already hot.
I think having Zeus as a coach is gonna make Cirque such a better opper. I think his Cirque stock, you should buy it right now.
It's already been bought, man.
It's gonna crank up.
These guys were expensive, Jason.
I know, but people were crazy with that. I just the ability of Zeus to help like actually build some kind of structure, I think, is gonna make Cirque so much more consistent with his opping.
No,
Whereas
I agree.
before it seemed like it was a little bit crazy and he had to have a hot hand. I think now that you can focus his attention and focus his opping within like a structure of an attack with this team, I think it's going to be pretty crazy to watch.
No, this is best case for EG, like you said. It would either have been a Zeus or a Kassad. Both of them, I think, would have been viable options.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think both of them really hits, what you were referring to there of like, we talk about the different, styles of coaches as well. Zeus is just, I think Zeus will do a really good job in knitting these guys even closely together of like team play, finding spots for Cirque to play, like really making him shine and stuff as well. So, I mean, very dominant. I mentioned as well, this is actually, if anything, I would lean this last map in the favor of EG, just to the point at which I think that Stan and Zeus have done a lot of work here, and just like making sure that they're, updated with the current meta and stuff like that. Whereas I feel like Furia, don't get me wrong, like this is obviously, maybe they weren't expecting to go 3 maps, or like maybe Inferno is still a map that they have to work with, but they're very outdated on this map on the CT side. Timeout being called here though. We'll see. It's 14-9. EG is running away with it.
Man, Furia
and
needs
so much money as well on the side of EG.
Like it's going to take like 3 rounds in a row. And at that point, the losing bonus will have built up, and EG might even just be able to just crank out buys all the time, especially if plants start coming in. Ethan's got 26 kills. Cirque is at 20. So they're just pounding away. Art's really cooled off. Obviously, Nuke was spectacular. Vertigo, a good first half. Second half was a bit rough. Here on Inferno, he's got 7 kills.
Yeah, and Art has been the spearhead for all of these aggressive pushes from Furia. We saw it time and time again, constantly trying to get that banana control. And it just hasn't worked out, but also Art isn't the one to back away from these plays either, so I think we're just going to keep seeing it. Yeah.
But here's the thing, and especially if you keep the same playstyle, and I referred to that before too, of like, when you have a player like Art, it's very nice to see that he doesn't back down from fights. So we see him again with another entry here. He's still going to go aggressive. He still wants to go for these fights for his team. And now we get, again, 20 seconds into the round, and it's already a 5-on-2 situation, 5-on-1, and the ops are really doing a lot of work here. Art with 2 kills, 3 kills, Henny with the 1, so 4 kills from the oppers on the side of Furia this round.
Well, I mean, now That's a great win for Fury, obviously. All 5 players surviving, get some money, you get all the utility you want in the world, but you've also kind of showed your hand. Like EG, just in that very first round it was brought in, there's a double up setup on the map. So now it's about figuring out if they can force Furia into an awkward retake. And here's the other tough part. Furia can't really think about their economy anymore. Like they're going to have to go for some of these retakes down the stretch. They have maybe 1 round they could choose to save if it's bad, but even if it's like a 3-on-4 or a 2-on-3, they're going to have to attempt the retake at this kind of a scoreline.
So much utility from EG. You mentioned an answer, Jason. This is the answer. Double Molotov, top banana, takes out KYLLER, and just like that, EG, they're not going to let Furia be that comfortable here. They haven't all map long. That last round was just a fluke. This time around, nice flashbang and art.
Oh, he got stuck.
Half blind and taken out, and my God, Tarek, just going for more.
Well,
you talk about that.
15-10.
Yeah, you just mentioned it. The whole thing of they have 1 more round that they can potentially save if it looks bad.
I love this.
This is the round they
I love
always
this
do that, but Tarek
Get
is
him.
already waiting for it. He's gonna hear that. He definitely is. He wasn't sure if that's the first or the second, but he definitely knows that people are on that right-hand side now.
Yeah, but the op and pit is the really brutal one. Yeah, that's like a impossible little game of peekaboo.
Yeah, I think he should have probably turned back around, back to lane side as soon as he
I thought he
heard
was
him
going to
at
go there
Moto.
at first, take the wide angle to make sure they couldn't get to pit, but
Because
oh
his
well.
teammates are going to come from library anyway.
It's like playing whack-a-mole, except the mole has a bazooka. All right.
Mole, this kill, okay. That's at least salvaged for Henny. That's going to be huge going into the next round.
Yeah, but also huge for EG getting the 1 kill. We know that they have a lot of money, and obviously now they're at map and match point. Furia needs 5 rounds in a row to make this a potential overtime game. There's some typing going on. We do have a tech coming in. Not quite sure what it's about, but if we look at, while we wait for that, if we look at the buys on both of the sides, obviously I just mentioned EG with a lot of money, but the good thing for Furia here is that they do also have a good chunk of money here. It's going to be a complete full weapon round here.
That's the benefit of that first double op round being all 5 players surviving. Like if they didn't have that, this could be, they could already be out of the fight.
And this is what I'll say, like Christine mentioned for last round as well, EG wasted a lot of nades for the banana bomb site there, like just taking banana control. But here's my problem with last round as well. Furia are still doing the same thing. So if EG just does another slow round, we look at this the round here, 4 members from Furia going on the banana bomb site. I don't mind this. I would love less nade usage now and more aggression and take the site. Instead, it's Art by himself again, and now CTs are forced to waste a lot of nades. It's been 20 seconds again. Look at the nades. Compare the two, right? And this, I get a little bit heated and frustrated about this. I'm gonna calm down a little bit. But the reason why I'm get so frustrated about this is because we see again the tendency, right? Of like, Art goes by himself. There's 4 members from Furia on that B bomb side. Why is Art going by himself? Where's the trades? Instead we do the gamble. Furia has no more players towards the B bomb site. That's a good call though. But it's a 4-on-3 still, and EG has pit. They're making it on the bomb site. That's a nice little trader from Yuri, but it's a 3-on-3 still, and T's still in a very good spot.
Yeah, but they're giving up a lot of freebies over. I'm actually astounded this has worked so well, even with those smokes up still. 15-11, and a pretty decently clean win for Fury with 3 players surviving.
Yeah, turtling up into that A bomb site definitely paid dividends, and that smoke. Man, Yuri was holding on to that smoke for dear life, and it really paid off for him. But that shot into Big Pit.
Yeah.
That was nice.
So here's what I would love to see. Now, this is another attack. We don't know if it's from EG or Furia. If you just look at how the rounds have progressed, and for Furia as well, this is a round where I would just love to see like a fake towards B take, right? Like use 1 member, and that could be an A guy. He goes B first, and he wastes all of his nades to kind of showcase, we're taking banana again. And you have 2 guys still left at B, or even just the 1 if you want to gamble towards A. But he has a full set of utility to just hold him off, and his most important role is staying alive for the rotates to come in. I'm not sure, like I said, who the attack was from. It might have been from EG as well. But we'll see the change of pace here. We'll see what the answer is for both of these teams. Is Fifi right, or is he an idiot? Let's find out.
All right, Cirque.
3 towards B again for Furia. smoke down, as we've seen. This an aggressive play though from EG, taking some aggression onto apps instead.
Oh, they're lucky they didn't get another pick. These Alps are just doing work at the moment. Both opening kills, 5 on 3, and EG not able to stem the losses.
Ethan does answer back though. Art, we saw him keep re-peeking at this B. He gets punished for it. Ooh, did KYLLER spot that? I think he did.
One pop flash. Oh, Stanislaus got it. Ethan, he's going to throw it over just now. Here it comes. And smoke towards spawn. Second player has arrived. They're not aware of it just yet. Oh, that's
What
a
a
headshot and a half.
shot.
And now they have to know surely. There's the Molotov case. Toronto going to be forced into the open. There's a pop flash as well. And he's got Ethan. A stunning shot in return and a follow-up to boot.
Wow.
And
that
exactly
was a nice
that.
sequence
That's a
from
battle
EG
of
there
utility.
too. Yeah.
Exactly, right? We saw there, had the CT guy not had the one flashbang, Euro would have been down on the bomb site. That's a nice little kill from Ethan onto Vinny there as well when we see the rotate. Hello again. We're chilling. when we see the kill onto Vinny there, the guy in the by the new boxes there, the reason like he survives is because the nice little flashbang there. We talked about utility. Just that alone makes them win that round. Nice shot here from Ethan. We say this is what I'm talking about. The sequence. We get the CT flashbang. Look at this, beautiful, nice little sequence.
It's also a lot of faith from KYLLER that that flashbang is even going to come as
Well,
he
he has
stands in
to.
the fire.
Yeah. He literally asked and it comes down to like the comms, right? So beautiful comms there. Nice entry as well from Art. And we see them as well, we look at it as well. This is round number, I'm going to do the math, round number 28, Art with another entry. He's kind of got him activated now again.
Yeah, he's come a little bit alive in these last few rounds, which is good because he hasn't had a spectacular game. Everyone's blind, but the weapons aren't there to take it down. Nice headshot.
And on top of that,
KYLLER.
the beauty as well from Furia, I do see some adaptation in terms of like how they decide to take this banana control. Now there's 2 rounds in a row. They actually wasted a very limited amount of nades to take it the control, whereas for Art it's just like going outside instead. I prefer that and kind of keep the nades. Now we only have 2 more rounds until overtime, and again we haven't seen a lot of attacks. We've seen a few. Would love to see a few more. There's a lot of information to be gained here on that T side on Inferno in terms of how Furia opts to set up. Again, we see, this is what I was actually talking about. We have the 3rd member from Furia going towards that B side early. He's just there for an initial like rotate. I was actually expecting him to maybe waste some nades early. Maybe he did. But again, Art, aggressive push onto Banana. And he's by himself. So it's a good initial setup from Furia. This is what I was referring to from EG side. I was talking about wasting nades on CT side. Look, they wasted 1 flashbang to clear that. And now we obviously know because of X-Ray, they wasted 2 more nades. But just the fact how easy it is nowadays to kind of retake banana control, it's just a waste to kind of go super aggressive in the beginning of CT side. Nice flick from Art.
So bold for him to stay here. I'm
Yeah.
assuming he's got another pop flash as he turns this corner, but that might be a little crazy. Alp in position behind it. Both AWPs here and KYLLER with an M4. They haven't decided to commit just yet, and oh, that doesn't land for Ethan. He got the stunning headshot last time, and if they had gotten it, and unfortunately, Breeze has opened up the other escape route, but the bomb is down in the wide open of the B bomb site. 2 on 3, and Circa's being patient. It's Breeze who's got to get a little bit close to try and help him out. And Breeze is being slow. 25 seconds on the clock. There's the peak. He's found another kill. However, Alp is now trained in. It's just a leg shot. It's all on Cirque. He's got that as well. 17 seconds. But his teammate's not there just yet, and he gets aggressive. He can't fall back because of the flames. Missed shots. He's forced forward, and he's going to go down. Breeze closes things out. 16-13, but that was as close as can be.
Oh my goodness. We're going to go to a break and we'll talk about that when we come back.
Hit it! That's what I'm talking about. Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
That was the end of the first game for North America. It was between EG and Furia. EG going with that one 2-1. It's what we guessed.
It is. I think the
I might
loser
have
should
said
have, to eat
2-0,
a,
but-
should have to eat a bean.
We
Bean
need to
boozle.
agree on these terms prior
Prior to the
to going
prediction?
live. Yeah,
The
yeah.
thing is, we say the same thing every day, so I feel like it's like a hidden rule. But
Here's the thing, viewers. Tweeted us a list of forfeits that we must do if we make predictions and they're incorrect. That way, we actually have consequences to our predictions. So
Okay.
if you have some ideas,
Uh-huh.
let's make them broadcast appropriate ideas. Then we'll do some weird stuff.
So you said 4 of them?
Broadcast appropriate weird stuff.
Yeah, broadcast appropriate
yeah.
weird stuff.
And keep in mind, we're
Like
day 4.
eating
We're not
dishwater beans. You know.
right. Exactly. We're day 4. We're not day 12.
Yeah, let's build up to things. You know? Let's
Exactly.
make day 12
But
the really intense
A lot
stuff.
of disclaimers here. A lot of.
But
we
we
just
do.
send them all in.
The thing is, we do want some ideas. If we're
And use the hashtag CS Summit 6. That's how we're going to see all these things.
yes. And on top of that, like one of the things that I want to know as well, especially for the people that's tuning in for both Europe and NA, like the most important thing for us three is that we're better than the European cast. So if they're doing a bunch of crazy shit, you have to tell us. You know, you have to tell us, hey, listen.
Robin hired a spy. I'm not gonna rat out who the spy is
Yeah,
just yet.
let's not name names.
Yeah.
But there's a spy.
Yeah.
We've
got
got
an
a
inside
spy on
man.
our side.
We do have a spy. We
One
have some
thing we've
match-
learned is that they're very big into the prop humor, at least much more than we are.
That's what I heard as well. But we do have a spy, and obviously at the end of it, we do see some highlights. We start off with Nuke, EG's map pick, and this is the one that we were pleasantly surprised about Furia. We actually thought that maybe Furia would just run away with this 2-0, the way that they were playing this map. Another guy that we noted, especially on this map, was Art. He was getting a lot of entries for the side of Furia on this map.
Yeah, he was beast mode with that op, especially on the CT side. I mean, even the T side. I don't even know why I specified. He was just good from start to finish on this map. And I mean, the way they played on this map going into Vertigo as well, their pick made me feel like they were just going to be able to take this 2-0. So I mean, this was an incredibly close series. This was 30 rounds on Nuke. It was 29 rounds on Vertigo, 29 rounds on Inferno as well.
And of course, we have to mention Cirque, man.
Yeah.
We just kept talking
Great
about
series.
him heating up. He had brilliant rounds scattered around, but throughout the entire series, man, he was just stellar.
Yeah, he was fantastic with AWP. I mean, there were a lot of, I mean, Ethan stepped it up on the last one, but Nuke was a lot of fun, and you can see here that the final round on that first map. I don't know. This doesn't change anything, I don't think, in either of our opinions. This was just a very good game from both squads. Like, this very easily could have gone in either direction. I think the nice thing for us is it sets up, the matchups it sets up are just so exciting. Like, we have Liquid versus EG now.
I was just about to say
We have
that too,
MIBR
yeah.
versus
MIBR
Furia. The best of NA,
Hell
the best
yeah.
of South America as well. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, and what a brawl! And like we said, I think even if we look at yesterday for both of these teams too, with Liquid and MIBR, I mean, they're all showing up, and we talk about this group, and obviously it's a group of death, but it's really nice to see that at this last tournament before the player break, and we have both like all 4 of these teams tomorrow. Like we said, EG versus Liquid, that's going to be a banger. At the same time, MIBR versus Furia, and what was it, 2 weekends ago? Last weekend, it was MIBR's first time that actually ended up beating Furia in a best of 3 series. So like this is the rematch again. It's kind of fun to see, at least now that we do have MIBR on the board. Is this going to be another competitive one or not? Very exciting to see. I think we're cutting to...
Wait, Jason's been dying to say something. I can see it.
Yeah, I just pulled up the series stats. And I mean, it's just funny seeing, if you ever want to know how aggressive Art is. Art had 70 kills and 67 deaths in this series. Cirque had 70 kills as well, but he only had 44 deaths.
Oh my God.
You're seeing Art's just going in and trucking, and Cirque's able to just kind of chill and sit back and pick people off. So that was just amusing to me.
Definitely different styles.
Yeah.
Different styles.
Different styles. Were you going to send it to a break? Is that what you were pushing for right there?
Well, I know that we were talking about like ideas and stuff to do on the show, right? And I think you had an idea that we need to set up for a little bit heading into next series. That's why I was going to say.
You're really setting up expectations.
Yeah,
really
Jason's been working on this for like at least 2 weeks. He's sent in approval and everything. But the problem is that we do need at least a few minutes to kind of set this up. So I think that we are going to cut to a break, and we'll be right back after that. And we're going to have the next series on our hands. It's going to be 100 Thieves. I was going to say Cloud9 versus Genji.
100 Thieves.
Yes,
Cloud9s,
confirm.
Genji.
You know what?
Genji,
You know what's funny too?
Cloud9.
Because obviously, like this was like definitely a throw of production under the bus. I'd be like, wait a minute, he's going to do a break. Red flag.
Oh my! There it is. There it is.
We were saying we need some time, like maybe 2 minutes to set this up. You know, we'll be right back. But we're gonna do like a sponsor segment. We haven't even run this through the BTS yet. We're just gonna do it. But we need like at least 2 minutes to like kind of set this up, and we'll be back. And we're gonna talk about Cloud9 and Genji.
Way to drag out the throw just so they're getting ready.
But we'll be right back. if you guys like that, it kind of looks like Jason is thinking about the sponsors right above him. We have Betway there.
That is
look at
actually
that.
pretty nice.
Mo-
Oh, it's
yeah, you
changing.
see that? Yeah.
That's
It's
beautiful
super fancy
sky.
production
Orion
value.
back there, the Big Dipper.
Yeah,
It's beautiful stuff.
and then you have the Pikachu in the fire
Pikachu.
pit.
Making his appearance.
You lit him on fire earlier. That wasn't cool. Either way,
He had it coming.
next game. Next game. It's going to be Cloud9 taking on Geng. Who's excited about this one? I'm actually really excited about this one. I feel like I'm the most excited about this one.
So here's the thing for
I was
me. and
wearing a Genji hoodie yesterday. Come
yeah,
on.
you were actually.
I'm a fan.
So
yeah.
maybe this is a
didn't
better
notice
question
that.
for you
4
guys.
Asians,
But
me.
for me, before Cloud9 became Cloud9, they were ATK, an up-and-coming squad in the North American scene. I always feel like when you have teams like that, and once they kind of rebrand, it's the same thing when Renegades went to 100 Thieves. I feel like because of brand value, you kind of become like, not better, but maybe there's some more instilled fear with representing a big org. Because I feel like as soon as ATK joined Cloud9, there was a little bit of a progression being made. Like they are competitive. They can definitely compete against some of these teams. Geng, for me, if we look at the North American just tier list and stuff, obviously have EG Liquid and MIBR and even Furia, but Geng is definitely getting up there.
I think that's a fair statement to make too, because I think it just legitimizes their progress, right? At that point, once they get picked up by an actual org with such prestige like Cloud9 does, right? And then all of a sudden, everyone else starts raising their expectations. The players start raising their expectations of themselves. So I think that definitely makes sense.
Expectations have been raised.
Yeah.
Not
They
necessarily,
haven't-
not necessarily
not
met yet.
Not quite
I was gonna
yet.
say,
Not quite yet.
Raising the expectations is half the equation. We need the
Yeah.
other half in there.
Yeah, definitely.
I just think this is going to be a cool barometer. Geng for me is just a team that I've wanted to keep my eye on because I think if you look at this team on paper, like in theory and with the names they have and the players they have, I think this team should be one that's competing for like a top 3 position in North America. I think this is a team that should actually be in that consideration at some point. And they kind of formed this roster, like December of last year was when Bentet kind of got
well,
announced?
but he didn't get to move to the States.
Till January?
Yeah, till actually late January.
Okay.
And then...
So we'll round that up to February.
Yeah.
It's a fifth layer and
Look,
special.
I'm not going to make
Round it up.
excuses for the man, but the culture shock, it's got to be there, right?
Well,
Asian
I wasn't
man
going to say
moving to America.
I wasn't going to say anything about Ben 10 underperforming. I'm just saying they've had time now, so you should start seeing some progress being made.
Well,
For
one
sure.
of the things that I also want to point out about the squad is that I feel like also Daps is kind of turning it around in terms of being an in-game leader from, I feel like he was very strategical, whereas for this roster, he is going a little bit more leeway of like individual performances, maybe having a little bit more of a loose of a play style. And we talk about Binantar as well of like, I think it takes him a while to get used to a completely different region, a completely different play style as to begin with. It takes time. 6 months might seem like a long enough time.
Yeah.
But you have to remember as well, these guys have also had back-to-back tournaments, and then like days or weeks in between, they have to fix some stuff and like slow and steady progression. But I have, at least for me, compared that to day one when you first went live, and obviously that's the way it should be. But at least for me, it's nice to see the progression. They are actually actively getting better.
In Vertigo, Inferno, and Nuke, the 3 maps. Same as the last series, just in a different order. Oh, you're all good production. We got this one. Geng going to be starting. I'm assuming that's Genji's pick then for Vertigo, and Cloud9 picks Inferno.
Yeah. Yeah, and Geng, Vertigo, I'm glad to see that they're picking it. Mirage is their usual go-to map that they always tend to lean on as their first pick, but right away, that's Cloud9's veto. So Vertigo, it's a little bit new for Geng to be always picking it into their series, but I mean they've had so much practice on it versus the Furias, versus the Liquids, so they're certainly ready to party on this Vertigo.
Yeah, ready to party.
Yeah.
Who should we just get right into predictions? Like, who do we think is going to actually take this?
I have Geng winning.
Okay.
Same.
You're gonna go Geng as well.
I'm gonna go with Geng. I think Cloud9 is an exciting team, and I love their. I always say it, but their organic feel. They seem like they've got this brotherhood thing going on, a bunch of young guys, but they just rely so heavily on the individuals of JT and Sonic, whether they're going to show up or not. So that's the biggest question
Don't
mark.
forget about my boy Floppy.
Floppy always shows up, though. That's the difference.
Okay.
That's the difference.
That qualifying statement is absolutely fine with me. We'll take it. Pissed Around is a lost bomb site. They're going for the flank. Kusa's got that handled. Ooh, not for long,
Does he, though?
Som falls down. Good kills from OC. This is a nasty little retake. That's such a quick flank. They pushed down that A bomb site so fast. Automatic, what, 3 kills in the round for him? He's a beast.
He is a beast.
I don't know if it's going to happen in this series with you guys predicting Gen G. I probably would go predict Gen G as well. I think no matter what happens, I think Gen G is going to be the better team in the long term.
Yeah.
Maybe even in the short term. I just have no idea where my expectations for them should be at this point.
That's fair. But yeah, Cloud9, they forced right back into this. No surprises there. But this time, there's a bunch of HE grenades to follow this up as well, this purchase. Gusto with the P90. You don't see that every day.
No, actually, someone bought a P90 in a blast in a professional game. Well, this is a professional game too.
This is a professional
yeah,
game
one
too,
of the,
Jason.
I know. I just meant like one of the top European teams.
Damn,
Interesting.
Jason's just going all in here. All right, continue.
People on Twitch and Twitter think you're the American bald eagle, but you're not. You're not actually. You think NA is the second tier, like,
I mean, let's not lie.
plebs.
In many ways, they kind of have been in Counter-Strike this whole time. Let's just be honest. But I forget who it was. It worked out magnificently in that round, and obviously a nice pick here from Kusta.
Yeah, if it works, it's great. And these grenades, they're going to come into play right about now. That's a lot of damage and a follow-up as well. So Daps, thank you for planning and sacrificing your life for Gen G.
We're going to see a lot of that, I feel.
Yeah.
Going to see a lot of that throughout this series. OC still challenging with the scout, not getting anything. This is good discipline as well from Gen G in the post plant. Nobody peeking until just now. That P90 at long range. All right.
It's working.
Yeah.
Somehow, some way.
I like it.
Kusta's making it work. Kenneth Swen.
Swen.
The names on this Gen G squad, we got to talk about it. It's ridiculous.
Get in there. What you got?
They are actually... They're destined for greatness.
I feel like this is a Christine segment because
they're destined for greatness, Robin, because these guys' names
oh god,
are Kenneth Kusta Swen, okay, Hansel Bentet Ferdinand,
Yeah, it's a classic.
okay, Damien Daps Steele.
That's straight out of a porn.
Yeah, amazing, right? Okay, Timothy Automatic Ta, badass. And then the last is, I mean, it's just Sam O, but it's still cool.
All right.
You know what?
Got a problem?
He's still teammates
Got
with
a problem with short and
with
sweet?
a Hansel Ferdinand.
What was it you said? Any Asian named Hansel Ferdinand is destined for greatness?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The amount of pressure that Bentet had to go through with a name like that growing up, he's hardened. He's ready for business. He's ready.
It's so hot right now.
Yeah.
Damien Steele.
Damien Steele.
Mr. Daps, we have him on the screen there. So also called as Blue Steel. It's not a Ben Stiller. We have the first.
He's got the P90.
Oh yeah, he kept it. He kept it. First swap around for Cloud9 here. We have an up as well.
Why did Kenneth buy a P90? Just use it for 2 rounds. Just use it for 1 round and give it up.
Daps. Yeah.
Will be fun to see as well. Obviously, 2 very different teams here from the ones that we just saw. And we just casted Vertigo as well. We saw a lot of the A ramp kind of regression. We'll see if we kind of see the same trend here. In most cases, because NA region is definitely a little bit smaller compared to Europe, a lot of these teams obviously practice against one another as well. So I would guess that we kind of share the same somewhat playstyle in the approach of things, at least.
That's a pick off right through the smoke. Automatic tried to turn into it and get a little cheeky. Not going to happen. Floppy, right before that smoke fades, is going to back off as well.
Not a lot of nades here, though, on the Cloud9 side. We have 2 smokes and 1 flashbang left. But a lot of nades still, though, on the Gen G side. Even though they do have the man disadvantage, MOTM is going to get
he's boxed
contact here. He should be dying here without a trade. Yeah, good job there. Nice little save there from Floppy, though. Still makes it a 4-on-3 situation in favor of Cloud9. This is definitely needed, knowing that they don't have a lot of nades to kind of hold his bomb site. JT, oh my god, that's so important as well. Yeah, nice little hold there from Cloud9. Just very spread out, but at least they get the trades as well for Gen G. I feel like Gen G also was a little bit too spread out there, knowing as well, it's running down the clock and a lot of utility. You have the map control, and that's when you kind of like take a breather for 5 seconds and you just talk things through and try and hit the bomb site together so the trades are there.
And really good duels for JT to win that out. I mean, I thought Kusta had him dead.
Even if he did, right? The bomb dropped on the stairs. So
Right.
it's still like, oh, you better go hustle and get that bomb. There's
Yeah.
still very low percentage at that point.
Really good movement.
Ooh, this is way more aggressive towards A-ramp. Last round was calm and chill for a bit. This is starting out at a 10. Daps takes a lot of damage. That nade should do tons. Good shot from Som. Floppy blinded as well. Forced back and taken down. And Som continues.
Oh, the one bullet, but he's got the backup from Daps. And now, wow, JT, nice recovery to actually get 2 there.
That's so back and forth.
Yeah.
Neither team ever really got fully comfortable. Neither team like really ever got comfortable with what they thought was actually happening on the map. I don't think Gen G was prepared for that level of resistance. And you have to know, if you're Gen G, you have a minute on the clock, that player is going to be here. That final Cloud9 player will have rotated over.
I think they're a little nervous about their flank. They're just going to hold off on that. And actually, this pause might even make Sonic start to doubt where the hit's actually going to come from.
Yeah, it's making him nervous, and you can see he's backing off, not to like fully retreat, but something a little bit more centralized, so it's kind of keeping him honest between both bomb sites. But I don't think this strategy really works when you're in a 1 versus 2.
Yeah,
And
normally you
obviously-
just tend to see like that player just holding the same bomb site if he's already made a rotate. Because like here, no matter what, you're fighting against 2 and you're fighting against a bomb site. So if anything, you're right. I mean, I would probably prefer Sonic to stay where he was. This is a nice little nade. Obviously, still very much winnable. He also has 1 smoke left. Gets the kill too. Makes it a 1-on-1 with Daps. Takes it. Use the nade here.
There's no kid though, so Daps should be fine. Although I don't know why he just shot there, gave away his position. Still gonna be really tough to win. You're right. He has a smoke he could drop on the bomb. Daps is not gonna get faked out by that. Pushing up. There's still time. There's the spam. There's the kill.
No kit?
He's still got it. There's plenty of time.
I still think that that's a little bit weird. I mean,
That's
obviously.
a really, I don't know. That
I
1
think
versus
Daps
2.
shot the bottle there too. I think he thought that it was like a.
Oh, a dead player?
Yeah.
Yeah, but still, even just like hiding behind sandbags and being exposed, and even just the kill on Kusta inside the bomb site, I feel like that clutch, like Sonic didn't have to work very hard for that
no,
one.
not at all.
And he left, I mean, it was a 2v1, just leaving your mate while he's planting. It did seem odd, especially after Sonic gave away his position by HU grenading him first.
Yeah. That's a weird one. So 2-3 in the favor of Gen G, but they've lost a couple in a row. Ben Ted has bought up. We're going to get a timeout called. I would imagine everyone's going to buy behind this as well. Daps with 55, Som with 58. Automatic and Kusta a little bit hurt, but should be another buy for the T side to get back to their winning ways.
Yeah, I wonder if Ben Ted bought a little early. We talked about it's been 6 months now coming over, but man, just adjusting to the English comms. And you've seen it on the Gen G side sometimes when Ben Ted is rotating, the timings, it is a little bit off, and that's definitely something that these Gen G guys have been working on.
Gen G pause.
Okay, so this is a technical issue pause.
Anyone want to change the prediction based off these first 5 rounds? Anyone getting scared? Getting nervous? We have some contestants for the punishments. One of them is loser has to lick the bottom of your shoe from toe to heel. We will not be doing that for many reasons. First and foremost, I don't want to lick the bottom of my shoe ever. The other one is loser has to eat a lemon.
Like a whole lemon?
Or just bite into a lemon.
Maybe bite into a lemon. Okay, that's not bad.
Okay, all right.
It's bad for your teeth, but I'll do it.
Oh, the acidity?
Yeah.
All right, well. You can tell you're old when you're worried about that. That's way too responsible for gamer life.
To answer your question, though, I don't want to change my prediction. This was Gen G's map pick, though, which worries me a little bit. when we talk about the thing, yeah, granted, we know the money here as well. Yeah, there was a little bit of an early buy, but they can still very much buy here. Psalm with 5.8k, Kusta 3.1k, Daps also bought, so like there's still gonna be a pretty good buy here. But for Cloud9, very good buy. Money's still low though, so we're not counting Genji out just yet. All it takes is just a one round and forces Cloud9 on a save. But as I had mentioned, that whole retake scenario and stuff like that looked a little bit shaky, but we're still very early on in this half.
Yeah, it's fun. I was just curious if we had anyone jump and ship, get a little bit scared.
Well,
Let's go back to the question from earlier because we didn't actually complete that. We got started in the game oh, that's happening again, so never mind. Listen, every time there's a pause, I'm just going to go back to try and get that question answered.
What was the question?
It's the one about which two teams would you like to see playing each other during their peak. We only got to talk about my matchup, which was Fnatic and TSM.
I cheated and I said your matchup too.
Yeah, but, you know, come up with something different. Just for the hell of it.
So, okay,
just,
how about... Well,
how about
not
this
now.
Then?
How about this?
We're getting back into the game.
It's going to go back to Astralis again, actually. But they almost broke the record of the nuke wins, right? So wouldn't it be fun to see best of Astralis on nuke, and obviously who currently holds the scoreline of nuke for best? That would be NIP. So NIP versus Astralis on the nuke.
What, like the old 2014 NIP?
Yeah, on the nukes. You have to remember, all maps have changed.
Yeah, I know.
So like it's very much...
Bit of a toss-up.
Yeah.
Which map you playing on?
But you also talk about like I feel like even in NBA you have that same conversation a lot, but like with the old MJ and whatever. Like obviously like things change and stuff. Like, you can't really compare in that sense. But I think that if you just look at sheer domination and stuff like that, I think that you do have some very cool matchups that you could see.
Oh yeah, no, it's just a fun topic of conversation.
Yeah.
You obviously can't compare. It's an apples to oranges thing. Either way, here we go. Dap's gonna lead the way up short A, up scaffolding. Ready to turn his corner.
Ooh.
Kusta gets picked off. That was towards... I have no idea.
I think that was the B stairs.
All right, well, there's the smoke wall set up. No entries found yet. Aggression coming in. Floppy's found one as well. And this hit has no power, no strength behind it.
Yeah, and I think...
Wait, Daps was leading the way up short A. Why is he all the way back at A ramp all of a sudden? He was the first one there. When did that happen?
That's a good question, but... Automatic, he eats that grenade, and Sonic was already on the flank. You noticed that he was in that forward position, so yeah, this was all gone wrong for Genji into this almost forced buy round where we saw Bentet purchase up early on in the freeze time.
Late buy here from Genji. Actually, it was Daps that bought super early that round, and then everyone else was just like kind of holding off a little bit. But it's a half buy that's coming in. Just the one nade, and it's already off. So like this, I was gonna say it's gonna be a super quick round here. We do see a B split coming in. Genji with the first entry here, but we still have two Cloud9 players holding this B bomb site. Still one remaining. Sonic is still the pillar here. Versus Daps in a 1-on-3. Gets the first, misses the second. That's a really good semi-buy though. Gets the 3 kills. Trying to keep the Cloud9 economy low. But it's still getting there. Still actively growing a little bit. And we talk about the approach on this T side on Vertigo. Genji, I mean, I agree when we talk about predictions and stuff like that. Cloud9 by far has looked a little bit more closely knit. I feel like Genji have been good for the first like minute of the half, but executing on the site and stuff like that and the overall like after plans, it's been very sloppy. Not quite sure why that is. Maybe just comms or whatnot, but let's hope that they fix it. Otherwise, I feel like Cloud9 is just gonna run away with this. I have to eat a goddamn nut.
Listen, I do think Cloud9 gets pretty underrated for the most part. I think they've got some decent stuff. I don't think they're going to be any kind of crazy like top 10 team, but I think they've got some pretty solid players on the squad. Kusta over towards the stairs, looking for, you almost saw that jump as well. That would have been an opportunity, but certainly some of these boosts up. They're going to go for a pick, and Sonic looking exactly for it. Still no pounce, still no rebuttal from Genji, and they're down 2 players in this round.
Yeah, I mean, this is tough already off the get-go. Not really getting any openings or anything. They're forced to kind of do this B-execute. Smokes are going to come down. They do know that Sonic's on his bombs. Like, gets him at least, so that's a start. But still a 3-on-4 with MOTM still here. Playing around the smokes with JT also there for backup. Bomb's going to go down, but like I said, the more these smokes kind of just wait around and you get the bomb down, the easier it's going to be for a Cloud9 retake. And again, we mentioned the whole thing. This is a retake as well. It's a 4 member still alive. The fact of the matter is that they still have nades left as well. Just come to show as well the Gen G, like in terms of who actually is in the control and lead of this half so far, it's definitely Cloud9. It's Gen G having to reply. They are getting the bombs down and stuff like that. But the rounds honestly aren't even that close.
Yeah, which is frightening. And this has always been, this is why I kind of said this matchup is so interesting to me, and kind of like my concerns with Gen G is I still feel like there's just way too many good players on this Gen G roster for some of these rounds to fall flat. Still early, could just be a rough start to the map, could just be a rough map overall. We'll have to see, but it's worrying signs early on, at least on Vertigo. OC aggressive, going to get picked off through the smoke. Good spam from Bentet on point. But Cloud9's taking map control on the other side. They've already pushed down those B stairs, starting to go for the flank, starting to shrink this map.
Ooh, MOTM. This is, I think Gen G have an idea. You can see that they're kind of trying to start sniffing him out here.
Look at Kusa though. That's why there's such a pause on the map. I think Kusa's got this massive flank in towards middle.
Yeah, so we've got Kusta towards the CT side of the map, and we've got 2 Cloud9 members on the T side of the map.
He's not all the way pushed in. I'm crazy. I've confused everyone. Floppy's going to lead the way into this push. Bentet going to hold on to it. And Floppy now turning the corner. Good trades, but again, escape route towards the B bomb site. It's Kusta and Daps once again. If JT can win this clutch, I'm going to cry.
Well, he's got a flash, but man, he's got 2 1v1s here, so he's got everything he could ask for. Ooh, this...
They've split up again.
Yeah. We've seen this before. Kusta and Daps, exactly this in the 2v1.
This one goes better. This one's handled well. Way to go for Kusta.
It's actually really funny to see as well. If you just look, it's obviously round number 10. Look how many times Gen G have finished on that B bomb site. This is very unorthodox, even if you look at like all around. Like even if this map had changed again and again, I think that when the first change in mid and towards the B bombs that came out, a lot of people were like kind of had that focus of like, oh, that means that like maybe B is easier to take now. But I think people have realized more and more that actually A is still very much the same place to go, and it's very interesting to see that Gen G, their focus have been a lot towards the B, and that's where they've won the last the rounds as well. But here we see the change of pace, aggressive round towards the A instead.
I mean, this is this Cloud9 defense. If they're going to keep pushing down these stairs, this is so much information. They're going to be able to get so much.
Yeah, they got a lot last time too, but they still lost.
At least this time, JT's forced back. So,
Bogdan Law.
Man, this is actually wild. Cloud9's actually even shifted over towards the B bomb site. There's full retake on A. Everyone's in middle or on the other side of the map. That smoke wall is set up. That's going to give them time. Still, Gen G's not hitting behind this. They're waiting for counter utility that's not coming out. And now here comes the plant. Tapping it in case of nades. Nothing comes. Teammate does go down, but this means once that bomb gets planted, automatic's trapped. Smokes have cleared.
Exactly like you're saying, right? That's very common of faking the plant here as well. And we see the retake nades from Cloud9. This is actually a pretty smart setup from Automatic. They know they don't have any nades left. They know they have to fight for this. This is what I was talking about with even with the EG and Furia game. The retake kind of setup here. Nades come in. Now we're going to see a lot of trades. There's going to be a lot of brawl. Gen G, again, I mentioned again, no nades. So this is all about trading for Cloud9. I can't believe this is as close as it is.
Oh my god.
And Sonic is literally just saving. This is a throw, honestly, if you're Cloud9. It is dead, but he's not going to have the time. So this is actually a really nice run from Gen G. They went a little bit too aggressive in the sense of like they have to do that because they don't have any nades. That was the ideal setup if you're Cloud9, honestly. So a good round by Gen G, kind of holding that, stringing that still together.
Yeah, I like the second smoke. If we notice, as soon as those site smokes disappeared, they had already layered that secondary smoke so that the planner could then push up towards that spawn. Now, automatic, he got spammed unluckily through that smoke, but either way, the ideas were there, and Gen G, they thought that one through.
Yeah, that could have actually been a really cool position for automatic after that. I didn't expect that smoke to come in as well. That was a cool way to get him out of there. That position also could be so strong to defend against the retake, which Gen G holding off retakes has not been, perfect in this match so far. There's been some really sloppy mistakes made. We're all tied up though with Gen G on the attacking side of Vertigo. AWP in the hands of OC, SMGs on Sonic and MOTM, and Deagles for Floppy and JT.
Yeah, so very scrappy buy here. And on top of that, we kind of see that Cloud9 are actually not playing this aggressively. It's very common usually when you have these, setups like these. It's actually going aggressively here instead. Another setup I was just going to mention is that when you have the AWP setup, you can also situate yourself with the SMGs or the Deagles, even close quarters. Have the AWP kind of take the first initial duel, kind of hope that Gen G are jumping into corners, and that's when you have the Deagles and the SMGs waiting. But instead here we'll see it looks like a beast split against the Gen G. I mentioned it before. Look at the focus for Gen G. They're focused a lot more towards that B bomb site. And when you look at the change of pace for the later on in the half, they've actually set themselves up really well here to kind of start adapting now and start hitting the A bomb site, considering how much focus they put on the B.
Ooh, near miss for OC. He has to think about saving this. Ooh, he's going to go for it. Again, though, at a 2 versus 1, both Gen G players so split up. This is like the 3rd time we've seen this. Oh. And that could have gotten real interesting if OC was going to hit that shot. 6-5. And now Cloud9's in a save situation. They've lost everything.
Yeah, indeed they have. 2.4K, yeah. They're clawing it back here. It's actually quite interesting because, just looking at it, for me at least, I can clearly tell, the skill level compared to the previous game in terms of even the approach, and like you're saying, you mentioned as well, I think 4 rounds in a row for Gen G, how spread out they are on that B bomb site. It sounds good in reality. You have one guy holding mid and also CT spawn, but there's no trade potential. There's nothing there. Still a little bit sloppy. They're getting away with the rounds at least though, but as we mentioned, Cloud9 with the save. It is an A side stack.
That's
with
a cool
flashbang
setup
on Sonic.
Yeah, well, he just left it, which is unfortunate. Molotov, they're going to swing into it. Good dink, good kills. JT and Floppy burn. Nice tracking from automatic. And the rest of the map is taken over. Daps with the MAC-10, going to start cruising, looking for his bonus money. And Gen G should be able to climb up to 6 as the bomb makes its way over to the B bomb site.
Ooh, Daps should be making that money. And an extra one here to boot. Oh, that would have been so picture perfect if he was able to get that kill, pick that AK up. But this makes things a little bit interesting. But Sam is in such a sweaty little angle that I don't think Cloud9 have a chance here.
No, absolutely not.
I love that saying.
Sweaty angle.
It's so funny. Because as well how upset you'll get if you die from there.
Yeah.
It's just for the people that use wireless mice, it's not the fucking window. You know what I mean?
How many mice have you thrown out the window in your day, Ron?
I just swapped.
They didn't have wireless mice for most of your time.
I just swapped mice actually to a wireless one. It's amazing.
Game
actually.
changer?
It's amazing how far the technology has gone.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think that a lot of people are scared of using wireless mouse, but
I didn't like it.
Mouse, yeah, I don't know.
I'm a
for
fan.
me, I don't feel a difference, and if anything, I feel like it's very nice.
Maybe I just didn't enjoy the mouse wasn't
I can
for
go
me.
down to the kitchen with my wireless headset and my wireless mouse. I can still talk to the boys, and I can just be like, "Hey, I'm coach from the kitchen. I'm just filling up some water." They don't know that I'm not paying attention.
They do now.
No,
and Heather's over there on the PC observing, so you're about to get docked a little bit of your paycheck.
No, you want to know why? Because obviously, I was going to plug my sponsor. I don't have to do that. Obviously.
You don't have to do that.
I don't have to do that.
Please don't do that.
I'm not going to do that. Another weapon round coming in. We had an eco from Cloud9. We do get the op back, though. An OC. Gen G has woken up a little bit here. When we saw in the beginning of this half, they were struggling a little bit from Cloud9, and they weren't really finding ways. I mean, the struggle here, for me, was the Gen G's of afterplants and stuff like that. But Cloud9 are not even allowing them to get there in the sense of they're losing entries back in, you know, I was gonna say back and right, but that doesn't left and right.
Left and right, yeah.
Left and
Back
right.
and forth.
Back and forth, left and right, 180, 360. Who knows? Who knows?
Tony Hawk knows.
Tony Hawk, but still a 5-on-3 here. There's still nades here on OC. He's the kingpin in the terms of like he's the one that holds all the marbles with all the nades, so he can't go down. Cloud9 can't afford him to go down.
Ooh, and he's got actually OC remaining aggressive as well. There's a little bit of gap in that smoke, and saw him. He's going to fall first. Bomb hits the deck, and the follow-up peak automatics got him pinned in. They need to get that bomb planted before these smokes fade. Again, Molotov to hold back Floppy, and a follow-up Molotov as well. Are they bailing out with the bomb?
Huh. They are. And this is actually going to work out for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a risky call, but obviously it's going, as we can see on the mini-map, it's just fine. One player stuck around just to freeze those defenders, just to keep the two of them at the bomb site. And, I mean, at least they'll get to save their weapon, although it looks like they're going to come over and try and go for this.
Yeah, automatic. This timing's going to be everything, but Sonic, he's not letting go at all. He's going really fast and already taking daps out. This is all of a sudden automatic flanking, and Gen.G, we spoke about it early on in the half
They're
that they're
awful with these
so
post-plants.
split up. Their post plants are so questionable, and once again, they failed to convert a round that was completely within their hands, completely within their grasp. And I was just about to compliment the fact that Gen.G had so many layers within all of these executes that they had, so many delayed nades, so many delayed Molotovs that are putting so much pressure on Cloud9, but it's making the rounds look messy for Gen.G either way. But
I mean, listen, if you could go in and clean up the what they've had, we've seen like 4 post plants out of them, and they've lost like 3 of them, or is it some like right along those lines, maybe 2 and 3.
2v1s.
Yeah, and it's just like if you clean those up, this half is dominant for Gen.G, and this is why this is the one thing that still worries me about this Gen.G roster is it's like those kinds of things are the things I expect to be cleaned up first for a team that's been together this long. Maybe the tactics and everything come a little bit later, but those are pretty fundamental.
But I was going to say, and actually I agree with you to some degree, but I was going to say what's good to me, and Christine pointed out, their basics seem to be in order of like, they're not losing rounds because they're losing a lot of members early here. They're losing rounds because they can't hold after plants and stuff, like winning the clutch rounds. I feel like the basics here, like the approach that Gen.G has had in the beginning has actually been really good. It's just more so of like talking about like the fact of like, what do we do when we actually get the bomb down? What do we do in terms of positioning? Like, how do we want to approach this? And I think that's where it doesn't seem like they've talked about that at all.
Yeah, very possible. Maybe it's just a communication breakdown in those scenarios.
I love this from Cloud9 as well. This is what I was talking about in terms of like the retake setup from CTs. You see how defensive they are. They're not really overtaking anything for Floppy here. He's just listening, right? And he's throwing them all this time. He's shooting through. Normally as well here, you kind of see an extra HG. You mentioned it before on round number 3. They fake plant, and that's for good reason. So you pass on the nade, right?
Yep. Instead
here, we're going to see a full-on execute, a fast one. No nades left from Gen.G. We talk about after plants. It's exactly what we're talking about. 3-on-3 situation now. It's pretty much even though no nades on either side, but CTs are coming back and they have bomb side control again. Smokes down with trades, and Gen.G all spread out. No trading. We talked about it with the whole thing with utility and stuff like that. If you don't have any utility, you have to play aggressive. You have to play the trading game, because if you're all spread out like this, Cloud9 with nades as well, you spread out, you take control. This is a great little afterplant or like a retake setup from Cloud9. If I'm Gen.G, obviously it's just 1 round left here. I would be worried about this again and again now, because like this is the setup kind of that you want to lean towards on the CT side. This is where, like the winning scenario that I was talking about, the kind of waiting to happen.
That's actually a really cool retake, though, from Cloud9. The timing of when they actually pounced and came in was really, really sick.
So fast.
They timed it on the guy that started planting the bomb, right? Because we talk about, like, that's already a guy that's already right off. Like, he's not in the game anymore. That's a 3-second bomb plant that he's planting down.
And even if he gets off it, or even if he plants the bomb, you know exactly where he's at. It takes time to get the gun out. All good stuff.
All good stuff. Gen.G has clawed their way back into this game now. With a Cloud9 win for last round, 7-7. Trading game happening in mid, and I mentioned it before. Gen.G leaning towards that B bomb site. One of the few teams that you kind of see that's opting more towards that B than A. And Cloud9 have an answer for it, and there's a reason for that. B is very difficult to kind of hit, especially if you don't get trades early.
I was going to say, they never actually pulled off the split of that bomb site whatsoever. They could never actually meet the 2 attacks together. bomb is dropped at the bottom of the stairs as well. There's plenty of time for it, but unfortunately, both members of Cloud9 are looking in this direction at Psalm. They've spotted him out, and OC shuts him down. It's a 1-round lead for Cloud9 as we head to a break, and we'll be right back after the commercials to finish up Vertigo.
We're back with the second half of map number 1 between Cloud9 and Geng. We were giving Geng a lot of flack on the first half, but don't get me wrong, like obviously 8-7 is still a very good scoreline. The reason why we're upset is because we feel like they could have gone away with at least 11 there. It's just a lot of after-plan situations they can really polish and really get a lot better on. And Cloud9 capitalized on that, obviously, but now we have the turnaround. Cloud9's east side now. We have one guy with 7 nades, the B-split happening, a very fast one. Kusta in the back of the bomb side goes down as well. OC, 2 nice frags with the help of JT's flash. 5-on-3 now. And we talk about the whole thing with saves. CTs get insta-headshotted. Oh my god, what a round from JT. He gets 2 kills, he gets 2 assists from the flashbang as well. Floppy with 2 kills. Oh, sorry, not Floppy, but OC. This is just damage control for Psalm, but goes down. Nice round for Cloud9.
Yeah, that's a very nice round. No real fight to prevent that bomb site from being overrun. Geng switching over to the defensive side. I'm interested to see how this goes. This is their map pick. So you'd imagine they've had some stuff prepared. You'd imagine they're feeling very comfortable on it, but at the moment, it's not to be.
And this is what you have to refer to as well, Jason, of Geng's last round on that T side. Not getting that B split kind of in order, like they weren't hitting that bomb side completely. We saw in Cloud9 stand here on the pistol, they got the sandwich. They got the shit sandwich in order. It was and then the bomb down, and then by then it's just a very difficult spot for Geng to be in.
My problem with Geng is like, it's still, I don't know. It's so weird. They have like one of their win conditions is also like kind of like in a way their biggest weakness, where they have they have the individuals needed to win these games, but that's the problem, is that they're still individuals. I don't think they've really found a way to consistently have like a cohesive unit and teamwork. I've never really got that feeling when I've watched them.
It's still Elma Puri, right, as the coach?
And but I think even Cloud9 is like kind of the exact opposite. You wouldn't look at this roster and say they have the more skilled players, but they at least have like the teamwork and the brotherhood to it.
Yeah.
But that's what I have always said as well. Like if you ask me, for example, would I rather have a team with 5 individuals versus 5 people that knows how to calm and know how to communicate and has good team play? Kind of like, obviously, you can't really compare, but I prefer the team play oriented one. You know, I prefer the ones that does a good job with trading. I prefer the ones that know how to flashbang for each other. I don't want people to go into like these individual positions, even what we saw the after match with like one-on-one, right? Like help each other. Let's win as a team, right? We'll lose a team, we win as a team.
Oh,
Nice hold from Gen G.
You say that.
I say that.
But all the individuals show up in this round.
and that's what and that's why I was so surprised by Gen G when we look at the how this map itself of like we saw a lot of focus from Gen G on the B bomb side.
Yeah.
It's still a very difficult bomb side to hit, and I feel like A is the reason why people keep coming back to A is there's so many open angles, and as long as you kind of waste the nades of the CTs, you kind of get, and especially in this day and age where you have a lot of, the young generation of like, they just want to like aim and shoot heads, A is the best bomb site for that. But nice hold. I like this from Cloud9 as well. Usually you see with maybe some younger teams as well, when they lose that secondary round, they buy back right off the bat thinking, oh, we should have won that, let's just do it. I like the smartness here from Cloud9 of saying, hey, we can buy some pistols and stuff like that. If we have some spare money, we don't have to go overboard. Let's just think the long term here of like, where's our winning scenario, right? Oh, we need a lot of utility. We need the ops. We need the good AKs with, full armor and stuff like that. So, thinking ahead.
Thinking ahead.
Nice clean round here, though, for Gen G. Those
Yeah.
Deagles, they get a little too frisky lately, but this time around, Gen G goes away with a clean round.
Yeah, and now, I mean, it's going to be a save for Cloud9. This is should be a nice, easy cleanup for Gen G. Nuke is next. Or no, Inferno is next. Inferno is the second map in this series. So, here we go. Cloud9 going to go quickly up the ramp towards this A bomb site. Ben 10 Pure straight down, and he's got so many. 3 kills. Well done. They can salvage that AK-47 at the end of the round. Nice shot from
What
Automatic.
a fadeaway.
Yeah, that was sick. That was nasty.
Nasty. That's nice for Gen G to have such a clean anti-ecos. Especially since we're worried about such basic fundamentals like post plants, these kinds of rounds can sometimes get away.
I'll be
from you.
curious how the retakes look for Gen G. I'm really interested to see how they do that. Obviously, tough to hold off the retakes in the first half, but I mean, it could be a complete reversal here. If we get to those situations, Gen G up by 1. Som gonna peer down the scaffolding and see nothing, just spamming into the smoke, trying to do some early chip damage. OC's been legged, but pressure on middle and Automatic is forced back.
Keep the same trend though from Cloud9. No ops on that side. I mentioned it again, the same thing with Inferno on the T side. You can buy an op, but in most cases you tend to prefer just 5 AKs. A lot of close quarters. A lot of tightly knit angles like this that you just have to get trades in. Obviously, if you go A late, an op is definitely what you want, or an SG.
Ooh, the
But
SG
this
is
has
nice.
been, but this is a really nice approach. We just look at the difference between these two matchups. Gen G are playing this A retake, kind of what I was talking about. Cloud9 as well, taking this very slow. Look at the nades of both of these teams. Cloud9 have not spent a lot for this A take, so now we're going to see a full-on an A2 with nades and a potential of a B or an A retake. This is exactly, this is dream scenario for Cloud9. I feel like Gen G was a little bit too aggressive there when they do have nades. I think that the game plan should have been retake. You have to set up yourself for that, but you kind of half-ass it, and you go like mid-round, late round aggression where you're not even waiting for teammates. So Cloud9 will definitely take advantage of that, but I like the approach of both of these teams. But we go back to the whole thing of talking about bases for Gen G, and the later grand scheme of things, we saw the same thing for T side for Gen G. It's sloppy. They have the basics down early, but then once they get into like the later round of stages and stuff like that, they seem to fall apart a bit, and we saw the same thing here. That's a worrisome sign.
Yeah, especially, I mean, they were certainly postured for. I mean, you mentioned the nades. They were in those 4 positions. I gotta say, I'm surprised we saw so many whiffs too. I mean, Bentet right off the bat, he had a huge advantage.
That's got to be like feeling like pretty uncomfortable what's happening on the map. Like
Yeah, a lot
someone
of
like
pressure.
him, yeah, is like way too good to miss a shot like that. Although it does happen. What is his scoreline today? 18 and 14. So he's picking up. He was when we saw him at Flashbang. Bentet was like the one player you could tell just was not really feeling comfortable in anything during that stretch. Is that what I said?
I can imagine just the sheer confusion on his end, though.
Flashpoint.
Wait, rounds?
Flashpoint.
What's that? I'm not running up mid to killing people? What? Okay.
He's probably living the dream too, not having an in-game lead at all. That must be. And he doesn't have to in-game lead in 3 languages either.
What a life to
I
live,
know.
man. He's living the dream right now.
He's playing the game in nightmare mode that no one else has ever had to experience. In-game leading in Indonesian, Mandarin, and English all in one game.
Ooh. Can't be missing those.
That's a nice nade combination, though, to peek with the explosion of the nade.
Yeah. Good timing for OC and his mates, but Daps, he lets the first guy go by, and then the timing floppy.
Even that is so smart. Like a small thing like that, you have Cloud9, you have 2 guys up in heaven there, but one guy just runs, right? Gets the control, and the other guy's just staying in smoke there. Like, it's like small stuff like that. It looks like, oh, that's not even a big deal. It's a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
Because as soon as you kind of make the noise there, you're in mid and you kind of showcase that, you see the reaction from Daps too. He's like, oh my god, I have like the golden ticket. I'm going to get at least 2. But just the fact you kind of stick around.
Yeah.
No, I think, yeah, now I had Gen G winning, but I think Cloud9 are working so well as a unit right now, especially on this map. So
Yeah,
see if it's just a map. We still obviously have 1 or 2 more maps to go.
This Cloud9 team has like a lot of really cool elements to it. I mean, it's not. I don't think it's always a question of how far it can actually carry them, but I mean, certainly in North American competition, they're a very dangerous squad. Some cool tricks up their sleeve. They're about to be up 10 or 12 to 10. Sonic going to clear out automatic as well. It's just Psalm remaining. This Gen G defense looking like Swiss cheese. Holes everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen it A, B, even at middle. It's that tight-knit unit, though. I mean, we've said Brotherhood 3 times now for Cloud9, but I think it really perfectly describes it because the bait and switches, the thought process, and how they actually want to find the duels and make Gen G as uncomfortable as possible.
Sonic's got 23 kills in this game.
I mean, there you go. That helps. That definitely helps.
Back at Flashpoint/Flashbang, he had kind of a tough season. Sonic or Floppy was the one leading the way, and you had like the rare glimpse at Sonic. But if you're gonna have this kind of a performance out of him, it's so sick. It opens up all the options for everyone else.
Regular default here again from Cloud9. Actually have, oh man, Sonic takes the man of the map that you talk about. Well, what can you really do there when Sonic is just getting the 2 entries?
I know, there's nothing even tactical to talk about. That's just Sonic destroying this team at the moment. Smoke makes this a little bit tricky. I think he's hoping he can see underneath it. OC hasn't made his, or I mean, excuse me, Sam hasn't made his move just yet. But Sonic's hunting him.
Yeah, Sam knows. He doesn't want to show his toes there, and he's out of there. He's had enough.
That sequence from Sonic is wild.
So good. And even the flashbangs to follow just right behind him all the way through.
Yeah, and I don't even think that was the approach to it from the beginning. I think, yeah, Sonic getting the 2, and then you just go, right? But I think that was just a B default, and then same kind of the approach of, like, we just have the 1 guy in A, and we can decide to go A later if we want, but that's just a regular, like, B default that he just takes advantage of with the 2 quick entries. And as Jason pointed out, not really much you can talk about that anyway, like in terms of strategical approach.
There's
I
nothing.
actually think even for Gen G's part here, they're setting themselves up good. Like, yeah, sure, it's been 15 seconds of this round, and he comes up here and gets the second one. This is just initial setup for Gen G to kind of drop off the 1 player on B and kind of fall back. But, you know, Cloud9, they don't even let that happen.
That shot on Akusta is brutal. I'd be so mad if I was Kusta.
didn't have a chance.
He probably didn't even realize that Sonic could see him or even noticed a pixel. That's
Well, especially because it was a molly there too, you know?
Yeah.
He's like, Kusa's like, okay, well,
all sorts
I
of issues.
stopped the rush here.
Should be our Gen G timeout. Time to start picking up some rounds here. Heather has the headset on. Can you show us the scoreboard, Heather? There we go. And you see here how dominant Cloud9 has been the last 4 rounds. Gen G obviously losing the pistol, but won that eco. Was pretty dominant, but then after that, the 4 last weapon rounds.
Thank God they won that second round. This map would be over by
It
now.
would have been.
Yeah.
They'd be done.
Cloud9 has definitely looked very dominant so far on this map. Fast round again here. It's a mid-take.
Again, trades, and again, that M4 now dropped in middle. They can't actually salvage it whatsoever. So 3-on-3, but 2 pistols on board for Gen G. The AWP is in the hands of Automatic.
Ooh, Bentet. The patience might pay off for him, but Floppy's game sense, man, he just knows. He knows where the weak side of the map is going to be at all times, and he's just drilled right now.
He's that player that you always get annoyed by on the other team because he's always looking at the flank. He's checking every box. I hate those people.
Look at Cloud9. They're just sticking all 3 together at the moment.
And I love that too. I mean, they know for a fact usually as well, you kind of spread out the bomb sites or you even gamble. They're even going even a step further. They're not hitting the usual bomb sites of like going straight into B or, for example, straight into A. All 3 in mid. Kusa's just dead here. He might get the 1. It doesn't really matter. Now here's the decision. Can they make the read on where Automatic is? Ooh. Oh, this is getting a little bit close actually. This is actually very much winnable for Automatic now with nades as well. Picks up the rifle.
I think Kusa's communicated also that he effed Floppy up, so Automatic has an idea that he's low, and there you are.
That's a really nice win from Automatic.
Yeah.
That's sick from Automatic and Kusa to take that. It was such a low percentage chance. Cloud9 ran the old around the world strategy. Towards mid, get the kills, go back, and just circle right back around to mid a little bit later on in the round.
So it's team worldwide.
Strat roulette.
Yep. Pitbull 9. Definitely a round that Gen G needed to win. A round probably that they shouldn't have won. I feel like Cloud9 had Cloud9 had a good approach there. You know, again we talked about them staying as a team, as a squad there. They had 3 that they go for the trade instantly, right? And this is a great setup as well. It's a 1-on-2 with Automatic with an AWP, but just the fact that they don't waste any nades, they're kind of expecting Automatic to just be like maybe an A ramp or something. Leaves them with this kind of opening as well. Sets it up on a 1-on-1 and Floppy obviously low from before. Nice round from Automatic.
I mean, they absolutely needed that, but Jesus, you have to start.
Yeah,
you have to start winning rounds, not just getting fortunate clutch.
Exactly, and the worrisome part here, we look at CT Economy, right? Yeah, Automatic won it, and that's great. But he had 1 member alive on that team, and he's the one with money. Everyone else is almost at $0 here. Very important round, and we talk about the saves and stuff like that as well. Very important round here for Gen G. When you notice if you're hitting the bombs that you can't retake, call for a save right off the bat. It's so important that you're actually having your members with weapons for the upcoming rounds.
I think he wanted to go through that smoke, but he backed off of it. Good kills from JT coming up. That's brutal. 2 of the players in front of the smokes and 2 of the players behind the smokes playing retake, and it's a 5-on-3. Gen G might have to call for a save.
They should save it. I don't know why they're going here. Like, they should definitely save. They have nades, definitely sure, but it's a 5-on-3, bombs going down, and on top of that, now he's definitely dead, and they're flanking. I'm not sure. I wish that this call would have come much, much sooner. As soon as that bomb goes down and you don't have any map control anymore, like, it makes no sense for you to even go up to this point. Like, make the save call. Instead, you go for it, you die, and now, like you said again, like we look at the money on the Gen G side, Automatic has a bunch of money. We'll probably see like an AWP buy here, but this is super scrappy, and on top of that, you lose this round. It's 15-11, and there's no money. You're sitting at 2.4K, and it's just like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, and I wish you're right. I wish that Gen G would have called that save earlier. We've been seeing it time and time again, 1 foot out, 1 foot in strategies from Gen G, whether it's in the post plants or indecisiveness about economy. And here, once again, another scrappy buy. Ooh, Daps is going forward, but Floppy, he's holding that angle.
Of course he is. My boy Floppy, always watching that flank. flank master.
Listen, every single new player nowadays just wants to be in the front, getting the entries. You need players like Floppy. They don't come around all too often.
Ooh, good recovery from Automatic. Better trade. Oh god,
Whoa.
oh god,
You know-
oh god. It's awkward. It's uncomfortable. Tim's going to stick around, and OC's kept him frozen in place, and he still wins it, and the no-scope. Automatic between this round and the clutch, he's keeping them in the game.
And what a time to come alive. Wow. OC saw him too. OC saw him before Tim actually.
That was cockiness from Cloud9 though, because he could have waited a little bit. You see in the sequence for the second one, like the reason why the trade doesn't happen, Automatic gets these 2 nice frags in the end. This is the one I'm talking about. You know, he's running. You missed the first one. You know, there should be some communication. Like now you overpeak a little bit. You wait 1 more seconds, you get the trade at least. But now I'm nitpicking.
It's all right.
Really nice
you're a coach.
round.
It's your job. You're paid to nitpick.
That is true. That is true. If that was my team, I would have been fucking livid. I'm kidding.
No, you're not. Oh, no.
14-12.
Oh, good spam on Akusa. That's an odd angle that he probably didn't expect to get hit from. You might want to back away with such low health.
But they've done some damage here. Just even if there's no like player damage, just the damage that been done of they're forced to like kind of walk up. I was gonna say waste some nades, but I love this approach from
Oh my
Cloud9.
god.
Yeah,
How has nobody spotted this? Taps is a free kill.
Because no one expects this. Usually when you take it over, you don't expect just a push back like this. And this is great timing from Cloud9. Oh my god, I actually really love this round.
Wow.
One of the best ones I've seen all week. I'm not even joking about that. Just in terms of timing, like, you know, you kind of work the field there. You kind of know that Gen G are going to waste nades to kind of take that early. But just because you have the nice little balls, shaved little balls to kind of keep going up towards the B bomb site there. And Sonic just very well timing. And we talk about the economy here. I mean, Gen G is super broke.
Floppy's going to win that against Automatic. 15-12. A 3-round lead, and yeah, the timing was nice. It's unlucky for Gen Chi. Kusa had just looked away, and that made Daps just a freebie.
You know, it made it so much better too, because I literally look in Jason's eyes as I say it. And
Oh my god.
Oh man, 15-12. Oh, not a nice buy here from Gen G. Oh my god. Just a bunch of pistols, just a bunch of 1-deeks is what we're looking out for here. And because of Cloud9 is doing such a good job with the training game, it makes me so worried about this round from Gen G. We're talking not only 1-deek, but it's just like the whole thing of even if Automatic gets this one, just the worrisome part of like getting traded after that. And knowing as well, Gen G, this whole map so far, they've been just so spread out, not really helping each other out. A lot of with the players that they have, like Jason pointed out, I think that's also the problem here, is because you have a lot of really good star player quality players, but they're not working as a unit. They're all like very individually strong, but because of that, I think that there's like a little clear, like maybe a divide in what the roles are really supposed to be.
Yeah, and you saw that too. Automatic trying to go for that mid-peak. We've seen Gen G try that time and time again, either whether it's Daps, Automatic, or even Som at some points. But Floppy's just always ready for it. He's read it. He's patient enough. Not once has Gen G been able to catch him off guard. And MOTM, nice entry onto the site. And right now, Som's under so much pressure, but that's a good look. Spamming through the smoke. Oh, and Kusta to follow up as well.
I don't know. We'll see. Som pushing in. Somehow it worked initially, but the AK's too strong. 16-12 for Cloud9 as they take down Gen G on Vertigo. And I mean, I still just feel bad. I have to go back to the first half. Some missed clutch opportunities for Gen G, which is really, really unfortunate. Like, if those turn around, I think that map slips into Gen G's favor.
No, I think so too, because like we said, even in the beginning of that half, like they actually had a really nice approach, but they keep on losing rounds from the exact same problem of like not being able to hold after plants, not being able to like really hold the nades all too much either. Like I think the basics, even on the seat side, they had their basics down, but then when it come to the point of, hey, we have to hold the bomb site or we have to hit the bomb site, that's when they fell short. Granted, this is the first map. We still have 2 more to go. I think we're cutting to a break, and then we'll be back. We'll be back with map number 2.
Hit it! That's what I'm talking about. Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys. What you talking about?
All young men with suits and ties, just sitting in the crowd smoking big cigars. I hope you're ready for what's coming now. I'm the one on the lady that will bring you down.
We missed the sunlight, we missed the nice weather, but what we didn't miss was the beating that Gen G just took versus Cloud9 on the first map, on their own map pick.
Beating feels like a strong word.
I think
No,
that's
but
fair.
Do you?
I do think it's fair because like
Okay.
the reason why I say that is because I talked about it during the half is I actually think that Gen G should have won that map.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
because of they had their basics done or down, but because of everything else just looked extremely scrappy to me.
They did fall a little flat in certain areas.
I feel like I don't feel that they don't deserve to win that. I actually feel like Cloud9 in that sense played a much better game all around. Even if their like initial approach from the beginning of the half, they lost some more openings and stuff. Maybe that was a little bit more shaky. But I actually think they did a much better job when it came to like the later
Okay.
stages of the half or the rounds, like with the retakes, with the after plans. They had a much better approach to that.
You know what? You make some good points.
And just the simple approach too. I mean,
Yeah.
we talked about the trade game and the bait and switch, just the small minor details that gave Cloud9 just that small little edge anytime they came across those duels across the map. And Gen G, they're just spread out so many times.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. There was a severe lack of teamwork, and I mean, if it wasn't for Automatic's AWP towards the end of that second half, Genji, that even probably would have been a beating in terms of scoreline as
sure.
well. That 1v3 clutch he won, or 1v2, was pretty massive.
Well, that's a good shout out you just mentioned there as well. Just the whole thing with Automatic winning, and I feel like that actually explains the whole game to me in a little bit. Of like Gen G, they have the potential of winning this, but it's after star player performance. It's after rounds like Automatic. It's after like a three kill from BN Tet and stuff like that. It's not. They don't win rounds because it's nice crossfires. They don't win rounds because it's nice trading. That's what Cloud9 did.
Here's one of those nasty post-plant setups for Genji that just didn't pan out. Yeah, that was kind of tough to watch in certain situations. And that's their map pick. That's got to be worrying. And now they go on to Inferno. Is going to be the next map in the series they'll play Cloud9 on. And you have to think, like, another map where post plants are going to be critically important. Like, we see how many times we can get into bomb sites, and if you're not going to be able to hold on to them, Cloud9 might be able to just run away with this one as well. So, dangerous situation that Gen G is entering into with the first map not looking great for them.
One caveat or one saving grace for Gen G's side of things is that Inferno was also their home pick. From DreamHack Anaheim, when they won that one, that was the map that they leaned into. It does feel a long time ago.
So long ago.
And that was a completely different Gen G, actually, than what we're seeing now. But it's still, the reason I mentioned that is because of the longevity of the map being such a comfort pick for most of these players individually anyways. There was some moments there where we saw some players, fumbling over nades. Bentet, we saw him towards the scaffolding, short A, worrying about the Molotovs coming, some uncomfort showing through towards that A ramp. On Inferno, I don't think that's going to be as prevalent, even in those post plants. These players are just going to automatically know exactly where to go without really having to think about what they've dry run or what they practice. Vertigo is still new. We have to remember that. So I think that comfort level should show through, but that's on both of these sides, Cloud9 and Gen G,
Are either of you? I mean, we all kind of lean towards Gen G. Is anyone feeling like they're not after that glimpse of Vertigo that Gen G's not going to be able to close out Inferno? Are we thinking this is going to be 2-0 for Cloud9?
No,
They're going to take us to a third.
So here's the thing, and the only worry I have is obviously this is not Gen G's map coming into it, but the good thing that I would say coming into this map is, like I had mentioned on Vertigo, Gen G did a really good job in the early stages of the round, and I'm sure we're going to see the same thing on the T side here. What are the approach of, like what I talked about with the EG Furia game, the approach on how you take banana and when you take banana on both CT and T side, where is the nades being used and whatnot. Gen G actually did that pretty good, but when it comes to like the actual executes and stuff like that, like you had mentioned, Jason, this is a retake map. This is an afterplant map. And if Gen G can put their basics down, if this is more of a comfort pick to them, then at least maybe we can see, them hitting the bomb site a little bit more, maybe working a little bit more together with these afterplants. I don't know. I'm on Jason's point with this, with the whole retro theme.
We should make the maps just naturally retro.
Like super pretty.
Also, I need to point out, we gotta keep our eye on Sonic, man. He was popping off.
He had a sick opening game.
He had a sick opening game on that Vertigo. And he's the biggest question. He's gonna be defending this B bomb site with JT, and that's been a huge question mark. But with Sonic being so confident right now, it's certainly gonna make things a lot easier for Cloud9. And right off the bat, Sonic finding an opening. And JT to follow up as well. So things are already off to a hot start for Cloud9.
Yeah, with 2 nades, 2 sets of nades left. JT, OC, they're leaning towards the B bomb site here. That nade did a good amount for Floppy. I don't think it's going to be good enough for Kusa here. He's definitely going to need 1 or 2 and try and stay alive for his teammates. Just the whole thing of him staying alive, I don't actually think it's good enough. Exactly that, exactly. Yeah, I love this approach from Cloud9. You have to take spools control if you have 5 players alive. Don't just get stuck on the bomb site. This is great play from Cloud9. Not really allowing any room for Gen G, and it's a very dominant pistol round at that. 5 members alive.
Yeah, man. And if you're a Gen G there, I mean, you're just... At no point was there ever a fair 1v1. It was just always either 2 or 3 Cloud9 members either jumping across their screen, bait and switching, just making it just so difficult for Gen G to find any sort of kill, let alone damage. So, once again, clean entrance into that B-bomb site for Cloud9.
And here, full buy for Gen G. It's 5 smokes though. Normally what we see with 5 smokes is they want to keep that B bomb site just blocked off. Keep that smoked off the whole game and kind of stack towards the A, kind of force the T towards the A. Now it's really important for Cloud9 here when you start realizing that Gen G is going to keep smoking off the banana. You have a decision to make here. Don't let it go. Don't let the time run down to a point at which that you're calling, wait for the smoke, wait for the smoke. Obviously we know firsthand here that's not going to happen. But when you make the call of like, hey, let's go banana, even if they keep re-smoking, it's just so important for you guys to just go through the smoke and just help trading. Instead here, we do see Cloud9 leading towards that A bomb side instead. There's still 4 smokes left on that Gen G side. Time taking down a little bit. So I'm hoping that Cloud9 will at least start making their way up to something here, or at least that once they do decide to go somewhere, that it's a flat out explosion, you know, like we pop on the site, right? It's not going to be like one flash, one gets killed, and we're like a little bit passive. No, we're talking like if we go here, we fucking go, you know what I mean? And here we go, yeah. Smokes are raining in now, even from Gen G side. This is a nice little thing from MOTM. This is exactly what I asked for, especially with the MAC-10s. It's so important that they're willing to take these like little duels, even if it's risky through the smokes. This is how you win these rounds. And you see as soon as that happens, Gen G, you're not allowing Gen G to rotate at all. So they're obviously forced to stay with the weapons that they have. It's a little bonus round for them next round and whatnot. But such a dominant second round from Cloud9, keeping 4 members alive there.
Good soldier MOTM. Getting in first. And you even saw he looked straight down to dodge the flashbangs, and the pathing, I mean, it was phenomenal. And Gen G, they scrape by with a deagle and some utility. That'll be nice for them going into the next round, but the rest of the Gen G, they're just going to be stuck on these USPs. So I think in the next round, we might see Gen G kind of stacking together some sort of a set plan from the get-go to...
Well, this is why I even say like the thin air rounds, but the whole thing of like a round like this, when you know it's like a full save, and I still see teams that's just like spreading out like a default, like, come on, man, what do you think is going to happen? You have like, USP, no armor, like, you're not winning that round, like, at least be able to trade, like, save a weapon, like, get a few kills.
Something, anything.
Yeah, but something at least together, right? And especially here, you have some nades here, you know, that you can use as well if you're CT side. I do like this now. We have 4 towards the A-bomb side. This is actually not bad. It's
Might
a
not
very
matter.
fast round. Well, you say that. This should be a trade. Yeah, thank you
Okay.
so much. If they were spread out, this would have not have happened. He would have probably gotten a kill there as well. But this causes a lot of confusion now on that T side. They're forced to just literally just rush here. And we see here already from Gen G making that rotation over. This is all about timing. Are we going to see them running right off the bat?
Nade Nesta. Oh! He makes up for it.
Yeah, you start laughing.
I know.
That shows you're wrong.
I know.
Thought he was your mate there.
He is, but
Yeah,
that doesn't
look
mean
at
I
that.
can't laugh at him.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Oh, this is somehow working so well.
Huh.
That's all about rotations. I actually think it's very sloppy from Cloud9. MOTM just jumping out there, or whoever it was. That's fine. But the thing is, you kind of get too scared of like, oh, there's 2 there, let's just go banana. But the problem is that you're all the way up in A when this is happening. So your rotations, you see, like, they're obviously CTs are obviously there as well. Nice rotations from Gen G. Nice entry there as well.
Was that a CT Molotov? Who had the
No,
Molotov?
the T's. That was the T.
So they just
molly.
missed their own molly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They put him on the second oranges. He was first.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there was one on the stairs as well, though, that prevents anyone from trading that first kill.
That could have been a mistake, yeah.
So I was wondering if that was a mistake or if Genji, Genji had managed to save a Molotov in the previous round.
No. That
All
was
right.
definitely a fluke. Or a
Definitely
flub-
someone's done
a
something
flubbed
wrong.
Molotov.
Yeah, there we go. All right. Floppy towards the end of Halls. Cloud9 grouping up towards this bomb site. Big Halls attack coming, and it's going to be Bentet in the pit. That smoke is pretty well timed, but I think they're going to go through it. Here we go. Let's check it out. 3
Bentet's
defenders
ready.
at this bomb site. Blind in the pit, and at Sonic just trying to attract attention. Bentet
Oh.
has a stellar round. Floppy, the last one left, 1 versus 4, almost was able to find that onto the op. That's a tight angle that he's got to peek into. Now, damage would be so beneficial, even if he just has to wait for the smoke to fade. He's got 50 seconds to chill in this pit, although someone is flanking from Halls. That's going to be Som.
And now Floppy.
This is all about damage.
Yeah.
And this is all about Genji not allowing Floppy to do damage.
Ooh, automatics.
I
Gotta
can't believe
be
that.
careful.
I can't believe that Halls player hasn't peeked yet. I can't believe they haven't just swung and taken him down.
Oh, he's got the Mac 10 though.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Would you take that duel, Jason?
Flying Mac 10, yeah, hell yeah.
Mac 10 into Big Pit. Oh,
better
Floppy.
than just sitting here playing patty cake and getting flanked out.
He's gonna get this kill.
Oh, yes, he's got it. And he's found the escape route. So going to save the AK. Money is not pretty. That's going to be the only weapon they'll have. But it's, I mean, he's got 1,100 in the bank, so it's not the biggest deal that he's actually saved this. And now do you want to invest in anything around it?
And what a round from Bentet, but that first member of Cloud9, I believe it was MOTM that made it into Big Pit.
I think it was Sonic, the one just spamming
He was just
his-
so
yeah,
blind.
he
He
was-
was just so blind. I don't even know if Bentet was going to peek that wide, but because he was so blind and just spamming, Bentet's just like, okay.
I'll take it.
I'll take it. Yeah, yeah. Give it to me.
I'm surprised they went through that smoke, which I'm cool with, but there was only one player actually trying to clear pit. I don't know if like someone got stuck behind the smoke, like it was,
Maybe.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's very possible. But it did look a little bit silly. Unfortunate. 2-2, we're all tied up, and Genji, they stabilized their economy pretty early on. 2,200 on Kusta and automatic behind the investment. Bentet with 1,800. That's not too shabby.
And I think this is a smart call from Cloud9 here as well. They actually don't buy from the AK as well. They just leave Floppy with the AK. Obviously, Armor have a Molotov as well, but not a single buy outside of that. They're pretty even in terms of money in that sense, but we should be seeing here someone baiting for Floppy, and for Floppy to try and get some kills here. Keeping the most important thing in this round is obviously trying to keep the C economy at the as low as you can possibly do. Kusta with a nice trade there.
That'd
Gets
been
the
cool.
first kill, yeah.
If
I mean-
Floppy was almost able to actually transition that over, that would have been a fun little fight to see. Either way, they have kind of access. Actually, there's only one defender here. And MOTM knows exactly where he is. He's got him frozen in Banana. He's going to go down soon. It's fine if he dies here. That's actually perfect for MOTM. Although they're going to try and... Oh, they want to eliminate before they get the plant. The Glock, the smoke is up. There's the kill. Now they got to hustle back to the B bomb site. JT, that's a really rough smoke, but it's going to work.
Oh, wow. I love the reactions from both of these squads. Som, he knew he had to push out that banana. He was about to get crunched, and this boost, man.
There's a
As
Molotov on
CT
Kusta.
Yeah, but you know, OC's got such a deep aim. If he gets this clean kill onto Bentet, which, he does not do, but JT does pick up that A4 behind him, and he gets that clean kill. Oh, this is completely doable. The
He dinks him.
dink.
That would have been wild. If he had
Yeah.
gotten that frag, I think he wins the round. That's
Oh
a
my.
very narrow victory for Genji. Cloud9 almost pull a rabbit
Yeah.
out of the hat.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that.
I even really like the fact that JT and Sonic, they push out B, forego the bomb plant for now,
Yeah.
make sure they get that trade onto Som, then go into the B bomb site.
That was bold.
Yeah.
And
that
I
was
mean,
a full save outside of Floppy's AK.
Yeah,
and they managed
that's-
to get the 3 kills and the
and the
bomb
plant.
down. I mean, you're super happy with this if you call out 9.
and the bummer about that push down banana is that, I mean, obviously Genji, a nice rotation down mid, but if they'd actually gotten that kill and been able to pick up the M4 on JT as well, that could have been pretty nasty.
I was going to say first or second weapon round, but we look at the economy, and obviously for Genji, you still have some more money on the board. Potential of one more buy here if Cloud9 were to get away with this, but this is full weapon round for both of these teams. Full sets of utility. And we're looking at the initial approach here. Gen G not fighting for banana, holding their nades. I love that. Wait to see what the T sides are doing first. Wait to see what kind of nades they're using. There's always the option of potentially retaking banana mid-round, for example, asking, for example, the call we see here on the minimap that Daps is making his way over to B. And if in terms of timing here, one thing that wants to happen here, if Daps is going to be over here at the B bomb site, there's two ways of this happening. Just having the straight call of like, or straight read of they're going to come B. The second one is you can't stay like this for too long. You have to actually make a move on. But at least the timing wise now, it's actually working out for Gen G. We do see the execute come in from Cloud9. Now a lot of nades rain in, but a lot of nades left on Gen G as well. But oh my god, it doesn't even matter. What an entry on the bomb side. JT just gets 2 kills right off the bat, and like, it's over. And round's over. Done and dusted. They had 3 members there from Gen G. Full sets of nades. Doesn't really matter. I feel like they didn't use anything. What happened?
They used it. They just didn't ever get in any kind of a real fight. I think they just kind of pounced. I think they just kind of tried to fight at the wrong position in the bomb site.
Yeah, but all nades went back B, right? Like, there was none in pool. There was nothing for Cloud9 to just run through there. Like, there was nothing really that was keeping them away.
There was a Molotov sent to water, but I think the big issue was, I think it was Som came through the smoke at Coffins.
Yeah.
He got picked off, and that kind of aggression didn't let any of the... Listen, no matter which way you want to spin it, 3 players at the B bomb site getting no kills just can't happen.
No, exactly. No, I completely agree. And one of the approaches you mentioned the Psalms running through the smoke and smooths there, like,
which is also fine. It's just it's not coordinated with anything else.
Which is also fine. And one of the things you mentioned here as well, when you look at the smokes, actually there are some smokes raining in here, but you're Gen G here and you have some more nades. You want to block off the bomb site for Cloud9 here as well. And yeah, I mean, you see there very clear. There was a flashbang that came. That was it. That was the one flash. No one's flashed. No one's completely flashed. And to your point, even if that's unacceptable if you're Gen G, like, I think no one
the
died.
problem is the mistime is Som is supposed to bait when he comes to that smoke, right? He's not supposed to be the initial contact.
He's supposed to get the 2.
Yeah. Regardless, I mean, you have to also say the utility from Cloud9 kind of probably mixed that timing up. That smoke at the front of the bomb site didn't let Kusta get any kind of action. Didn't let him know where anyone was going to be heading at that time. So it was not too shabby of a hit for Cloud9.
Indeed, it wasn't. And we're looking that we're going to be seeing the same, but just going to be an contact play with Banana here. I actually quite like that. You kind of know that they don't have a lot of nades. Now, granted, you end up going down just as I say that Castle Curse is real, etc. And they actually fall back from that. This is what I don't kind of like. At least take the pool control there with the help of your teammates. You set yourself up a little bit more for trades. I'm not sure if it's actually going to matter all too much, even if Cloud9 do get this bomb site now, 4-on-3 situation with an op on automatic that's going to be saved.
Yeah, he better start backing off now. They need that weapon. So 4-3 for Cloud9 on the T side. Gap in that, so automatic's going to flirt with it a little bit. And now backs away. The winner of this plays 100 Thieves, and the loser plays Chaos in the lower bracket.
Yes,
just so we have an idea of what's at stake here. No one's getting eliminated today. That fun comes later.
And I love this change of pace from Cloud9 as well. I mean, it's not like we saw it last round as well when we mentioned it. I think that they have found their opening there. Gen G had 3 members on that B bomb side on the weapon round that we saw, and they didn't get a single kill. Cloud9 last round, just a contact play into B, same thing. They do get the trade, but I think that they have definitely found their holes. And this is what I was talking about versus that EG Furia map as well, of when you can't hold defensive like the way that Gen G is doing, yeah, obviously you have to talk about some other things. Maybe it's a banana play aggressively here, and that's exactly what we see Gen G do. Let's fight for banana early here a little bit more. Let's have Cloud9 waste some more nades if they want to take the banana control, or at least showcase that, hey, we actually have banana this time. Now you can fall back and kind of have... Now you're in a good spot as well. Let Cloud9 do the next move here. Or if you hear a bunch of stuff in mid, now this is where you set up for mid-round aggression for mid. You flashbang out and you fight here.
Ooh, automatic. He's going to go down. Even if he hits that shot, if it's not a 2-for-1, he's dead no matter what. And Cloud9, they're clearing pit. Big trades to get into the bomb site. And again, it's so fast and convincing. The flank is already here. The fact that bomb is down in pit is kind of an issue at the moment, but it also forces Cloud9 to slow down and address this issue.
And Som just got spotted out. This buys some time for Kusa and potentially an opportunity, especially if he gets his timing right. But that doesn't help things at all.
That seals it.
Yeah.
No more nades. They're just going to have to make this work without utility, without a flashbang. Som might want to try and save the op, but Kusa got a kill, which brought him a little bit back. So uncoordinated on calling for the retreat, but Som is going to back out in the 1 versus 2.
And this timing in this round for automatic towards that lane side, man, that was so off for him. Maybe I thought he was trying to dodge a flash, but then he just stuck around a little bit too long. I think he needed to take on that deeper angle first and then fall back and make one decision or the other.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, he's sticking around, he's hesitating. He either needs to get aggressive or just call it off.
And that's exactly what I was going to say there. Like we see, and we saw the same thing on Vertigo. Like Genji has a good initial approach, but there as well, they don't seem synced at all. Like Automatic is by himself there by short. There's no one even there waiting for like flashbang for him. There's no one really there calling for him. He missed the shot and then he just goes down. And then sure, for Cloud9, when you're Cloud9 as well, that Genji has taken banana control, the gamble there is, hey, let's make sure maybe there are 3 there. We get the kill on Automatic. This is a domino effect. You just go at that point. And again, no trades from Genji.
I'll say one good thing that Genji has done is, I mean, at least in these losses, preserved enough economy to continue having buys. I mean, an AWP still an automatic that was saved by Som. They've got M4s, they've got SMGs, they've got a decent amount of utility to make this kind of a drop down to SMGs in the FAMAS, doable.
That is one thing that I noticed about Genji. They're really good at not losing. They slowly lose.
Yeah, not losing everything all at once.
Yeah, not losing everything
at once.
They still lose.
They drag it out.
No, don't get me wrong. They still lose, but slowly. Very slowly.
It's definitely not more painful to watch. Oh no. And Cloud9 just bullying their way everywhere they want to go. And again, it's got to be a save.
Definitely has to be a save. Again, you see the bomb slide. I mean, I'm going to keep repeating it because I think it's just so apparent of what Genji's problems are currently. And it's just that they're not playing together. It's all about like individual performances. Like one guy gets a kill, but there's really no one there to like trade. It's like an angle. Someone's holding an angle towards spool. He doesn't even not re-peek. So you get like a crossfire towards the site. He keeps peeking. And then you get the guy on site that just keeps peeking. So definitely a little bit dysfunctional. It's a little bit weird, I must say. But I will say this, because it's like minor things like that, and I do feel like they do have the basics down, that's actually a pretty easy fix when you have all the members on board in terms of what the actual approach is. And as for Cloud9, I actually have nothing but good things to say about Cloud9 for both at Vertigo and also this map so far. I think they're doing a really good job in taking map control. I think they're doing a really good job in having Genji always guess what they're going to be doing. Even if they're leaning towards B, it could be a slow B, it can be a fast B, but just the fact that they're changing their pace, and the most importantly, they're trading so well, so they're keeping their nades and they're always making sure that someone is holding the flank.
Man. This is rough. I'm kind of amazed that the initial contact on bomb sites is so heavily in the favor of Cloud9, all things considered.
Yeah, I do like. That's why I said like I do think that there needs to be a change of pace in terms of for Genji, and sure they did take the banana control there. The adaptation wasn't quite there in the sense that like there wasn't any trading on short and stuff like that. But as you pointed out, Jason, I actually do think they have to continue this. At least they do have to continue fishing for an opening of not making sure that Cloud9 is just getting map control for free, and you're not even getting a man advantage from that.
Well, they've put automatic here with the AWP. Maybe that catches him off guard. MOTM brought low by utility, cleaned up by Som. He's going to stay aggressive. He's got another one. This time it's Sonic with mistimed flashbangs to be blinded and taken down. And now if you're Genji, just back away. Play the 2-man advantage. And just chill.
And even here, I'm not sure who is it. I'm not a fan of it's automatic backing up here. You're a 5-on-3 situation, and you know you've been struggling on that B bomb site. Have automatic stick around in spools with your op. You can still have the rifle back you up. Instead, here you're having a defensive setup on the B bomb site with 2 rifles, and you know for a fact that that Cloud9 has an op here.
I think this is just a strategy to kind of preserve their economy, not let anyone go down. I imagine we'll see things get quiet as they let Floppy, try and get a peek. I don't know why Flom just popped into my brain.
Shout out to Flom.
Yeah, what's up, Flom? But letting Floppy just go for a pick towards this A bomb site. See if he's gonna find one. That's so frustrating. If he opens this up, look at the rotation it's causing. They actually had 3 players stacked towards B. Now it's just 1 defender. This is perfect for Cloud9, although they're rotating back to the A bomb site as well, and that's the bomb on the ground.
That's lazy from OC, man. Dropping the bomb at mid. And Floppy with a huge round and another follow-up.
Oh, dear.
Oh, but already Bentet finds himself in the site. He's got to stay alive. There's only 10 seconds around.
Oh! No, surely not. Don't drop this. Headshot angle with low HP and Bentet's going to save it. That's way too costly. That can never happen. And Geng, a 5-on-3 when you have no money built up to lose 4 players in that fashion is absolutely...
You know what I always say, Jason?
Bonkers.
If this happened to my team, you know what I always say?
Yeah,
I say...
throw the mouse out the window?
No, I say...
Say something really bad in Swedish?
They have to plant the bomb. Right?
Okay.
The bomb's down, and you're fighting for bomb, but you're not mining the time, right? They obviously have to grab the bomb and then plant the bomb, but instead you're fighting for bomb in an open position when there's 20 seconds left on the clock instead of just trading on the bomb site. At the end of the day, yeah, the bomb is down. That's nice, and that's great because you're going to get some entries from it, but make the decision eventually of like 20 seconds left on the clock. What is the goal of the terrorist side, right? Plant the bomb goes off, you win the round. Instead, you make it that close. For JT, that was such a winnable round, and I feel like it's just sloppy play. We say that the basics of Geng is there, but once it goes down to like past, when it's 1 minute left or whatever, all the basics seems to be just thrown out the window. There's no more trading. There's no more like thinking about time. They just seem to be a lot of like individual play, and I put a lot of emphasis on that because that is the reason why they're losing.
Yeah, I think in that point, too, we have to remember Geng are scrambling to try to make it back to A. Most of the players were stacked towards that B site. But Bentet, he had the right idea. And Som gets taken out by a blind OC. But at least Kusta, he traded it out this time around. But we know those trades,
Problem
one
is,
for one, is not that ideal for the CT side of things.
at some point for Geng, though, like you have to get a clean win, and that was the last round. And Floppy almost had that. That timing was almost just perfect. And Benton obviously does not realize the position of, I believe, that Sonic over towards the hay cart. If one person wanders into his crosshair, this is so dangerous.
Oh. Good trade from JT, and
Still, even this round, it's going to be costly. Bomb should get planted. Automatic is rotating around through brackets. Not going to be able to stop the plant, so the extra $100 is going to be great. MOTM, distracted by footsteps, he's going to go down for free. He's never even going to guess that Automatic wrapped around. So a good hold for Geng, but they're just barely holding on.
scraping by.
Yeah, it's like fingernails clutching onto the edge of the mountain.
I think Automatic's going to be able to salvage an AWP here, though, at least.
Still a very dangerous position if you're Geng. A lot of money on Cloud9 still, and Geng really not have had any grasp of the economy so far. 2 members alive there that round. And looking at the money again, it's just so dry. And then for Cloud9, this is an important round overall, though. Not a lot of money on both sides, but obviously still very much Cloud9 in the driving seat, even with 1 round advantage. See if Geng can wake up a little bit here now. Instead of stringing rounds together. Very important on the CT side here as well. It's another A default coming in from Cloud9, opting to take Banana a little bit later. And for Geng, I love this from Geng as well. They're not fighting for Banana, they're saving their nades. Super important. The basics are there, like I said. Now it's all about having good trades on the bomb side.
Automatic.
Yeah, automatic all by himself. Oh my god, he gets stinked actually, Sonic, but it doesn't really matter. They have the bomb side now again. And I actually don't think that Cloud9's even doing anything, out of the ordinary. They're literally just walking up for free and then just doing nice trades. But because Gen G is just so spread out, they're not getting any trades. No one's flashing for anyone, and there's just a bunch of people just dry peeking.
Oh, Robin. You're so cute. Well, and the other side of the coin is too, because Gen G have struggled so much to win some of these rounds, barely clinging on. The money's gone again. These are the only two weapons that they can save: the AWP on Kusta, the M4 on Som. Everyone else is pretty much broke. Benset has 1K, but Daps and Automatic at 650 and 100. By next round's going to be real sketchy. 7-5 for Cloud9, and I mean, if their own success is kind of allowing Gen G to somewhat stay in this game. The fact that they're taking these bomb sites so quickly and so convincingly means Gen G really have rarely had to just have all 5 players save, because they're just they're able to bring out 2 guns from it. If Cloud9's ever able to just clean out this Gen G lineup of their weapons, it's going to be
checkmate.
Yeah, it's going to be like a apocalyptic winter. There's no resources for Gen G.
See what Kusta can do with the op.
Yeah,
he's over at the B bomb side again.
Cam.
Let's go.
Approach again is nice here from Gen G. They do take banana control. They don't spend a lot of money. Obviously, we do know they have an eco, but they set up with the Som, I think, went over to B initially, threw his smoke down, and then obviously Kusta gets the entry on the op. I love this little swap as well. We talk about it, now we are getting that 4-man setup towards the A bomb site. Timing wise for Cloud9 is okay. Now you are in the decision here of oh, we have mid control. There's a lot of time left on the clock. You have a lot of options here, falling back, just holding positions. You know that Gen G's gonna want to look for some entries here and some information. And just by you holding there, you get 2 free kills there right off the bat.
Oh, good kill. They know Som's in graveyard. There's going to be a peek from the site, and he's second now. Oh, Floppy's got to back away. This is intense. OC, one more kill with the AWP, and he's looking for a flank. He knows it's been a minute since Kusta was spotted towards Banana. Going to cross over and be able to get this bomb down. He's nervous, though.
Yeah, like you said, it's been so long since we've seen Kusta, right? And even though the call might be, oh, he's probably over at the B bomb side, just because it's been so long, Kusta could be anywhere. But he's read this so nicely.
Scheiße.
He was worried right off in the beginning. I actually think that was an advantage to him, of thinking that Kusta was going to be closer than what he was. So he was kind of expecting that.
He was gambling a little bit. He had a lot of faith in that smoke, and obviously knew the timing on it as he threw it right before the bomb plant. But I mean, basically, what's going on in his head is, okay, I've got another 5 seconds to watch towards lane before this smoke starts to fade, and I need to be aware. But really using that smoke with what time was remaining to isolate the fight, and just trusting that Kusta, if he was at small pit, wouldn't just be jumping through it. Whew.
Whoa.
That mid push didn't work.
No. And there was no utility to kind of back Automatic up either, so I guess he thought his spawn was just really, really good to beat out anyone else, but that was definitely not the case here, because OC one-upped them. And this does not help Gen G's cause at all. They've already been struggling with these opening kills. But this time around, at least there's a crossfire between Daps and Kusta. Oh, and as I say that, Daps gets Molotoved out of his position.
Not
but
so
it's
much.
Yeah, it's praying crossfires though, because he's in the corner there, but it doesn't even help for a smoke and stuff. So yeah, Cloud9 I think are doing such a good job. They have the man advantage. Waste some nades and make sure that you have all the angles covered so you don't just dry peek somewhere. It's going to pay dividends. 5-on-3 now. JT running through the smoke onto the A bomb site. This is a nice little crossfire still, though, what we talked about. It doesn't really matter. It's going to be a 2-on-1. Oh, man. Even though rotation was there from Gen G, they had made the right gamble on the A bomb site. But because of and we keep talking so highly about the Cloud9 trading, we see it again here. Because they're so compact and because they're hitting the bomb site together, it doesn't matter if Gen G has all 5 members there. Because the trading game has been so on point for Cloud9, they just end up winning these trades again and again.
Yeah, I mean, that was actually, this has been the trend of the whole half. That was actually a really sick crossfire that Genji was able to set up when the rotations came in. But again, just the initial fights are just one, obviously, OC picking up automatic. He's going to pick up another one here. Kustage is dead blind behind the car. This is turning brutal. I don't really want to watch this anymore.
Hey, listen.
It's like one of those snuff films.
This
We
is
can
a
still
spanking.
say we can
It's a
still
good old-fashioned spanking.
T-sided map, right? I feel like here's the thing. The only I was gonna say the only, not the only, but one of the positives for Genji coming into the T-side half is that they actually had a really nice basic approach on the vertical side as well. And as you said, if Genji, this used to be a very strong map for Genji, at least I'm hoping that, you know, the executes and stuff like that, even after plans will be a little bit stronger.
Yeah.
But you are right though, Jace, like, you know, it's getting to a point in which, like, it's getting a little bit hard to watch, and it's not because, like, you know, we're shitting on Genji too much. We see a lot of good things about Genji, but you can clearly tell the holes in which, you know, why they're losing these rounds. And it's obviously a good thing for the future, because these things are fixable. But again, we see, and I'm not sure how many rounds, and I don't even want to guess, but I don't think Genji has had opening rounds for both of these maps a lot. I feel like Cloud9 has always gotten the opening kills a lot of these times, and I feel like they don't throw these mana challenges out the window all too much. 5-on-3 again, you know, and they're wrapping down the bomb side. They're completely stuck here. We do see some trades, but again, I mentioned it. Cloud9 again, so compact play, so they get the trades, and it's so nicely done. Leaving automatic in a 1-on-2 situation now with an SMG. He has a smoke and a flashbang. He doesn't really know where the last guy is. He knows one guy is obviously on the bomb side because he planted the bomb, but here we get the clear. Doesn't really matter. Nice run from Floppy. Nice trading done again from Cloud9. Can Genji pick it up, and can we go to a third map, or will Cloud9 make it 2-0? We'll see after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, 10-5 in the favor of Cloud9. Oh, the mid push. The mid push. It's been heard. It's been heard. It's been at least slowed down. Bentet and Som with kills. They're traded right back. That's a well-managed aggression.
Yeah, it looked like Genji were absolutely ready for it. Not to mention the thunder footing coming out of Cloud9, really loud. And at this point, there's just power in numbers. Floppy, he's gotta get some nice shots off at this coffin area to make this retake possible.
Oh my dear God.
Goodbye.
All right. That's a pistol round. Cloud9 with the aggression, trying to go for the uppercut. It failed. It failed miserably.
It be like that sometimes. And this failed miserably as well.
What did you think was going to happen, Robin?
Robin?
I didn't know it did that. That's like nuts.
Why'd you do it when the camera wasn't on you, though? Like, now the audience has no idea what you just did.
I didn't do anything.
Well, 6 rounds for Gen G, and this better be one hell of a T-side if they want to come back into this game.
Sonic wants to save this armor. He's got 100% of it, too, so...
Yeah, easy upgrade.
Yeah.
350.
Oh,
no.
no!
What a dick move.
Who did that? That's actually so good.
Who even thought about throwing that
I don't
name?
know. That's crazy.
We're hearing some typing. I'm assuming
Yeah.
Sonic is just typing like, you son of a gun. Those gloves, Potter, are way cooler than the purple ones.
I gotta agree. I actually like these gloves a lot too, so I can't even argue with you about that one. But come on, the purple combo. You like this whole
Dick move meter, 100%. I like that.
Whoever's doing these in production, he's
Yeah.
really quick.
You save that dick move meter. We're gonna need it again later.
But you like the purple background, Jason.
I do.
I
But you
feel
don't
like it
like
has
the-
with all the colors combined, not just the purple alone.
I mean, listen, if you're gonna go for like a retro '80s theme, you need a little bit of neon purple in your life.
Yeah, I was
Like,
gonna
you
say
just-
the neon thing is definitely the most important then.
Yeah, you can't really have a retro tournament without purple.
Pentep finds a nice opening on Sonic.
Do it.
Shoot.
Slow round here. A minute in. This is the notorious round that winning the pistol round doesn't really matter too much. It's a very strong buy usually.
3-man stack over at the B bomb site though.
Yeah.
They
No
won
nades, though,
X
so
Factor as
trades.
Som. If you look at Som, he's all the way up rap side at the moment, and he's probably going to end up calling his team back. He sees that this is entirely clear, and
Yep.
what a nice play to get his team out of danger. Although nobody spotted MOTM in halls, I'm actually kind of surprised that Cloud9 hasn't rotated back, considering. Oh, he took his time with that. He took a bullet to the face for that shot. He made it count. I don't. Ooh, Bentet, you better be careful. Better not lose that AK. That, I think, is a bit ambitious.
I'm still okay with this round because one of the things what I love about Gen G is that they actually kept the sides. So even though rotation was made, just the fact like normally you might see like, oh, Gen G just leaving banana complete
Why
and
are
just
they-
running up mid. Like BNTech could have taken a more defensive angle, sure, but just the fact that at least they're staying their grounds and like making sure that we're not going to get flanked. Som had so much information there as well of like, hey, A seems to be clear. At least I'm just happy they won the round, honestly. You know, I think that the round call, because it was looking a bit dicey there. You know, even if Cloud9 didn't have any nades on that B bomb site, they had 3 members there. They had a setup there as well for crossfires. Som did a good job there of calling back the guys over to the A bomb site. I'll take it.
Robin will take it.
It's FIF approved. OC saves 1 AK. But other than that, it's going to be a pretty easy round from Gen G. I say that, but I say that with the fact that it's going to be just USPs, no armor. Floppy has a P250, but out of the both eco rounds, this is by far the most easiest one. Usually you do see a lot of teams just go together in this part. Throw some extra mollies on the bomb sites, but just make sure to trade. This is actually very... I was going to say, if this was the other way around, I'm not even surprised this is happening because it's Gen G, but the fact that there's no trades and you even have the jump penalty from OC jump up there and like no one is there from Gen G, it's just so weird to me, you know? Like, and especially knowing, you know that Cloud9 don't have a lot of money. You know they have the 1 AK that they're going to be searching a kill for, and if outside of that, there's going to be a bunch of P250s. So like, where's the trades?
Boy.
Where's the trades?
Fifi getting angry. It's a classic. It's all right. Listen, Robin, I think part of the issue is that Christina and I have been watching North American Counter-Strike for 2 decades now.
We're used to these things.
We expect this kind of shenanigans, this kind of ridiculousness. You know, you've been in this country now. You're technically, you're in my mind, you're a citizen at this point. You just haven't had the same experience. of this.
Here, look at this. What is the what? Who doesn't have weapons up? Why you have like 2 nades? Okay, never mind. Nice round from Cloud9. Really nicely traded there in mid.
Focus on the positives.
Good timing. There's a nice entry there as well on the B bomb site. Really a round that shouldn't have happened if you're Genji.
Positives, Robin. Positives.
But Cloud9 is just so great. So great.
Now you're getting it. Now you're getting it. Som with the MAC-10 waiting for the fire to go away.
Oh, wait a minute.
That's
JT?
He must have hit a weird button on his mouse. He must have had like the flashbang bound to like mouse 4, and he just, you know, glitched out.
Ruh-roh.
Either way, again, I'm surprised Robin isn't yelling. Oh, that Molotov doesn't spread. That is unfortunate. Fell a little bit short.
Oh, gave him a tag. Floppy heard that. That sound cue is definitely giving him some intel, but this smoke's going to be so crucial for Floppy. He's the only one with it. Not if he just gets the kills, though.
I don't know how they're allowed to get that kind of a thought. Oh my lord!
What?
Daps is a MAC-10 main, diffusing the bomb,
Pros don't
sticking
fake,
it.
baby.
Pros don't fake, and
Oh, they do
oh
fake!
my god!
They
What?
fake!
No!
They fake all the time!
He's still gonna get it. It's okay.
Okay. Holy moly. I was like, no, OC, no, man. What a recovery. Jeez, that MAC-10, Daps almost actually converted that.
You all right? 12-7. That's, yeah. JT does it as well. The old peek with the nade in hand trick, and that's the only reason this round gets so close. That's super costly for Cloud9. That didn't need to be that bad.
Yeah, but we got to remember how the round started with JT fumbling with the nades, just getting giving a freebie over to Genji, and Sonic only able to get the one. And okay, Daps.
Goodbye.
Oh man, that's a nice shot to take out. Okay.
Peak and A right now. Robin, you're getting a treat.
Listen.
You're seeing all of it today.
OC goes down. MOTM tries to stray through the smoke, alright? You kind of see it at least. I mean, that was pretty bonkers. Yeah, I'll give him that. But yeah, costly round from Cloud9. This is looking pretty nice from Genji, though. Save round is called.
I can't believe what we're witnessing right now. This is great, though. Scrappy.
I can fully believe it.
Blow for blow, you know?
Weep.
Here we go.
Boom.
Yeah.
Then some round. It's like watching.
Boom. What we really need if we want to go full retro and production, this is maybe an idea for the future. You don't have to do it right now because I don't throw you under the bus unlike McLaren. If you want to go full retro show, you got to get those 80s or like 70s Batman, like the pow. Bam, bang captions, like the cartoonish ones.
Yeah.
Every time some gun gets like a 1 deke through a smoke, you just pop that bad boy up on the replay.
Yeah, with the sound cue as well. And on top of that, you mentioned it, even neon lights.
We kind of got
I just saw that, actually. That's pretty nice. Pretty nice. 12-8. Favor of Cloud9. They're 1 map up as well. CT side here on Inferno with a bit of a save round. Sonic saved an AWP or bought it.
Saved it.
He saved the AWP, but they already lost their member and JT as well. So 5-on-4. And
do it.
Just MOTM
Do it,
over
baby.
the B bomb side here. He gets the entry though. It's a 4-on-4, but it looks like Genji is making his way into this bomb side here.
Give me one more through smoke. Get you an off shot. Come on, Sonic.
Yeah, I mean, it's still very much doable. Sonic has the smoke and cut off the banana here. You can just focus on the bomb site. Ooh, they're a little bit cheeky boost here first.
I feel like ain't nobody peeking that angle at this point.
Oh, he's gonna get one. Oh, he resmokes.
Oh, that's definitely mostly for kills. Just trying to keep the economy for Genji low.
Yeah. But
we
save
look
the
at
op.
it-
It's time to let
exactly,
it's time to let the Deagles do their work.
Yep.
Spam is not there. That's unfortunate. Reloading, and automatic has come through. Now he's got to back away. I think he's...
No, he's
he's
good.
fine. He's fine. That bomb blast is really, really forgiving.
It is. I wish we could go back to the days
Yeah,
where you
they've
have
like
to
changed
stare
it
at the
so
bomb.
much. I'm not a fan. Like, there's a reason why we don't see a lot of ninja diffuse anymore. Like, you can literally stand right next to the bomb and be like, okay. Even on B, it's just like,
Yeah.
let's widen the radius a little bit. Let's make it costly to hold a bomb, you know?
Yeah, these are some weak bombs.
Yeah. Sonic. He's gonna get dodging the flash right off the bat. Ooh, he's gonna push down mid and ooh! Oh, that's a double. Collat almost.
He got robbed.
Yeah.
What did he do? Hit like Daps in the leg, and then it went through and hit Kusta in the chest for a collateral.
But I mean, that's combined a lot of damage. If Floppy can get a clean kill on his initial, and there it is. This opens up a realm of possibilities. I mean, just the USP on JT, and he does go down, and all right, well, now it's over.
I don't know. That's so unfortunate. I wonder if they know the health of this. I don't know if he actually knows he got the collateral, but the HP is so low.
Yeah.
If he gets one more or OC with his P250, these are like 3 one bullet kills.
I think they're definitely going.
They don't know.
He's
They don't
saving. I
know
was
that
gonna
they're
say,
low.
OC has such a great positioning too here. I wonder if even Gen G knew. Like, instead of Sonic here, I would at least wait for OC to make the peak first. You can still stick around the CT spawn and see what kind of happens, because OC is the one that you want to go for a weapon anyway.
Yeah, but I feel like we're saying that because we can see their HP. I think as well. Like
no, but
this
his
is
flank was so fast. He
Yeah,
was in
that's
banana
true.
before they had planted the bomb. So
Also, though, did Sonic think that he didn't leg anyone or hit anyone in ult?
He might think he hit legged one.
Oh, this is going to be great, though, maybe from OC. He's
Oh,
going to get all
boy.
3 of them. Oh, almost. That's a nice little eco round, though, nonetheless. Only 1 member from Gen G alive. I mean, I say that, and we look at the money. It's obviously really nice on Gen G. Automatic with close to 10k. Dap's just fully buy, so there's 1k left, but they definitely still have money to be played. These are 2 nice kills here. They're clawing it back. They're clawing it back. And here we go. Cloud9 weapon round. They also lean 3 towards B in the beginning, with Sonic leading the way with an op. Looks to be taking an aggressive angle. Actually, doesn't go all too aggressive. I'm okay with that too. We don't have to waste. I don't like this. Don't throw the flashbang. What's the point? Why? Yeah, okay. He actually saved it. Great. Flashbang out now. Yeah, great. This is mid-round aggression. I actually don't mind this from Cloud9 at all. We look at the timing. This is actually really nice timing, because you kind of get the call now of like there's no on B. You see the read here from Cloud9 as well, and sure, we see the aggressive play from Gen G here. Obviously a great counter to what Cloud9 is doing. Really taking map control where Cloud9 is trying to take it somewhere else. 4-on-2 now. They have all of CT leading the way back towards B, and they have full control of that. This is actually a really nice read from Gen G. Nice timing as well.
What a nice bait and switch between Benton and Som as well. Man.
Fast round and a fast save call here from Cloud9. We'll see about... Actually, Gen G has great positioning here as well if they want to go for the chase.
Yeah, if Kusta can get a little clever, he might be able to find one here. And that would be huge for Gen G, but oh! He should be dead. He should be dead 9 times out of 10 there, but Kusa does pick off those kills, and these 2 members of Cloud9 dying, that's huge.
Yeah, and on top of that, Gen G keep on with the money in terms of keeping 3 members alive. That's a really nice round there. Quick and nice round. It's actually very common as well. You know, normally on first weapon round, what does CTs tend to do on the first weapon round? They take banana control, right?
Yeah.
And usually they send 3. So Gen G, right off the bat, they see, okay, Cloud9 are throwing nades. Even if they don't know there's 3, their call is made of like, hey, if they're 3 towards B, long A is open, because you tend to stick one apps in one lane. So great round, great read by Gen G. Can they claw it back here? It's 12-11. Cloud9 still in the lead here, but forced on a save. Just on P250s. Smoking a flashbang. And a B stack.
And a B stack. Man, both these teams really struggling on their CT side to hold on to these bomb sites.
Yeah, I feel like that's been a common trend here as of late as well. It's definitely the CT side of things that these teams have been working on, but the struggle is real, Jason.
Yeah, it's odd to see this much of a difficulty. Although you can't say. I mean, the economy is just both teams have really struggled to get money beneath their belt on the CT side as well. It's going to be 12-12, all tied up, and Geng absolutely need to take this map if they want to force a third. Cloud9 took Vertigo earlier. This would send Geng into the lower bracket if they can't close out Inferno, but looking good so far. Nice T side being put together.
And very thorough as well. I mean, you even saw here, Geng are taking no chances at this point. Just making sure they're as clean as possible. Automatic here's a bunch, and he sees a bunch, but that was a chance for him to farm, pad some stats. Definitely a huge whiff there, but Som capitalizes.
Ooh, MOTM going to get an AK-47 to save. Going to hear some more footsteps. Surely can hear them chasing him. One kill right at the end. Oh dear, that's risky. Just hide. There you go. 23 kills on Ventet. He's having a fantastic game. 20 kills on OC as well. Sonic's cooled off from his phenomenal Vertigo. So another bye for this Cloud9 defense to see if they can get back on the board. Back to their winning ways.
Same start, 3 towards B. Another way of just not staying with 3B is that the first guy that rotates, he's the first one to spend all of his nades. And if Flop is that guy to rotate over to A, then that should happen pretty soon. But it's another late mid-round, I was going to say, like a 20-second delay take on the banana bomb site there. And now here we go. And this is what I was talking about. You look at Geng's positioning here. They're going to wait for the smoke. But then when we talk about like retaking banana.
Oh no. What's Floppy doing? He seems like he doesn't know exactly where he wants to position himself. First kill is there. Oh, that's so sick. I take it all back.
Don't question Floppy.
Never again. Never again. What a wild triple kill. That was so clean.
The third one was absolutely insane. Like the third one, you think that he's going to go down. And especially like with them just waiting in the smoke there. But that's also Geng being a little bit, I think, not overly cautious. One of the good things that for example, the Cloud9 had done in Vertigo, for example, when they clear the smokes like that, is they actually throw one flashbang to clear it instead of just going in dry that you kind of see Geng do there. I feel like it's so cautious.
Oh.
That's not a great peek. This is
It's not
a real chance. JT's got such a job to do.
Floppy ace?
No, he's...
Oh, he's taken
he's
out. Sorry,
dead.
that's JT.
He dead.
The movement gave it away.
Oh no, they're making this so costly. That could have been much cleaner, but Cloud9's going to be happy with stopping the run from Geng. Maintaining that lead, 13-12, and weapons will be salvaged, and this was great. And what timing to just tuck yourself into that corner. First kill, second kill, and the third transfer over.
Beautiful.
It's a thing of beauty.
And the perfect time for him to come alive there, too.
Yeah, they needed
What was
something.
that, 4 rounds in a row?
Yeah, something along those lines. 1 round lead. I mean, because of that, though, there's so much money they have to burn through. Psalms at 9,400, automatics over 10K as well. So they're going to dig into that. But especially if these plants keep coming down, Geng has so many buy rounds to close out this map. Cloud9, if they want to win 2-0, they got to do it the hard way.
Yeah, even seeing that round, they ended up winning, and you mentioned it too, of like it's a little bit sloppy there for Sonic overextending himself. It's a 4-on-2, they have to bring the bomb down. Money on Cloud9 is very low, and we know that Geng has had a good start of the half. They have a lot of money left to work with, so it's definitely an uphill battle here from Cloud9. If you end up winning this map, it's definitely impressive. No, there's a lot of weapon rounds, so you actually have to win on that CT side. But nonetheless, we talk about approach. We see Cloud9 with only 2 members on that B-bomb site now. It's Floppy and JT, I believe, and Sonic actually. JT doesn't have any nades left here to help Sonic out. So it's just Sonic is definitely the kingpin of this side. Smoke going down on the choke point when nades start coming in from Gen G, and then the flashbang should really help JT out here. Jason had pointed out before, when the smoke's coming, he's in the spools area too. The flashbang should come in here now.
Dear.
And then JT should try and go for another trade, but now because they got such a man advantage, now we're talking retake instead. They already have members here from the CT side too.
Man, I thought Daps was going to be good for at least one in that position. That's brutal. It didn't even look like they wanted to clear it. A good reaction from Floppy coming over.
The timing was just so perfect for Daps as well, but automatic refreshes that CT smoke. This is still doable. I mean, all members are coming from CT spawn. Automatic's already postured for a post plan, but Kusta, they're only good for the 1-for-1 there. So Cloud9, a clean retake.
And a great flash from MOTM for that retake.
Yeah.
All it takes is the one flashbang. Both of them from Gen G are blind.
Even if he didn't, so the flashbang, Kusta was reloading.
Exactly,
so it was just a really, really bad timing for that reload to come in.
Just bad timing
I
all
think
around.
he might have thought that retake was going to be delayed because of the new smoke as well.
Yeah.
14-12.
And the only worrisome part here as well, if you talk about Gen G, they still have the money obviously to buy and stuff like that, but because it was such a dominant round from Cloud9, their money is also growing now. So now you're not even in a case of like, we just win the one round, we put them on eco again, we can kind of even it out. Now you're in a point as well, the same thing that Cloud9 were, where you have to win 2 weapon rounds in a row, and that's a whole different story. Again, nice round here. We look at the radar. Look, the fact that Cloud9 can do this with just the 2 members, because Gen G has not put a lot of pressure on the banana, they allow them to do it with setups like these.
Oof.
Gen G never expects this because they see the banana push and they just expect the 3 guys at banana, so they're forced to do like this. Overall, I think Cloud9 has just had a great read and great, like, in terms of
mixing up their defensive
mixing up
setups.
the defensive setup so well to a point at which like Gen G is just struggling. Gen G, because they're doing these fast rounds too, because they're not getting these rounds to work. They're definitely just in an uphill battle every single round, even if they've had the money to work it.
Oh.
It's a 1-on-4 here for Automatic if he's going to end up winning this round.
Oh, no.
Oh my god, he gets that too.
Oh my.
This is too easy.
But we saw that on Vertigo too. This is how they won rounds. This is star player performance, Automatic. We know what this guy can do. It's a 1-on-4. Now it's all up to JT. It's been a while now, so JT lost track of where Automatic might be, but site is definitely a place that you clear.
Yeah, but are you going to hard clear this angle as he walks in? The answer is yes.
Oh. Automatic played that so well. But I think JT, man, he's actually got to be thankful that he was so late on the rotate there, because by that point, Automatic, he didn't have any of the timings down anymore, you know? He was just so delayed on that retake.
For how good this initial setup was, that is an awful position to be in a 1 versus 4. That little setup they had for like in lane and watching halls, that's a snowball setup where it's like a house of cards type situation. One player goes down, the other one's in such a terrible position. 15-12. Cloud9 have 3 chances. Again, though, it's been 3 round wins for Cloud9 in a row, but 3 bomb plants for Gen G, so the money is okay. That's a fortunate shot for Sonic, but he's got to be careful. I can't believe he's just sticking around spamming like this. That's insanity. Automatic going to turn the corner. Nade comes in and missed shot. Floppy with an important trade. But this is going to put a lot of pressure on the defense now. Those 3-on-3s, it's going to spread the defense.
Look at the nades. Oh, wow. Yeah,
OC.
nice from Som. I love that information play. This is not really needed from MOTM, I feel like. You have the mana advantage there now. You already have the information that no one's necessarily in mid. You could fall back, let them come to you. But instead now, you still don't have a lot of information because he got killed from Boiler. They don't even have all the way up mid. Looks to be a bit of a gamble play from Cloud9. Floppy rotating back to A. I'm okay with this too. They don't have a lot of nades. It's OC that has a flashbang and a molly rather than sticking around together. And Gen G is a very different approach. He actually ends up going down. It's going to be a 1-on-2 situation for BNTET here. Molly left in his name. Bomb's about to go down. But this is a very fast rotate again for Floppy. He's not even getting like the best positioning he'd want.
Well, Bentet to save the day. 12-15. Tucks himself back in to dark corner. OC with the op. Floppy with an M4. There is a Molotov, and if that comes into this position, it's game. Oh my God, it has. It's gone right into that position. He's moved out. He's opt as well.
Wow.
Perfect usage of utility, and that's going to close it out. Cloud9 win 2-0, 16-12 on Inferno. That's some impressive stuff. Well played from Cloud9, and for Gen G, some very cool things, some also very sloppy things. Although you could say that, I guess, about Cloud9 as well.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I
Less
actually,
about Cloud9.
A lot
definitely
less.
less about Cloud9. I actually feel like Cloud9 was just in the reins of this whole series. I feel like I think that they played much better Counter-Strike. I think that they had much better teamwork. They had a much better idea on what they wanted to do. Gen G, yeah, basics were there, but I mean, looking at stats and just taking a guess, I can't think that Gen G has more than like 15 to like 17% trades. This half or this series.
That'd be interesting.
It's been absolutely absurd, like getting a kill and like no one is there to trade. They're all like all the individuals just all spread out. You don't even see flashbangs. Like they win rounds and again from star player performance. Even that automatic 1v4, like I don't know. I just think that Cloud9 played so much better. I think that Gen G has a lot of work to do. I think that the basics of like, hey, what do we do the first 30 seconds of the round? Keep that.
Yeah.
But work on the other stuff because that definitely needs a lot of polish.
And not to mention, how many times did we see Cloud9 pouncing onto Gen G when they had their nades out, just getting caught out without even firing their gun back, right? So that's certainly a timing issue, an approach issue, a game plan issue. Could be all three down the list, but it's definitely Cloud9 playing really well and Gen G just not.
Yeah, that was, I don't know. I think that game probably encapsulates most of my frustrations with where I think Gen G should be at and where they actually are at, which is a bummer because I think this team can be excellent, but it's obvious they have to make some big strides in certain areas. Are we okay? Yeah, we'll go to break. We're gonna go to a break. When we come back, we'll have, I don't know.
We'll close off the day. We'll look at the current standings, and tomorrow we're gonna look at tomorrow as well. What are the games tomorrow? We're gonna do some shoutouts as well.
End of the day, Bean Boozle as well.
End of the day, Bean Boozle for Christine. But when we get back, all of that will happen. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hit it! That's what I'm talking about. Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.